limits racing. No limits racing.
No limits. This is
No Limits Racing.
No limits racing. No limits racing.
No limits. This is
No Limits Racing.
No limits racing. No limits racing.
No limits. This is
No Limits Racing.
Hello everybody and welcome to round 7 of the No Limits racing season. And now we're here in Scotland. And well, the whole paddock, we're back together like one happy family. The endurance and sprint racing back on one weekend. My name's Lewis Ray, Ross McIntyre alongside. And well, Ross, well, a slightly different look to you this weekend. I think it's fair that you explain it to the viewers at home, because I'm not going to be so polite on it if I'm explaining it.
Well, as you can see with my bargain bucket kilt. Not quilt. Let's get the
Quilt goes on a bed.
It does. Let's get the words right for starters. What turned into, after a few inebriation, shall we say, about 2 weeks ago, with our producer, and I mentioned, wouldn't it be nice if Lewis wore his kilt at Knockhill? It would be, we were in Scotland, we may as well, do the whole thing. Quickly forgot about it, and about an hour before we recorded this, I got told there was a delivery at the front desk, and I was the only person who wasn't aware that this was turning up. So it's not the finest, but we're embracing the culture and all that, and last name is McIntyre, so I guess there's some ancestry in there somewhere. So anyway, we're here at Knockhill. It should be enjoyable, and I'm really looking forward to this one, I must say.
Yeah, embracing it is one word to use. I think it's fair to say not the nicest kilt in the world, but you know what? I rate the commitment for this weekend. Anyway, here at Knockhill, short, snappy circuit. It's been nice weather so far this weekend. Dare I say it, the forecast looking like no rain on the horizon, but it is Knockhill. You can have 4 seasons in one day. I think we've already had some of that on our setup days here at Knockhill, but what are you expecting from this weekend? I believe it is your first time here.
It is my first time here. Obviously, a circuit I'm very familiar with, watching, playing video games and all that, but it is first time being here in person. It's been amazing. I've been so blown away with the actual spectacle of the track here with my own eyes. The views as well, because normally when you see it on TV, it's just grey and miserable, but lovely views of the valleys and down into the towns and cities as well. I'm expecting a really, really competitive weekend. It's a tough circuit for the riders, especially those on heavy bikes, because it's just so busy. It's short and it's sharp. There's not really a lot of time to rest. So it will be one where, especially given that a lot of riders haven't been here before, it is a new round for us here at No Limits and the first time we've been to the track. So there was a guided track walk from the circuit itself yesterday for new riders who were here on Thursday. So there will be some riders who might take a race or two to really get up to speed, but I still think the action's going to be great, as it always is at No Limits, and I'm expecting it to be a lot of fun, but again, action-packed racing all throughout as well.
Yeah, exactly. As you mentioned, a lot of riders turn up nice and early this weekend, and that because it's slightly longer to travel. I think it was slightly longer as well for yourself to travel, but, well, I mean, living down south usually has its perks with No Limits racing. However, this is the one weekend you're going to have to travel up north. Luckily for me, it's my home round. Still took a little bit longer than I was hoping for it to actually get up here, but for other reasons. But we're down here in pit lane at the moment, and yeah, why not have a little walk down in pit lane, see who we can bump into, and see actually what they think of your kill. So we'll head over straight away to the Lights of the Army bikes. And actually, I can see Anthony Fleckney just chilling at the moment. Yeah. Scrutineering all done for the weekend, all happy?
Yeah, all passed up, all scrutineering done. Yeah.
And what are you thinking so far, Knockhill? I mean, I assume it's your first time here, as for most of the paddock, it appears. What do you think of the facilities? What do you think of the circuit?
I mean, yeah, the circuit's a phenomenal challenge, isn't it? I mean, no one's been here before. Trying to muscle 1,000 around is quite a challenge, isn't it? But yeah, the facility's pretty good. It's a good track.
Yeah, I mean, it's a circuit which offers pretty much no respite. I mean, even down the back straight, the bike's still moving about. There's a lot of bumps in the braking zone going into the hairpin. The front straight, you're trying to keep the front wheel down. I mean, yes. When do you get a breather?
Yeah, not at all. Yes, but yeah, as you said, the wheelies and that stuff finish straight are unbelievable. I'm trying to turn the power back up again now, but yeah, it's been unrelenting, that bike.
Yeah, and obviously a new circuit for everyone, as you mentioned. How do you approach this weekend? Is it a case that you go into qualifying, see where your pace is, or do you still have the same hopes as you would at, for example, at Donington Park, at Cadwell?
I think you can't help but try your best, can't you? So I think we'll definitely go out there with a race pace that we're going to try and be where we're going to be. But we'll just take it as it comes. Hopefully Sam qualifies as well in the endurance, and we'll go well.
Yeah, no pressure on anyway. And yeah, and well, we were speaking just before we actually started this paddock walk. What do you think of Ross's kilt?
Oh yeah, it's the best thing I've seen all day. You've done stitching though. Your pleats are all together, aren't they?
Yeah, he's not wearing it, right? But it's the thought that counts. Thought that counts. But yeah, spirit's pretty high here at Knockhill. I think it's fair to say, Ross. I think it's just going to be bullying you for 20 minutes, to be honest. Sunshine, though, well and truly out. And yeah, but you know what? We've been bullying you enough. I'll hand the microphone off to you for the time being, and well, I'll stop the relentless picking on you.
Man, I get to get bullied to my own face. Thanks very much, Lewis Ray. Yeah, again, this is it's a look. I'll say that much. If it was proper, done up nice, I would be very happy with it. But I think just because of the quality of it straight out of the package is it's less than ideal, shall we say? And apologies if it offends anyone. I guess I doubt it will, but you never know. But yeah. It's good to have the endurance guys back. Of course, the Bike Always No Limits Endurance. Those guys back with us this weekend. Missed out at Caldwell Park, of course, after a monstrous 12 hours of Anglesey now 6 weeks ago. That was. So these guys have had a long time away. Still fairly tight in a lot of the classes all throughout as well. So should be pretty interesting going forward. We can see some of the pack racing guys in here. We'll see if we can jump in and have a word. Only the one bike down at the moment. And everyone else seemingly off at scrutineering at the moment. So we have had a couple of people coming back in. We'll hopefully see if we can get some more. But are you busy, or can we steal a few words out of you?
No, I'm good. We're good.
Yeah, how's things here at Knockhill? All okay?
Yeah, not too bad. It's going well. Just changing the front sprocket. Nothing wrong, just change the gearing slightly. But yeah, it's going well.
Yeah, good test day then?
Yeah. Got a bit of a dodgy knee. Crashed at Cadwell a couple of weeks back, so just sort of nursing that, but yeah, it's going well so far.
And how you found the circuit? Is it your first time here, or have you been here before?
No, I was up on the F900 with the BSB a month or so ago, so we know the circuit. It's good.
Good stuff. So at least you got that British Champs experience under your belt, I suppose. Yeah. What's the game plan headed into the weekend? Just enjoy it, enjoy the views, enjoy the circuit, or are you coming in with an ambition?
No, for me this weekend it's just about getting through it. My fitness isn't great with money at the moment, so it's just going to be a case of try and settle into a steady pace and just try and bang the laps out. So that's the plan.
Well, stuff. Well, I'll let you get on with changing your sprocket. Thanks for talking to us, mate.
Yes, thank you.
So great to speak to the riders, and again, it's weirdly a bit too quiet almost down in pit lane, to be honest. But it is also quite a unique pit lane here at Knockhill, given that there's no individual pit box. It's all basically one shed. I think it's safe to say there's no dividers, there's no walls, so you get the joy of sharing it with everybody. And if you annoy somebody, they can march straight over and tell it to your face.
Yeah, they can. I think shed's a little bit harsh, but yeah, it's a unique factor. I mean, to be fair, we have been at circuits for endurance racing in the past, like Cadwell Park, where we've had to put up gazebo tents down in pit lane, as there is no pit facilities there all season long. We have to do it ourselves. This season, obviously, though, it was just sprint racing, and now obviously endurance back. But we have to keep in mind as well this weekend, lapped endurance race rather than timed. So if a red flag comes out, it's going to be a slightly different scenario to what we've seen previously this year, where we've seen races, for example, cut short, or even the clock tick down under red flag conditions or under safety car conditions. It is going to be a lap race instead.
Yeah, and of course, bit of luck on our side given it's August, so we're not too concerned about the light levels if that does happen. So we should hopefully get all of it done. I know it's especially at the early part of the season, it was a bit of an effort to see if we could get all of our laps, all of our time done and dusted with suns and going down and red flags and all the like. But I think everyone is looking forward to it. And again, it is going to be very tough for these riders. I know I mentioned earlier how physical it is here at Knockhill. It's also very, very tricky in the bumps and the undulations you get around this place as well. So doing this place for, I believe it's 500 kilometres off the top of my head, that is going to be tough for the riders.
Yeah, it's going to be extremely tough. And, well, as we see just behind us at the moment, or just in front of us, behind the cameraman, everyone queuing up to do endurance, doing the scrutineering for the weekend. Some wild cards as well this weekend. I mean, Jack Dunlop as well this weekend. You were watching the Mountain Circuit earlier on, and really impressed to see the likes of smaller capacity bikes able to carry the corner speed here and still make up a real impressive lap time. It's not all out power.
It certainly isn't. And of course, part of that's the nature of the track. There's not a lot of straight line here, so if you are a bit down on horsepower, you can get away with it, and of course carry the corner speed as well with the light bike. But again, I was massively impressed with Jack Dunlop, of course, a massive star of the Moto4 British Cup this season. And just watching him trackside, really, really impressed. I'm really impressed to see interested to see what he can do. And of course, there are a lot of Scottish wildcard riders here this weekend as well. we are in Scotland, funnily enough, if nobody noticed that one. And so we have got a lot of guys who are coming in to fill slots, and maybe people who didn't quite want to make the journey north of the border, if they are from England or indeed Wales as well. Let's not forget that's down there as well. We are going back to Anglesey, of course, as well. Don't forget that one. Very much an international United Kingdom championship here at No Limits. So should be a very interesting weekend. And again, given that some riders haven't been here, the order could be a bit shaken up. And with championships on the line now as well, there are some that can get sorted this weekend. There's lots to play for.
Yeah, I was about to say, championships to be decided this weekend. Quite a few championships that realistically could happen. Then there's about 4 or 5 others that are mathematically possible, but it's one of those scenarios where you're going to need something catastrophic to go on for your rivals.
Yeah, and of course, those ones that are mathematically possible, even if it doesn't happen, if you have a good weekend, you still put yourself at such an advantage heading into rounds 8 and 9 that it almost does become a reality, one hand on the trophy situation.
Yeah, it does. I mean, going into Anglesey as well, second time there this year, although it's going to be the coastal layout, unlike the GP layout which we use for the endurance-only round, it's still going to be a whole new challenge for the riders. But it's going to be a circuit which has unpredictable weather as well. This weekend's looking steady so far, but you don't want to chance it maybe for a race 2 or race 3, the final race of the weekend at Anglesey, to try and decide the championship, get wrapped up before Donington Park, and then suddenly it absolutely pours it down, and then you're in a scenario where you could easily be losing 25 points to your rivals, and then suddenly everything is nice and wide open for the final round. So a real testing couple of rounds coming up here. Some of the riders not able to make the journey up north, but everyone in terms of championship, high up in the championship order, luckily seems to be all here.
Well, we've still got a bit of time on our hands. There's plenty of riders here waiting for scrutineering. Should we go have a chat with some people? Go on. I'll let you go first because I'm that nice.
You're so kind to me. Right, let's go have a little chat. We'll head over to Jack. I mean, we were speaking to him earlier on, and in terms of track knowledge, he's definitely up there. Jack Dunlop, how are you, first of all? Obviously, Knockhill, your home rounds. You're joining us here at No Limits. A nice little nice machine for you this weekend. Anyway, not quite what you're used to riding, but still plenty of experience at this circuit with this bike.
Yeah, no, I'm really looking forward to the weekend. Obviously, coming straight from Thruxton to here is, I didn't get much of a break, but obviously I love riding. I'm enjoying the Beyond. Today was good. Yeah, I mean, although it's a bit quicker, it's still, it's still a Moto 3, so yeah, I'm looking forward to qualifying mixed in with the Sportbike people. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting race. Obviously, you can still carry a lot more corner speed on the Beyond than what you can most of the twins. But, yeah, as you mentioned, straight from Silverstone, then to Thruxton, and now to Knockhill. 3 completely different circuits for you. And now getting your mindset back in just for some fun, extra track time this weekend, because you've still got a title fight on your hand in the British Cup this year, which, well, it's not over quite yet. You're still in the running, but you're going to need some big points in these final couple of rounds.
Yeah, definitely. In the last couple of races, obviously, Silverstone and Thruxton, luck wasn't really on my side. Obviously, I kind of got bashed around a bit in the last race at Silverstone, and then last race at Thruxton, I got caught up with a back marker. But yeah, it's not over yet. Coming here really helps with the track time, and yeah, especially on and off track, I really need to get my training, get it consistent. But yeah, the next 2 tracks we're going to, Aston and Donington. I'm really strong there, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, see how it goes. It's near crunch time in the season as well. It's near the time that you're going to have to start thinking about 2027. Anything on the cards you lean towards anything yet, or still way too early to say?
Well, honestly, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, of course, if I win the championship, then I'll try to get into Red Bull Rookies. And if I don't win it, then honestly, I'm not too sure. But no, we'll see how it goes. I don't want to get too ahead of myself.
Yeah, exactly. Just play it by ear. Well, best of luck this weekend, Jack, and yeah, good to see you.
Yeah, thank you.
Right, and we'll head straight behind. Jamie Boyce having a nice little chit-chat for the time being. But Jamie, we haven't had too much time chat with you this season, but you've had some real solid results in the Dart Motorsport class. I mean, how's it gone for you this year, and how are you enjoying Knockhill so far?
Yeah, this year's been alright, to be honest. I've had a couple of ups and downs. Obviously, the crash at Cadwell didn't do me no favours. A silly crash shouldn't have happened, really. Knockhill's good. It's certainly different to what I'm used to. Up, down, talking to one of the local lads as well, trying to get a bit of a sort of like local knowledge to help towards it. But we're all right, we're good, we keep going, and yeah.
Yeah, we were speaking to Anthony Fleckney down in pit lane earlier on, and he was just saying how much of a handful it is around Knockhill. I mean, there's bumps, there's undulations, there's rises. There's really no respite when you're on an 1000cc bike or on this circuit. I mean, what's the game plan going on to this weekend? Is it full on attack?
Full on attack within reason. I've done some maths and stuff, figured some bits out. I just know what I need to do. Yeah. I can't afford to do anything silly this weekend. The idea really is to just take some points and we move on to Anglesey.
Yeah, take some points to the bike. Still 2 more rounds after this one. Best of luck, and enjoy it. It's good to see the Suzuki going so well as well.
Yeah, the new one's here now. It's not here, but the new one's in the garage at home, so we're hopefully build that soon.
We'll come and see it before the final round?
Maybe. We'll see.
We'll see. Well, best of luck this weekend. Lovely chat to you. And, we'll squeeze through, actually, because Ryan Billman's just over here. And, well, Ryan, I hate to remind you, but last time we seen you, you're at the side of the circuit at Cadwell Park, and not too happy about your little, small mistake. Yeah. I mean, talk to us about that first of all, because we haven't had the chance to speak to you since then.
Well, what it was, same twice in the same weekend, bottom out and took the front twice, and it shouldn't have been doing it. So I've took the forks out. When I've pushed them up and down, the rebound was coming out literally. Took a second for my fork to come out. I took them to Matt Gardner-Owens at Barnsley, and he stripped them down, and my rebound needle were bent. So it was going through the valve and dragging back out on the valve. It wasn't rebounding. I presume I was hitting little bumps at the bottom of the mountain, and it was tucking. So got it all fixed up for this weekend. Still got my duct tape on. And I felt good today, yeah, very good.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a great battle this year in the Metzeler Freshman Sport Challenge. I mean, you've got to be enjoying it, racing with likes of Jay out there on circuit. And the pre-injection 600s well and truly in the mix. Yeah.
Jay's my good pal. I met with Jay at Brands Hatch and we've just clicked like brothers. I'm still trying to push him for win, but it's bloody hard work. Yeah. But, we're parked next to each other, we have a few beers, I tell him I'm going to beat him this weekend. I never do, but I just want to win, so I don't mind crashing trying.
Yeah, the true racer mentality anyway. I'm sure you've got plenty of challenges to work out this weekend. Knockhill's a tricky circuit to get your head around.
Yeah, I like the circuit though. It's very technical but very fast and, hard braking. I enjoy it. I think it's going to get better. I've done a 54.5 today, so I'm very happy with that for my first time here.
Well, best of luck this weekend.
Thank you very much, mate. All the best.
And, actually, just before he does escape us, and he's not on his bike, so he can't just stop for us, Joshua Proudfoot. Well, Josh, you've been all over Facebook this week looking for a teammate for the endurance classes, but it seems like you finally have found a rider this weekend.
Yeah, Simon Aldridge has come to the rescue, so happy about that.
Yeah, and I'm sure you've also got some get well soon messages as well for your usual teammate that's sadly out of action.
Yeah, his little dinosaur arm, hopefully he recovers quickly and he's back for Donington and in BSB as well, so good, get well soon, Joe.
And we've spoken to a couple of riders, and for the majority of the paddock, it's a brand new circuit. You have the luxury, I guess you could say, of being here quite a few times to the British Superbike paddock, most times in wet conditions, but you did have some dry running this year. What sort of experience can you take to this weekend, and what is the key around here?
Yeah, so it's quite a muscly track, which you find out is there's not much break, and you've got to really muscle the back round to get lap time around here. Obviously the BSB helps. I know where the bumps are, what curbs to use, what to look out for, and especially through the chicane. I think there's a lot to be gained in the chicane, which is good to have the experience from BSB.
Yeah, and now you can just crack on with it this weekend, just enjoy the endurance. Any sprint racing for you this weekend, or just endurance only?
No, just endurance only, yeah. But we use the endurance as a bit of fun, a bit of relax from BSB, just a relaxed environment, and so just go around there, spin some laps, and that's about it, yeah.
Yeah, spin some laps, still a couple of rounds left this year anyway, and best of luck, enjoy Knockhill.
Yeah, thank you, cheers.
Always lovely to speak to Josh, and Ross, everyone queuing up for scrutiny here and just making sure everything is nice and safe for this weekend after testing here today, making sure everything's legal as well on the bike, the numbers are correct too. It's a real important part of the weekend, but everyone seems nice and high spirits this weekend, and well, I'm sure you would love to chat to some of them yourself.
Yeah, well, may as well jump in, but certainly high spirits like you said, and again because it's a new round for us and a new track for a lot of the riders, so it's kind of that not the sense of adventure I want to say, but there's certainly people go around here enjoying the circuit for the first time. It always boosts your spirits just a little bit, I think, and especially here as well, just a brilliant track in my opinion anyway. So for me it's no surprise that everyone's in a good mood. Of course, second the lights go out, I'm sure that'll change for a lot of people and they'll get annoyed that they're not winning and whatever. That tends to be the case a lot of the time, but still should be an enjoyable weekend. Let's dive in quickly with a couple more people, see if we can jump in. Go on, I'll let you move down first before we go in. How are we feeling this weekend?
Yeah, not bad. A good day's testing. It went all well. Steve managed to test the bike a little bit more on the hairpin on the last session, but other than that he's good. The bike's back together and ready for scrutiny, and so we'll be ready for qualifying tomorrow.
Awesome stuff. Yeah, what happened? Just drop it a little bit going in too quickly, or?
he went a bit tight, and it's quite bumpy in there, and the ripples caught him out a little bit, and he went in a bit hot and didn't quite make the corner. But he'll be back out tomorrow. He's fine.
Yeah, that's the main thing. As long as he's okay and the bike's okay, I suppose. But how are you guys approaching this weekend? Is it full-on attack, see what happens, or is it just, be here, enjoy it, just get some solid results?
Totally. We're going to enjoy this weekend. We've got a good 3-4 riders that are going to be very competitive at the front that will give us a good race. So, yeah, go out there, enjoy it and see what happens.
Well, stuff, thanks so much. We'll let you get scrutineered.
Cheers, thanks.
May as well jump in right next door and move quickly down the queue. How are we doing?
Oh, yeah, I'm Dwayne. I'm the man that comes last every race.
There's nothing wrong with that, Dwayne. I mean, at least you're out there and enjoying yourself.
I get famous for that.
Well, maybe you can finish further up the field this weekend if, the bike's all okay.
Nothing wrong with the bike, it's just the rider. I'll give it a go.
But still, how are you feeling looking forward to Knockhill?
Yeah, I've had a look. I didn't go out today, but I've had a look, and it looks quite nice.
Awesome stuff. Well, fingers crossed for you. Hopefully it's a bit further forward than last place.
Thank you very much.
Great to speak to Dwayne, and go on, we can quickly jump in and more, see if we can get a few words out of you. How are we doing, okay?
Yeah, I'm doing great.
And just fancy introduce yourself to anyone at home who's maybe not confident in who you are.
I'm Cian McDonald, and a bit of local, so, usual to the track, so I know it pretty well.
So does that mean you're going to be fighting up the front then, Cian, if this is your local place?
Well, I definitely hope so.
Been out testing today, all okay?
Yeah, it's been going well. We just had a new clutch in that fitted, so I've been testing it out and just getting gearing in that, 'cause it's a new bike as well. So we're a bit on the back foot, but it's been going well.
Awesome stuff. Well, fingers crossed for you again. If you're local to the circuit, I'm sure you'll be pretty confident around it.
Yeah, thank you.
So a couple of Scottish riders there for you, and again, Lewis, it's great to see so many wildcards turn up for this round, as we were expecting, of course. But again, we do know that it is going to change things, because there are people turning up here that know this place like the back of their hands and can really be fighting at the front, maybe when others wouldn't be expecting it.
Yeah, I mean, Cian, I think a super experienced rider, came through KMSC, Scottish Championship, did the BSB wildcard this year as well, quite a heavy crash there, so great to see the bike rebuilt, and in one piece yet again, but yeah, he's definitely fighting at the front end this weekend, you would imagine, and well, plenty of Scottish boys and girls out here this weekend. Louisa Benny, another one actually racing in the Sportbike category, she'll be looking for some good results this year too, especially if it be their home run. She's just came over from the Manx, literally off the boat, straight to the circuit, then on Sunday night, early hours of Monday morning, just getting back on the ferry to go to the Manx for the next couple of days as well, so flat out at this time of year for them. Sadly as well, no James McLaren. I'm sure he would have loved to be with us this weekend. He's actually racing at the Manx himself, so still some plenty of home faces, some home faces that maybe would have wanted to be here that can't. And well, I've seen Sam West as well down in the pit lane earlier on too, not a local rider but still a hugely experienced rider, top name that you would expect to be fighting up there, maybe throwing a spanner in the works.
Well, wait and see. That is all we got time for down here at Scrutineering. So let's get ourselves ready. There are championships on the line this weekend at No Limits Racing. Prepare yourself. So round 7 here at Knockhill. Knockhill is a new circuit for No Limits Racing here for round 7 of the 2026 season, and it's new for many of the riders as well. In fact, many of them getting a guided track walk on Thursday night just so they could get a little bit of a helping hand figuring out how to go around this place. Luckily for you, if you're still not certain, we have our own residential expert with us here, a man who's been around this place many times, crashed here many times as well. Lewis Ray, Knockhill, as I said, a track you are very familiar with, of course, from your own racing days. Talk us through it. What does it take to go around this place? What does it take to go around this place quickly? And what are the challenges, the trials and tribulations of this track?
Confidence, corner speed, and, well, knowledge, to be honest. Having the confidence of knowing where the circuit's going to go, I think, is the most important thing at Knockhill. I mean, even if we just start at turn 1, for example, Duffus Dip, you're heading down a blind right-hander. Sure, you can see all the way into McIntyre's over at turn 3, but by that point, it's too late. I mean, you really need to know where the track's going to go. You need to know where exactly you need to be in the circuit. Pretty much through turn 1, in the middle of the track. Usually, whenever I was racing, anyway, I looked for I think it was a sound pole on the right-hand side in the corner of my eye, then tipped it around to the left to the Leslie's. So easy to lose the front there. And then, of course, over to a corner named after you, McIntyre's, clicking it down a gear or two through there and carrying the corner speed. And at that point in the lap, it is so important. The exit is so crucial, getting all the way out on the exit curve, because, well, Knockhill, it's such a short and snappy lap that if you mess up, even turn 3 at McIntyre's, even turn 2 at Leslie's, you run a little bit wide, you go too tight into McIntyre's, and then you've messed up essentially half the lap, because that's really when the circuit begins to wind up for butchers in the chicane.
And of course, moving a bit further on that as well, you get to the slightly quicker section out of Clark's down the back straight and into the hairpin, and then you're already at the end of the lap essentially. But even though it's the quicker part, it's still very tricky. Yeah, I mean, the quicker part really does start building up from butchers. I mean, it's a sweeping downhill right-hander, a lot of confidence on the front. I mean, during my first couple laps there, during my first season here actually, I didn't manage to get my knee down, which, looking back at it, pretty embarrassing through butchers. But again, it's all about confidence, and then through the chicane, which, well, as we already spoke about, is so tricky. It's completely blind on the entry, you can't see it. And actually what I used to do, and don't, for riders there watching at home, maybe don't take it just for advice, but it's a crucial bit of advice, because you look at the curbs, and I used to aim for basically between the normal curb and the sausage curb. There's a little slit in between the two of them. Aim the front wheel through there and just shoot it out. Almost ignore the right hand curb at the top, because when you're approach to the corner, you cannot see the top of it at all before you head towards the likes of Clark. So just having that know-how and knowledge of how wide the track's going to be when you get to the top, to extend it all the way to the exit curb, carry the entire corner speed all the way through, wind up the power, and then, as you mentioned, onto Clark's, a very fast sweeping right-hander, a lot of camber, and it's slightly uphill too. You can brake so much deeper than what you initially think. The first couple laps that you head to Clark's, you're braking so early and just trying to wind up that confidence, wind up that corner speed, rely on the front tyre, because obviously that's your momentum all the way down the back straight. I mean, we speak about it, going on to the back straight, a slight kink left-hander, we count it as a corner, but at the end of the day, it's not really, it's flat out. You do spin up the rear tyre through there, you can shred it up, even especially on cold mornings with some cold tear, with it being Knockhill. And then down the back straight, I mean, it's when we talk about Knockhill being so physically demanding, it looks like a circuit on paper that's relatively simple, but the undulations are one thing. Then when you go down the back straight, heading towards a hairpin, before you even reach the hairpin, pretty much at where you want to begin to brake, it's just a ripple of bumps. The rear tyre's moving all over the shop, it's moving left, right, up, down, and just trying to keep that rear tyre, have the weight on the back, is a key to getting your bike stopped going into the hairpin. The hairpin, as we spoke about, it's a little bit uphill, and well, it's so tricky. We've seen some crashes here today at the hairpin, and there used to be at the hairpin a little square patch of tarmac that you used to almost aim your apex for, to clip a late apex out of the corner so you can get sat up on the fat part of the tyre and onto the front straight, where the front straight, I mean, we spoke to some riders here today, it's all about keeping that front wheel down. And yeah, I mean, it's a short lap, less than a minute long, and pretty much every single bike out there, if not some bikes, some classes, will be dipping into the 40-second mark in a very, very good day. So yeah, low 50s at the very least. So yeah, a very good lap, very fun lap, and loads of riders seem to enjoy it because it is a pure roller coaster up here in Scotland. Yeah, I mean, it's enjoyable, but as you just mentioned, very, very physical, very busy as well. Because it's such a short lap, because it's so quick, there's not a lot of time to rest. So towards the end of the races, you might get riders starting to flag a little bit, and especially looking towards our Bike Alloys endurance as well, it's going to be tough for those guys.
Yeah, it's going to be extremely tough. I mean, even during sprint races back in the day, I was only on a Supertwin, but even then, I mean, whether it be very unfit bike-wise, or just how physically demanding the track is, I mean, arm pump is a very much a possibility. It's so easy at Knockhill, just a little bit too much straining your arms, and then especially for the endurance boys and girls, by the end of their first or second stints, they're going to be feeling it to an extent. And I mean, I wouldn't want to be them, certainly with the way the weather's looking this weekend, because it looks like this sun is going to be staying out.
Well, fingers crossed. Perhaps the trickiest part of Knockhill, potentially, when it comes to racing, is the start. Obviously, it's the most difficult, the most dangerous part of any race, but here, of course, if you're starting on the downhill slope, you've got to be holding the brakes, then you've got to get it right, and then, of course, as you've already mentioned, the blind up is different, everybody piling into there on lap number 1. What's the best way to negotiate that?
In the moment. I mean, there's been some races where generally on the outside has been the beneficial line, because then by the time you get to Leslie's, you're on the inside, and then you can take the correct line going into McIntyre's at turn 3. I mean, zone, you're already thinking about turn 3 when you're going into turn 1, and especially at a race start. So yeah, it's a super tricky start. I've had the luxury, I guess you could say, of racing this circuit in reverse direction as well, doing the hairpin as turn 1 in reverse direction. Hello everybody and welcome to round 7 of the No Limits racing season. Bikes, well, they're already out on circuit. You can hear a little bit more about Knockhill later on this afternoon during our lunch break. But already we're cracking on with things, and that's because the No Limits Club Sport Cup, the No Limits Streetbike Cup and the Fortis F900 Cup, a whole lot of cups out on circuit for the opening race of the day. 23 races coming up throughout this weekend, including a 500km Biker Lawyers endurance race this afternoon as well. So stay tuned, stay with us on NRTV, because myself, Lewis Ray and Ross McIntyre are bringing you through the entire thing. And well, Ross, I'm sure you're delighted to be here in the Scottish sunshine, surprisingly.
Yeah, very surprising, but it's been a blast of the last couple of days, setting up, everyone getting out there, testing across Friday. And now it's time to get going. 2 sighting laps, of course, for our riders here at Knockhill. So let's run through the grid with you for our first race of the weekend. It is, of course, the Club Sport Cup, the Streetbike Cup with Metzeler, and the Fortis F900R Cup. On pole position will be the 74 of Carl Beresford, Kenneth McLeod and Callum Hurst rounding out the front row. Row 2 behind Jamie Bayliss, the 848 of Benjamin Berry, and then Finn Page. Then it's Fraser Murch, Aaron McGregor and Paul Rogers. Evan Brailsford rounds out the top 10. He's joined by Declan McLennan and Tom Drew. P13, Matthew Maynard. 14th and 15th is Roger Lovelace and Luke Sprout. Then it's Ryan Arnold, Lee Rawlings and Tony Alexander. Row number 7, we've got Chris Rawlings, Carl Bayliss and Michael Partridge. They're followed by Peter Dugan, John Hunt and Liam Sutherland. Mark Felton is the last rider who set a lap time in qualifying. Scott Wall and Daniel Brown, P26 and P27, if they are to be joining us, having not completed a valid lap in the qualifying sessions. But, well, the sun has now tucked itself behind a little bit of a cloud here at Knockhill, but we are all ready and raring to go. The first time that No Limits Racing has ever made a trip north of the border. And what a place to do it at as well. A circuit that challenges you, a circuit that is difficult, that will bite back, and a circuit that is very, very busy as well. No time to rest out here in this 12-lap race. The riders making their way into the grid spot. It's been about a month now since our last time out at Cadwell. A long old time, given we had 3 very close together back-to-back rounds, including our Biker Lawyers 12 hours of Anglesey. But it's been great to be back here at No Limits Racing. It's been great to see the faces, to catch up with people you've not seen in a little while. Yes, the rest was nice as well. But this is what we've all been waiting for. This is what it is all about. As the riders are ready to go. Guys, it is showtime here at Knockhill. It is all eyes to our red lights as the revs rise for our first race of the weekend. We're underway in the Club Sport Cup, the Streetbike Cup with Metzeler and the F900Rs as well, bombing our way towards Duffers Dip. Who's going to get the inside line? Callum Hurst up to second place. Brave move there. Will be Beresford that leads from pole position, though, into McIntyre's for the first time. Looks like we've all made it through cleanly through the first couple of corners before we get to the Larry chicane where you can't see your way through. They have taken the sausage curbs away for us this weekend, so at least there's no risk of smashing into those before Clarkson. Already, Lewis Ray, we're coming towards the back end of the lap.
Yeah, Ken McLeod there, getting caught up ever so slightly at Duffus Dip, having to go down the escape road, and then, losing a few positions. So down into what looks to be P5 out on circuit, but Callum Hurst gaining some ground in the braking zone yet again. Jamie Bayliss remaining in third, slightly different line there, and McLeod already picking up a few places up into P4 yet again now, as we make our way down the start-finish straight for the first time of Askin, headed on to lap 2 of 12 here in race 1 already. Beresford's gap, well, it's almost half a second. Great stuff so far for him. Hurst though in chase, just trying to gain some momentum round McIntyre's.
heading on the throttle yet again. They tip it downhill almost, down into the dip through Butchers, as we mentioned, up through chicane now. I think the scripts were taken away a couple of weeks ago after an incident in a car race at the circuit. Some spectacular images coming out from that, and luckily everyone okay from it too. Now though, out of Clark's, this is where the rear tyre just begins to spin up, and obviously, we know exactly how fast Beresford's bike is in a straight line. That Triumph, it is not down in horsepower for sure.
It certainly is a bit of a rocket ship compared to the 600 machines that we see out here, but here at Knockhill, not all necessarily about power, especially in the earlier part of the lap, as somebody deep there and onto the gravel, but keeps it on two wheels. Believe that may have been Fraser Much. No, in fact, Benjamin Berry, it looks like. No, it was Fraser Much, who's on the 87. He's dropped down to 5th place on his BMW, just pushing in a little bit deep there. That's something we talked about earlier in the weekend, Lewis, when talking about the track is coming out of that last corner. It's on a little bit of a banking. You're going uphill. It's bumpy on the way and very, very easy to get greedy on the throttle and push it out wide, but then there's not really any space for you to go for the lead. There goes Callum Hurst on the run out of the chicane. That's a nice move, and trying to follow him as well. There does go Benjamin Berry. Carl Beresford will hold on to 2nd place.
Some new bodywork this weekend for Benjamin Berry. That Honda is looking much nicer than what it has the previous rounds, or even yesterday for sure, but now looking to the battle back straight away. That's Beresford. Move already done, using the power, just getting by, and we've seen half a lap ago, Callum Hurst move, that is textbook stuff. It's so impressive and it's so surprising, and just how late you can brake at Clark's. Obviously slightly uphill as well for them. Coming down the main straight though, back towards Duffus Dip on lap 4 of the action. It's still Beresford to the lead as we have a little look at the group behind. Jamie Bayliss leading this one. McLeod now looking to make the move over at McIntyre's, running wide in the process, and now getting bunched up. Fraser Much as well, local rider, local roundy. What a good result here.
He will indeed. A lot of Scottish wildcards joining us for this one. A lot of, regular Scottish riders with us at No Limit enjoying their home round. Whoa, Benjamin Berry getting all sorts of out of shape on the curb at Clark's. And somebody else running it very, very deep as well onto the AstroTurf, but still on two wheels. Beresford back to the lead for the time being. Hurst looking to that inside, but it's so bumpy on the run into that final hairpin. You're modulating the brakes the whole way through. So easy to just get it a bit wrong and tuck the front because you use too much brake as the bike gets light. It is tricky around this little Scottish circuit. Beresford holding on. Hurst looking left and right now to the inside at McIntyre's. He'll force Beresford to sit up. Beresford looking back to the inside on the exit, can't get it. The 14 back to the front of this race, and Benjamin Berry getting the best view of the bunch, just biding his time, waiting for the opportunity, waiting for that moment to reveal itself. Now it does, to the inside at Clark's, gets squeezed and can't quite find it. Our front three are very, very tight here and not far away from them. Is McLeod, the leading BMW rider in P4. Because it's so busy here, Lewis, you do tend to see that the riders stick a bit closer together than you might expect at other circuits we visit in No Limits Racing, because you haven't really got a lot of time to get away from anyone.
Yeah, you've not got a lot of time here at Knockhill to get away from someone. It's a short, snappy circuit, as we said, and we've seen a few laps ago just how easy it is to make one simple mistake, and then you've lost ground, you've lost momentum, you've lost time for the next 3 or 4 corners. And Beresford down to 3rd after such a great start, and now he's forced to battle away with Benjamin Berry. This is only going to play into the hands of Callum Hurst at the head of the race. Super quick lap times from them at low 50s at the moment, a 53.3 being the fastest lap of the race. That is no other than Kenny McLeod in P4. Obviously hugely experienced rider, not only at No Limits but also on the British Superbike paddock. The rear end there just snapping the bike into place as Callum Hurst wrestles it over to the left on the exit of Clark. Curve into Taylor's hairpin though for lap 6 of 12. Half race distance here, Ross, and it looks like it might bunch up yet again. Fraser Much on the attack of Jamie Bayliss now. It's great to see the F900s getting into the mix with the slightly faster Supersport 600s.
It is indeed. It's apparently the timing tower thinks it's qualifying. Don't worry, we are underway in our racing here at Knockhill. It's the first race of the weekend if you have just joined us. I got speaking to Carl Beresford's family on our setup day, and I know he's not particularly happy with the suspension this weekend. It's the first time he's been to Knockhill, stuck the thing on pole. Yes, we know that Triumph is rapid in a straight line, but clearly acclimatising to the track quickly, but just not quite comfortable, not quite happy in the bike. Maybe that's why in a racing context he's not perhaps bolting away or holding on to that lead as much as he would like. In fact, now dropping back quite considerably. So then there were 2 up the front, Hurst and Berry, it would seem, for the race lead. Of course, both of them in at the Club Sport Cup. None of our 3 classes in this race race have their championships able to be mathematically decided this weekend. We do have a couple of classes that can get wrapped up here around.
Is that
7.
number 14 of Callum?
Well, no, it's not the 14 of Callum Hurst.
Or 74 of Beresford, actually. That could be the Triumph there down at the bottom of Duffus Dip. Yeah, that's definitely the Triumph. Carl Beresford, he's gone down there. The yellow flag's, of course, out when the approach to Duffus Dip, so he's lost the front, probably you'd imagine, on the entry, or just lost it at the bottom of the corner as well. I've done that a couple of times in the past, but yeah, massive shame for him, and that's only going to help Callum Hurst and play into the hands, of course, of the likes of Benjamin Berry. Now, Benjamin Berry trying to pile on the pressure. It was 0.4 of a second last time around. That gap has well and truly came down.
It has indeed. Berry putting all the pressure on and then some, but Callum Hurst holding firm on that Kawasaki as we're approaching very shortly lap 9. It's very short races, it would seem, here at Knockhill for Saturday at least, but it's still very physical. The riders will be so knackered because you haven't really got a lot of time to rest. There's
he's pulling in.
Oh, what a shame for Callum Hurst, and you can see the frustration, you can see the anger as the hand went up. It must have been such a quick moment out of the final hairpin, but that bike, something going wrong, and he comes into pit lane, and that means that Benjamin Berry, in the grand scheme of things, with 3 to go, is essentially home and dry.
He was pointing there to the tail unit of his bike there, so I wonder if it's a problem with the seat. But of course, we'll have to wait and see. Hopefully later on in the day we can grab a word of him if hopefully he returns to podium ways. Still though, continuing on, this is only playing into the hands of Benjamin Berry. 2.7 seconds at this point, Ross. It's a case of just trying to bring it home, while the likes of McLeod and Fraser Much hopefully can have a good battle, because of course this is not just for overall podium honours, this is for the race win in the Fortis F900R Cup. Obviously it's also going to promote the likes of Jamie Bayliss up yet another position, up into second in class for him as well. P4 out in circuit, he's currently running. Finn Page as well, a good race so far for him, now running inside the top 5 as well on our TSL timing sheet. It's just going to be Callum Hurst's name that goes tumbling down the order. What a shame for them. There's Finn Page though, beginning to pile on a little bit of pressure on Jamie Bayliss this time around, it's fair to say. He's way too far back though to get a move made at McIntyre. You need to be lined up nice and early on the brakes there, almost level with them, or at least showing the front wheel to be able to get a move done there.
Yeah, you do indeed. Benjamin Berry, quickest lap of the race last time as well, a 53.051. That is 0.2 quicker than anybody else has managed in this contest so far. And of course, 2 BMWs on the podium, or the overall podium at the moment. I don't think we've seen that yet this season, so great to see that those guys are able to be competitive with the overall field.
2 Scottish riders as well.
Yeah, now that is something we were expecting. We were expecting the Scottish riders to have not necessarily a home track advantage. Of course, there are other racing circuits in Scotland available, but certainly have the advantage. They're the ones that are going to know this place. Again, it's the first time that No Limits has come here. It's the first time a lot of the riders have been here as well. On Thursday night, it was actually a guided track walk from somebody at the circuit. It was basically pointing out, here's where you need to brake, here's this bump, etc., to give anybody who's new a little bit of a helping hand before jumping into the deep end.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, any kind of advice, any kind of hope you can get, even from some riders that have been here a couple of times for a track day or raced here in the past, it's so valuable. It's all about trusting the bike and trusting where the circuit is, where the bumps are as well, because where we are right now, there's a crash there. What a shame. Is that Fraser Much that's down at the top of the chicane? It is. Massive shame for Fraser, the Scottish rider. We were just speaking about him, and now having to pick his bike up the gravel trap at the top of the chicane. What a massive shame for him, and now, well, out of the podium positions.
Yeah, that's a real shame. At least he's up on his feet for the time being with the 87 from second place in class. Third place overall drops down the order. That promotes Jamie Bayliss on the 124 now, up into third overall. Of course, he also in the Club Sport Cup. In terms of the Streetbike Cup with Metzeler, it's Roger Lovelace down in P12 who seems to be the leading rider. So the Streetbike guys may be struggling a little bit in comparison to our Club Sport Cup and Fortis F900R Cup riders. We are now on the final lap of this contest. So short and sharp. It's only a 50-odd second lap for these guys, around a 53 to be exact. They'll be even quicker with some of the quicker classes. Benjamin Berry in the 848 is set to be home and dry very, very shortly.
Yeah, what a great ride it's been for Benjamin Berry. The others have had technical issues. There's been blunders throughout, but P1 in the opening race of the weekend goes the way of the 848. Benjamin Berry hits P1 here at Knockhill. It's going to be Kenny McLeod in P2. First place in the F900s as well. Jamie Bayliss, third place overall for him. Second in class. Finn Page, P3 in class as well. And now Brailsford, P5. Thomas Drew P6 overall. McGregor just over the line, he comes. Maynard and Rogers 2. And then McClellan P10 as well. Lovelace just waiting for him to cross line. Arnold Rollins, Carl Bayliss and Alexander rounds out the top 15. So a solid right there for them. But Benjamin Berry taking the opening race win here in Scotland.
He is indeed. It was a little bit of lady luck on his side there, with issues, of course, for Callum Hurst and Carl Beresford as well. But it is Benjamin Berry who takes victory. McLeod second, first in the F900. Then Jamie Bayliss, followed by Page, Brailsford, Drew, McGregor, Maynard, Rogers and McLennan, rounding out your top 10. Then Roger Lovelace in P11. He is the race winner in the Club Sport, or the Street Bike Cup with the Metzeler, should I say. Followed by Ryan Arnold, Lee Rawlings, Carl Bayliss, Tony Alexander, Peter Dugan, Michael Partridge, Chris Rollings, Liam Sutherland, John Hunt rounds out our top 20 riders. A lap down at the end for some of these guys. Then it's Fraser Much, who we saw go down. Mark Felton at a couple laps down. He may have had an issue on his F900R as well. And then Callum Hurst, Carl Beresford and Luke Sprout all encountering issues. It looks like Scott Wall and Daniel Brown, unfortunately, not able to take the start of the race. So one race down here at Knockhill, Lewis Ray. And it's what we were expecting, to be fair. Even though it's our first time here as No Limits Racing, you never know with a new track. But it's close racing, it's busy. A couple of riders getting bit, but they were all straight up and on their feet, which is the main thing. Hopefully the bikes are all right as well, and we can see them out tomorrow, of course, or if anyone's out there in the endurance later on, we can see them out there for our Biker Lawyers Knockhill 500km event. But close racing, very, very busy racing, and given it's only 12 laps for the riders today, up to 14 tomorrow outside of our UK Armed Forces Inter-Services race, just a lot of aggression, short and sharp, just people kind of laying down the gauntlet a bit early.
Yeah, just trying to get yourself a gap, get yourself in a nice trap position as well. You don't want to be making up a lot of time. You don't want to be forced to have a lot of work to do in these short races. Throughout today, now we will have around 12 laps for every single sprint race, and then of course 500 kilometres for our endurance. Then tomorrow we spruce things up a little bit. 14 laps for every single race, bar of course the UK Armed Forces Inter-Service Championship. A little bit of a mouthful still, but one of our best classes that we have, they have their sole race of the weekend just after lunch tomorrow. That's going to be back to 12 laps. But good to see Fraser up on his feet, and actually hopefully he can be able to ride that back to pit lane, at the very least get it out of the gravel trap. So yeah, for Fraser, not what he'd be home for at his home round at all. And well, the top of the chicane, not somewhere that you want to be going down either. It's a very, very quick place. It's somewhere that can catch you as well. The bike, whenever you really begin to push through the chicane, the bike really does begin to move about from underneath you. It's getting comfortable with the movement there and just knowing where the curves are going to be, because you want to be extended all the way to the outside curve for a good run up to Clark's. But the Marshall's obviously doing a great job helping them out. And well, there we go. Recovery job getting done as well over by McIntyre's, and then hopefully we're not too far away. I did just see the officials not too long ago mark all the grid slots, so maybe a couple of riders getting a little bit confused on the grid and where they're actually meant to be. So yeah, they'll be going down on chalk, and hopefully it'll be helping the next race of the day, which will be the SORN cover stock twins, the Trackday Addicts Supertwins, and of course the No Limits next gen sport bikes. A little bit of a mix there with the lower powered stock twins, the spruced up super twins, and of course the new, improved, and what really seems to be taking the racing world by storm, the next gen sport bikes. And I believe there's quite a few local riders in this one as well. It's going to be the theme of the day, of course, because pretty much every single grid is a complete sellout. I mean, whenever you look at things like the NL 500s, we're maxed out capacity wise on the grid here. We're able to have slightly less riders than what we would at a Donington Park or a Brands Hatch in terms of the field, but still really great grid numbers yet again. Good to see so many riders making the trip up north.
It certainly is, and either riders making the trip up north or being wildcard entries into this weekend. It's great to see such a busy event here at Knockhill, and we've still got plenty of racing to come here on Saturday, and then of course all across Sunday as well for round number 7 of the No Limits Racing season in 2026. And of course myself, Ross McIntyre, Lewis Ray alongside me, we will be bringing it to you live and free here on NLR TV. Do make sure you let us know how you find rewinding the action so far at Knockhill and where in the world you're watching from, and if you're supporting anybody here as well. Now, this next race, Lewis, we got a little bit of a break, it seems, just an Operation Sweep going on from the Marshals. We do have a championship that could get wrapped up in this next race. Lewis Smart is currently 183 points clear of Louisa Benny in the Next Gen Sportbikes. There's only 3 riders on the entry list for the Next Gen Sportbike class so far this weekend. Could be more with last minute additions, but that's what we've got according to our information. If he's 200 points clear after this race, he is champion. End of story. So he essentially needs to finish and have Louisa Benny not finish, and he can do it theoretically. I think it's probably more likely that it will go down to the next race at the very least, because Louisa, of course, a very, very consistent rider who is always home round as well, so she'll be wanting to finish strong. But then in the next race, even if the gap increases or decreases, it's then all advantage to Lewis Smart, because he only has to be 175 clear at the end of race number 2. So it's looking good for Lewis Smart. He's one of the championships that we are realistically expecting to go this weekend. But of course, it's motor racing. You never know what's going to happen. But you've got to think, is there maybe a little bit of pressure on that young man's shoulders?
I think Lewis Smart, well, we've spoken to him a couple of times this year, I think it's fair to say that, that's because he's been so dominant, so consistent. But after a race, he's one of the coolest, calmest characters that we have in the entire paddock. I mean, what stands out to me is at Caswell Park, when he dominated proceedings from start to finish, we were speaking about how comfortable, how consistent he was out on track, that it looked almost easy for him. And then he came in and discussed the fact that his seat unit was half broken and nearly fallen off 3/4 way through the race. So even with some issues throughout the year, he's been able to overcome the odds and take victory. So Lewis Smart, definitely one to look out for. Funnily enough, also racing in the British Superbike paddock, having a pretty good season there as well. I'm sure he'll be chasing slightly higher results for the final couple of rounds. He was gaining some track time there at Cadwell Park, but still, Lewis Smart, he's done a good job all year, certainly here at No Limits, building ground as well for future races in the British Superbike paddock as well.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, I had a pretty solid weekend here when BSB rolled into town as well a little while ago. I think he was at the top end of the mid-pack. That's just going off the top of my head. I'll have a look and see if I can find some results to confirm that. But again, if those results that I think are correct are anything to go by, he could be in for a very good weekend as well. I mean, of course, we know how good he is in this championship. We know how good the bike is as well. And again, championships on the line. So is there pressure, or is he just going to go in it cool, calm and collected and get out there and see how he goes? Only time will tell. Race number 2 of the weekend coming up very, very shortly, and it will be our twins, the SORN Cover Stock Twin Trophy, the Trackday Addicts Supertwin Trophy, and as we've been talking about, the No Limits Next Gen Sportbike. Neither of the twins championships can go this weekend in the SORN Cover Stock Twins. It is Noah Guillory. He's got a 43-point lead over Enzo Tobias Laturco himself, a further 16 ahead of George Dudson in P3. In the Super Twins, it is John Coughlin who has a 32-point advantage over Charlotte Macuzzo, then some 40 points back from her in P3, Liam Kirk. So he's a little way back, but still very much within championship contention. Those are actually some of the tightest championships we've got here at No Limits round number 7. That's to be expected, to be fair. Twins racing can be pretty close together for the most part, and of course as well, we've had a couple of riders missing rounds, etc, etc, but it's good to see that we do have championships. Even if one is potentially going this weekend, we've got 2 in this race that are looking like they're going to be going right down to the final round when we head back to Donington Park.
Yeah, exactly. Plenty to look forward to, and plenty of surprises in this race as well. Jack Dunnaby starting this one on pole position. He's on a Beyond this weekend as well. So almost 450 Beyond. So almost it's still a GP style chassis on it. It's all about corner speed still. So Jack's in pole position at 51.560, which is a ridiculous time on that bike. A 51.8 from Lewis Smart as well. Kean McDonald, as I should say, is starting P3. Great to see him even on the grid. He's had a clutch change so far this weekend, and well, we all seen the crash that he had at this very circuit whenever he did his British Superbike wildcard. So great to see them put the work back in, get that Pirelli rebuilt and get him back on circuit. Graham Barr as well, keep your eye out for Graham, starting P4. Chris Duncan as well, Chrissy Duncan, able to wrestle about any kind of bike it seems, is Chrissy. A lot of road racing experience as well for him, P5. P5. As you mentioned, John Coughlin starting P6. Tyler Viveros starts P7 alongside Charlotte Macuso and Liam Kirk. Louisa Benny goes from P10, so keep your eye on her. She was running about P8, I think, for most of qualifying, as Scott Page and Lewis Cox rounds out row 4. Ian Toon, Noah Gilray and Kieran Smith rounds out row 5, with George Dudson, Blake Didwell and Tommy Phillips P18. So of course reigning champion in the stock twins, Blake Didwell starting 17th. Polly Richardson, Callum Wren and Seb Evidence goes from the top 21, with Henry Sheehan taking up the final spot in terms of lap time set in qualifying, as there were some issues for Archie White and Thomas Corfon West. But luckily already the riders heading back to the grid now, ready for race start, and then hopefully we can get things underway. So the twins always one to look out for, and it's going to be a race to watch. Keep your eyes on, of course, Jack Dunnaby. You would expect to try to get some clean air, and if that boy is able to run his own lines, I mean, he's currently battling for a Moto4 British Cup Championship this year. If he's able to run his own lines on that Beyond machine, you'd expect him to be off into the distance. But Lewis Smart is going to put up a challenge here for sure. He may be able to wrap up a championship this weekend, Ross, but still, all his attention is going to be on is winning this race.
Very much is, of course, to wrap up the championship in this race. Things do have to go Lewis Smart's way a little bit, but even if he wins and he doesn't get the title in race number 1, race number 2 tomorrow looking very, very likely. I was trackside at the top of Duffers Dip yesterday watching Dunnaby. He is so good into turn number 1, so he will surely be getting the whole shot if he gets a good start, given his bravery, as we do have riders making their way out onto their sighting laps now. Again, there was just a brief delay between the races, bit of a sweep up being done by the marshals. Looked like there was no Keir McDonald on the outside of row number 1, so the 146 may be missing from this race, so it could only be Dunnaby and Smart on the front row. We'll wait to see if maybe he just lined up at the back of the grid before we get going on our sighting lap, or if maybe he's just not joining us or didn't make it out in time. We'll wait and see. But row 2 behind Graham Barr, Chris Duncan, John Coughlin, again championship leader there in the Trackday Addicts Supertwin Trophy. Keep your eye on that. Tyler Viveros is 7th, Charlotte Macuso in P8, also in the title hunt for the Supertwins. Liam Kirk 9th. Louisa Benny rounds out the top 10. Again, she needs to get the best results possible if she does want to make it to the next round, still being in the title hunt. There we did see Keir McDonald.
Yeah, so there he is, there in the bright yellow bike.
So he's either starting from the back for some reason, or he just was at the back of the grid before we got going on our 2 sighting laps. So he should be starting from P3. We know he's there at least. Behind Louisa Benny, we've got Scott Page and Lewis Kirk. Then row number 5, Ian Toon, Noah Gilray, Kieran Smith. Noah again looking to continue his solid form in the stock twins. Then we see George Dudson, Blake Dibble, Tommy Phelps, Polly Richardson, Callum Wren, Seb Evenden, Henry Sheehan, Archie White and Thomas Corthorne West. No lap times in qualifying for the last 2 on the grid. So couple of wild cards. We are getting a full front row hopefully, unless Keir McDonald has other ideas and just wants to try have a bit of fun out here at Knockhill. But again, it's going to be a lot of eyes to Jack Dunnaby and Lewis Smart. Smart because he can wrap up the title in this race, or certainly put one hand on it anyway if things don't quite go his way luck-wise. But Dunnaby as well, one of the real stars of the Moto4 British Cup, who will be fighting for a place in Red Bull Rookies next year, and really is one of the next big things in British motorcycle racing. And now we get to see what he can do for us here at No Limits Racing.
Yeah, we get to see what he has in the tank for us, and it's going to be an interesting one. It's going to be a race to watch for sure. Of course, Chrissy Duncan as well, starting from row 2. He has so much experience on a twin, and well, now he's going to be looking to convert that, at least for the Super Twin win. Let's keep in mind Lewis Smart is on the next gen Sportbike, not a Super Twin, as is Graham Barr. Now then, just slotting into position, we're nearly ready to get going for the opening race of the weekend for the SORN cover stock twins, Trackday Addicts Super Twins, and the next gen Sportbikes powered by Pirelli. The final couple rounds does make their way. It looks like Keir McDonald will be starting from the back of the grid. He places himself into position. He's got a lot of work to do on this one, but now all the talking can stop. The green flag waves at the back, the red lights will go on in just a few moments time, and then we can get the horsepower underway. Race 2 of our weekend does get underway now. Revs do rise. And we are off. It's a good start from Lewis Smart, as you would expect. That 450 slightly slower off the line. Jack Dunnaby looking though to carry all the momentum into Duffus Dip. He is in second place still, and now already on the hunt. Chrissy Duncan up into third place for the time being. A bad start so far for Barr, losing a little bit of ground, but this is where Jack Dunnaby can well and truly begin to wind things up. Through Butchers, already locked onto the back wheel of Lewis Smart, and onto the horsepower towards Clark Curve for the first time of asking in race 2, and looking already around the outside on Lewis Smart. But Lewis Smart, he's having to push hard on lap 1 here. A lot of movement from that rear tyre already, and now Jack Dunnaby looking to line up a move down at the hairpin. Who's going to be latest on the brakes? And so far it's still Smart who leads, but he's having to push on lap 1.
He is indeed. You can see the bikes moving all over the bumps on the way into the hairpin.
Just Keane McDonald already.
Keane McDonald, yeah, working his way through. Great start from him. Dunnaby, a little pickup from the front wheel as well away from the line. I think he just dropped the clutch a little bit too quickly, but doesn't really matter because he's already pushing that 32 and then some as they're back into McIntyre's on lap number 2. Smart holds on for the time being, but that's 63 looking left, right and everywhere, but a little bit further back, maybe a bike length, maybe even half a bike length than he was on lap number 1, so hasn't quite got the clear air that Dunnaby would have wanted, but he can push on. Of course, Dunnaby a wild card this weekend. He doesn't score any championship points. He's just here for a bit of track time, bit of fun, and to show the world what he can do as well on that 450. Look at the run into the hairpin, maybe a little bit too far back as we glance further back as well. There's Keane McDonald still working his way through the pack. Some gaps being formed as well. There is the number 17. That's Charlotte Macuzzo in P7 at the moment on the R7. Of course, 7th in the Trackday Addicts Supertwin trophy. Moves being made everywhere into the hairpin. It is really the prime overtaking opportunity here at Knockhill, even given the difficulty on the approach into the corner, but you just get it stopped on the anchors. It's quite wide on the way in. That's where you'll be seeing a lot of moves set up.
Yeah, exactly. That was Louise Benny there making up a move. So 2 positions gained for her over the last couple of laps. She sits P2, most importantly in the next gen sport bikes, which is not going to play into the hands of the likes of Lewis Smart. And well, you would imagine as things stand, things wouldn't be wrapped up here today. But Jack Dunnaby looking to get any amount of slipstream, looking to latch onto the back of Lewis Smart, but well, he's going to be very, very brave on the brakes down into the hairpin. They're side by side all the way through, and well, Jack Dunnaby not able to make it work. I think this is going to be the theme of the race. Smart versus Dunnaby. Dunnaby having to make up from the lack of the horsepower wherever he can. Over the start finish straight ahead yet again. Dunnaby was ahead there over the line ever so slightly, and he's done it already. So now this is going to be an important lap. This is where the 63 really needs to wind up the anchors, and if Lewis Smart wants to attack, he needs to disrupt his rhythm now.
He does indeed, but let's wait and see if Dunnaby can try and break free. Now he's got that breathing space in front of him. If we finish as we do, the championship gap on the sport bikes goes up to 187 points. So it's not enough for Smart to take the title in race 1, but it needs to be a 175 point gap at the end of race number 2. Then it's looking good. Given there's only 3 sport bikes out there, he basically just needs to finish and he'll get it done. Dunnaby already starting to pull a couple of bike lengths. Smart very hot on the run into the hairpin. That's going to cost him time on the exit a little bit, so we should be seeing that gap. Well, it was 0.02 of a second last time. This time nearly 0.9 of a second separating them. So Dunnaby starting to push forward and pull away on lap number 5 of 12. Gian Duncan up into P3 now as well on the Aprilia, so he's moved forward on the 119. Then it's Keane McDonald in P4 on the 146, so he's up to P2 in class for him, so getting a move on clearly. Leading the way, meanwhile, in the stock twins, who else would it be? It's Noah Guillory, a bit of a gap back to Didwell and Wren in P2 and 3, 16th and 17th respectively.
Yeah, good race so far. Good battle here as well, and that looks to be against Benny and Cox. Louise Benny down the inside over at McIntyre's, pushing Cox wide all the way to the exit curb. So yeah, good scrap here. Obviously this not being for class position, but just pure track position for the final spot actually inside the top 10. But yeah, as you mentioned, a stunning ride so far from Keane McDonald. I mean, from the back of the grid, fighting your way through a lot of talent in this field this weekend. Imagine just to carve your way through. It shows why he had the pace to do a wild card in the British Championship. Looking up the inside though, yet again, that is going to be Cox on the inside, but too far back you would imagine on the 28. So settles back in behind, and well, I think this battle's going to rage on all the way to the end yet again, just for track position out on circuit, which will be so important for tomorrow as well.
It certainly is. because, again, there's not a horrendous amount of overtaking opportunities here at Knockhill. There are a couple, and of course you do see moves, but it's more trying to force your opponent into a mistake kind of place than getting the spectacular done, even if you do, of course, see that. We've seen a few times in this race already at a couple of corners. So track position, very, very important here. There's just not really the time. There's not really the space out on the tarmac to get things happening, to set moves up. It's only a touch over 2 kilometers. I think it's like 2.083 or something like that. Again, that's a touch over a mile in old money. So it's probably the shortest circuit that we're racing on this season. In fact, it definitely is the shortest circuit that we're racing on this season. So again, track position just very, very important. Dunnaby 1.5 clear of Lewis Smart. Smart himself, well, he is 11 seconds clear of Duncan in P3. So the front two, I think they're pretty happy. Already starting to encounter traffic as well is Lewis Smart on lap 7 of 12. This could potentially bring him back up to Dunnaby if Dunnaby catches somebody in the wrong place. And that's something he was complaining about when we spoke to him earlier in the weekend after his Moto 4 weekend at Thruxton. So traffic not his friend at the moment. Let's see if that's a trend that continues here at Knockhill.
Hopefully not for him. Now Keane McDonald looking up the inside of Chrissy Duncan, sets up Chrissy Duncan, and now back down the position. So that is a swap for the race lead in the Trackday Addicts Supertwins. A great move from the 146. A really aggressive move as well. Not afraid to get his elbows out with such an experienced rider. They're headed towards Duffus Dip now, and it's still McDonald ahead of Duncan for the time being. What response does Chrissy have? We're going to have to wait and see for this one, but almost a good thing with Jack Dunnaby, with him being on this Beyond 450, he can carry so much corner speed, and with him being generally quicker than the people at the back of the field anyway, there is going to be places where he might need to take a slightly adventurous line, and with you able to carry a little bit more corner speed than some of the twins, that's exactly what you want to be able to do, and that's exactly what you want to be able to have in your back pocket. But continuing on, as you see lap 8 of 12 for the time being on Knockhill, just taking on to lap 9 actually, as Jack Dunnaby crosses the line. His advantage up to 2.2 seconds for the time being, but winds up the power yet again. Duncan, no response on this lap. What sort of time is this going to be from Keane McDonald? He crosses the line now. It's a 52.7 last time around, and well, it's yet again another superb lap, to say the very least. His personal best of the race. So Keane McDonald continuing to push on here as we're on lap 9 of 12 into the closing phases.
We are indeed, and it's all starting just to calm down a little bit in our twins and our sport bikes. Bit bigger gaps here and there than we were expecting. Still some moves being made, still some fights raging on. There is Lewis Smart to the hairpin once again, getting through. Didwell. Yeah, that is through on Blake Didwell. Lap traffic. Didwell down currently in P16. He's second in the Trackday Addicts, or the SORN cover stock twins, should I say. So clearly the stock twins not loving life that much here at Knockhill. They are considerably down on pace, it would appear, compared to the Super Twins, compared to our sport bikes as well. But Didwell holding on to a very solid second place at the moment, just ahead of Callum Wren in P3/P17, and that pressure is still being put on for the final podium places, should I say. So maybe we'll be seeing a switch there. Ren, really good run out of the chicane on the way into Clark's. So certainly thinking about it, just needs to try and execute it.
Yeah, just needs to try to execute the move for the time being. Of course, Blake Didwell, your reigning champion in the stock twin class. Callum Rennie was battling all season long with him on the old Suzuki SV 650s out there in circuit. Still pretty competitive bikes for the rage as well. And well, this is for second and third in class. Down in the overall position, so we're looking at P16 and P17. Over the line we do come, headed on to lap 11 or 12 for these guys. Jack Dunnaby, well, he's already halfway around the lap at this point. So yeah, it's a solid race, a solid ride from him, as yeah, they're going to have a few more bikes with them, you'd imagine, pretty soon to deal with. But they're having good fun out there, they're having their own battle, and most importantly, this is for championship points.
It certainly is, and of course in both of our twins categories, championships are very, very close. It's currently Blake Didwell in P4 in the stock twins. He is on 209, Callum Wren on 172, one place behind him in the championship table, so that could be crucial for their finishing position come at the end of the season, as there is Jack Dunnaby, who's continuing to just scythe his way through the traffic. I mean, how many people is he lapping?
Well, yeah, that's what I was about to say. He's nearly going to be lapping people. overall inside the top 10. He's just got through on Cox, the number 23 in P11, and now he's going to get through at McIntyre's, or not quite on Louisa Benny, get her through just on the entry to Butchers. Job done for himself. So now at this point, Jack Dunnaby has lapped everyone up to P9. I mean, it's sensational pace, and yet again it just goes to show this bike that carries so much more corner speed really does suit a circuit like Knockhill. On the final lap of action, of course, already winding up towards the checker flag. This is going to be an impressive ride from Jack Dunnaby. I mean, one more corner to go, just the Taylor's hairpin left for the 63. The Doctor's dangle all the way out, and then, well, tip it in, wind on the power, hopefully no front wheel pickup, and it is going to be job done. Victory on the cards. Race 2 of the weekend, race 1 for the next gen Sportbikes, Trackday, Addicts, Supertwins and the Stock Twins. Jack Dunnaby takes victory from Lewis Smart, who just crosses the line now through on Liam Cox, and now for the time being, Keane McDonald just getting through in the likes of Callum Wren. Quite a comfortable gap now between himself and Chrissy Duncan, you would say. So job done for him. From the back of the grid to P3. How do you like that? Keane McDonald takes third. What's going to be on the cards later on? We're going to have to wait and see his last lap in the 53s, but consistently running inside the 52s. So Keane McDonald, well and truly, could be in the opening couple of laps battle for victory. Is going to be Chrissy Duncan in P4. Barr does take P5, so good drive from Graham Barr, as Coughlin does take P6 ahead of Liam Kirk and Charlotte Makutso. We're just waiting for them to cross the line in a few moments time. Louisa Benny P9 for herself, with Tyler Viveros rounding at the top 10. Noah Gilroy did take victory in the Stock Twin category as well. So what a race we've just had there in race 2 of the weekend, and our first appearance and the only appearance of Saturday for the twins, guys and girls. Already though, riders making their way back into pit lane, and well, some of the bikes making their way down out on circuit. I believe in a few moments time, hopefully we should be able to hear from Mr. Ross McIntyre, who will be sprinting his way in his majestic kilt to go speak to our winners this time around. So Jack Dunnaby does take victory, of course, HC class for himself, as Lewis Smart takes the win in the next gen Sportbikes and P2 overall. Keane McDonald takes the Super Twin victory in P3 overall, with Chrissy Duncan, Graham Barr behind the podium places in class. Coughlin, Kirk, Marcuzzo and Louisa Benny P2 in class P9 overall, as Tyler Viveros rounds out the top 10. Just going for a couple more positions: Paige Cox, Ian Tune, Kieran Smith and Noah Gilroy rounds out the top 15. Gilroy victory in class as well. Seb Eviden rounds out the top 22, so a solid ride there for them. A massive grid, of course, for us this weekend in the twin class. Henry Sheehan, as we said, a few issues in qualifying. P21 as Archie White didn't make it out there on circuit yet again, so hopefully those issues that clearly be plaguing the number 13 can be fixed for later on. So what a race we had there already. We're looking forward to race 3 on our schedule, but I believe Mr. Ross McIntyre will be making his way down into Park Fermi in just a few moments time, as already we have the officials waiting on the grid. Of course, good thing about Knockhill, short snappy circuit does also mean we can get through the races nice and quick, so expect Sunday to be pretty speedy indeed. We did a good job at getting things done pretty swiftly down here, and also making some time up if there is any red flags. Hopefully none of those issues though so far this weekend. Everyone else seems to be enjoying the trip up the Scottish borders. The sun has been out here at Knockhill. It's a rare occasion. I'm sure everyone was expecting a little bit of rain, a little bit of drizzle on the cars, but things are looking pretty consistent throughout the entire weekend, and hopefully, just hopefully, it stays like that. Of course, though, Dunnaby, 5.8 seconds it was at the line, and yeah, it was a pretty convincing win, I think it's fair to say, over Lewis Smart. And Lewis Smart, well, he will be not only thinking about the championship here at No Limits, but his main objective will just be trying to learn a little bit more about that triumph. It's his first year really on it, his first year properly pushing it anyway, and well, he seems to be enjoying it, seems to be taking it by the scruff of the neck, and yeah, there's more track time before British Superbikes gets going. Go ahead. Just a few weeks time. Of course, he used Capital Park as a proper building weekend for him, for the British Superbikes. And now here at Knockhill, although BSB has already came to town and left for the year, it's still some good track time to gather some data for him. Obviously as well, the Triumph's triple cylinder machines as you would expect from Triumph. But unlike anything else that you really can race in the Supertwin category, but already actually it seems like the next race nearly ready to get going. Race 3 of the day, the Pirelli Super Series Sport and the No Limits Premier Sport Cup. They're going to be out on circuit. But yeah, as things stand, we can hopefully get things underway in a few moments' time for this next race. You can hear as well the wind, no surprise. Knockhill pretty gusty out here today. Obviously, it's not going to be affecting too many of our bikes, but certainly you're going to be able to feel it. Certainly over that start-finish straight, sometimes you can have the front wheel pick up on you just over the crest. Certainly on the right-hand side of the circuit, which seems to be a much more aggressive rise. And then if you get a gust of wind, especially a side wind, it can unsettle you a little bit, especially if there's not a steering damper installed on your bike. You can see Mark Neek there just poking his head out on the starting gantry. Good to have him back in the paddock as well. It's been a couple of rounds since we last seen Mark. He's had a busy few weeks to say the very least. But the next grid already loading up. And now we can turn our attention to how things are going to look for this 12-lap affair. A slightly smaller grid as well for this. It's been the theme of the season. However, it has produced some of, if not the best racing we have seen. And I think today is certainly going to be like that and a little bit more because, well, Owen Miller lines up in pole position and is the only only rider not from Scotland on the front row of the grids, with Brandon Russell and Ryan Burns joining him for company. Now, a little story on Ryan Burns, not to embarrass him too much, but he did enter the weekend initially in the wrong category, and he was almost going to be having to lock horns with likes of Tommy Fielden out on circuit until he realised he was entered in the 1,000 class, not the 600 class. It was a change of class whenever he actually got to the circuit. But on his trusty Kawasaki this weekend, and now we do head out for our warm-up laps. Owen Miller 51.641 in qualifying. He starts on pole position ahead of Brandon Russell and Ryan Burns. Matthew Dawes though does start P8, on the number 8 does start P4. Simon Aldridge starting P5 on the 111. Obviously a very, very busy weekend for Simon, racing in multiple classes as we've pretty much become accustomed to. There he is right at the back of the field. Kieran Sembianti starts P6, rounds out row 2 with Matthew Wood and Dylan Miller. Now Dylan Miller did have a tip-off yesterday, I believe it was, at the hairpin, so everything looks to be all good with that Kawasaki. Actually, it is Owen Miller's old Kawasaki that he's currently using. Liam Kiernan as well on the R9. He does go from P9 out on circuit as Lee McAllister does start P10 on row 4, and it's joined by Corey Barron and Aaron Dakin for company. Of course, Aaron, it's been a good season for him in class, but a pretty lonely season for him as well in class. He's not necessarily the greatest on track battles, but championship points have looked pretty consistent for him. Daniel Brown as well rounds out the field, hopefully, if he's able to make the start. P13 on the grid, he should qualify, but no time was set in qualifying. But on this front row, keep your eyes on Brandon Russell. He's rose through the ranks. He's raced a little bit of everything, starting on the 300s, then rising on to the Super Twins, having a couple of seasons on there, dabbling into the pre-injections as well, before now settling on the R6 and doing a solid job at that. I believe the whole family's here this weekend as well, with his younger brother Brooklyn Russell also here. But yeah, we do continue on. Just to finish off this warm-up lap, but Owen Miller on pole position. He's an excitable rider, and he's not afraid to get his finger out, to say the very least. We've seen a few issues from him this season, and whether it be technical issues, that Triumph running into a few electrical gremlins, it does seem, and with the throttle as well, if I remember right, over at Croft. And a few crashes as well, like at Cadwell Park, where he threw it down the road through an unforced error. Losing out on some valuable championship points, I think it's fair to say. His brother Dylan, though, will hopefully have an upset as well from row 3. So things nearly ready to get going here at Knockhill for race 3 of the day. Owen Miller on pole position, the 130, alongside Brandon Russell and Ryan Burns. They all look ready to go. Brandon looking nice and relaxed on row 1. It's where he's normally used to starting, up here at Knockhill. Now, though, the red lights will come on in just a few moments' time, and we can go racing for a great race in the Pirelli Super Series Sport Trophy in the No Limits Premier Sport Cup. We are away, and already the riders making the way towards Duffus Dip for the first time of asking. Ryan Burns was up the inside, but it does look like, a massive crash in the background, and that is going to be what looks to be Kieran Sembianti down, Owen Miller down as well on the entry to Duffus Dip. What a shame that was. We're keeping an eye on if this race does continue at the front. But as things stand, Brandon Russell does lead from Ryan Burns on this opening lap of action. Owen Miller, though, out of contention. Red flag now. So race stoppage straight away there. The officials doing the right thing. It looks like 3 bikes off there at turn 1. So a massive shame. And now we're just going to have to wait for a restart. But as things stood at the time of the red flag, it was Brandon Russell leading the way from Ryan Burns and Liam Kiernan in P3.
Yeah, real shame there, and a big crash at the top of Duffus Dip. Of course, did see a couple of riders up amongst the clouds of gravel, as you can see there.
Kieran Sembiante, Owen Miller and Matthew Dawes down there over at Duffus Dip. So a massive shame from them. And well, so far we have seen Kieran Sembiante and Matthew Dawes up on their feet already picking up the bikes, and Marshall's just trying to pick up Owen Miller's triumph for the time being. But what a shame that was there, because that is some key contenders in this race and in the championship battle.
Yeah, it certainly is, and a real shame as a result. And like you said, that could massively swing things championship-wise. Kieran Sembiante going into this weekend, 34-point advantage over Eddie Wormald, 54 points clear of Owen Miller. So he wasn't going to be able to wrap up the title, but if he was running well, could have given himself a massive advantage going forward. In the No Limits Premier Sport Cup, Aaron Dakin can mathematically do the title this weekend. He's on 184 points clear of Jamie Wilson, who it looks like we don't have.
Yes, there's no Jamie Wilson, so essentially
he needs to finish races, basically.
Well, yeah, he just needs to get to the finish line in this race and see what happens, obviously. All he needs by the time we get to 175 points left this season, he doesn't even need to score another point, as long as Jamie Wilson doesn't score any more points himself. But the officials at the moment have a little chat on the grid to Brandon Russell, just explaining what happened, certainly with the restart procedure, and how things are going to work. Obviously, they're used to racing in Scottish Championship, not with us here at No Limits, so a slightly different procedure for them. So just checking everything is the same. But Kieran Sembiante now, bike coming out the gravel trap. I have seen everyone at least up on their feet, obviously, so good initial signs from them. But we send our best wishes to all 3 of the riders involved there at turn 1. Yet again, it just shows that you can get easily bunched up at Knockhill at Duffus Dip. We did speak about it yesterday, how tricky it is at a race start and how easy it is to get bunched up, and with the track falling away from you, it's a lot to ask sometimes on the front tyre.
Yeah, it is, and especially with everybody barreling in there as well, so easy for a little bit of contact to spark just a chain pinball reaction, which is what we've seen. So our first red flag of the weekend, but again, it looks like all the riders were up, and you can see suddenly the grid very sparsely populated. So was that maybe 4 riders that got involved there, because we've got a very lonely row number 2. So yeah, not ideal, unfortunately, and it looks like we're missing a couple of people further back. So yeah, we'll have to wait and figure out who is involved and where, but it could be a bit of a quiet race number 3 of the weekend. Race number 1, of course, in at the Pirelli Super Series Sport Trophy and the No Limits Premier Sport Cup, in terms of the bikes that we got out there anyway. So we'll wait to see if we're going to get restarted. As we can see, the officials communicating with everybody. Mark Berry having a word there with some of our start line marshals. And hopefully it won't be too long. Again, just waiting for that clear up before we can get going once again. And of course, we'll hear from race control what the procedure is going to be. But we were a little bit ahead of schedule already, so not like time is a massive issue.
No,
and our endurance race data is laps as well, so we do have to think about that.
Yeah, I think we're going to have some laps cut off here. We've got to think about the fact that they've fueled the bikes for 12 laps of distance. They've already had a couple of warm-up laps in that as well, plus that racing lap that got cut short. Obviously, the bikes still have to run to get back to the grid. So yeah, we'll expect this to be a 9-10 lap affair, hopefully, if all things go well. If not even slightly less, could be 8 laps in the finish up. So obviously we'll wait for official word from race control. We won't assume too much here in the commentary box, but yeah, what a lovely weekend. I think Ross, you've been thoroughly impressed by everything that Knockhill's had to offer, certainly with the weather as well.
I have been. I mean, we got all 4 seasons on the setup there on Thursday, as I was told to be expected. But it's my first time here at Knockhill, and yeah, I've been mightily impressed. Again, a track that I'm very familiar with through media consumption, shall we say, and leave it at that. Just playing video games and watching actual racing here on the telly, basically. But actually being here, I've been, obviously it's very, very different what you see on your screen compared to what you can see with your own eyes, and the undulation of the circuit, the views are fantastic as well. That's something I just didn't even factor in, because normally when you see it on telly, you see that hill in the background and grey skies, and that's about it. But you get lovely views down the valleys and into the towns and cities below, which is really lovely to see. And of course, the actually watching the bikes there and seeing how much they move as well, which is something you don't often see as much. Obviously, you see it a bit on telly here at Knockhill because they move so much, but you don't really appreciate just how much bikes are moving underneath riders. That was a real eye-opener for me. But yeah, really been enjoying it. Of course, the classic Scottish hospitality as well. I've had many lovely passing remarks about my bargain bucket Amazon kilt, which we'll leave that one there, as I mean, the actual Scotsman's left his at home, so what's your excuse there, Lewis? Right?
Yeah, it might shock you, but we don't tend to wear kilts every single day up here in Scotland, much to the contrary. But nonetheless, it's lovely to see you embracing the culture up here, Ross. It's an interesting kilt that you've got, and well, if you were watching the Paddock show earlier on, which I'm sure we'll play throughout the weekend, you'll get to see it, or hopefully down in Park Fermi with some interviews as well throughout the weekend. Nonetheless, though, it looks like we're nearly ready to go. Mark Berry at the back of the grid, just showing the yellow flag. Once that does show to green, the green flag will then be waved at the front, and then the riders can head out to circulate yet again. And hopefully on the TSL timing screens, our official timing partner here at No Limits, hopefully it'll be updated on their side as well. So just waiting for the final couple of medical crews to make their way back into pit lane and off the circuit, out of harm's way, and then we can get things underway here at Knockhill. So now the board being out, showing them the mental laps already. Now I would, I think that is just the back of the board. I don't think it's too much to get worried about there. But heading out for some warm-up laps now. I would imagine it'd be 2 warm-up laps of how long that we've sat on the grid, and with it being such a short lap at that as well. I mean, even at Knockhill, it tends to rain. Usually riders get 2 warm-up laps. I imagine when it gets cold as well, we'll give them 2 warm-up laps as well. It's a really short lap for them. So we do head out now for the beginning of this restart. Obviously not quite yet. Dylan Miller well and truly ready to get things underway, hitting the front of this warm lap and wanting to get things up to speed nice and quick. Carrying on for them, and for Dylan as well. It's a whole new challenge, let's keep in mind. His brother sadly was involved in that crash there, and now he needs to completely forget about that, shove it to the back of his mind, and just carry on with things and carry on with his race until the finish. And then when he gets back, you can find out how his brother is. Hopefully all okay. We did see him up on his feet, but exactly find out what happened.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he already knows. I mean, obviously we did see that Owen was up on his feet, so maybe Dylan's seen that and has gone, he's probably fine then. Time for me to be number one and show him how it's done, or something like that. Anyway, we'll wait to see. I'm just waiting for confirmation of how many laps we are going to be getting in this race, as well as we do get underway on our second sighting lap. Once again, no Owen Miller, no Kieran Sembianti in this one. Ryan Burns, I believe, is there, so it must have been Matthew Dawes was the other rider involved. So it will be Brandon Russell, who's essentially on pole position with Ryan Burns alongside P2 and 3. Then Simon Aldridge, very lonely in P5 and row number 2. Then it's Matthew Wood, Dylan Miller and Liam Kiernan in P9. Lee McAllister, Corey Barron, Aaron Dakin, Daniel Brown. Those are the other guys that may or may not be there. A couple of them didn't set laps in qualifying. We'll just have to wait and figure out who's going to be where when they go out onto the track. Timing screen is still saying 12 laps. We'll wait to see if that does change. It's just clicked over a couple of times, and TSL guys obviously just trying to reconfigure it because it doesn't quite like it when there's a red flag and a restart sometimes. Timing, they don't design the timing to deal with that. It's just designed to watch the transponders go by and tick through. But regardless of that, riders are now getting back into their grid spots, and we are ready to go for 2.0, but of course with a few big names missing.
Race 3 2.0, nearly ready to get going. Brandon Russell effectively on pole position for this one in the middle of the front row. Ryan Burns alongside, and on the second row it's just Simon Aldridge in it as well, so a lonely start for him. The red lights will come on in a few moments time because the green flag already waving at the back, so we're ready to get going for the restart here on Saturday afternoon. It's just about to tick into afternoon now, and it's a good start straight away from Brandon Russell. He does lead the way for this 9-lap affair. It will be 9 laps of a restart, and it's a great start for Brandon Russell. Already heading Ryan Burns into turn 1. Simon Aldridge remaining P3 out on circuit, and it looks like Kieran Wood slotting into P4, but very wide was Brandon Russell, and through goes Ryan Burns into the race lead on the entry to Butcher. So job done already for the number 671 this weekend. So Brandon Russell, he's got work to do already.
He does indeed. Oh, look at the rear moving on the brakes on the way to Clarkson, way too deep and onto the AstroTurf. Will surely lose the position Deacon does hold on, but race control may not like that exclusion of track limits there, even if it was a mistake that brought it on. So the 671 does hold on to that lead for the time being. Let's see if that changes. High side coming out of the hairpin, and Kieran Wood has had a heavy landing, but is trying to make his way up onto his feet. We'll wait to see if it stays local yellows or we go back under red conditions. A real shame for Kieran Wood, who was hoping for a strong weekend. He's been really consistent all season long and just dropping the rear slightly as once again wide goes that 671 of through there. But yes, Matthew Wood, should I say, with that high side. But yeah, Burns running really deep on the exits of corners here. He could be at risk of getting into trouble a little bit.
Yeah, Ryan's clearly excited to be at the front of this race. Wildcard in this weekend. That's his home round, and already find himself into lean positions. I'm sure he would have liked Tom Meller, etc., to also be out there. As Kieran Semianti as well, we know exciting he can be out on circuit. So yeah, hopefully a little bit more competition in race 2, but do not count Brandon Russell out just yet. It was 0.3 of a second at the line last time around. Matthew Wood's bike still on the exit of the hairpin, but Matthew Wood is looking like he's out of harm's way for the time being anyway as the rider. So we will carry on so far in this race, heading on to lap 3 of 9, 0.7 of a second, already extending the advantage is Ryan Burns. Turning it like yet again over at McIntyre, so still pushing on. Dylan Mellor, he's sent to the podium here, he's not over just yet, so the younger brother of the two Mellors still looking to get through on Simon Aldridge.
Trying to make his way into the podium places. Only 7 bikes left in this one now, 2 of them being in the secondary category, the No Limits Premier Sport Cup. And on that note as well, in regards to that championship, there's no Aaron Dakin, and the only person who's mathematically able still in the championship fight is Jamie Wilson, who's also seemingly not here. So if Aaron Dakin, well, if neither of them are here or racing, certainly if Jamie Wilson's not here, Aaron Dakin has theoretically already won the championship, even if it is still mathematically open at the current point in time. So we'll see if Dakin's going to join us back, or if maybe Jamie Wilson's going to come a little bit later in the weekend. But as it currently stands, Aaron Dakin will be, well, leaving Knockhill, even though he's apparently not racing, as your champion in 2026. So early congratulations to him, I guess. We'll see if that situation changes. But yeah,
150 points left up for grabs this year. So after this weekend with 150 points left, if that advantage still stands to that, i.e. if Wilson doesn't come racing tomorrow, then it will be going the way of Aaron Dakin. But wait for Sunday for that one, because the race still in progress. 1 second now being the margin for Ryan Burns. He's pulling this one out very nicely. And Dylan Miller a little bit further back this time around on Simon Aldridge. Lack of adhesion flag out at the hairpin, just letting riders know that there could be a little bit of debris out on circuit, you would imagine, because it did look like at least a broken screen for Matthew Woods. But we will continue on the action at the front of things. And well, Simon Aldridge, he's going to have a busy weekend yet again, you would imagine, racing the multiple classes. He's always got a workout, as it seems, with us at No Limits, with his classes being so tight. Usually racing, of course, here in the Pirelli Super Series Sport Trophy and in the Dunlop NL 500 Championship. So Simon Aldridge, one of the hardest working riders in the paddock, and right now he's getting a hard workout from Dylan Mellor.
Yeah, Mellor's really pushing him. Mellor really wants this podium place, doesn't he, on that 31 machine. The Kawasaki all over the back of that R6, but all just holding on for the time being. The 111 is working his way through towards the hairpin now, and just holding on. Mellor just a bit too far back to really make any moves. Can't quite get a bike length or so closer to really start putting pressure onto the back of Aldridge. So maybe we'll hold on. We're going on to lap 6 of 9 here at Knockhill. So a third of, or 2/3 of the way through, should I say, of our second attempt at this race, following the collision at the top of Duffer's Dip before the red flag. And still Aldridge holding on to those podium places. Only a couple of laps left to go for him, but again, Dylan Miller will know that as well, and will maybe start to turn up the wick, maybe push a bit more as the race goes on, because he'll just desperately want that podium.
Liam Kiernan as well, rounded up the top 5 for the time being, leading in category 4. Him, McAllister, being second in class 2, and we're just having a little look at McAllister as the battle for third place overall does continue on out on track. It's R6 versus ZX6 2. So the two Japanese guys. Ryan Burns has gone down at the hairpin. Ryan Burns losing the front. The airbags went off. That is race over. 1.5 seconds of an advantage, and the Scots went, well, he's down on the deck. Wildcard on this weekend, and he's handed the race lead with a couple laps remaining to Brandon Russell. It seems like nobody wants to win this race.
Yeah, then there was 6. So let's see what's going to happen. Can Russell stay on 2 wheels? Or is Aldridge or Metzeler, or even Kiernan, looking at potentially winning this race if the chaos continues here at Knockhill? Metzeler still pushing Aldridge, of course, now on the podium, but wanting to take a little step higher. And I tell you what, 2.6 seconds between Russell and Aldridge. Russell's last lap, not particularly strong. No, it was quite strong. In fact, that gap's opened up. I thought it had closed down. Misread the timing screen there. So Russell continuing onwards. Metzeler on the brakes nice and early into the hairpin, so clearly not thinking too desperate to make the move just yet, not thinking about launching it from downtown, and in fact taking it quite easy, it would seem. So maybe happy just following in the wheel tracks of Aldridge as we see the front wheel of that R6 picking up over the crest at the start finish line. And Aldridge, again, it's, a couple of tenths between them at the line, but Metzeler doesn't look like he's actually pushing that hard at the moment, so maybe he's just saving it for a last lap dash, see if he can throw everything at the wall, or maybe he's going, look, I'm now P3, there's no point risking it and throwing it away when I'm already on the podium. Let's just settle down here and get to the checkered flag and enjoy a little trophy at the end of it.
Yeah, exactly, just settle down, try and get to the end of this race. Having a little look at the moment of Byron, of course, having a good season so far. Slightly different colour scheme for him this weekend as well in the 170, also running inside the top 5. Obviously just 6 runners left in this, but back into the hairpin we go yet again for the likes of Aldridge and Dylan Metzeler. Dylan Metzeler remaining. Actually, it does look like just at the bottom of Dylan Miller's belly panel, it looks like either a bit of tape or even just a sticker coming loose there. I did notice a couple laps ago something hanging down, but I think it is just a little bit of tape that they do have on that belly pan, maybe from some previous damage, so nothing to worry about there.
Yeah, nothing at all. One final tour of Knockhill in race number 1 for the Premier, or the Pirelli Super Series Sport Trophy, should I say, and the No Limits Premier Sport Cup, race number 3 of the weekend. And Russell has a very healthy advantage now, 2.4 seconds. Did actually close down a little bit on the last lap. Brandon clearly making a slight error somewhere. Aldridge still under big pressure though. Russell on the 69 is set to win this race if he's able to negotiate the final hairpin for the final time. Metzeler will have to send it from way back if he wants that P2, but it will be Brandon Russell who rounds the hairpin for the final time for a short 9-lap contest following the red flag. He wins the opening race of the weekend in the Pirelli Super Series Sport Trophy. Aldridge holds on to second place only by 1.5 tenths of a second. Liam Kiernan will bring it home, P4 overall on the R9. He takes victory in the Premier Sport Cup. It'll be Corey Barron coming home in P5, McAllister in P6, second in the Premier Sport Cup, and then that's it, because we lost Burns and Wood, as we saw, and then of course the 3 at the start with the incident at Duffus Dip that leading to the red flag. So only 6 riders coming to the end of this race, and a small one for you there, shall we say, but still a very entertaining one. And it will be, of course, the 69 of Brandon Russell who takes victory here at Knockhill. Aldridge and Dylan Metzeler rounding out the podium places as the riders making their way back towards pit lane. Hopefully we'll be able to jump down to Parc Fermé and hear from some of them. Lewis Ray's just making his way down there now, but there we have it confirmed for you. Brandon Russell wins this 9-lap contest ahead of Simon Aldridge, and Dylan Metzeler onto the podium on his Kawasaki. Then winning in the No Limits Premier Sport Cup, it is Liam Kiernan on the 61 and the R9, Corey Barron P5, P2/P6 in the Premier Sport Cup / overall is McAllister on the R6. And then in our second restarted attempt of that race, DNS for Ryan Burns, dropping the front at the hairpin on the 671 from the lead as well. And then Matthew Wood, the Army rider on the 58, we saw having a high side. Hopefully he's all okay and we'll be able to see him back out there tomorrow. But that does bring to a conclusion the race number 3 of the weekend in the Pirelli Super Series Sport Trophy and the No Limits Premier Sport Cup. Only 6 riders taking the checkered flag at the end of that one, but why don't we head down and hear from a couple of them? Lewis Ray, down to you.
Down the Parc Fermé now, Ross. Let's grab a quick word before we race. Well, just a little bit of walking. Of course, Brandon Russell taking victory in this one. Just 6 riders crossing the finish. In the finish here, but let's jump in straight away. Brandon, what a great race it was from yourself. It seems like nobody wanted to win it. Ryan going down, obviously, turn 1 incident as well. How was it for your side?
Hopefully Dylan and Ryan and everyone else that was involved in that's okay.
But yeah, no, I tried to, Brian was in front of me and he just had a wee bit more pace than me, so I kind of got gifted that one, but no, I'll definitely take it, and that's a good bit of confidence going forward.
I was going to say, how does that set up suddenly for yourself? Does it look like a win could be in the cards there, or do you need to still make another step tonight?
No, definitely, I've got the bike there, my riding's coming along good, so I just need to wake up tomorrow and give it another good go, because I know the boys will be on it, so
best luck.
Thank you very much, cheers.
And well, it looks like Simon's already darted off, of course, racing multiple classes this weekend, so we'll jump in with Dylan if we can. Dylan, podium for yourself. A lovely little battle as well for us to watch out on the circuit. How is it from your side?
That was amazing. I mean, it's unfortunate with the riders who came off in the first lap and then the riders who came off at the last corner, but I'm absolutely buzzing with third. It's my best position yet.
Yeah, I was going to say it. You look strong out there. It looked like second place could be on the cards for tomorrow. A good battle with Simon, but you have to be looking forward to Sunday now.
Yeah, 100%.
And obviously, sadly, Owen going down as well there at turn 1. Have you heard anything from your side how he is?
Nah, I don't think I've seen him yet.
Yeah. Well, anyway, best luck. Hopefully Owen's okay, and see you tomorrow.
Yeah, you too.
And well, we have a little bit of time, so we'll jump in with Liam, because, well, the next race not quite out in circuit just yet. Winning category, obviously, no Aaron Dakin this weekend. Liam, winning class, obviously home weekend for yourself, but still, you've got to be happy with that one.
Yeah, definitely. I got caught up at the start, on the restart, when the guy high-sided at the hairpin. So they pulled away and I just chipped away because it's my first race on the R9, because that's the bike we're going to be using next year, so I just went out there and enjoyed myself, and yeah, it was good fun.
Yeah, how is the R9? It sounds beautiful, it looks good as well, and clearly the lap times coming your way.
Yeah, it's good fun. I'm currently riding an R6, so it's a lot more tame than that, but round the back section it picks up so nice, it's really enjoyable to ride, yeah.
Plan for tomorrow, plan for race 2 and 3, just try and pick up your times and get a winning category, or do you think you could be a little bit closer to the likes of Brandon, Dylan and Simon?
Well, of course I hope to be closer, but I'm just going to chip away and work on myself and just hopefully get lap times a bit better and just see what we can do.
Well done.
Thank you.
Well, Ross, the next grid already beginning to load up, so I'm going to hand it back up to you in the commentary box, because race 4 of the weekend, ready to get underway.
Thank you very much, Lewis Ray. And race number 4 of the weekend is the busiest of the lot. We are set to potentially have 32 riders out here at Knockhill. I don't know how they're all going to fit, but it is, of course, the NL 500s, Honda CB 500 action for you. And their first race, and we should be back to 12 laps as well. There are championships that, well, they can't really go, actually. Well, one can go. No, 2 can go. I'll correct myself going forward. We've got the elite class. Max Bartle has an 85-point advantage ahead of James Cottenham, and the senior class, Carl Freeth, 76 points ahead of Ian Keeble. Of course, if you're 150 points clear at the end of this weekend, you are champion. So Carl needs Ian to not score, and he needs to win every race, and also needs Gary Wilson to not score either, because he's actually only 2 points further back in P3 in the senior class. So it's unlikely that Carl Freeth wraps it up here in Scotland, but it's mathematically viable. The elite class, Max Bartle, a little bit more likely, 85 points clear, but again, perhaps not going to happen. We'll wait and see, but he can certainly put himself into a very good position for when we head to round 8 at Anglesey, and then if that's a disaster, then to the final round of the season back at Donington and the national layout. We have got bikes making their way towards the grid, and then of course there'll be 2 sighting laps and a 12-lap contest, and well, this should be an interesting one. We've definitely got 31 starting this race. That's how many set a lap time in qualifying, and then George Hines did not set a lap in qualifying, but is on the entry list, of course, split across all 3 classes. So we shall wait to see if we are getting the full amount, but that is going to be a very, very busy Knockhill circuit with so many Hondas out there trying not to smash into each other. It is actually for a Honda CB500 Championships quite tame here at No Limits in comparison to some of what you see in other series, but it is still Honda CB500s, so they do get the airballs out just a little bit. It's not for a change Max Bartle on pole position. We've had a couple of Scottish riders making the wildcard appearance, and they seem to be setting the paces. Grant Whitaker on the 197, he starts on pole position. Fraser Much in P2 and Stephen Allen in P3. Then it's Max and George Bartle just behind. James Cottenham starting P8. So if they finish as they start, it is advantage to Max Bartle in the championships, but again, it's not looking likely that he's going to be wrapping it up this weekend. But of course, anything can happen. We'll wait and see. As you can see, this huge grid forming up. Half the people down the back, I'm not even sure if they'll be able to see the lights, quite frankly, how far down the hill they are. But it should be an entertaining contest nonetheless, Lewis.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Keep your eyes on Max Bartel, because although he's not qualifying on the front row, it's not over yet. Fraser Much as well, he's going to be looking for a little bit of redemption, having a crash in the F900s earlier on this morning, and now looking to make back a few positions. So the warm-up lap already underway. First of two, of course, for the Dunlop NL500s, with Grant Whittaker on pole position. Fraser Much and Stephen Allen go from the front row, with Max Bartel, George Bartel, the younger brother, in P5. Josh Langman rounding out row 2. Keep your eye on Josh as well. What a great year it's been for him. Simon Aldridge straight from 600s to 500s. He goes from P7 with James Cottenham in P8. Felix Heron rounding out the top 9, with Tim Patterson, Jack Seaman and Carl Bayliss on row 4. Ian Keeble, Danny Dawson and Leo Wilson rounds out the top 15, with fast starting Paul Beard in P16, John Hunt in P17 and Gary Wilson in 18th place. Adam Rostron, Paul Seville and Adam Myhill round out the top 21, with Joshua McCready, Ryan Wilson and Stuart Martindale on row 8. Bobby Campbell goes from P25 with Hamish Wayne in P26. Gary Adorn starting P27 with Louis Hines, David Colley and Steve Klaus round out the top 30. Now some issues potentially here for the number 23. Will they pull into pit lane or is all okay? That is Jack, and well, he will carry on. Obviously 2 warm-up laps gives him another lap to try and find out, as Phil Stearman and George Hines rounds out our grid 2. So 32 bikes, the absolute maximum capacity that we can have here at Knockhill is going to be taking the start. And well, this is going to be a cracker, Ross. 12 laps of action, bar bashing, not too much room in some of the corners as well for these guys. Turn 1 could be a little bit hectic.
I think hectic's probably an understatement. I'm expecting absolute chaos from our NL 500 guys. Yeah, it looks like Seaman able to get it going again. You can see him cranking on the throttle out of the last corner, so whether there was a bit of clutch slip going on or something like that, or just struggling to get the bike into gear, but hopefully all okay and he's able to make the start, and then hopefully it remains okay and he's able to get to the checkered flag as well. But yes, 32 we're expecting to have start here at Knockhill. That is just a ridiculous number of motorbikes in any track, let alone a track that's it's not narrow, but it's not particularly wide either, and also not particularly long, and there's not much room between the corners. So yes, going to be very busy this one. Everybody settle down, take a deep breath, have one last sip of your cup of tea and get ready, because this should be incredible, to say the least.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to need much caffeine to get yourself woken up for this one anyway, that's for sure. But Graham Whittaker on pole position in the NL 500s. What can he do? It's going to be an interesting start. And Simon Aldridge, he's already got his eye in the door, to say the least, for Knockhill. But he's going to have to slightly change up his riding style, carry a bit more corner speed than what he would on the R6. And as we said, Knockhill, sure, may not be the biggest circuit in the world, but it's surprising how wide it feels when you're actually on board the bike. It's well and truly enough room to get a move made at the likes of Duffus Dip, into McIntyre's, even for Butchers if you're brave enough as well, and certainly line up a move coming out of the chicane. But the red flag is removed from the front, meaning we're nearly ready to get underway. The red lights will appear on, the revs are rising now, and we are off for the first time in the NL 500s. It looks like a great start from Fraser Much on the second place spot on the front row of the grid. He looks to be taking the race lead on the run to turn 1, but who's going to break latest? Side by side all the way through, and while Grant Whittaker has been slotted back down into P2 for the time being, Fraser Much hits the race lead for the time. And while the 87, what a great start it was, looking for redemption after that crash earlier on today, and now pulling the pin straight away. It was a 57.3 in qualifying, 2 tenths slower than pole sitter Grant Whittaker, but you would expect in slightly hotter conditions for the pace to be turned up yet another notch.
You'd think so anyway. Looks like we've stayed clean so far as the leaders make their way through Clarkson already on that run towards the final hairpin and getting very, very close. Looking to the inside goes the 197. Whittaker can't quite find it. Who can find it though? The 72 or the 721 even, with a huge dive bomb. Stephen Allen up into second place from absolutely nowhere. Brilliant move from him to work his way up into P2 as we begin at lap number 2. It's much from Alan from Whittaker. Your top 3, all of them in the elite class this weekend. Then it's Max Bartle ahead of George Bartle. The brothers P4 and P5, but the front 3 already a bit of breathing room. Let's see if the Bartles can try and join them if they continue to scrap and lose time.
Yeah, you would expect at least Max to be able to slightly edge towards them once these guys begin to fight at the front of this race. Max Bartle, one of our most experienced riders that we have in the NL 500s, and now looking to continue his form here at Knockhill. So already edging towards lap 2 of 12, and well, pretty much under a lot of pressure this time around. We know how well Stephen Allen is on the brakes at the hairpin. What's it going to be this time around? Is it going to be yet another position made? They are pretty much side by side, but a little bit of ground to make up on the brakes. Thinks better of it. It's going to be Grant Whittaker on the slightly wider outside line too. So a good job for them. And back onto the power down the start finish straight to get yet another lap. So heading on and ticking by onto lap 3 of 12.
So we continue onwards. March Allen Whittaker 1, 2, 3. Fastest lap last time from Whittaker, 57.691. And now he's worked his way up into second place as well. So he's got through Allen at Duffus Dip on the run in, it would seem anyway. And still continuing to extend that gap over the Bartle brothers, who aren't exactly fighting either. There's 1.2 seconds between them. So Max Bartle, for the first time in a long old time, seemingly somebody who is a little bit quicker than him, or 3 riders certainly. Simon Aldridge, he's just dropped down into P7 once again. You've got to feel for Simon, because once again they've made him go back-to-back races. Here comes Much, or Whittaker should I say, on the outside of Much. The 87 holds the inside a little bit deep from Whittaker. Allen looks, can't quite find it. And now look at the drive there, that slightly wider line. That should help Whittaker. This is the move he did on the previous tour, down into Duffus Dip. He may get the lead before they even get there. Does have the lead as they cross the start-finish line. Does he get it confirmed on the run into turn 1? We shall wait to see as the rest of the riders make their way over that crest. Of course, no need to worry about your front wheel picking up on these Hondas. I think I'd be quite impressed if you were doing that, to be brutally honest. But lap 4 of 12 here at Knockhill, and it seems to be that Whittaker likely has the lead into Duffus Dip as we follow the rest of the field through.
In terms of the other classes for the time being, Tim Patterson is your race leader in the freshman category, so P10 overall for himself as the final bike does cross the start finish line now. In terms of your senior runners though, it's Gary Wilson who leads that, is already back at the hairpin. It's Fraser Much who's still back into the race lead, so attacking on that last lap already, heading on to lap 5 of 12 for the time being, and doing a grand old job so far. So certainly powering on the pace. Fastest lap of the race though has gone the way of Grant Whittaker at 57.4 for the time being. Fraser Much running 57.5. That was his personal best last time around as well. So great stuff for the NL 500 so far out on circuit, and well, yet again a Scottish rider at the head of this race. But what's been so impressive, I mean, we spoke about the home riders so far this weekend, but is the likes of your usual runners, your Max Bartles, your Josh Langmans, James Coslam as well, being able to master and pick up such great pace at circuit that they've actually only seen once in their life, and actually only done, this is their second day of running, as this battle does continue on at the front of things, and it is going to be side by side all the way to the hairpin yet again. The 87 on the inside once more, and later on the brakes he does go. Can he get stopped though for the hairpin? Yes, he will. Nice little late apex 2 for him. There's Max Bartle in P4, but yeah, our usual runners at NLR doing a great job at learning the ropes of this circuit.
It's tricky when you've never been to a racetrack before, let alone Knockhill, and you get local riders turning up, you know it like the back of their hand. It's difficult, and again, you could be the best rider in the world, the most experienced rider in the world, but if you don't know a circuit, you're going to struggle initially. It's going to take time for you to build up that pace. But again, the normal runners, the guys that we normally expect to see in P1, in P2 and all the classes, are still there or thereabouts, not very far away. So you could certainly be expecting going into tomorrow they'll be a little bit closer, and then come race 3 may well be fighting for victory. So good to see that everyone has been maintaining or managing that pace and still learning with every passing lap, every passing corner as well. Front 3 still very, very close together, and now I'm counting traffic. In fact, it's a front 2 now. Looks like Alan has dropped back just a little bit. That is the 5.35 of Phil Stearman, the RAF rider, currently second to last, it would seem, and working his way through. There is P3 and Alan, who's dropped back a little bit. So I wonder if there's been a mistake somewhere, as now we can see what is going on the left-hand side of your screen on the timing tower. Much from Whittaker from Alan, your top 3. Patterson leads in the freshmen from Poolbeard from Hearn, and then it is Wilson from Keeble from Hunt, 14th, 15th and 17th in the seniors. Of course, a big weekend for those guys as well, championship-wise, because it seems that Carl Freed is nowhere to be seen. So for Ian Keeble, huge opportunity for him, and of course Gary Wilson as well. They're 76 and 78 points respectively behind, so they can't take the championship lead this weekend, even with a perfect clean sweep, but they can get very, very close.
Yeah, they can get extremely close to it this weekend as well. Down the inside this time around, it's going to go Grant Whittaker, so a little bit of contact nearly between himself and Fraser Much, but Fraser, he's just so strong on the brakes of the hairpin. He's got that well and truly dialed up, and he's not afraid to get his elbows out as well. I mean, we've seen that a few laps ago when he was looking up the inside of Whittaker. But there's George Bartle further back down the order, eyeing up the likes of James Cottenham as they're trying to deal with some back markers. So Stearman getting in the way ever so slightly there, but playing into the hands somewhat of James Cottenham. Simon Aldridge at the back of this group as well. So this is the fight for 6th, 7th and 8th out on circuit, still in the elite category. In fact, all the top 8 runners in the elite category, and it's Tim Patterson once again being the standout rider in terms of our freshman runners.
It is indeed, and he's got a buffer between himself and Paul Beard in the form of Carl Bayliss on the 55 as well, so not under immediate pressure for class position, even if he's, well, I was going to say he's under maybe pressure for overall position, but Bayliss 1.6 back, so I don't think too much of a concern. Bit of an awkward place there to catch some traffic for our leaders.
A bit wide there.
Yeah, a bit wide as well, so that's George Bartle just behind James Cottenham, Langman, or Simon Aldridge actually, should I say, just behind as well. Here does come George Bartle, the 21 to the inside of the 83. You can see the bikes, even these heavy Hondas, moving all over the place underneath him. Textbook manoeuvre into the hairpin there from the 21, just up the inside, a little bit later on the brakes, lift off the brakes, carry the speed into the corner, use that banking to pivot around, and on your merry way you go. But they could swap back on the run down into Duffus Dip. Let's wait and see if that's going to come into fruition. Looks like it will do. Back through goes the 83 of Cottenham. Aldridge getting a great view of a fantastic battle between two very fine riders.
Yeah, great couple of sequences of corners there for this great battle for P6 out on circuit. And well, George Bartle, he's not done just yet. He's like a dog with a bone. He just will not give up any time in the NL 500s. But yeah, as you mentioned, the bike's moving about in the entry to the hairpin. Knockhill, I mean, it doesn't look like it on camera, but going down this back straight that we're heading down now, out of Clark's, through the left, spin up a tyre in bigger bikes, but then heading down towards the hairpin. The bike just moves about. It's very, very bumpy as we head into the brakes once more. George Bartle looks to go through, but Cottenham slings it round the outside. Very brave stuff for him, but just releasing a brake and keeping position, keeping track position most importantly. But that run to the hairpin, it's not necessarily an issue of the circuit, it's a quirk of the circuit that you need to get comfortable with. It is so bumpy. The rear tyre can snake about, it can rise up in the air, even on these NL 500 machines.
Yeah, it's just a tricky part of the racetrack, isn't it, down there? And even hear people at the very top of British Superbikes talk about how difficult it can be down into that part, down into the hairpin, and you start getting arm pumps sometimes as well towards the end of the race. Maybe
look, a bit of traffic as well.
Yeah, now we're starting to see some real chaos out there as our two leaders are having to negotiate, going through traffic side by side. The 197 of Whittaker to the outside of the 87 of Much. Look at how late Much is as he almost backs it into the corner, the rear moving all over the place, but gets it, stops in time and holds on as well. We're going to have 2 laps left to go as they cross the start-finish line. Now Whittaker pulling it to the inside. Can he get it done into Duffus Dip? You'd think he would be able to, and looks like he has as well. So Whittaker now to the race lead on that 197, but Much isn't going to take no for an answer. These two have been scrapping all race long, and into McIntyre's, he doesn't wait, snakes up the inside. The second the door is open, and he's getting held up into Butchers. This could get a bit messy, as somehow still holds on to the lead of the race there. Whittaker perhaps a bit smart, a bit respectful to back off there and just just let his rival have a moment to recover himself after a bit of an awkward moment there with the 71 of Martindale. But this is as tight as you like. It could be either one of these guys winning this race.
I mean, there's nothing you can do whenever you get into that situation for Butchers. You have to just let the person in front of you go through on the chicane. Maybe you can go on the right-hand side curb if you think you're going to be much, much faster than the back marker. But if you're not sure, it's better off just wait and lose a couple of attempts, because for Grant Whittaker, it's going to be near impossible as well to make a move work on your rival through there whenever you're already off position, out of line as well, ever so slightly. But a great move going into McIntyre's, and that job was already made up all the way through Duffus Dip. You just take the second part of it through Leslie's, slightly wider, be on the inside line for McIntyre's, and job done. I mean, that's pure experience from Fraser, as already half a lap remains.
Well, there's still opportunities for Whittaker to find his way through, and traffic as well. This could get interesting. Clark's and then the hairpin. There's a bit of smoke there coming out the back of that back marker. Looks like it was blue, so maybe burning a little bit of unnecessary oil there, but they'll work their way through. One last opportunity for Whittaker, who's got the drive and got the outside and almost contact rear wheel to front wheel. He's going to force Much to the outside. Is it last chance saloon for Fraser Much? As he drops the front. He's been set out wide and gets caught out at the final corner. He'll pick the bike up, try and get it to the checkered flag, but late in the day it will be Whittaker who wins race number 1 here in the NL 500s at Knockhill. With late drama, his rival all race long going down and may not even take the checkered flag, but it's Whittaker's day here at Knockhill with a great ride. It will look like the 87 makes the checkered at least. Alan and Max Bartle rounding out the podium places, but a dramatic finish, and Whittaker from pole position most of the race in second place gets it on the run into the hairpin.
Great job from Whittaker there. Great run. I mean, side by side all the way to the hairpin. It was always going to be a tough ask. A lot of tasks for the front tyre for Fraser Much, and actually it was a little bit too much in the finish up. So hopefully they can get that bike fixed. It looks like there was barely any damage, but an incredible race from start to finish. Back markers there in the final lap as well to deal with, and again, just yet another challenge. So it's going to be your race winner, Grant Whittaker, who wins officially by 2.3 seconds, but it was a race-long battle with Fraser Much. Stephen Allen takes P2, with Max Bartle rounding out our overall podium. Josh Langman takes P4, a little bit of no man's land, as James Cotton does end up beating George Bartle. Simon Aldridge rounds out the top 7, with Tim Patterson taking P8 and the freshman victory. Paul Beard P9 as well, so quite a lot of positions made up for the 178, as Carl Bayless rounds out the top 10. Felix Hearn and Jack Siemens next on P11 and P12, as Gary Wilson does take victory in the elite in the senior category ahead of Ian Keeble and John Hunt in class. Leo Wilson though does round out the top 15, with Adam Myhill rounding out the top 20 in the NL 500s. Fraser Much is showing P21 for the time being, but I can well and sure tell you that he is going to be classed as a non-finisher further down the order. But Ryan Wilson, Stuart Martindale, Joshua Creedy and Bobby Campbell rounds out the top 25. David Colley as well taking the final spot inside the top 30. So what a race that was, and hopefully that sets up the script for the rest of the weekend in the NL 500s. Hopefully we can have 2 more races like that, because, well, I don't know about you, but I wouldn't be complaining at that one bit. So nearly ready for race 5. The NL 500s making their way back into pit lane. I'll tell you, it's going to be a very, very busy Park Fermi down there for Ross McIntyre to navigate, and not too much time, because we're flying through things here on Saturday afternoon. Obviously get things nice and set up for the endurance race later on. 500 kilometres of Knockhill gets underway. What a beautiful setting to have a racetrack in as well, up north in Scotland. And you can see the Forth Road Bridge actually from turn 1 on a nice day. There was a lot of cloud over by the Forth Road Bridge earlier, so we couldn't quite see it, but the Knockhill Hill in the background as well. And well, you can see the Army guys and girls back as well. It's going to be the return of the UK Armed Forces Inter-Service Championship this weekend, but nonetheless I think Ross has made his way down to Park Fermi, and well, his name is Ross McIntyre, but we can call him Mick McIntyre because he's got his kilt on. And speaking to our race winners,
thank you very much, Lewis Ray. There is a sea of bikes down here in Park Fermi, but first let's go and speak with our elite and overall race winner in Grant Whittaker, who's very handily parked up by the wall so he can go and have a sit down after I mean, wow, what a race. I mean, had to fight for a pole position, but got a bit shaky out there, some great battles, and then at the last corner, Fraser going down there, but still a great performance from himself.
Did he go down? All right, I thought I went wide, and I thought, he's going to come back underneath me, but yeah, managed to get it to the line twice. So, yeah, all good race, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, really, really tight between the pair of you. Were trading positions basically the whole race long, so it must have been a lot of fun for you guys.
Yeah, certainly. I was just trying to riding with somebody different. You just don't know who they are or basically where they're going to make a move. But it was certainly dive bombing a little bit. So yeah, see what happens tomorrow.
Yeah, still 2 more races to go. Going to try and get the hat trick, or thinking maybe there'll be some people out for revenge.
Day by day.
Awesome stuff. Congratulations, mate.
Yes, thank you.
Right, now I've got to try and desperately find our winners from our other classes, because you can see there's quite a lot of motorbikes and not a lot of time. So we'll head down this way. I can see the 77 there. So that's definitely one of our winners. So we'll jump in and see if we can get a few words out of him at least. Class winner there.
Class winner?
Yeah, well done.
Good. Thank you very much.
Yeah, how was that for you? It was a bit busy for everybody out there overall, so it must be a bit stressful.
It is carnage first corner, but so much fun, and then once you get into a queue, it's really hard to come past. There's only a couple of places where you can go. So, yeah, I'm happy. I thought 108 Ian, I thought he were down road somewhere, so yeah, I'm happy with that.
So, potentially a massive weekend for you and a couple of others within the class, given the championship lead is not here. With a very, very big weekend, you could get the gap down to a handful of points. So is that on your mind, or are you just out here in Knockhill having some fun?
Oh no, it's fully on my mind, yeah. I'm happy that Cole's having an holiday. It's fast everywhere, isn't it? So yeah, I'm happy with that. If I can close some points back, it'll be close, yeah.
Well, stuff, well, Gary, great job out there. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, I can see bikes on the grid for the next race, which will be our last race before our lunch break. So we'll quickly jump in with Tim Patterson, who took the victory in the freshman class. We'll just give him a minute with the helmet. But Tim, freshman class victory there at the end of it. Pretty good going overall.
Yeah, really pleased with that. Got a poor start, but fought my way through. And yeah, everything seemed to just go well. Had a nice gap and happy days, yeah.
2 more races tomorrow. How are you feeling?
Yeah, really confident. Hopefully another 2 wins should be nice. Extend my lead again. So yeah, we'll see what comes.
Well, stuff. Thanks a lot, Tim. Great job.
Thank you very much.
Great speaking to our 3 race winners there in our 3 different classes. We've got sighting laps underway for our final race before the lunch break on the schedule. Lewis Ray, back over to you.
Thanks for that, Ross. And lovely to see that you've embraced the Scottish culture up here. And already, the next race out on circuit, the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy and the Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup. Race 5 of the day, of course, here. So it's going to be an exciting one for sure, and definitely one to look out for. It was a late qualifying lap from the likes of Tommy Fielden. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting one to see how that one turns out. A big grid though, once more. And yeah, Jimmy Boyce as well. A lot of pacing qualifying. Quite a few manufacturers actually at the front end of the field. Keep your eye as well for the Aprilia of Tom Norton, the purple and yellow machine out on track. So keep your eye on that. A few home riders as well. Paul Bowerbank, Andy Buchanan as well. And actually, it does look like David Williams is out there on circuit. Now, I had a little word with David in the paddock. And, well, initially, he wasn't planning on racing the R1 one bit. But it does look like they've sorted whatever issue it was. It did seem like a gear shifter or some sort of sensor issue that he thought he was experiencing. I think there was a difference of opinions between himself and Paul in the garage. But he's going to at least try to race it. I don't know if he's going to be doing the endurance. The original plan is that he wasn't going to do it this morning. Plans could have changed if they found a few issues on that R1 and managed to fix it. But we'll wait and see how that one unfolds. Luca Jen's also in this race as the riders make their way down towards the grid. So, of course, race 5 of the day, nearly ready to get going. And this one is going to be one to look out for. So Tommy Fields on pole position, Max Alexander in P2, Stephen Duncan as well in 3rd, alongside Tom Norton, Luca Jennings and Jamie Boyce on the 2nd row. Brandon Petty does start from P7. Keep your eye on him for the Dart Motorsport Honours, alongside Scott Stone and Wilfred Turner. And it's going to be Tommy Fenwick starting P10. Liam Murtaugh to start from P11. Paul Barbank 12th for himself. Andy Buchanan 13th, and he goes alongside James Crow and Steve Frizzle, who rounds out the top 15. Phil Abel, Michael Needham and Kieran Nicholson rounds out the top 18, as David Williams, no time set in qualifying, as we mentioned. He starts right at the back of the ground in P19, with Robbie Gibbons and Cam O'Shea also not set in times. Ross, this is going to be an exciting race for sure.
It certainly could be. What is the emotions, what are the feelings of the pole sitter? Tommy Fielding, with a good weekend, can leave Knockhill as champion. Can't do it in this race, but can propel himself on his way. Red lights will be on for our Premier category. We are go in the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy and the Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup on the run into Duffer's Dip. Who's feeling brave? Who's got the run? Looks like Fielding unchallenged from pole position as the rest of the riders work their way through. Looked like it was a good start there from Tom Norton on the Aprilia. He was briefly up into third place, fighting there with the 78 of Steve Duncan as we come to the chicane for the first time. And it looks like Duncan's managed to hold on there. Luca Jennings now putting pressure onto that 70 Aprilia. But it's all clean early doors here at Knockhill. And everyone just waiting to unwind the power, which they can do now. Rear wheels will start spinning up as you go through this big bumpy left-hander before you're hard on the anchors on the way into the hairpin. The bike's all moving everywhere underneath everyone. But as we come to the end of lap number 1, it is the pole sitter. It is potentially champion-elect Tommy Fielding who will lead the way. Looks like it was Duncan there up into P2 on the 78, but we'll wait to confirm. He leads the way in the Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup anyway. And I believe there's 61 of Alexander in P3.
Yeah, great job so far from Tommy Fielding, as time screens do update. As Stephen Duncan sitting P2. It looks like a great second half of the lap for himself. It's going to be interesting to see what happens now. We make our way through Clarkson in just a few moments' time and wind up the power once more. Is perhaps maybe a little bit of home advantage going to come into play? We're going to have to wait and see. Max Alexander as well, he's had some great results in recent rounds of the Scottish Championship. He sits P3 on board the Suzuki, top running Suzuki actually, that we have out on circuit for the time being. The next of them, I want to say it's going to be the likes of Wilfred Turner down in P7. And actually, speaking of the devil, there's Wilfred Turner going side by side on the exit of the hairpin. Just behind them is going to be the likes of Jamie Boyce, who's also battling for the overall position in the Dart Premier Power Cup. Tommy Fielding, though, no surprise, in the low 50 bracket, nearly a 50 flat completely. He, of course, sits fast lap of the race with a half a second advantage over Stephen Duncan. Max Alexander, a little bit of work to do in third if he wants to be able to match the pace of Tommy Fielding, because, I mean, Tommy's been the standout rider so far this year.
He has indeed. I mean, there's, I think, 2 races he hasn't won so far this season, both at Brands Hatch, where by his standards he had an off weekend, and even then was still finishing 3rd, 4th in those 2 races, or thereabouts anyway. He has just been unbelievable. I mean, the times that he's setting as well, you're looking at kind of middle of the pack British Superstock Championship pace. You know, he's got the levels to be able to compete at a fairly high level within the British champs. He is a mighty, mighty fine rider indeed, and has really made 2026 his own in the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy. That being said, Max Alexander on the Suzuki has just set the fastest lap of the race at 49.956. So we are now into the 49 bracket for these riders. Of course, they're pushing well over 200 horsepower from these bikes. It's a lot of motorbike for these guys to negotiate with round Knockhill, but now already dropping below the 50-second bracket, and we're only on lap 4.
Yeah, I was just about to say on the entry to Duffer's Dip that Max Alexander is well and truly latched onto the back of Duncan's rear wheel. But what can the 61 do? Is it just one lap pace, or can he consistently do the running inside the 49 brackets? Because that's what you're going to have to do to compete with the likes of Tommy Fielding. I mean, Tommy Fielding was fighting away at Cadwell Park with some really established riders of the British Championship and on the road racing side of things. So Tommy Fielding, he's not afraid to get his elbows out, and for you to compete with him, well, he's going to have to make a move very, very soon on Stephen Duncan, because that gap now sits around 0.8 of a second. The leading couple of riders that last time around, a 50.2 from Fielding, a 50.2 from Duncan, and a 50.15 from Alexander. Yet again, another half a tenth clawing the back.
He is indeed. Duncan, of course, leading the way in the Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup. So Alexander technically in P2, even if he's P3 on the road, but he will want to get through him, because that means there is then nothing separating apart from the air that is there from Tommy Fielding, and he can see if he can try and attack for the race victory. And now almost crawling over that rear wheel of Duncan on the 78. It's going to be too far back for a go into Duffus, I believe. He's going to have a little look anyway, but that's more just poking a wheel, testing the waters rather than a serious attempt at the move. I think we're much more likely to see it at McIntyre's, and indeed we are. Might be deep on the exit, is deep on the exit. Duncan will hold on for the time being as they come through Butchers, nearly side by side into the chicane. But Duncan, that was the first real test he's got got away with it as Alexander went a bit too deep. But we now know that Alexander does have the pace, at least to certainly get in front, if briefly, of the 78.
Yeah, Max Alexander doing a cracking job in P3 for the time being, perhaps a dress rehearsal for next time around. And well, going into Duffus Step, you don't necessarily always want to be right behind the rider ahead of you. It's such a quick approach, and the last thing you want is to be sucked into that corner and run it wide midway through. Here is though Jamie Boyce looking to pick up yet another position. Job done for himself. Scott Stone does drop back down to P8 for the time being, but they head side by side all the way over the start finish line. Front wheel, of course, lifting over the rise, and now towards Duffus Step they'll come. Luca Jennings and Brandon Petty, a little bit in no man's land for the time being, but Jamie Boyce has held on to it. And actually, I think there's a technical issue now for the 1-2-5. He's definitely dropping back down the order. Wilfred Turner through, and yeah, well and truly some technical issues with that Honda.
Yeah, it seems to be the 43 as well in pit lane. So problems there. Looks like Needham, Nicholson, Kibbins and O'Shea did not start this race. So we'll wait to see what's happened there and if they'll be joining us tomorrow. But yeah, seems issues striking a couple of the riders then out here at Knockhill. Lap 7 of 12 for race number 1 of the weekend for the Super Series Power Trophy and the Premier Power Trophy. And of course, race number 5 of the day, the last race that we have here at Knockhill before our lunch break, and then we'll be back for a couple more. And then our Biker Lawyers 500-kilometre lapped race, bringing the return of the endurance guys here at No Limits in 2026 after 6 weeks off for them following the 12-hour at Anglesey. So it's been a while since we've seen many of those riders turn wheels in anger. Duncan and Alexander are properly dropping off the back of Tommy Fielding now. 2.5 seconds is the gap between Fielding and Duncan because they're starting to scrap. So Alexander, if he wants to get through to Tommy Fielding, we know he does have the pace. He's being sent the long way around. He's going to go way too deep at the hairpin as the bike was moving all over the place. Nearly contact between himself and Duncan. He'll have to reset and go again. But now Alexander really running out of time if he wants to try and challenge Fielding.
Yeah, I think that ship has well and truly sailed. I mean, 3 seconds that gap's nearly at, and well, Tommy Fielding running about thereabouts the same pace. Max Alexander though, up the inside he goes, and McIntyre's in so wide. He's picked up at the curb, but yet again a little bit frustrated, you have to say, trying to get through on Stephen Duncan and trying absolutely everything. The bike's squirming about as well over the curbs at the top of the chicane, and now Tom Norton smelling a little bit of blood in the water here, potentially could latch on here if Max Alexander continues to get frustrated, continues to override that Suzuki ever so slightly. But really, that going wide at the hairpin last round, it actually didn't lose him too much time. You could really cut back for such a late apex that actually you don't lose too much in the finish up by the time you make it to the end of the front straight. Luca Jennings though into the braking zone he goes, cracking right for him this weekend, running inside the top 5 overall as well. Brandon Petty and Jamie Boyce, this fight for 2nd and 3rd in the Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup not over yet.
It's not, and Turner as well, just watching along behind, just seeing if he can maybe make up a couple of overall places at the end of the day. Norton 1.1 back from Alexander. Alexander has got back on with it a little bit, but as you said, overriding a bike a little bit over the last couple of laps, at danger of having an incident. He needs to just calm it down for a second, then he can push on and see if he can break through Duncan on the last lap or two. But again, that's not even for position anyway, so if he's riding intelligently, he'd be thinking, okay, well, let's just get a bit more air between myself and Tom Norton, who is my real rival here. That is for position. And then I can just settle for a solid 2nd place at the end of race number 1 for the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy. Tommy Fielding has started the penultimate lap of this race. He now has the fastest lap of 49.877 and lapping consistently in the low 50s as well. Last lap was a 50 dead. It was a 52 or 51 a couple of laps ago. So continuing with that consistent strong pace is the 5.56 in the championship leader. 4 seconds he now has ahead of Duncan, and Alexander looking to to go on the attack once again. Look at that, only 6/10 between them now.
Yeah, 6/10 of a second separating Stephen Duncan and Max Alexander. Just 2 laps to go. Well, really just 1 lap to go in a few moments' time, because Tommy Fielden already making his way around the final corner. He'll crank on the power yet again. Of course, this is race 5 of the day. It's been a busy old morning for No Limits here at Knockhill, already ticking into the afternoon, and then still a couple more sprints to go before attention turns to endurance action. But Max Alexander looking for a move up the inside over at Duffus Dip. Can he make it work? We wait for them to reappear. Not quite yet, but a move could be coming here at McIntyre's. He gained a little bit of ground on the brakes, has halved it actually, latched onto his rear wheel. Is it going to be at Clark's, or is it going to be all the way at the final corner? Final lap of action now, and Max Alexander, that rear wheel squirming about over the curbs. Such an aggressive line, and for the final time they'll crank on the power. They'll be spinning the rear wheel all the way down this back straight. And well, it's going to be who dares latest on the brakes. It's going to be Duncan versus Alexander for track position. Tommy Fielden, he's already made it work. He'll see the checker flag in a few moments' time here, but the battle for second still on. It's Tommy Fielden who takes victory.
Another victory for Tommy Fielding. Is there any opportunity? They're going to go neck and neck across the line. It was Alexander by 0.06 of a second. He got the advantage out of that final hairpin, but it looked like it was a drag race all the way to the checkered flag. Duncan, of course, still victorious in the Dart Motorsport Premier Cup. That was another drag race there between Jamie Boyce and Brandon Petty. That was for second place in the Dart Motorsport Premier Cup. Jamie Boyce holding on to that 144 by 0.06. So we're talking millimetres, centimetres here separating. There's some really important finishing positions in the context of the championship there. But it is Tommy Fielding that takes the overall victory from Alexander. Duncan in P3. He is the victor on that BMW in the Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup. But wow, what a race that was. A little bit calmer than some of the other races we've seen this morning so far at Knockhill here at No Limits Racing. But when you've got more than 200 horsepower at your disposal, sometimes you do just need to be a little bit gentle. Tommy Fielding takes the victory once again and extends his championship lead. Again, he could be looking at leaving Knockhill as your champion of 2026, but does require a couple of things to go his way, so we'll wait to see what tomorrow brings for that 5.56. Max Alexander brings it home in second place. Steve Duncan, P3 overall. He is the victor in the Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup. Tom Norton is fourth, rounds out the podium places in the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy. Then it's Luca Jennings, another really solid result for him on that 63. Jamie Boyce and Brandon Petty, P6, P7. Separated by 0.06 of a second at the line for 2 and 3 in the Dart Premier Power Trophy. Then it's Wilfred Turner, Tommy Fennick and Liam Murta rounding out your top 10. Following, or further down the order, should I say, we saw Scott Stone, Paul Bowerbank, Andy Buchanan, James Crowe, Steve Frizzle, Phil Abel and David Williams, who seemingly had an issue on that 43. He finished 9 laps down and in the pit lane, so I'm presuming a DNF. And then we had a couple of riders who did not take the start despite being on the grid. Unfortunately, Michael Needham, Kieran Nicholson, Robbie Gibbons and Callum O'Shea did not start this contest. So we'll wait to see if we're going to be able to see them out there for race 2 and 3 tomorrow. But it is once again advantage Tommy Fielding, the 5.56. A really, really solid ride from him. Didn't have to do anything spectacular. Well, there was that one really, really quick lap of 49.877 as the quickest lap of the race, but didn't have to go out of his way to do anything superb. Was under pressure early doors, but just kept it calm, kept it composed, kept his cool, and took that checkered flag by 5.6 seconds at the line, which in Knockhill terms, that is a big old gap, because around this place, typically times are quite close because there's not really a lot of places to lose it, because there's not really a lot of places in general, only a touch over 2 kilometres. But a great race there, and that of course is our last race before lunch as well. So before we take a break here on NLR TV, let's head down to our resident Scotsman, Lewis Ray.
Down in Park Ferry for the time being, Ross, and well, we're going to have a quick chat with our race winner, of course. Race winner overall, as I should say. I mean, you're used to it this year, Tommy Fielding, but cracking right from yourself. Great lap times into the 49 bracket. How was that?
Yeah, pretty good. I enjoyed it. I thought there'd be 49s in it, but I didn't know whether I would need like someone in front to spare me on to do it. and I could actually read my board. I'd see the gap was getting bigger, but I knew, like these guys next to me, I knew they could go quicker, so I assumed they must have been having a battle. Let me get away.
Yeah, and how's Knockhill for yourself? Are you enjoying it? I mean, it looks like you're having fun out there in the Honda.
Yeah, it's good. I've got a little bit of advantage over everyone else who's never been. I came up for a bit of sneaky practice on the Scottish round, so at least I kind of know where I'm going. But yeah, enjoying it. It's different, obviously really short laps, so there's not, if you're trying to find half a second, it's really difficult because there's not that many corners to make the time up on.
Yeah, and it looks like tomorrow you're going to have a big task at hand because it's great laps from Max and Stephen behind you.
Yeah, my wife, who's actually, it's her birthday today, but she informed me that it wasn't until towards the end that I put the quickest lap in, so I know it's going to be close, but look, that's what we're here for, it's racing.
Yeah, we're here to do some great racing as well. Well done, and happy birthday as well to Mrs. Fielden.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
And, well, we'll pop over first of all to Max Alexander, because, well, Max, for yourself, a great ride and a nice little scrap. Your lap times look to be there, but maybe a little bit frustrated on a few occasions and making a few mistakes.
Yeah, I kept on track coming from too far back, making the pass into McIntyre. I think I made a mess of it twice, so I lost a bit of time there. So hopefully for tomorrow we can get a cleaner getaway and try to latch on to Tommy.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're also running in the 49 bracket. Well, pace-wise, on paper, you're there able to fight with Tommy, but it's just dealing with Stephen Duncan, the Scotsman.
Yeah, I think if I can get some clear track, I think there's more in the lap time to come. So we'll see, but I think Tommy's probably got more in him as well.
Yeah, I'm sure he does. Anyway, hopefully some good battles tomorrow, and well done.
Thank you very much.
Of course, one of our local riders, great results this year so far in Scottish Championship. Now, though, we'll head over to Stephen Duncan, who was also involved in that fight. A great fight between you and Max. Obviously, class win as well, more importantly. How was it?
Yeah, it was good. Great battle with Max, as you said. And it was nice to be able to see Tommy in the distance, although he was pulling away. Obviously got a bit of a advantage with being a local boy. But yeah, bike felt good, I felt good, so looking forward to the next one.
Yeah, exactly. Still 2 more races to come tomorrow. Yeah. It looks like class-wise, you're well and truly ahead of your rivals, but still, is the plan just try and keep behind Max, or do you think you have the pace to match the likes of Tommy at the front?
No, definitely not. No, I don't. I'm not in a championship battle with Tommy, so I don't need to be getting involved in that. As long as I keep ahead of my rivals in the championship, then I'll be happy.
Yeah, go out there, have some fun, and see what happens. Best of luck.
Cheers. Thank you.
And, well, while we're still down here at this side of the Park Fermi, because we are on a lunch break now, so we do have a nice bit of time to speak to everyone. Brandon Petty, 3rd place, I believe it was, in class in the finish-up, but still close on circuit with Jamie Boyce. Not quite able, though, to match the pace of Duncan at the front of your class.
Yeah, Duncan was riding really well. Obviously, he's Scottish anyway, so he knows his place like the back of his hand, but, yeah, I can't keep with Duncan, but I thought I had Jamie then, and he just did me a block pass on the last corner last lap, but no, fair play to him. We were both riding really well, so I can't ask more than that.
Yeah, exactly. You guys have been fighting pretty much all season long.
Yeah.
Fortis being Knockhill, it's quite a challenging circuit. How are you finding it?
Yeah, it's really good. When we walked the track on Thursday night, I was a bit, umming and ahhing whether how technical it was going to be, but no, it is quite technical, even though it's a short track.
Well done. Hopefully some more battles tomorrow between yourself and Jamie.
Yeah, I just want to wish Paul Liston, I hope he's alright. He couldn't make it to this weekend, but I hope he's alright. And thanks to my sponsor as well, Lee Norris, I appreciate it.
Exactly, without sponsors we can't go racing. Now we'll come over behind Michael, because just walking over, conveniently, is Jamie Boyce. Jamie, we were just speaking about that last fight between yourself and Brandon. Talk us through it.
Good little battle with Brandon, really. I got probably my worst start all year. The thing just wanted to loop on me, so yeah, worst start I've had all year. I just had to sit behind Brandon if I could. I sort of saw a few places where I could have made a pass, but I thought I don't really want to do that kind of move on somebody that I race well with. He shut the door in the last turn. I thought that's it, game over, fair play. And I thought, you know what, if I don't have a go, I'll be kicking myself. So I went for it. Brandon saw me, which was nice, and yeah, just managed just about the old Suzuki, kept it to the line.
Yeah, some hard but fair racing at the end of the day as well, and still 2 more races to look forward to tomorrow. I mean, Brandon doesn't think it's possible, but what do you think your odds are of catching up to the likes of Stephen Duncan?
I don't know, I'd agree with Brandon, I think. I think Steve's on a different level here today and this weekend. You can see where the track knowledge is key. They just, a 10th here, a 10th there, over 1 lap is the one. Can I just say a quick shout out to my little boy Archie and my daughter Belle. They can't make it this weekend because it's a little bit far, but they're on holiday, so yeah, I just wanted to say hello to them.
Well done, and best luck for tomorrow.
Cheers, mate, thank you.
And well, just coming over to the podium now,
is going to be, it's going to be our third place finisher in class, Tom Norton. Not able to speak to him this time around. Looks like he's ready for the podium. So nonetheless, we're going to cut to a little clip that we filmed earlier on, and we're going to go grab a bite to lunch. So enjoy that, and we'll be back soon with more racing at around 25 past 1:30.
Down here at the No Limits race support tent here in the paddock at Knockhill, and we thought we'd give you a little run through the process of how you actually go in here and get yourself tired, because often you see these massive old queues and lumps of people standing around, and it all looks a bit confusing and it's not really any order to anything. So, given it's a bit quieter this morning, we thought we'd give it a go. So you're walking through the door, it's all looking nice, beautiful. You've got products on your left, on your right, everywhere you look. And you walk up and you go, hello, James. Hello. I need a set of tyres desperately because I've shredded my last ones because I'm an idiot. What do we do from here?
Quite easy. First off, did you pre-order any? We run a pre-order service that when you pre-order from No Limits via the website or via the office on the telephone, you get a discount. It saves you roughly about 9% off the website price. Includes free fitting at the event. We bring the tyres to the event, free fitting at the event, disposal of the tyres as well, and we go through all the process with you in a second. If you haven't pre-ordered, that's not a problem. You don't get the discounts, you pay the web price, no overcharge for being at the event.
We have a stock of tyres in the back. So we'll talk you through a process as if you've pre-ordered a tyre, if that's okay. We've got one ready to go. So we run a scanner here, and on the scanner we've got everyone's names and what they've ordered. They come up and they say, oh, this is for Derek, for example. He's ordered a certain tyre. So I'll go and pick it now and scan it off. So that means that we know we're giving the right tyre to the right customer that they've ordered. And then I'll talk you through the process as we go down the line of fitting the tyre and what we do through that process, okay?
Perfect. So for me at this point, I now do absolutely nothing, essentially. It's all over to you guys.
Exactly that. So basically all I need off you is your name. I don't need your order reference, don't need to see an email. I've got it all on the scanner. So you come up and say, I'm here, I need this tyre, and we'll grab it for you and we'll get on with the process.
Excellent stuff.
You would normally wait there, or you could go to the end, because we run a process of you come in at the cab end of the trailer, and then we run through the process and it ends up down the bottom end for you. So collect down there. So I'll grab the tyre.
We get media privileges, luckily, so we can just stand slightly out of the way.
So there you go. Market is fitted. The customer then gets an email as well. It date stamps that when the tyre was fitted and collected, what have you. So I put that down behind the lads. We go and get the wheel now. And it goes on to this bit of equipment here, which is the bead breaker. So if you want to swing round on a typical tyre machine, the bead breaker is on the side of the machine there. Because we do so many wheels and we're desperately unfit, it's actually better to have them on the table at this level. So it saves our backs. We can inspect the wheel a lot easier. We also take the weights off here. We remove the valve core. Obviously we check the disc, check the wheel if there's any damage, check the valve. If it's a 90-degree valve, is it tight? Put a bit of force on the valve, see if it's tight. If it's a rubber valve, has it perished? Does it need replacing? The valve core gets taken out, which that's already been done, so that saves a load of noise. And then Joshua, can you knock that one off for me, please, mate? And then literally you'll see a foot pedal there, and the bead is pushed off. It's at eye level, not eye level, but it's a lot easier for us to see and be delicate with it. This morning we had a blue set of carbon rims in, so we take care with every rim, obviously, but it allows you to be a bit more accurate. Your hand's very close. Presses off, and then we'll take any weights off as well with a plastic scraper. Have you already done that bit, mate? Yeah, so we have plastic scrapers that take the weights off. Let me just push that in front of the camera. Plastic scraper. Like that. And then it goes onto the machine. And this is quite a simple process for us. Clamps on, not a lot of clamping force is required. We consider that, like I just said, we fit carbon rims. Whilst they're very strong, we don't want to damage them. We don't want to damage any rim, obviously. We also use as well, if I fit out, Josh is just going to put his tyre iron in behind the plastic head. So this is a fully plastic head. So it reduces any risk of any scratching to the wheel. We've also got plastic covers on the inside of the placeholders for the rim, and we take the stock bead off, that pops off, and then Josh will put the tyre iron in and around. We also have to be careful as well, some more so now, even in club racing, lads run a TPMS, which is a way of monitoring your air in the tyre, so we're very careful with those because they run quite a big sensor on the back of the rim, on the back of the valve, sorry. Then we use our special, very highly secret Aldi hairspray to fit the tyre. This is a genuine thing that we've done in motorsport for a long time. So it gives us enough lube for the tyre to pop onto the rim, and then when it dries and sets, it goes sticky. So it helps us maybe reduce the risk of spinning on the tyre. Another thing we do as well, go on Josh, you put that one on, sorry mate, I'll tell you that in a sec. So put the bottom bead on now, simple as that. Our machines are also a lot quicker than a standard machine. Just let me show what you're doing there as well. So this dot on a Pirelli Metzeler tyre, that 4-inch of the tyre there is actually the lightest part of the tyre. So when it's made in the factory, it's put on literally on a scale, a very sensitive scale, and it's laser dotted as to where the lightest part of the tyre is, because we put the dot of the lightest part of the tyre as to what should be the heaviest part of the wheel, which is the valve. So we line those up, and as long as it's within a 4-inch or 2-inch either side of the valve, we're good. But we will always make sure we try and put it right next to the valve. That also allows people to have a quick reference if they come in and those dots have moved around to say here, you've had a slip on the rim. Can happen, not so much these days, but we can see it. A lot of these bikes like this is going on R1 looking at that, so that'll have 200 horsepower going through that tyre. So there's a lot of mechanical grip coming out of it. Then Josh will overinflate it, you'll hear 2 pops. That's both beads going on. A bead is when it sits onto the rim. Those are the metal parts within the tyre. That secures it on. Now you might be thinking, well, we've heard him pop on, why is he keep blowing it up? That makes sure that the tyre sits correctly on the rim. So we overinflate each tyre. What do you pump that up to, Josh? 80. So that really overinflates the tyre, but it really makes sure that the tyre is sat on where it needs to be. Now it's going to get noisy. Takes it off. Let the air back out. Just give it a sec to do that. Pops a new valve core back in. Every time we fit a tyre, we put a new valve core in. You'll hear the clicking on Josh's valve key there. That's a torque key setting, so everything's torqued. Make sure it's correct. And then we make sure every tyre goes out of here at 2.5 bar, so it's a constant setting. If a rider forgets to change the tyre pressure, it might be a little bit high, but it'll still work. But it means that it's not underinflated, so someone then has to re-inflate the tyre themselves, because we use a dry air system with our compressors. We have a dryer on, so we take all the moisture out of the air to make sure that the air in the tyre is moisture free. If we have moisture, it heats up at a different rate because of the water in it, and it makes it inconsistent. So he's fitted the tyre. Then as part of the team, we'd have, Josh is going to go through the whole process here actually, then goes to the balancer. So when we're busy like we were on yesterday evening, Friday afternoon when you pop down, there's 5 of us going at this. Josh is going through the process all on his own. Hey up. Put it on the balancer, and this is where we get the most questions from people. How does that work? What does that mean? What does that do? It's dead simple. It's just a static balance. So you've seen Josh has spun the wheel there. When Josh has spun the wheel, he's looked down both sides of the wheel to make sure that the tyre is in fact sat on and that the rim has no damage. We can see there on the balancer, if the rim's got damage, we might see a movement in the tyre. And what you're seeing now is the wheel settling on the balancer. The heaviest point will fall to the bottom. We counterbalance that heaviest point. With motorsport product these days, they're so well made by Pirelli, have them made by robots in the factory. There's very little human interaction in the product. We very rarely get a tyre that needs more than, say, 25, 30 grams of weight. If we got something that needed 45, 60, we might consider taking it off for a professional, because they would start to feel that weight balance difference. So Josh has moved it round, so he's moved it round from 12 o'clock to market. And then I suppose this is where there's a little bit of skill and experience, and we've all been doing this a very long time. How quick the wheel counter-rotates back, we understand how much weight it needs going on. So if it moves back slower, it needs less weight. If it moves back quick, it needs more weight. So what are you putting on there, mate?
Just trying a 25 look.
Trying a 25. So you can see now on the camera, it's just slowly dropping down. So that means we've put too much weight on it. So if you take that weight off, you'll see the wheel starts to go back the other way. Josh will grab a 20 now. Put a 20 on. There we go, doesn't move. So the wheel is effectively balanced. Very important that this is done. A lot of guys say, oh, don't worry about balancing my wheels. On a front wheel especially, if it's balanced incorrectly, you'll feel a hell of a vibration through the bike, you know. And that's it, go through the process. That's it, job done. So then the wheel goes out with the old tyre, left outside for the customer to collect. Plus, most customers will just take the new tyre and the new rim. That's good to go, mate. Thank you for your patience. Appreciate it. Some will leave the old tyre. You going to leave the old tyre with us? Yep, that's fine. And then what we do with that, that'll just go on our scrap pile over here. And then we get those picked up and environmentally recycled. Those go to make playgrounds, I believe. So, yeah, and that's the process. It's as simple as that. Going back to the start, if you haven't pre-ordered a tyre, we take payment dead easy. Apple Pay, Android Pay, debit card, credit card, anything you want to pay cash is fine. Scottish money as well, we take that. A couple of guys have been worried about that this morning. That's fine. And it's as simple as that. VAT invoices are received, but I think the big selling point here is that if you pre-order your tyre with no limits, you do save money, you get a great rate on your product, fittings included, and so is disposal.
James, well, that was a whistle-stop tour, but a very, very official one. Thank you very much for your time, for showing us the operation that you guys do and how it's all done here at Race Support.
Brilliant. Thank you for your time, mate. Cheers.
So right now we're outside Race Support here at Pirelli, and James is joining us once again for a little update, a little chat, and a little recap of what's been going on in the last couple of weeks. And well, James, first of all, how are you and how does it feel for No Limits Racing to be back after what was a very, very busy period?
Yeah, it was a busy period. Yeah, you're right. So yeah, all good. Happy to be back. Really happy to be at Knockhill. It's been a long time since I've been up here myself. And I think everyone's got a really good attitude. Everyone seems to have a smile on their face. And that's nice because it was a busy kind of few weeks for us. I think to come up here and press a reset button for a few people is nice. Something new, something exciting. The circuit's great fun. We're having loads of positivity about it. So yeah, it's nice to be back.
Yeah, and that busy period, obviously we had a couple of strange rounds where we had the 12-hour endurance and then at Cattle Park just sprint racing. How does it feel as well, and what's the approach this weekend for you guys now that you're back to some normality yet again, and you've not just got endurance to worry about and not just got sprint racing to worry about, you've got absolutely everyone in the paddock to think about?
Yeah, you're not wrong. By this kind of part of the season, everyone's quite organised with the process and what they do of pre-ordering their tyres and understanding what our process is here. Obviously, we've welcomed some new riders to the event, which is great. They've kind of picked up on our pre-event emails and social media posts. And we've had loads of people popping in and just saying, can you help me with this? Can you help me with that? And yeah, I guess we're at the point of the season now where we're up to speed, we're full flow ahead, and everything's good.
Yeah, Knockhill, it's a new challenge for the riders. A lot of fast corners, a lot of trail braking as well at Knockhill, and then also down the back straight, some spinning on the rear as well on the exit at Clark's. What are the challenges at Knockhill that you're seeing yourself in terms of the tyre compounds? What's been the favourite pick from riders? And what is the wear of the tyres looking like here?
The tyre wear to pick up on that is always pretty good at Knockhill. It's a very kind circuit. I've described it to my customers as very similar to Cadwell Park, which is kind on a tyre as well. Historically, coming here when we worked at BSB, we know that the tyre wear is good. Whether you're on Superbike, Superstock, Supersport, it's always okay. So I've encouraged the riders to try softer compounds. The main one we run is SE1 front, SE1 rear, or K1 front, K1 rear. And when you come here, you're going to extend the life of the tyre a little bit more because it's kind on the tyre. But you also benefit with that little bit of extra grip over the stronger compounds. Large lean angles here, jumping off the throttle quite quick to get down the back straight especially. That softer compound helps you dig in, helps you get out the corner a bit better.
Yeah, and well, Knockhill is a tricky circuit. Weather can be tricky as well. In terms of temperatures this weekend, it looks like we're going to have it quite stable, and maybe, hopefully, we're not going to need wet tyres in that, but I'm sure you guys have the wet tyres ready to go. Why wouldn't the necessary riders look at the likes of the SC2 here at Knockhill? Is it the fact that really the hairpin in turn one is the only point of the circuit that you're heavy on the brakes?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. I mean, you're barrelling into the hairpin, aren't you? It's amazing how much speed you do carry down into there. In fact, you know, this weekend we haven't sold any SC2 fronts or K2 fronts, which is kind of stereotypical for the season. There's only a couple of riders that do choose it. The new SC1 product is used at Moto2, World Superbike, BSB. It's the preferred tyre of pretty much all those professional riders, you know. It stands up really well to the new SC1 Superbike tyre, the 125 tyre. The carcass has been changed and it really stands up well to the demand of a 200 horsepower, loads of torque, loads of power, loads of weight, loads of everything going into that hairpin really well. So they can trail brake, because a professional rider now is all about braking heavy in a straight line, as late as they can, and holding that brake to apex. So Pirelli have designed these tyres around the professional rider's demands, and that really plays well into here. Like you were saying, you're trail braking into that hairpin, probably like, I don't know where else on the calendar you do it as heavy as you would there from that speed to so slow. I don't think there is anywhere, to be honest. But the tyres stand up to it really well, really working good.
Yeah, the only probably similar point is maybe somewhere like Melbourne Hairpin Loop or Snetterton, Turn 2, but even then you're not reaching the speeds down the back straight as what you are here at Knockhill. Going back to Anglesey, that was when we last had our proper big catch-up. You were discussing the new Metzeler tyres, the development compounds that are being brought in, specifically for No Limits. What's the latest on that you can tell us? What's the feedback been in recent weeks, and how's development going off that tyre?
Yeah, fantastic. We only had a set amount made for the year, so I protected those for the race club through the first start of the year to make sure that we've got enough to carry through to the end of the season. So I'm at a comfortable point now where we've done that, and we're going to start taking that to the track day market now into the winter. So we're going to introduce those to the track day riders that are going on a European track days, are still going to ride in the UK, and then build the profile up of that tyre to take it to the market in a bigger way next year. Feedback's been excellent. We've had plenty of customers returning onto it. A couple of customers have preferred the Pirelli. Probably on the SC0 especially, has a little bit more edge grip than like the K1 and the SC0, and some customers are comfortable with that. But to give you an idea for the weekend, there's only 4 SC0 rears been sold for this weekend, so most have gone K1 or SC1, and they've sold really well. The Metzeler is lasting a little bit longer as well, we find. It's got a little bit of a stronger carcass. The compound's very similar to an SC1, so you're getting the grip and the life and great value for money as well. So a lot of lads are appreciating that.
And with it being Knockhill, there's quite a few local riders that have turned up for this weekend. And, well, it's a completely different race support to what you have at pretty much any other club in the entire UK. For those riders and for maybe any new viewers at home tuning in for the first time, what is race support here at No Limits? And what separates you guys from a generic turn up and sell tyres from the back of the van?
We're full-time employees of No Limits, so No Limits employed me back in 2017 to spearhead this idea. Mark and I got together and came up with a plan. All the guys that run a race support do a great job. They'll be full-time self-employed guys, but we're tied into the No Limits business, and our interest is the No Limits paddock and the wider community. What we bring helps, I think, helps the experience at No Limits. We've only got 5 lads here this weekend through holidays, but we usually run a 6 or a 7 lad team. It means that you're not waiting a long time for your tyres. We can jump on it very quickly. If you need to pull me to one side for 10 or 15 minutes to talk about compound choice or a problem or anything like that, I'm available. And I'm available 5 days a week on the telephone, of course. There's no worry about that. And we also run the great big trailer. We probably need a second Arctic, to be honest, to carry everything we're doing at the moment. We turn up here on I got here Wednesday afternoon with the truck. The lads turn up Thursday morning. It takes us a full day to set everything up, go through everything. We're on top of it. As you've seen before in previous videos, it's not just tyres. We've got motor oil, SBS brake pads, and other bits for the customers. But everything's done at a price point, which, we are a business. We do have to make money, of course. I have to pay the lads' wages and buy them their dinner and some beers. We really try and be keen on the price point to try and encourage people to use No Limits, because when you come here, if you buy a tyre, you get free fitting, you get discount off the website price, we dispose of your tyre for you. We were always trying to add little bits of value into coming to race at No Limits,
Yeah, trying to add some extra bits and bobs here and there as well. And, well, you spoke a little bit about the brake pads, levers also being sold here, T-shirts and whatnot. Looking into next year, you spoke a little bit about hopefully some new tyre compounds. In terms of the shopping side of things, a one-stop shop, if you will, are you hoping to add to any of that for 2027? Is that in the pipeline yet? It still has a couple of rounds to go. Yeah,
a couple of rounds to go. I've got some ideas for next year. Need to run that through with the owners and the directors on where we're going and what exactly we're doing. But, yeah, I've got some exciting ideas up my sleeve. It's just if we can pull it off for 2027.
Yeah, and finally, you did mention, right, you've been here for a couple of years now, 2017 I believe you said, first with No Limits. What's been the biggest thing that you've noticed changing from working in the BSB paddock, where you have some of the best riders in the country, to then coming here where some of the boys are still only a couple of seconds off, but most importantly you have a much more disparity in lap times and experience levels out there? What have you had to learn yourself, and what's been the biggest learning curve, I guess you will, since joining us at No Limits?
That's a really good question, actually. It's understanding that, and Pirelli have taken this on board, I'll give them their due on that. The tyre works for Top Rack, Jonathan Ray, all these people it's been designed for, and it's translating that to how it works for, Tommy Fielding, who's our fastest guy here at the club, going really well, kind of mid-super stock times, to guys that are maybe starting out in the newcomer class. How does the product transfer across, and what do we expect? And understanding that might well work for Tommy or, Jonathan Ray, but actually, how's that going to work for you, which is 5, 6, 7 seconds off the pace?
And that was really good for me to get into and working with guys and understanding that, right, that product's maybe not quite right for you. And that's the beauty of the Pirelli and Metzeler range. We've got such a wide range, you know. Maybe we go a bit of a stronger compound because you don't need the ultimate kind of grip. That's going to protect you a bit more when you're a little bit late on the throttle coming out the corner because the softer compound will tear easier. Maybe we run a higher pressure than Tommy Fielding would because you're quite not as quick as Tommy and you're not opening the throttle as quick. And I enjoy that part of it, probably coming out now actually, that, you know, when you're talking to people, educating them and seeing a difference, it's a big thing. You know, at BSB, it's very much the guys come up, they'll have their own crew chief, they'll have Jason Griffiths, who's the motorsport manager, you know, helping and kind of keeping them within the ranges of where they need to be. But the teams are professional teams with their own ideas. Here, I think we make a bigger difference to people and make a bigger difference their weekend, and that's the enjoyable part of my job, you know.
Well, James, fascinating as always, and always lovely to have a chat. Hopefully we'll talk to you a couple of times throughout this season and find out exactly how this weekend went, because it's looking like we're going to have, hopefully, dry weather.
Touch wood, mate. Good to talk to you.
Knockhill is a new circuit for No Limits Racing here for round 7 of the 2026 season, and it's new for many of the riders as well. In fact, many of them getting a guided track walk on Thursday night just so they could get a little bit of a helping hand figuring out how to go around this place. Luckily for you, if you're still not certain, we have our own residential expert with us here, a man who's been around this place many times, crashed here many times as well. Lewis Ray, Knockhill, as I said, a track you are very familiar with, of course, from your own racing days. Talk us through it. What does it take to go around this place? What does it take to go around this place quickly? And what are the challenges, the trials and tribulations of this track?
Confidence, corner speed, and, well, knowledge, to be honest. Having the confidence of knowing where the circuit's going to go, I think, is the most important thing at Knockhill. I mean, even if we just start at turn 1, for example, Duffus Dip, you're heading down a blind right-hander. Sure, you can see all the way into McIntyre's over at turn 3, but by that point, it's too late. I mean, you really need to know where the track's going to go. You need to know where exactly you need to be in the circuit. Pretty much through turn 1, in the middle of the track. Usually, whenever I was racing, anyway, I looked for I think it was a sound pole on the right hand side in the corner of my eye. Then tipped it around to the left to the Leslie's. So easy to lose the front there, and then of course over to a corner named after you, McIntyre's, clicking it down a gear or two through there and carrying the corner speed. And at that point in the lap, it is so important. The exit is so crucial, getting all the way out on the exit curb, because, well, Knockhill, it's such a short and snappy lap that if you mess up even turn 3 at McIntyre's, even turn 2 at Leslie's, you run a little bit wide, you go too tight into McIntyre's, and then you've messed up essentially half the lap, because that's really when the circuit begins to wind up for butchers in the chicane.
And of course, moving a bit further on that as well, you get to the slightly quicker section out of Clark's down the back straight and into the hairpin, and then you're already at the end of the lap essentially. But even though it's the quicker part, it's still very tricky.
Yeah, I mean, the quicker part really does start building up from butchers. I mean, it's a sweeping downhill right-hander, a lot of confidence on the front. I mean, during my first couple laps there, during my first season here actually, I didn't manage to get my knee down, which, looking back at it, pretty embarrassing through butchers. But again, it's all about confidence, and then through the chicane, which, well, as we already spoke about, is so tricky. It's completely blind on the entry, you can't see it. And actually what I used to do, and don't, for riders there watching at home, maybe don't take it just for advice, but it's a crucial bit of advice, because you look at the curbs, and I used to aim for basically between the normal curb and the sausage curb. There's a little slit in between the two of them. Aim the front wheel through there and just shoot it out. Almost ignore the right hand curb at the top, because when you approach to the corner, you cannot see the top of it at all before you head towards the likes of Clark. So just having that know-how and knowledge of how wide the track's going to be when you get to the top, to extend it all the way to the exit curb, carry the entire corner speed all the way through, wind up the power, and then, as you mentioned, onto Clark's, a very fast sweeping right-hander, a lot of camber, and it's slightly uphill too. You can brake so much deeper than what you initially think. The first couple laps that you head to Clark's, you're braking so early and just trying to wind up that confidence, wind up that corner speed, rely on the front tyre, because obviously that's your momentum all the way down the back straight. I mean, we speak about it, going on to the back straight, a slight kink left-hander, we count it as a corner, but at the end of the day, it's not really, it's flat out. You do spin up the rear tyre through there, you can shred it up, even, especially on cold mornings with some cold tear, with it being Knockhill. And then down the back straight, I mean, it's when we talk about Knockhill being so physically demanding, it looks like a circuit on paper that's relatively simple, but the undulations are one thing. Then when you go down the back straight, heading towards a hairpin, before you even reach the hairpin, pretty much at where you want to begin to brake, it's just a ripple of bumps. The rear tyre's moving all over the shop, it's moving left, right, up, down, and just trying to keep that rear tyre, have the weight on the back, is a key to getting your bike stopped going into the hairpin. The hairpin, as we spoke about, it's a little bit uphill, and well, it's so tricky. We've seen some crashes here today at the hairpin, and there used to be at the hairpin a little square patch of tarmac that you used to almost aim your apex for, to clip a late apex out of the corner so you can get sat up on the fat part of the tyre and onto the front straight, where the front straight, I mean, we spoke to some riders here today, it's all about keeping that front wheel down. And yeah, I mean, it's a short lap, less than a minute long, and pretty much every single bike out there, if not some bikes, some classes, will be dipping into the 40-second mark in a very, very good day. So yeah, low 50s at the very least. So yeah, a very good lap, very fun lap, and loads of riders seem to enjoy it because it is a pure roller coaster up here in Scotland.
Yeah, I mean, it's enjoyable, but as you just mentioned, very, very physical, very busy as well. Because it's such a short lap, because it's so quick, there's not a lot of time to rest. So towards the end of the races, you might get riders starting to flag a little bit, and especially looking towards our Bike Alloys endurance as well, it's going to be tough for those guys.
Yeah, it's going to be extremely tough. I mean, even during sprint races back in the day, I was only on a Supertwin, but even then, I mean, whether it be very unfit bike-wise or just how physically demanding the track is, I mean, arm pump is a very much a possibility. It's so easy at Knockhill, just a little bit too much straining your arms, and then especially for the endurance boys and girls, by the end of their first or second stints, they're going to be feeling it to an extent. And I mean, I wouldn't want to be them, certainly with the way the weather's looking this weekend, because it looks like this sun is going to be staying out.
Well, fingers crossed. Perhaps the trickiest part of Knockhill, potentially, when it comes to racing, is the start. So obviously, it's the most difficult, the most dangerous part of any race. But here, of course, if you're starting on the downhill slope, you've got to be holding the brakes, then you've got to get it right. And then, of course, as you've already mentioned, the blind duffers dip and everybody piling into there on lap number 1. What's the best way to negotiate that?
In the moment. I mean, there's been some races where generally on the outside has been the beneficial line, because then by the time you get to Leslie's, you're on the inside, and then you can take the correct line going into McIntyre's at turn 3. I mean, you're already thinking about turn 3 when you're going into turn 1, and especially at a race start. So yeah, it's a super tricky start. I've had the luxury, I guess you could say, of racing this circuit in reverse direction as well, doing the hairpin as turn 1 in reverse direction. That's a completely different ball game. Pinballs happen whenever we go in reverse direction. Sadly this weekend, just normal direction for us. But yeah, a real tricky start, obviously, as it is at any circuit. But with the circuit almost tightening up as well, it can sometimes you can easily get tripped up, and then you have a few riders going on your outside, and by the end of the first lap, you've lost 3 or 4 positions. You're a little bit frustrated, and as I spoke about, it is a tighter circuit, and not necessarily the easiest places to overtake, especially at the midpoint in the lap.
Any words of advice for any newcomers to the circuit, or anyone who's maybe feeling a little bit nervous before going around here?
Just enjoy it. I mean, we say it time and time again with racing, but generally, my first couple of years racing, to be honest, at this circuit, I think I realised I was riding way too uptight. I mean, I've had the experience of crashing, in terms of the corners, I didn't crash at turn 1. I've not crashed at the top of Duffus, but I've crashed at the bottom of Duffus, McIntyre's, Butcher's, the chicane, Clark's, and the hairpin a couple of times. I've had the full shebang, pretty much, bar the top of Duffus, which I'm grateful I've never done. Usually it's a bike destroyer, but generally going out there, having fun, enjoying yourself, and actually relaxed on board the bike. Not only just to try and build up your speed, build up your momentum, confidence, corner speed, everything like that, but to rest your body. And I think in the endurance, to be nice and relaxed, especially when the bike's moving about. It's going out, when even in braking, so it's moving about in the rear, it's spinning up on the exits, going onto the back straight. That's what you're going to want to be, nice and relaxed. You're not going to want to be super tense, because then the lap time, the more you try, you're just going to be slipping away, and you're going to be exhausted by the end of the race.
Well, the riders may be a bit tired by the end, but I'm still hoping they're going to enjoy it. That was Lewis Ray giving you a quick little blast of how to get around here occasionally in one piece. Let's prepare ourselves for round 7 of the No Limits racing season here at Knockhill.
Well, there we go. Lunch break nearly finished, and yeah, Ross, it's always good to chat about Knockhill, because it's a pretty interesting circuit, pretty quirky circuit as well. And for a lot of these riders, it's their first time venturing north of the border for racing, certainly as motorcycle racers and not just fans. Now, though, of course, we're not too far away from getting going. As things stand, we're about 6 minutes or so away. I believe the first calls will be starting in about 40 seconds. So 25 past first calls, half past race start. We pushed it forward by 10 minutes, and that's because we were so ahead of schedule. So, I mean, we can't really complain about being ahead of schedule, can we, Ross McIntyre?
No, we cannot. It just means we get more racing more quickly, which I have no issues with whatsoever. We are just at the back end of our lunch break here at Knockhill. So if you're just joining us, do not worry. Still a little bit of time before we get back to racing. But I hope you enjoyed all of the 5 races that we had this morning. Some brilliant battles across all the different championships, and of course some interesting championship implications as well to enjoy. Can just see our Audi safety car working its way around, just doing a little inspection to make sure everything's in tip-top shape. Before we get back out there, our first race after lunch will be the Metzeler Freshman Sport Challenge and the No Limits Pre-Injection 600s. They'll be followed by the Brandfixx Club Power Cup and the No Limits Old School 1K Trophy. Then there'll be about 20-25 minutes or so. No, that's a lie. There'll be about 5 minutes or so. And then it'll be the Biker Lawyers No Limits Endurance Race, 500 kilometres of Knockhill. So a touch under 250 laps. Maybe we do run the full 250 just to make it nice and round. We'll wait to see what that's got in store for us. All we know is it's 500 kilometres, and of course it will be a lapped race instead of a timed event, but we're still expecting it to run around about 3 hours anyway, so you can just sit back, relax and enjoy the show here for you live and free on NLR TV, coming to you from Scotland. And a little bit last minute sweeping going on before we get back out there, Lewis. 2 sprint races, both 12-lap affairs, and then, of course, our Biker Lawyers endurance event. Should be a very fun way to wrap up Saturday's action.
Yeah, it should be a really fun way to wrap up Saturday's action. I mean, who doesn't like 500 kilometres of racing? Another key thing to note as well, checker flag tonight will be no later than 6:30 in the evening, so we do have a little bit of a cut-off time. Obviously, with it being a laps race, it does mean any safety cars, any red flags. It will slow down the amount of time. Will slow down the time it takes to actually complete the laps that we need for it to be classed as the full 500 kilometres. I don't think, off the top of my head, we've managed to actually get through fully on any of the laps races so far, but hey, Knockhill could completely change that, and certainly with us already being ahead of schedule, let's hope it stays like that, and then we can get to the Biker Lawyers No Limits Endurance race even quicker at that. So yeah, just picking up a few stones that have been left from some earlier incidents, and then we can hopefully get things going. So the marshals having a little braver as well. They've had a pretty busy morning, a few mistakes from quite a few riders actually here at Knockhill. Some people learning the limits of the circuit for sure. And we sit about 3 minutes or so away from racing to actually continue. So as you see, the hairpin undulations, even there the camera doesn't quite do it justice. And well, certainly when you're here in person and doing a track walk, it's something pretty special. There's certainly a climb to it. And well, Ross, you've been here since Thursday, where you had a little bit of some intermittent weather conditions, I think it's fair to say. But barring that, we've had it pretty lucky with the weather.
No, we have been pretty clean for the most part across the weekend. There was a couple of drops of rain yesterday throughout the morning, and then we were scheduled to have a little bit this afternoon, but again, given how we've gone so far, I think we may well stay clean, which is possibly a first, to be honest, for any race event ever at Knockhill, that you stay dry for a day of racing. But yes, you do tend to get all 4 seasons in a day here in Fife. So it's yeah, it's been nice that it's stayed, even if a bit grey, it stayed dry so far here today. And yeah, again, Thursday was it was rain, shine, it was literally everything, and it was changing every 5 minutes. You'd be soaked and then you'd be roasted and then you get soaked again. So far today though, we're okay. We're all running cleanly. The endurance guys, I think that's probably the biggest worry for them out of anybody, is the rain. Of course, with everybody else, you can just stop the race, go back in, bolt some new tyres on and get back out there again, maybe with a slightly reduced distance. With the endurance guys, you can't really just stop an endurance race for the weather. And we did see back at Brands Hatch, of course, a little while back when it did start raining about an hour into that race, and there was a lot of people weren't really sure whether it was wets or inters, whether a lot of people just gambled staying out on slicks as well. So if it does start raining in the endurance, then you're playing the game of, okay, well, how long is it raining for? Because it could just be a passing shower. This could be something that, is going to hang around for a while, and it may just be a bit of weather watching for the guys on the pit wall. And then if it is raining, do you just go on inters and commit to that, or is it straight to wets and hope it gets heavier, or is it, we think it's going to stay like this, so winters, and then we can go wets later if it gets worse as well. So it's a bit of a game you play when it comes to endurance racing and the tyres and the weather and all of the above. So we'll wait to see if the skies are going to be unkind to us. But so far, as you've said, Lewis, they are being nice and clean. So fingers crossed we stay dry for the remainder of the day and hopefully the weekend.
Yeah, let's hope so. I mean, it's a lovely circuit even when it's wet. It's got some pretty good grip out there, to be honest, as you would expect for a circuit which it rains so many times a year. You make sure that your asphalt's pretty grippy in it. Even some of the curbs you can get away with using in the rain, surprisingly. Over the chicane, if you're completely sat up going over them, you can get away just nibbling away at the curbs. And on some occasions, I'm not putting this as advice to any of the riders out there, but if it is raining, you can sometimes get away with the curb on the exit of McIntyre's, providing you're all the way up. It's not quite the it's not necessarily a curb which is bumpy at all. It's more just a painty part of the circuit. Still though, plenty of fans have made the trip out to Knockhill here today and enjoying a brew, enjoying the weekends with their friends, with their family, and well, who knows, might even be tuned in on NLR TV.
Give us a wave,
see themselves. We'll wait and see. But a lot of people coming out this weekend. You'd expect even more on Sunday as well. Tickets, I believe, if you do want to come tomorrow, are £18 at the gate or £25 at the gate for the entire weekend of action. I think 12 and under are free too. So, a full family event. You can see plenty of cars as well on the hillside, and Knockhill Hill in the background. I've been up that a few times in my life. I love the little view at the top of it, I must say. And I will say, on the subject of rain, keep your eye on the sheep.
Yes. The old animals. I'm more used to keeping your eye on the cows. That was the old wives' tale I always had, is if the cows lying down, it's
if they're
rain.
lying down, stand up. I've heard that as well in the past. But I've heard if the sheep go from the top of the hill to the bottom of the hill, it is a sign that it's going to rain. And whenever I was racing here, I used that as a factual evidence that it was going to rain, and kept my eye strictly on the clouds and had the wet tyres ready to go. So hopefully the sheep stay nice and high in the hill throughout the entire weekend.
That might explain a lot of your racing career, Lewis, to be honest. You spent more of it watching sheep than the tarmac and the road and all of that. But, moving swiftly onwards, some bikes are being fired up in the paddock, and I've just roared their way past our commentary box, actually, because we are getting ourselves ready for race number 6 of the weekend, the first race of the afternoon session. It is the Metzeler Freshman Sport Challenge and the No Limits pre-injection at 600 for your classic carburetor bikes. None of that fuel injection nonsense that you see nowadays. So riders are just making their way out of the paddock. They may be being held in the holding area potentially just for a minute or two, and then of course we'll get to the track. They'll work their way around to the grid, then they'll have 2 sighting laps and then a 12-lap race. 1 race for all of our classes today, 2 races for everyone tomorrow, excluding, of course, our Bike and No Limits endurance guys who just have their 1 race today, and the Inter-Services Championship guys, they only have the 1 race tomorrow as well, but that'll be a 12-lap contest compared to everything else, which moves up to 14 laps. So
more
keep
laps,
your mind,
more fun.
More laps, more fun, unless you're one of the Inter-Services guys, in which case I hope you're doing other races or you're just here.
They have a qualifying tomorrow morning.
They do have a qualifying tomorrow morning as well, so they are getting some track time at the very least. But more and more riders making their way down to the holding area. Should be a very, very interesting one, this one. Of course, 2 classes for us to try and pay attention to in the Metzeler Freshman Sport Challenge.
And a full grid.
And a full grid as well. In terms of championship picture, J. Orchard James can win the Metzeler Freshman Sport Challenge title this weekend. He comes into Knockhill with a 94-point advantage. You need 150 or more at the end of the weekend if you're including countbacks, so we'll call it 151 points or more, to be champion at the end of the round. So
that's a tough task.
It is a tough task, but it is doable. It's not, this is a mathematical thing. It's not going to happen, but it would require the likes of Paul Beard, of Laurie Myers to have off weekends, which is typically quite rare.
Yeah.
So it's doable, but need a lot of lady luck on his side. In terms of the pre-injection stuff, Carl Vickers is only 17 points clear of Steve Lester. They've been inseparable all season. I doubt that's going to change
Had their own
much.
incidents as
yes,
well.
Very much had their own incidents as well. So I think they'll be still very, very tight at the end of this weekend as well. So you got one class which championship could get wrapped up. It's unlikely to, but I'm not quite going to say this is just a mathematical thing. There is no way this is happening, because you never know with motor racing, and you never know here at Knockhill. But the other one, nice and close. They'll be going all the way to the end of the year. And when we head back to Donington, I'd expect.
Yeah, they'll be going all the way to the end of the season. Paul Beard, quick starter, already had some track time earlier on in the NL 500s. Laurie Myers as well. A few mistakes this year, uncharacteristic, I think it's fair to say. Croft really does come to mind. It was a really bad weekend for him. Ryan Bullman, of course, we managed to catch up with him. If you tuned in earlier on to our little paddock walk, Ryan Bullman crashed at Cadwell Park and had the bike checked over, and it was an issue with his forks in the finish up, and pretty much he had to get the forks rebuilt, and now it looks like it's all straight and it's all good to go. So that R6 is ready to be wrestled around this circuit yet again. He's loving it here as well, and hopefully for him he can get back to top form, because it would be good to see Ryan Bullman back at top form. But yet again, he's another rider, much like Paul Beard, that knows how to get the bike off the line. Sure, he might have had one jump start at Cadwell Park that right now we're just gonna brush over to the side. Barring that, very quick at lights out.
Yeah, I don't even remember Cadwell Park. Did we go to Cadwell Park? Don't know what you're talking about for Ryan Bullman's case. But yes, normally really, really strong away. But there are a few riders in this next race who are typically quite good when the red lights go out. Jay Orchard James is typically fairly strong here or there. Sometimes it's not as good.
Yeah, it seems to be one or the other. It seems to be a really bad start or a cracking start for Jay.
I was trying to be nice, but all right, if we're going the full way, yeah, sometimes he has an absolute stinker, quite frankly, away the lights, but sometimes as well, he absolutely nails it and will lead down into turn number 1.
And his race pace is something phenomenal.
So he's definitely one we need to keep our eyes out for coming to this one. We can now see bikes out on circuit. They'll, of course, be making their way around to the grid. Then it's 2 sighting laps. Then it will be all the way to the checkered flag from the red lights. 12 laps this next race. It'll be our first race of the afternoon. And, of course, race number 6 of the weekend. One more sprint race after this one as well. Then it's our Bike Alloys Endurance. Then we go again on Sunday. Then we wait another month and we're off to another different country in Wales again, because we go back to Anglesey, but the sprint guys are here this time as well.
Yeah, Anglesey and Donington Park still to come, but the grid well and truly forming. And well, Ross, I know you love your pre-injection 600s up here in the commentary box. Probably one of your favourite classes that we have here at No Limits.
I don't mind them.
And you'll be happy to know Dan Cooper, Charlie Reynolds, essentially teammates. If I remember right, Charlie Reynolds sponsors Daniel Cooper in terms of racing, but we do have a pre-injection 600 1-2 on the grid. Of course, 2 local riders, but seriously impressive to have 2 pre-injection 600 machines on that front row.
I don't think we've seen that this season, or I don't think we've seen a poll actually from a pre-injection rider so far in 2026. So that's interesting. We'll keep our eyes firmly on that one. Of course, yes, local riders, but again, pre-injection 600s, the machines that are from 2002 at the latest or before. No fuel injection allowed. It's all carbs. There's no electronics. There's none of that. So they're tricky machines to ride. They'll have less power, both from out of the factory and the fact that the machines are old, so they've lost a bit of grunt over time. They'll be heavier as well, so easy things to ride, but they're sitting at 1 and 2 on the grid and nearly completing the front row. Dan Cooper and Charlie Reynolds, P1 and 2. Jay Orchard James leading the Brandfixx Club Power Cup charge from P3. In a weekend where there is the possibility he could be walking away with the title as well. Row number 2, Paul Rogers, Paul Beard and Ethan Hall. Then it's Ryan Bullman in P7. He'll have the outside into Duffer's Dip, so that could be interesting from the 712. He's alongside Gareth Isles and Steve Lester. And then Ryan Garside rounds out the top 10. Laurie Mize in P11 and Carl Vickers P12. Laurie Mize a bit further back down the order than we would normally expect. They're followed by Jamie Cox, Adam Rostron and Adam Ross on row number 5. Then Josh Crawford, Kurt McGuinness and Jake Griffith. Brandon McCormack, P19. He's joined by Callum Denty and Tom Brand. Then it's Liam Hansen, Dan Cobb and Daniel Lovejoy. Ian Henderson is 25th with Dwayne Sizemore and Stephen Burke joining him on row number 9. Behind them, Thomas Hill is the last rider who set a lap in qualifying, and if the final 4 do join us, didn't set a lap in qualifying, but would get a full grid if they do join us, we would have Matthew McCready 29th, Gavin Hooper 30th, Grant Taylor 31st, Lewis Adams in 32nd. So we'll wait to see if they are going to be joining us for this 12-lap contest. There was a hand up there by somebody that is coming into the hairpins. That could just be a get ready to slow down because everyone's slowing down because it's the final corner for the grid, or it might indicate an issue. So let's see if whoever that was pulls off into pit lane. The rest of the riders working their way through. You can see the 44 there. It could potentially have been the 58 of Josh Crawford maybe that had the hand up, but again, I think they'll probably just work their way onto the grid. Maybe it was just to get yourselves prepared and warned, because we're all getting ready to go racing for 12 laps here at Knockhill.
Yep, nearly ready to get going here at Knockhill. Dan Cooper just taking his time to get onto pole position, so he will line up now on board number 12. Charlie Reynolds and J. James all ready to go in P3. So yellow flags still waving, so not everyone in the slot just yet. So we're nearly ready to go racing. Red lights will appear on just a few moments time. Rev's certainly beginning to rise. Bikes clicking into gear, and now lunch break is a long hold for these riders on the grids. And now finally we can't get going. Dan Cooper has stalled for him on the grid. He's waving, just make sure nobody is going to miss him. So now we will continue on, and Dan Cooper does get underway. So from pole position, stalling at the start. What a disaster. And Paul Beard goes down as well. He's going to go towards McIntyre's. Hopefully everyone's able to avoid that bike, and Ryan Billman as well having to take some avoiding action. Somehow he kept that on 2 wheels. He cut it through the grass. A chaotic start. Charlie Reynolds comes out into the race, leads Ethan Hall in second.
Oh my word, hearts in the mouth for everybody, but it looks like we're all okay after that start, and looks like the 178 rider is going to try and rejoin the race. Paul Beard was stranded in the middle of the racetrack. His bike was stranded as well. Let's see. Well, he was pushing the bike away, so maybe he's decided that's enough after that scare, but we will make it to the end of lap 1 for the time being. Dive bomb there at the inside on the way into the final hairpin. Everybody else clean, and as well, good to see that Dan Cooper was able to get away after stalling on the grid, and great avoiding action from everybody else. The hand straight up from the course, waving, saying, I'm not moving anywhere, guys, and everyone able to get out of the way. So it's Reynolds that leads from Hall, from Isles up to P3. Then Paul Rogers, then Laurie Myers. Good start from him up into 5th. Garside, Ross, Bullman, Vickers, Jay, Orchard, James. That is your top 10. Orchard James from 3rd on the grid down into 10th place. Again, it was a bit chaotic on the first lap. We saw people cutting across the track, cutting across the grass, trying to avoid stranded bikes and riders and the things. So the order's been a bit mixed up, but lap 2 of 12s, we can all calm down. Still pretty tight out there. It's time now to make up any lost ground.
Yeah, nice and tight out there. I think Ryan Bullman, his save, his avoiding action needs a medal, to be honest. I mean, Paul Beard's bike was in the middle circuit. Paul Beard was in the middle of the circuit. Ryan Bullman, he just went straight onto the grass, cut the entire corner, kept it on 2 wheels, and avoided any more riders going down. Having a little look further back down the order, there's 65 of Denty. That's down in P17 for the time being. Thomas Brand just ahead of this lot, about half a second or so just ahead. Ryan Billman, though, does continue on, and well, there's Orchard James, as we mentioned, sitting there on the number 7 machine, all the way down in P8, and most importantly here, Ross, both his title rivals ahead of him out on track. Laurie Myers just sitting P7, so a cracking ride so far, and actually not both of them, because we did have that mistake from Paul Beard, which did end up going down. But in terms of Laurie Myers, who was ahead of him, now Orchard James getting the hammer down, now setting up a move on Ryan Bullman. They're going to go 3 wide into the hairpin, you would imagine. Bullman through on the 51 of Garside, and now Orchard James following them as well. So Ryan Garside getting a little bit tripped up there. It's so easy to get done at the hairpin. As soon as you have a bike alongside you, what are you going to do?
Yeah, I think he actually got dragged along a little bit by Bullman there. Bullman for a moment looked like he might not quite make the corner. And then Garside as well, just a little bit wide, left the door open for Orchard James, and then, well, he didn't need a second invitation. Thank you very much, and through he went. So Unfortunate there for Garside, loses 2 places in 1 corner, but it's still 3rd in class in the pre-injection 600 category. So not the end of the world, even if he has lost 2 places out on the road. His nearest challenger is about 3.5 seconds back in Carl Vickers, and there is a Laurie Myers in between the pair of them as well. So still time. There's still time to settle down and hold on to podiums, or maybe try and follow this group and work your way forward. Borman putting pressure onto the 7 of J. Orchard James, who's actually got through in the previous tour. Borman a little bit wide there from the 712s. Tries to get the drive out of the final hairpin, but don't think he was quite able to get it. So Orchard James will hold on to P5/P3 for the time being.
Right, Charlie Reynolds well and truly off at the front. 5.2 seconds being his gap over the likes of Ethan Hall. Ryan Garcia, much wider line he takes all the way through toughest. You'd imagine that's affecting his corner speed mid-corner, and certainly his line into Leslie's at the second part of Duffus dip. But Orchard James, for the time being now, got comfortable margin over Bullman and can begin to set his sights on the likes of Paul Rogers. Now, Paul Rogers sits in P4. Maybe it wasn't the best initial launch off the grid, but in that open lap, he was able to avoid all the drama that occurred and get himself into position. As, of course, did Ryan Garside, who did start from P10, has worked his way up to P7. But there's your race leader. There's Charlie Reynolds. Such an experienced pre-injection 600 rider is Charlie Reynolds. He won the championship up in Scotland, made the jump onto ZX10 Superbike, didn't quite gel with the bike, didn't enjoy necessarily having that much power, came back to the 600s, and now, well, he's ruling the roost here at NLR, at wildcarding this weekend, and doing a good job at it with some back markers ahead of him just to get through here. But with this much of a gap already, you don't imagine he's going to be too worried about it, although showing some frustration.
Oh, that was an angry handshake, wasn't it? Not very impressed with that Army rider as he came to the chicane, and letting him know his thoughts. And well, we'll see if there's going to be any post-race words as well, but given he's miles up the road, we'll wait and see. He's not lost a whole amount of time, and he was 6.2 clear at the start of this tour anyway, so not a massive problem. Is that an issue for somebody there? No, just yes, yeah. It is an issue.
It looks like Lovejoy there in the 140.
Yeah. Should be, and frustration as well. We saw the leg going out and him going very slowly, so problems with the machinery for him, unfortunately. Hopefully he's able to maybe spend not too long in the pits, resolve it and head back out to take the checkered flag, but I think that may well be his Saturday done and dusted here on lap 7 of 12. But yes, Reynolds, as we can see, they're getting held up once again, and that's the problem when you've got the experience and the pace around a circuit in a race that has a lot of different experience levels within it. We've got novice riders, we've got clubman riders and all of that, and a shake of the head as well. You can tell he's getting frustrated. He's so much quicker than everyone else that he's caught the traffic of the novice, of the clubman riders, and they're going around just doing their own thing, staying on 2 wheels, trying to hit their marks and improve, and he's getting frustrated, and he just needs to maybe take a step back, because he could encounter a couple of issues if that frustration continues to build.
Yeah, I mean, they're having the race of their own further down the order, to be honest, but it's one of those things that whenever you are approaching some lap traffic, you want them to be nice and predictable, and well, I think it's fair to say for the time being anyway, Charlie Reynolds doesn't feel like that's necessarily happening. 95 now also being held up ever so slightly, so Ethan Hall run into similar issues, it seems, out on circuit.
Yeah, a few riders getting caught the wrong way with traffic, shall we say. But Reynolds still holding on. That gap has dropped now to 4.1, but Hall now encountering that traffic as well. So let's see if that's going to have an effect. There's J. Orchard James. He's P3 in the Brandfixx Club Power Cup and is quickly, in fact, closing up to the back of his competitors. Of course, the rider in front of him, Rogers, on the 99. That's in a different class, but Isles and Hall not too far away at all. And J. Orchard James had to be very, very aggressive, very brave on the brakes. And in fact, is that Gareth Isles I just saw not too far ahead of him on the road? It may well have been. Let's have a look as they come to the line. And indeed it is. He's actually already... Well, Rogers actually got through Isles, so Isles has been really held up in that traffic. So the 99's gone through, and now the 7 has come through the 186. So J. Orchard James, in fact, is now up to second in class. following a move at Duffer's Dip on the 186 of Gareth Isles. So again, the traffic is moving everybody about here.
Pushing on here, there's Paul Rogers on the 99, having a good ride so far, but we'll head through Clark Curve yet again, wind up the power. Ethan Hall all the way ahead of this group, so just navigating their way through back markers. You would imagine with 3 laps to go, there's still going to be a couple more laps of this, but looking up the inside is the number 7, Georgia James. I'm thinking better of it though for the time being, winding on the power once more and ticking on to lap 10 of 12 here at Knockhill. I mean, everyone's enjoying this circuit. It's a real roller coaster, but with it being such a short lap, this is yet again another one of the quirks of that. So Ethan Hall once more leading them into Duffer's Dip and leading them through into McIntyre. Soon he's going to start hearing the exhaust pipe of that R6 behind.
Yeah, he certainly is. So let's see what that 7 can do as they push onwards. But again, it's so much pressure between everyone and everything out there. And Rogers, of course, on that R6, pushing Ethan Hall on the 95. Of course, that's not for position, but if he gets it done, that will mean that Hall is under threat for the race win in class from J. Orchard James to the inside. In fact, and this is the move, potentially. J. Orchard James, there you go, gets it done on the 95. Hall looking for the switchback. On the exit of the hairpin, they're going to be side by side on the run to the line. Hall will have the inside to Duffer's Dip, but looks like Orchard James has got that drive, and the 7 now to the race lead in the Brandfixx, or the Metzeler Freshman Sport Challenge. So gets it through and gets it done. Can he break away from Hall behind? Rogers still there with them as well. Gareth Isles also not far away. So the 3 riders in the podium places for the Freshman Sport Challenge really, really tight together out on the racetrack. And time running out as well. We could start seeing some desperation plays.
Ethan Hall, he's not going to let this one go lying down. Some battles further back, though. That's one of the Army riders having a good old scrap. Hopefully we'll see them back in the endurance races later on too. There's Paul Rogers, though, as Ethan Hall looking to go the long way around. No, he cannot get that stop. Not one bit. And all the way wide. He does have to rejoin. Slots in nicely behind Paul Rogers. But yet again, I mean, trying a little bit too much, asking too much, and getting unsettled by the bumps as we head on to the final lap of running here. 12 of 12. Who's going to come out on top? It's going to be a hard one to call. I mean, Charlie Reynolds, sure, but in terms of our Metzeler Freshman Sport Challenge, still a little bit of pressure, he feels, on Jay's back wheel, because he doesn't know that mistake's just happened for Ethan Hall.
Absolutely not. So J. Orchard James could still be maybe pushing a bit too hard potentially on this final lap if he's not aware of what has happened behind. But there you do see, coming towards the final corner, the 261 of Reynolds, who has seemingly got over his traffic frustrations and woes. 10 seconds was the gap at the line last time. He's already celebrating before he gets to the checkered flag. It is a dominant performance from Reynolds, who wins race number 1 here at Knockhill, and on, should I say, a pre-injection 600 bike as well. What a performance from him. It is J. Orchard James that comes home P2. Paul Rogers is third, second in class. Ethan Hall manages to stay ahead of Gareth Isles, but that was so tight between those guys for all of those podium places right at the death. And well, a chaotic race for certain. Chaos at the start, traffic getting involved, and then right tight all the way to the line.
Yeah, great stuff there. Charlie Reynolds, nearly 10 seconds of an advantage. Orchard James does take P2, but I mean, what a race that was. There's Paul Beard looking to go back over to his machine. The levers have a big tear in the back of them. I don't think they're going to be fit to use, certainly, unless he manages to get them repaired overnight. The bike, though, in terms of things, not too badly damaged. Maybe a bent handlebar there, but after, in terms of crashes and racing, I think that's all you can ask for, because he got very lucky as well not to be collected with it being the opening lap, as did Dan Cooper. So good job to everyone on the grid being so aware. Dan Cooper actually P8 in the end after stalling on the grid for our pole sitter. So Charlie Reynolds does take victory of 53.5. What a great result for the 261. Already bikes heading back into pit lane, and then soon we can look forward to our next race. So Reynolds is your victor, nearly 10 seconds of an advantage. Second place goes the way of Orchard James, winner in class, of course, Paul Rogers. P3 overall, second class, Ethan Hall, Gareth Isles on the class podium too. Billman, Garside, Dan Cooper after stalling on the grid takes P8. Laurie Myers and Carl Vickers round out the top 10 runners here at Knockhill. Now we do continue further down the order. Steve Lester, Jamie Cox, Adam Ross, and Adam Rostrom rounds out the top 14 with Josh Crawford taking P15, another local rider. McGuinness, Griffiths, Dente rounds out the top 18 as Brandon McCormick takes the final spot inside the top 20 here in race 6 on Saturday afternoon. Dan Kopp, Hansen, Henderson, Sismore, Burke round out the top 25, while Gavin Hooper takes out the top 30. Of course, quite a few followers in that one. Grant Taylor not started, neither did Lewis Adams. But what a great first show, and drama on that first lap, and Reynolds dominating proceedings from start to finish. What a cracking race that was. Obviously, they'll be back on track for another 2 races tomorrow. And still, one more sprint to look forward to today before endurance action can hopefully get things underway. So, luckily, before the next race gets underway, Ross McIntyre has made his way to Park Ferry, where he can catch up with our race winner, Charlie Reynolds.
Well, a fantastic way to kickstart Saturday afternoon's action here at Knockhill. Let's jump in with our race winners in Charlie Reynolds and, of course, Jay Orchard James as well. We'll just let Charlie finish up first conversations. But Charlie, well, pretty solid race there. Got to the front at the start, kept it, never looked back.
Yeah, I think your man that crashed down bottom of Duff has done us a bit of a favour there, because these boys are no mugs like the fast, so it's nice to be back on the podium for a change. I haven't won for a while, so nice to be back at No Limits as well. It's nice.
We did see a few moments of frustration with some traffic out there that you have to negotiate with. Was it just getting in the way of it?
To be honest, it was probably me just being a bit of hothead, you know. I kept catching them in the wrong places all the time, and you know, it's not the guy's fault. It's the first time they've been here, so you know, I've raced here a lot, so every time I kept catching them at the chicane, and you can't do anything at the chicane, so apart from that, great race and sun shining, boys. What more do you want?
Well, we've got 2 races tomorrow. Hope for a bit of sun then as well, I suppose. Thanks a lot and congratulations.
Thank you, cheers.
Let's jump in with our Metzeler Freshman Sport Chapter dweller in Jay Orchard James, who's just seemingly going over a little bit of data, and we can see our social media supremo in full over there as well. Jay, pretty solid result that. A bit tense towards the end, but you worked your way through.
The first corner was a crash, wasn't it? I'm not sure if I went on the grass, but I thought I was way back. I thought I was done here, but because I almost run Paul Beard over. But I almost come off as well on the little chicane thing, but good result after all. Hopefully we can fight with the pre-injection boys tomorrow.
Yeah, well, we'll let you go and get some rest and have a drink and all that, but congratulations, great rider.
Thank you very much.
Well, there's your 2 race winners for you at the end of the first race of the afternoon. We've got one more sprint race for you this afternoon before we prepare ourselves for the Biker Lawyers No Limit Endurance 500 kilometres of Knockhill. Lewis Ray will head back to you at the commentary box as we get ready for our final sprint of Saturday.
Cheers, Ross. Final sprint of Saturday. You are indeed correct. So when you're ready to go, and yet again, it's a home hero on pole position. We're getting used to saying that this weekend. Dean Turner, though, starting P2 in this one. Keep your eye on the leading 1K trophy rider. But still, plenty of riders as well out of position, likes of Wood, Simon Franklin on the second row. Jack Cullen is here. Fear not. However, it's a row 3 start for him in P7, so a little bit of work to do on these opening couple laps. But now we're out for the race start, and it's going to be Steve McCreate on pole position, and number 8, of course, home hero for him. Home round 2, Dean Turner and Mark Wood goes alongside him on the front row. Kieran Wood, Gavin Jones and Simon Franklin head from row 2, of Jack Cullen, Adam Southwell and Sam Foster on row 3. Aaron Nunn rounds out the top 10 with Jordan Oof in P11 and Ian Tune in P12. Paul Spencer, Martin McClatchy and Phil Whitby round out our top 15 with James Logan, Jones and Andy Ashcroft in P17 and P18 alongside. Anthony Fleckney and Craig Everson rounds out the top 20 alongside Neil Stevenson on row 7 with Ewan Jack, Louis Wright, and Luke Coop on row 8. Zach Smart rounds out the top 25 as Gavlich takes out the top 26. Rollins, Marriott, Whitney, Baines, Gibbon and White. Well, no time set for them in qualifying at all. Actually, quite a few riders not setting times. 6 riders not setting times in qualifying. So a big shame for them. Of course, this being race 7 of the day. And well, it's going to be an absolute cracker to say the very least, Ross, with yet again another home rider on pole position.
These bloody Scots invading my championship. I don't like it, Lewis Ray, I'm telling you. Forgetting the fact that, we are in Scotland and it's there.
And you're wearing a kilt.
And I am wearing a kilt, yes. I think, there is some Scottish ancestry in me somewhere, but I'm also not someone who was like, I'm actually Scottish, because, my 17th great-grandfather was born in, Falkirk or something. Anyway, embracing the culture. But yes, it should be a very entertaining race as we focus our efforts on what's actually important, which is bikes out on the race track. And yeah, really looking forward to this one. Just making their way round the hairpin now before they find their way and slot into the grid spot for the Brandfixx Club Power Cup and the No Limits Old School 1K Trophy. Of course, once again, the Old School 1K Trophy is one of the championships that could very well go this weekend. Dean Turner comes into it with a 136-point advantage at the end of, or at the start of this weekend, should I say. If it's 151, let's call it, or more, probably 150. He could probably do it on countback already, given how dominant he's been this season. If it's that or more, he is champion at the end of this weekend. Could very well do it. I don't think he can quite do it in race 2, given where everyone else is, but that's irrelevant. It is all eyes to our red lights, and we're ready to go racing for the final sprint of Saturday. And we go a bit aggressive on the drop of the clutch from McCreed from pole position. It could well be the 1-2-3 of Turner that leads us down into Duffer's Dip, but no, it does look like the pole. No, it is Dean Turner that's got through. So the 1-2-3 out in front there on the run now into McIntyre's, and he's got a couple of bike lengths as well, but the 8 forcing his way through one of the Army bikes. So desperate to make up from a disappointing getaway as we make our way to the chicane. Looks like it's Turner. A couple of riders getting a bit out of shape as they head over the crest and into Clark's, but I think we're clean for the most part here, Lewis. But great start from Dean Turner, but already back under pressure after having a couple of bike lengths at McIntyre's.
Yeah, already under pressure. Simon Franklin trying to make up a couple of moves before we arrive to the hairpin, but everyone just trying to get the bike stopped into the hairpin. Dean Turner not really managing to do that. He will clip it back for a late apex. It shouldn't be too much of a stress at that, but then you see further down the order of 45 having a good go at it as well. But what a race this one's going to be. I mean, let's keep our eyes well for Jack Cullen out there, starting P7 on the grid as we cross the right line for the first time of Askin. And it's going to be Turner who leads it. It was Kieran Wood who made a decent start for himself. That M1000 it's been going very, very well this year, and Cullen already into 5th.
Nice stuff from Jack Cullen. Carly, of course, having a really strong opening to the season. Last couple of rounds, after a few incidents, that the form's just dropped away a little bit for him in the Brandfixx Club Power Cup. But, I still have faith in him. Of course, in this championship, in the Brandfixx Club Power Cup, it is Simon Franklin that leads the way. There is a move potentially for the lead of the race. Not quite going to get it. Of course, Dean Turner is the leading Old School 1K Trophy bike by about 5 bikes. Foster in P7 is his next nearest rival. So this is just for position on the racetrack. It doesn't really matter who takes that checkered flag first, but they'll both want to because, you're a racist, and if you take the checkered flag first, you win at the end of the day, even if you have won within your own class. Turner, though, still holding on that Fireblade, doing a very, very good job keeping that 8 behind.
Yeah, doing a good job so far, I think it's fair to say. Kieran Wood at the moment has boxed off his tickets to this scrap, and what's going to happen? We're going to have to wait and see. Jack Cullen under some pressure from his old sparring foe of Simon Franklin. Wait to see how that one unfolds as well, but nearly side by side all the way to the hairpin, and look how good Dean Turner is on the brakes. Can he get stopped this time around? Very, very wide once more, but may just be able to hold on to the race lead. We'll wait to see. Dean Turner does hold on to the race lead, but he cannot keep going wide like that at the hairpin, because that's going to bite him later on in the final couple of laps.
It will do. Wood's fastest lap of the race there at 52.207 from the 41 in 4th place overall. That's 3rd in class. He is hunting Kieran Wood currently, who himself is trying to stay on the back of McCree and Turner. So the Army rider under a bit of pressure. Let's see if he maybe switches his attention backwards, switches his mode from attack to defence. To the inside there looks Woods. Can't quite find it on the singular Wood, but he'll go again, I'm sure, a little bit later on in the race, because he's still right there with him. The 11 ahead of the 41.
Yeah, and now, well, the pack wheel popping up for Dean Turner. He does manage to get stopped and maybe ever so slightly just drags the rest of the field in. But yeah, as you mentioned, a good race so far between Woods and Woods. And well, you won't be able to bet on who's going to come out on top either. 5 of 12 though so far. We're nearing towards the half race distance mark, and it's still going to be Turner who leads. I mean, this is still going to be 25 points regardless here, Ross. That's the most important part for him. This is a championship up for grabs this weekend. But at this point in the race, in this state, you're going to think Dean Turner, even if he's finished his second here, he's going to be a little bit disappointing because he's shown that the pace is there to fight for victory.
It certainly is. To the inside goes the number 8 into Clarks. Is he going to get it? Yes, he is. Just about squeezes through. And that's going to hold Turner up as well and could allow Kieran Wood to try and have a go on the run into the hairpin. Might be a bit too far back, but that was a lovely move on the entry to Clarks. Defensive there from the number 8. That's interesting. He was way far in front. No need to run in the middle of the racetrack at all, but looks like it hasn't really cost him any time. Dean Turner, of course, does still lead the way in the old school 1K trophy. Looks like he could be dropping down to 3rd overall here very, very quickly. Fastest lap of the race from Simon Franklin, 52.064. And there is that number 95, the yellow Kawasaki, currently P5 in the Brandfixx Cup Power Cup, the championship leader, of course, as well. 24 points ahead of Jordan Youth, and some 2 more points behind him is Jack Cullen, who sits ahead of him on the road. And Youth not here this weekend, I don't believe. So, no, I'm completely lying. He's there in 9th place. I apparently can't read the timing tower. So, as it currently stands, Cullen will be jumping up into 2nd place in the championship table ahead of the 183. But Franklin will maintain that championship lead, even if losing a point or 2.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about just looking at the bigger picture of things, not wanting to throw it down the road. But McCreek currently leading the way. 6/10 of a second be the gap between himself and Woods at the front of things. And actually, Kieran Wood, he's putting down the hammer here. Dean Turner dropping back down to 3rd, has no response of that so far. And Jack Cullen, Simon Franklin, as we mentioned, old sparring partners trying to find their way through on Matthew Woods in P4. So this group well and truly bunching up. And I think the battle for 3rd place overall here is going to get very, very interesting with still 5 laps on the cards.
Which certainly should do. Dean Turner, of course, his main weapon is his consistency. His pace maybe lacks a little bit compared to some of the other riders. Yes, he is on an older Fireblade, but it's not ancient. You're looking about 10 to 12 years old, I think, for the thing. So it's still relatively quick, but it's just his relentless consistency. He just always hits his marks. His lap times are so consistent lap to lap across the course of a race. So even if he struggles compared to some of the guys in the Brandfixx Club Power Cup and they're able to work their way through him, Dean will always be there. And that's why he's so difficult to get through as well, because he just hits the same spots every single time. And unless you're better than him into a corner, you're not going to be able to get through him at all, because he doesn't really feel the need to go defensive, because he knows he can just stay there and be fine. Lap 8 of 12 here at Knockhill. And our front 2 getting quite close. Kieran Wood has gotten very, very racy in the last 2 or so laps and is suddenly pressuring the number 8 for the lead.
Yeah, pressuring for the race lead for the time being, but doing a good job at holding off. Obviously, local rider is McCree, and well, doing his best so far of holding off the likes of Kieran Wood. Obviously, Kieran Wood, not too much experience around Knockhill, but you could tell that by looking at him on circuit. Dean Turner now is an okay margin over the likes of Jack Cullen. It's about 0.8 of a second or so, as now we have a little look at this group. Woods, Franklin as well. Franklin, ever since he got himself into that about 6th place spot, he's not done much more than be able to latch onto this group and stick with them. Finding that extra 10th or so to actually make a move work is what he's looking for the time being. Is perhaps that moment going to arrive on the run up to Clark's on the R1, on the 71. Franklin, he thinks of it ever so slightly. He's definitely closer than what he has been. Is it going to be enough going into the hairpin?
Let's have a look. He's got the inside.
Oh, he's already through.
Yeah, well, that was easy, wasn't it? Just winding up that Kawasaki and blasting on by, and actually could be going for another to the inside. Simon Franklin. Well, it may have been some lap traffic, but still an impressive move nonetheless when the opportunity was there. Wasting no time is the championship leader, and now up to 4th place in class in front of him. His title rival and the podium as well. I'm sure that he'd love to slide his way through, but Jack Cullen as well, looking to re-establish that form that he started the season with after a couple of big incidents back at Croft, back at Brands Hatch as well, that certainly shook the confidence a little bit, certainly hurt some more, I can imagine. Still riding well, but not quite where he was when we started the year. He's desperate to get some strong results and find his way back through. And Cullen now trying to get through the 606 of Gavelich there. Franklin will follow him through. That is lap traffic. In front of them, though, is the 1-2-3 of Dean Turner.
Yeah, just getting through there on some lap traffic. Jack Cullen did a good job so far, and getting very, very close there. That was Woods just at the back of Simon Franklin. Now Simon Franklin latched onto the rear wheel. Jack Cullen, it's going to be a drag race all the way towards Duffus Tip. You would imagine a little bit too far back to actually make a move work, though. And Simon Franklin he slots back in behind a slightly tighter line through the top of it. That should help him out through the bottom. Into McIntyre's we do go, and Simon Franklin is thinking of it. Tighter yet again, sets it up into Butchers, but well, you have to be much, much closer than that. You have to be practically alongside to stick a front wheel up there.
He was thinking about it though, wasn't he? And that would have been brave and probably quite foolish of Franklin, I must say. And while these guys are fighting, it's inviting Woods in and allowing Dean Turner to just break away ever so slightly, and that could potentially mean he holds on to that overall podium. Franklin looks to the inside, and Jack Cullen gets it drawn alongside and gets it pivoted and done. Here comes Woods as well. Bit of pickup from the front wheel of Franklin. We know he doesn't use a lot of anti-wheelie on that thing. It does like to get the front up out of corners. We could be 3 wide down into Duffus Dip on the final lap of the race.
Yeah, we could well and truly be 3 wide. Nonetheless, the Dean Turner is going to have a lot of pressure on this final lap of action. Turner and against Franklin already through on Cullen ahead of Woods. This isn't all for class position, but it mainly is. I mean, if Franklin can get through and put a bike and a gap between himself and Jack Cullen, that's going to be so important for this final spot on the class podium. Franklin looking around the outside here. Whoa. Oh, and a big moment behind from the 69. One of the back markers are getting caught up. That looks to be Ewan Jack. So luckily staying on 2 wheels for himself, heading towards the final corner. And you'd imagine Dean Turns hold on to position and Woods on the outside. It's going to get messy.
Here we go then. Let's see who's going to be where. McCready's going to come home and win the race. The 69 has gone down and has caught the bike. The handlebar's actually in the rim or something like that anyway of another rider. Was that the 6 of Wright, who's now dropped the thing and has gone down on the infield. A slow incident for him. But that's bizarre. Did it get caught on the exhaust or something? It looked like it was in the rim. Obviously, that's not quite able to do that unless it's at a funny angle and physics was having a laugh, but definitely gone down, and it was right on the number 6 that we saw go down. It's McCready that wins from Kieran Wood. Dean Turner did hold on the 1-2-3 for 3rd place overall, and actually Jack Cullen on the 97 did squeeze by Simon Franklin. So not only does he slide up to 2nd in the championship table in the Brandfixx Club Power Cup, but he takes a couple of points away from the championship leader of Franklin and edges ever so slightly closer. Jones was P6, then Woods, then Youth in P8. A disappointing day for him, it would seem. The 183 normally a bit further up the order. Then P9, Foster, P10, Adam Southall rounding out the order of things. So Youth drops down to 3rd, Cullen up to 2nd in the Brandfixx Club Power Cup, but it is Stephen McCready who wins the race ahead of Kieran Wood, who dropped away in the last couple of laps after looking very, very racy on that BMW. Dean Turner holds on for P3, and actually he's not on a Fireblade this weekend. That's interesting. He's normally on a 1000, so I wonder if there's been a change there for better or for worse. Jack Cullen, P3 in the Club Power Cup, P4 overall, and up to 2nd in the championship table. The championship leader, Simon Franklin, just behind him. They swap places at the line. Then Gavin Jones, Mark Woods, Jordan Youth drops down to 3rd behind Cullen in the table. Then it's Sam Foster, P2 in the Old School 1K Trophy, and Adam Southall rounding out the top 10. A bit further down the order, we find Aaron Nunn, James Logan, Paul Spencer, Martin McClatchy, Ian Tune, Philip Whitby, Andy Ashcroft, P3 in the old school 1K trophy, and that means that Dean Turner is now nearly 150 points clear, which is what he needs at the end of race number 3 to be champion this weekend. Geraint Jones, Craig Everson, Anthony Fleckney completing the top 20 finishes here. Only a couple more to go in Neil Stevenson, Luke Coop, Piotr Gavlich, Zach Smart, and then Louis Wright and Ewan Jack we saw coming together there at the final corner. Jack going down with what looked to be a little high side for himself, and then his bike getting caught on Lewis Wright. And that, as they say, was that for those two. So that is the 26 finishes for race number 7 of the weekend. Race number 1 for the Brandfixx Club Power Cup and the old school 1K trophy. We are done and dusted now with all of our sprint races on Saturday. Before we get to our endurance, let's go to Lewis Ray and down to Parc Fermé.
Down here in Parc Fermé, Ross, and well, I have been told already, I have to make this one pretty quick and can't do my usual waffle. So I think we're only going to have time to speak to our 2 class winners. Stephen, obviously a great ride for yourself to say the least. It seems like home advantage, well, it's working.
I'd certainly say the home advantage helps. I've been round here a couple of times. Obviously I've never raced with no limits. It's good to race with a different bunch of boys. You don't know who you're getting, but you're guaranteed you're going to get a race. Turned out that was quite a lonely race. Messed up my start a big bit, so I had to catch up, but once I got away, felt alright. As I say, I've been here a million times, so I've definitely got an advantage over the boys. The boys rode well. It was a good race. Enjoyed that.
Yeah, good race. A little bit lonely, maybe a better battle tomorrow. Hopefully on our end, and hopefully as well for yourself, you can have a good fight.
That's it. Also, I'm no used to catching back markers here. That doesn't normally happen, but that was a handful. So with a few wee moments trying to get by the boys at the back, but it's just part and parcel, and everybody's got to get by them. So I enjoyed that.
Well done.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
And quickly run over for one quick word of our class winner of Dean Turner, who led a good amount of the opening couple of laps. 1K trophy winner, nearly overall race winner, still podium finisher. Dean Turner, how was that?
Yeah, it's really good. It's the track is mental. It's really good fun. Didn't expect to get the lead straight away, but I'll run into a pit board and my championship's separate. So as soon as that went plus, I eased off a little bit. But it's nice to be up the front on a level playing field. It's nice to be up the front.
Well done.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Well, Ross, the endurance, it's an accelerated procedure, it's a quick start procedure. I'm going to have to hand it back up to the commentary box because 500 kilometres of Knockhill awaits.
Thank you very much, Lewis Ray, and indeed it does. We are preparing ourselves for the Biker Lawyers No Limits Endurance Knockhill 500 kilometres of Knockhill awaiting us. Back to lap racing following, of course, a monstrous 12-hour timed event back at Anglesey, the biggest endurance race, in fact the biggest event, quite frankly, that No Limits Racing has ever put on. We've got 19 teams preparing to start in this one, so not potentially the biggest grid that we've ever had in a Biker Lawyers No Limits endurance race. But still should be plenty of entertainment for us all to enjoy. And in fact, it's 18 teams. Even I overestimated it, but don't let that take away from how exciting this should be. On pole position, of course, with our Le Mans style start, it will be Nitrous Plant Racing, the 43 squad, sticking it onto pole. Then the 32 Track Slags team, who I believe have hit their 8 riders for the season limit this weekend, so they could be in a bit of trouble. They, of course, the championship leaders in the ACU National 1000 category, so slight concerns there for them. But with a 29-point advantage over Pack Racing and Dart Motorsport, they are tied in second place in the ACU National 1000 class. Pack Racing actually starting from third place as well. Really good result for them. Was speaking to Alan Lane a little bit earlier in the weekend, and he said game plan is just do what we're doing all season long. By the grace of good luck, quite frankly, they're in second place or tied second in the championship just because they're consistently finishing races. It's their first season as a team. They know that they're spending this season building and improving as riders, improving as a team, but they happen to be second. We may as well just keep it consistent, do what we know we do best, which is just get to the checkered flag in a half all-right position and one piece, and reap the rewards later on. And I don't believe that Dart Motorsport have entered a team into this weekend either. So prime position to, well, finish the race first of all, and then potentially go through up into a clear second in the championship standings. But fourth place in the table, a little bit further back and 49 points compared to 61. Nitrous Plant Racing, of course, from pole position, and a very solid pole at that, a 50.613, 4 tenths quicker than the 32 squad's best time. and then it was a bit of a step back to the 50-pack racing bike in P3. So an accelerated start procedure here at Knockhill, Lewis Ray. 500 kilometres awaiting us, 250 laps, which, if we're being pedantic, is actually a little bit more than 500 kilometres, because I did the maths earlier. Actually, it should work out to about 245, but it makes it nice and round and even, so we'll leave it there. And yes, should be a fascinating one again. Not the most bikes that we've seen on a grid for a Bike Alloys endurance race in 2026 either, but here at Knockhill, it's going to get busy, it's going to get stressful, riders are going to get impatient as they run out of energy as well. This one, I think, is so much more about perhaps the mental management rather than the physical.
Yeah, I mean, if we're honest, it's not going to be the biggest race you mentioned, but it's still going to be as busy out on circuit. So it's going to be an interesting one. I mean, if we're being honest, you wouldn't want 30 bikes in your race during an endurance race. You're not going to want that, especially as a rider. Otherwise, it's just going to be a race of pure traffic and chaos. We should still get a good battle in this one, certainly if the racing has been anything to come by this weekend. So hopefully we'll keep an eye out for that one. But yeah, Ross, this one is going to be interesting. It's one that everyone's been waiting for all day. And on pole position, it is going to be Nitrous Plant Racing. So no real surprise there, I think it's fair to say, with Max Alexander on P1. So Paul Bowerbank and Chris Duncan joined them in P1, and I can't see Chris Duncan there waiting in the P1 spot. So you imagine he'll be holding the bike at the start of things, and Max Alexander would be doing the race start, because, well, we know how strong Max Alexander is. And actually, he wasn't even meant to be racing today, certainly in the endurance race. He was only called in last minute by Paul Bowerbank, that practically got on his knees and begged him to race, but while David Williams was forced to pull out after a few mechanical issues with the R1 he was supposed to be racing following his crash at Thruxton. It goes quite a bit back. Joshua Proudfoot as well, he had to put in a late call to get some people to help him out. Simon Aldridge has stepped in there. So Ross, I mean, we speak about Simon Aldridge being the busiest guy in the paddock, has CB 500 to contend with, has 600 racing to contend with. Well, now this weekend he has 7 races, 6 sprints plus the endurance. I mean, how do you like that?
Busy, I think that's the one way to put it. Someone's going to be very, very tired at the end of the weekend, but fair play to him for getting it done. And again, when we spoke to him last time at Cadwell Park, and he made the point of it's been 3 rounds now where all of my races have been back to back and I'm really tired. What happens when we get to Knockhill? All his races are back to back once again. So Simon Aldridge clearly has upset somebody in the No Limits office, because they keep tormenting him so I don't really know what else the guy has to do to catch a break. But yeah, jumping into the endurance this weekend as well. There are, of course, a couple of changeabouts this weekend with the endurance. We've already spoken to a lot of people who've, riders of the last minute had to pull out, or there are some teams that actually this weekend have hit their 8 rider for the season limit, as I mentioned earlier. So it could be a bit interesting the last couple of rounds in terms of who's available and whatnot. So we'll wait and see. But we are ready for our 2 sighting laps. An 18 rider grid for you, and as always a Le Mans style start as well here for the Biker Lawyers No Limits Endurance Knockhill 500. Should be a good one, Lewis, right?
Yeah, it should be a good one indeed. I mean, Max Alexander starting on pole position for this one for Nitrous Plant Racing. A late call in from himself, but I don't think he's too stressed about that one at all. Chrissy Duncan as well, the first appearance he's made this year in terms of No Limits action, certainly in terms of endurance as well. Jordan Browse, so great to see the 32 squad back. And well, it's a busy weekend for the likes of Scott Kirkland. I think he's enjoying being at Knockhill, to say the very least. But the green flag lap now underway, and we're not too far away from 500 kilometres of Knockhill from beginning. So the bikes now will head out on the green flag lap. They'll take you through the grid, and then they'll come back, slot back into position, of course, Ross. And then, well, quite simply, we can go race for the next 3 hours or so. I mean, how do you like that?
I like it a lot. I mean, of course, it could be a bit longer if there are any delays, red flags, safety cars, the like. Hopefully not. But we'll wait and see. It's all right. We've got plenty of time on our side. Yes, there is a curfew for a change. There normally isn't one at Knockhill. It's normally literally go until you can't see about 3 feet in front of your own face. You guys do it differently up here, I swear. Yes, so there is an earlier curfew perhaps than you would normally be used to if you are a Knockhill regular. But either way, whether the race is longer than 3 hours, whether it's 3 hours bang on, should be a lot of fun. Let's run through the grid for you. In this one, the 43 Nitrous Plant Racing bike starts on pole position. The 32 Track Squad slog in P2. Pack Racing in P3. Looks like Alan Lane starting this one for them. Don't believe he started a race for them this season before, so best of luck to those guys. Proudfoot Racing in P4 and leading the National 600 charge for the 69 machine. Then it's PP Racing, the 49 P5. Randy Racing in P6 and Double Trouble, the 277 in P7. Then Army Team 2 in P8, leading the Team Power Trophy guys. Then Flying Guffies in the Team Sport Trophy, the leading bike there, the 99. Then it's Sericate UK Moto 46 squad, the number 6 bike in P10. The 178 PB Racing in 11th. Fireworks, the 25 down in P12. Surprising they're that far back. Normally right up the front is the Fireworks squad. They're followed by Ride Culture Racing, Snapdragon Racing, Fulham Racing, PP Racing 2.0, the RAF 617 Dam Busters, and KGG Endurance. Once again, as the Soul Twins entry here at Knockhill. Well, riders are ready to go. They're making their way over to the right-hand side of the circuit when the Union flag... Oh, no, it's a Scottish flag here, actually. That makes sense. Is it a Scottish flag? I don't know. Well, when a national... Yeah, it is a Scottish flag. When the Scottish flag gets dropped, we go. Like now, we are go for the 500 kilometres of Knockhill here at No Limits Racing. Good getaway, it would seem, from Proudfoot Racing. Pack Racing almost down to last place from third on the grid. Problems there for the R1 of Alan Lane, but everyone clean away and it making their way down now. It's the 32, in fact, Track Slags who have the lead coming through McIntyre. So Jordan Browse getting a move on early doors, hardly a surprise. We know how good he is, we know what his pace is like, and that we know he likes to lead a race from the front as well. So we'll have to wait for everyone to get to the line there for the first lap to figure out where everyone is, essentially, because of that looked like some teams quite high up the order got away very, very poorly. The only thing we can say is that the 32 team already a very healthy lead.
PP Racing, Sam West starting for them from P5 all the way to second. Randy Racing also looking for a move. That's going to be the number 6 of Moto 46. A terrible start though for Nitrous Plant Racing. Just struggling to get the bike started and off the line. Chris Duncan was pushing that bike quite a distance for Max Alexander before it actually got underway. So over the start finish line we come, heading on to lap 2 of 250, nearly said 240. 250 laps, of course, in this one. A lot of shuffling. It's going to be Jordan Browse leading the way in the 32 team, away from PP Racing on the 49. Nitrous Plant Racing sits in third. Army Team 2 all the way up to P4 here. I mean, Anthony Fleckney, he's had a shift and a half this weekend. He did some running yesterday, straight off the bike, straight back onto the bike for the endurance qualifying this morning. He was back-to-back in it yet again. Motor 46 up 5 positions into P5 as well. Randy Racing P6. Proudfoot Racing, Joshua Proudfoot starting it for them, down 3 places onto P7. Do you know what they'll be hoping for at all? As this is going to get a little bit dicey. Joshua Proudfoot all the way around the outside on lap 3. I mean, how do you like that? Anthony Flickney also involved in that one, as is Moto 46.
Yep, not hanging about. Out of the way, please, boys. That was something, wasn't it? Down at the hairpin as we now move on to lap number 3. Everybody just take a breath and calm down, please. I mean, they're still tripping over each other. Nearly contact between the number 5 bike, that looks like, as though the number 9, should I say, of Randy Racing. I think it was the 25 of Fireworks. They were coming through Leslie's as they almost came together. I mean, it was a chaotic start in terms of people not being able to get away where they wanted to. And as a result, we've basically got everybody still tripping over everyone, trying to figure out where they should actually be out on the racetrack. Track Slags have a 5-second lead over Nitrous Plant already. I mean, this is just a bit chaotic early doors, isn't it? As they're now going to go 3 abreast once again, almost anyway, down into the hairpin. The 277 of Double Trouble trying to hold off the 178 PB Racing bike. And is that Alan Lane making his way back through on the Pack Racing bike? It is. Again, they were also away really, really slowly, unfortunately, the 50 squad. And the Army Team 2 actually away quite well, it's got to be said. The 114 bike up to P10. Overall looks P2 in class as it stands. So great job from those guys. But we'll continue onwards. Lap 4 of 250 here at Knockhill. And, well, it's still chaos. Everyone's still falling over each other a little bit.
nearly half race distance. No, maybe a lot more laps to go actually with that. I mean, yeah, a great start, entertaining start to say the very least. Oh, there's a rider down there just at the top of the chicane. Hopefully they're all okay. That looks to be one of the Army Team riders, that 114 of Anthony Fleckney. I mean, we were speaking about him a little bit earlier on. I do know he has a black ZX10 as well. Definitely looks to be a black bike in the gravel trap, but we'll wait for confirmation on that. What a shame though, falling this early on in the race. Not what they'd be hoping for at all, and having a good struggle to actually get that bike picked up. Obviously we do have the option of calling a safety car if we need here at Knockhill, but yeah, the rider just really struggling there. It looks like just lost at the top of the chicane. The bike went some distance. I mean, it is so fast up there. Moto 46 though for the time being, holding off fireworks, and now the yellow flag's gonna be out here anyway, so there's no point even trying to think about lining up a move. And well, fireworks just letting the marshals and the officials know that they've seen the flag.
Yep, just a bit of a thumbs up and maybe a warning to the riders behind in case they were unsighted. There is a yellow flag, and there's also a marshal who for a brief moment looked like he was in the middle of the racetrack there. That's just a trick of your eyes. He was well out of the way in the gravel trap further back, but a real shame there. Was that? Yeah, real shame for those guys, and hopefully everything okay. Of course, you can rejoin the race a little bit later on if you are a multi-bike outfit.
The 114, sorry, hasn't signed. Yes, that was flag.
So it must be, So a real shame there for the Army guys. What a great start. Yeah, Anthony Fleckney was away super strongly at the start, and hopefully they can get that thing sorted or get it back at least. As I was trying to say, of course, this season, or in No Limits Racing in general, if you're a multi-bike operation, if you're running tag team pit stops, if you can't get the bike back to pit lane, you are still allowed to rejoin the race with another bike after 15 minutes have passed. So it's not the end of the world, and of course you do have to get the whole bike back now. It's not like days of old, aka last year, when you just had to get the transponder bike and you get people sprinting down the pit lane in full leathers, which was objectively hilarious, as 3 wide there, almost down into the hairpin. So it's not over just yet for the Army team, but the Dam Busters might be scoring an early victory here at Knockhill ahead of their inter-service counterparts for the 114 Army squad. On to lap number 7 this group goes, and still very tight. The Fireworks 2.5 leading the way, and then Proudfoot Racing, Randy Racing, Cerakote Moto 46 and Flying Guffies all right there, all of them covered by about a second and a half.
There we go then, getting pushed off the side circuit. That's a 15-minute wait on the cards for Army Team 2 after what was such a promising start. Hopefully we can catch up with them a little bit later on. So throughout the race, we should be heading down into pit lane, all things being well, to speak to some of the stars of the show. Yellow flags first out at the circuit to the marshals return to post, then overtaken and racing can fully continue all the way around the circuit. But as you mentioned, number 50 holding off this group. Ride Culture Racing as well, having a solid race so far. P13 for them, just behind this group. So if they can get to the front of it, they're going to be back inside the top 10, simply put. And of course, Ride Culture Racing, it's been a great year for more than one reason. Let's not forget the emotional scenes after the Anglesey 12 hours with the proposal that took place. Luckily as well, it was a yes for the city. It would be a little bit awkward down the pit lane, and I don't think Thomas Drew would have the same smile on his face after getting a podium on Saturday evening, I should say, because we didn't stop racing till 9 p.m. I mean, if we compare that day to today, this is in reality a sprint race, 250 laps round Knockhill, or 12 hours of Anglesey, and there was a rider. What one I would rather?
Yeah, a little bit easier. So they are getting on with it as well, I've got to say. 50.488 is the fastest lap of the race so far. That's from Alexander on the nitrous plant bike. Oh, a little bit deep there from the Fireworks 25 bike. Oh, and then a big wobble on the exit of the corner. That was from the Randy Racing number 9, I think. And almost issues there for Tom Major. But everyone just calm down. Guys, it's lap 9. It's early in the race. But again, pace is quite high early doors. I was expecting the pace to be a little bit slower than this. Maybe looking at 51s for the front runners just to manage those energy levels a little bit more. But again, now they've done a 12-hour and had 6 weeks off, basically they can do anything, quite frankly. Fatigue isn't a concept for these riders anymore, as that there is the Army bike stranded at the top of Clark's at the side of the road. And we can see as well Anthony Fleckney, helmet off, up on his feet, of course, for he was straight back up, which is the main thing, but just forlornly chatting to a marshal who may or may not be interested in what he has to say. That's riders typically aren't in the best mood when they've had a crash. So yeah, sometimes it can be a bit of an awkward conversation when you just stood there hoping at some point there's going to be a safety car and your bike can get shoved in the back of the recovery van.
I mean, to be fair, Scottish Marshals, they can be quite cheery. They've cheered me up in the past anyway, to say the very least. Even got some free water bottles off them outside of the circuit. But no, I think at the moment, Anthony Fleckney, he's going to be almost trying to find a way back, quickest way possible, at least get that bike back to pit lane so they can actually begin to fix it. Dan Cooper, meanwhile, trying to put on some pressure behind Randy Racing just ahead of them. So Dan Cooper joining Flying Guffies for this weekend, up into P7 for the time being as the 99. Of course, stalled on the grid earlier on. It was a big shame for himself, and now looking to continue that form into today. Joshua Proudfoot, though, looking up the inside and passing fireworks in the braking zone. So we will continue on here at Knockhill. Of course, the sunny conditions that we have. And we are enjoying this. So 10 laps now to continue on. And Nitrous Platinum Racing all the way back into second place after what was a very, very poor start.
Yes, making their way through again, a couple of poor starts throughout the field as well. I was really disappointed with the Pack Racing getaway. Just didn't get going, and by the time they managed to get the thing fired and ready, everyone else was right there, and it was okay then, well, I guess we'll just stay here. So yeah, a shame for Alan Lane, but they'll push onwards anyway. Like 12 of 250 and only the one incident so far. The pace is now starting to drop back a little bit. We're looking at mid-51s for the two front runners in the Track Slags 32 of Jordan Browse and Alexander on the 43 Nitrous Plant Racing bike. So they've done their early laps, they've laid down the gauntlet, now they can just ease off, start to manage the bike, manage the tyres, manage the fuel and manage themselves as well, because they will be back out at some point later on. Of course, if you are playing the strategy game, as some teams do just run until the fuel light comes on and then they call it into the pit lane. Some teams, though, with a lap race, it is a lot easier to plan out your strategy because you can pick exact and specific laps when you want to come in instead of going, we're aiming for about this distance in and this length of stints. And of course, when it's a time race, yes, you can count the laps, but of course it then gets a bit awkward trying to convert as well. And when everyone gets tired towards the end of the day, you can lose track. So we could see a bit more strategy potentially at play in this race than you would with a timed race, as already we're seeing the leaders starting to lap a little bit of traffic.
Not just lapping traffic here, Ross. I mean, they've just lapped Snapdragon Racing P11 out on circuit. Getting
on with it. And Jordan Browse as well. He's lapping with ferocity. He's not waiting around for anybody. Again, we know that Jordan is a mighty quick rider, but the way he just scythed his way through that pack, pretty impressive. So Jordan, man on a mission. Let's see how that gap has opened up compared to Nitrous Plant Racing behind. That could be them just coming to the line there, but we'll go to the top of Duffer's Dip in the meanwhile. But yes, Track Slags looking to continue on their merry way. Of course, championship leaders in the ACU National 1000 endurance category. There is no real way. Well, there isn't a way for them to win the title this weekend because it's a standard points format and only the one race per week instead of three as per normal in No Limits Racing. So despite their solid performances throughout the season, only 29 points clear of Pack Racing and Dart Motorsport in the championship side of things, with a really solid result here and maybe some bad luck for Pack Racing. Even if they finish, the worst they can finish is third in class, so hoping for a third or a DNF and no points. They could wrap it up at Anglesey. I think it's more likely they probably will go at Anglesey, I'd say, but again, it could all change. There is one title that's getting wrapped up today. Congratulations to KGG Endurance, who are still the only team who've entered the ACU National Twin category all season long, and 100 points in the bank for those guys.
Yeah, sorry, Ross. Sorry to interrupt you, but I was just noticed there, just coming through the picture of the number 50, that our wood exhaust is very far out. That's either had some contact or a bolts came loose on the hanger because it's sticking out at whatever you want to call it, a 40-degree, 30-degree angle. Definitely not meant to be like that. So Pack Racing, hopefully they can continue on to the end of the stint with the exhaust sticking out like that, and hopefully they're not going to receive a mechanical warning flag. I did see a few laps ago as well, lack of adhesion flag out at the hairpin. So
had a couple of those today, Yeah, so maybe there's still a little bit of fluid down there, but right now I think Alan Lane is at the mercy of the meatball flag. Just have to wait to see if the stewards decide, or race control decides that no, you've got to come in because that is dangerous. If it is a bolt that's come loose, I think that's, well, I mean, that then brings concerns of, okay, what if it's vibrations, and then what if more bolts come loose and the whole thing's come off? It's a bit of contact, it might just be bent out of shape. You can just put a new exhaust on or whack it back in with a hammer and it'll be fine later on. But again, if it's shearing bolts, that's not a great look. We'll have to find out what's going on a little bit later on when we start heading down into pit lane and ask everyone how we're all going. So, a real shame there for them, but still P3 in class for pack racing, so not the end of the world. But yeah, some time to make up, I think it's safe to say, and some early drama for the team that started P3 on the grid. As there we see the number 9 Randy Racing Bike making its way across the start-finish line, lap 17 of 250 here at Knockhill, and the sun is absolutely beaming at the moment, Lewis. It's been pretty cloudy for most of the day, but starting to get a bit of heat into the air now. So, I mean, it's a lovely day for some bike racing, really, and a lovely day for a Bike Alloys endurance as well.
Tropical, I think, is the correct phrase to use. I mean, last time I was here at Knockhill was back in March, and to say the conditions were opposite is an understatement, to say the very least. It was absolutely freezing. I couldn't feel my fingers after 5 laps, and it was thrashing down with rain from start to finish. So a big apologies to everyone that I dragged along to that. But here today, much nicer conditions, I've got to say, and definitely you'll be enjoying it out there. You'll be enjoying clocking up the laps, being able actually to have some consistent conditions as well. I think that's the most important thing for this endurance race. And for the likes of Jordan Browse, it seems like no matter what the conditions are going to throw at him, I mean, we've seen at Brandfixx, him riding so long on slick tyres in tricky conditions and being able to master those mixed conditions. So these dry conditions, now that the 32 squad is back in action finally, well, Jordan Browse can put down the hammer and do what he does best, and that is be the first rider for the team on the opening stint. I mean, every single time they seem just to put him on there, and every single time he delivers, to say the very least. But fireworks at the moment just leading this group as Dan Cooper goes through. So the Flying Guffies up yet another position, pushing Moto 46 back down to P7. But for how long is the question? Bridger along that. Jordan Browse looking up the inside as well, lapping them at the same time. Dan Cooper, he's definitely got a wake-up call from that one, to say the very least.
Jordan just doesn't wait around. He spots the gap and goes, all right, thank you, no point wasting time. He's like an attack dog. It's just full on from the get-go. But that's why he's the not-so-secret weapon of track slags, because everybody knows what he's capable of. The team knows what he's capable of. He knows what he's capable of as he goes straight through the fireworks bike on the inside of McIntyre. And it's just full attack for the opening stint. And we've seen it time and time again this season. And I'm sure, presuming he continues with the team into the future, we'll see it time and time again in the future as well, because you just stick him on the bike at the start of a race and let him go, and then you can just manage the pace from the front, which in an endurance race is typically the best place to be in. Well, I guess the front is the best place to be in any race, let's be realistic here, but in a longer race where things can go wrong, things can break, tiredness can set in, you can make mistakes either out on track or in the pit lane. There's so many variables. It is so much easier to be a team that's managing things from the front of the pack rather than someone in second or third who's trying to hunt down and chase.
Yeah, continuing to hunt down at the moment is Nitrous Plants Racing. The gap sitting at about 9.2 seconds over the line last time around. We're going to have to wait quite a bit to see PP Racing come over the line. Of course, leaders in the National 600s. Meanwhile, the Team Power Honours currently going the way of Fireworks down in P5. And Flying Guffies leading the way in Team Sport. So doing a good job so far. We're going to wait and see, though, how this one actually unfolds. Because 20 out of 250, still very, very short way into it, and let's not forget, it's not just Jordan Browse in this endurance race. They're going to have to change over at some point, and that's when usually we see a little bit of shake-up of order. The question is, what sort of pace does Scott Kirkland have? What sort of pace does James Waterhouse have as well? Because like the Nitrous Plant Racing, they've got Paul Bowerbank and Chrissy Duncan, two well-known riders in this part of the country. Of course, Chrissy coming over and doing a lot of the Irish running, but coming over to Scotland quite a bit to get some extra track time. And of course, Paul Bowerbank basically just on his doorstep compared to the rest of the round. So 9.7 seconds now, still under 10, but for how long? And for how long can they make it last before the fuel tank gets a little bit empty? They get the warning light come on for the first time and they have to enter the pit lane, because pit stops are going to be important here.
They are indeed. Can see that 50 bike of Pack Racing still hasn't been given the mechanical flag, so race controller clearly happy for it to continue even with that exhaust on that angle. But then you've got to start thinking, okay, well, is that then affecting the power output of the bike as well? Because if you can't get the exhaust gases out of the rear of the bike quick enough, it actually affects the engine. It makes you slower in a straight line because the engine can't chuck stuff out the back of it quickly enough, so it slows down things coming in. It is physics and all that, but essentially it will be slowing the bike down, plus the drag that'll be putting on the bike as well at that angle. So it will be slower, but they're still P3 in class out of 3, yes, but still P3. And again, race control are presumably pretty happy for them to continue on their way. So I think that'll probably be one of the first bikes to come into the pits. Is the Pack Racing bike that at the start of the season, when they were new to the championship, they kind of just went until they got tired and decided, I've had enough, which sometimes meant at the ends of races they were doing like 12 lap stints because they just had enough and couldn't physically deal with it. But as they've built up their endurance and built up their ability as a team, they are able to run longer. But I think with damage like that, with the pace they'll be dropping, and they will be wanting to fight with Nitrous Plant and Track Slags in case things go wrong for those guys. So I'd expect that they will bring Alan in reasonably early compared to the other 2 bikes in class, just so they can get a bike out that is in full working condition. There is the 69 Proudfoot Racing bike that's out there. No, it's not. I thought it was the 69. It's in fact the 49 PP Racing bike. Thank you very much, Lewis. Currently P3 and leading the way in class as well in the National 600. The Proudfoot Racing 69 is behind them though, 3.1 seconds, not too far away as it currently stands. So still somewhat of a fight going on there in endurance terms anyway for the race leader in the National 600 class.
Yeah, at the moment Sam West did a good job, obviously not at the Manx this year, or not at the Classic TT as I should say this year, so he's able to join us at Knockhill. I think that was a little change in regulations that meant his bike necessarily wasn't eligible for the time being, but PP Racing having a good run in so far. Nitrous Plant Racing as well. They sit second, of course. Last time around, I was going to say it's the first time the gap has actually came down. However, now that we've circulated yet again, well, back into the 50 bracket goes Jordan Browse, and the 52s for Nitrous Plant. So over 10 seconds now is their race lead for the first time in this 250 lap affair. We're nearly 10% completed already. This is going to go fast and furious, to say the very least, into the braking zone yet again to complete it. And well, there we have it. It's going to be PP Racing 1 lap down already, and cranking on the power, trying to keep the front wheel on the ground, is the 32 squad. So Jordan Browse enjoying himself out there, to say the very least. Of course, this is the 8th race of the day, 8 of 23 throughout the entire weekend, but our sole endurance race tomorrow. It's all sprint running from start to finish. If you do want to join us for that, both on NLR TV and of course right here at Knockhill Racing Circuit. Come trackside, come see the bikes in real life, and who knows, maybe even still have the stream on one hand so you can see what's happening at the other side of the circuit.
You absolutely can, and of course let us know if you are here as well. We do occasionally have a peek at the live chat and see what's going on. So let us know where you're watching from, whether you're here. I saw a couple of people watching earlier from the States as well, so we've got international. But yeah, let us know where you're watching from, what your thoughts and feelings are of the event so far at Knockhill. It is, of course, as I've been mentioning, the first time No Limits has ever come to Knockhill. It's our first ever trip north of the border into Scotland. So, you know, interesting to see what the feelings are like, how everyone's feeling about it. And of course, let us know if you're supporting anybody as well, if you've got family or friends out there this weekend pushing each other, themselves and the machines to the limit, of course, all in the name of glory and winning in No Limits Racing. Lap 26 250. We are over a tenth of the way through the Knockhill, slightly more than 500 if we're being pedantic. No, like a lawyer's No Limits endurance here. Again, if we were being very accurate, it would be 245 laps if we round down, but you know, that's just me doing my maths in the van on the way up on Thursday because I got a bit bored. I'm quite simple sometimes, you know. You got to keep saying it was 4 hours. I had to do something, so I got the calculator app out.
Yeah, exactly. I hate to, Ross McIntyre being pedantic. Who would have thought? But yeah, exactly. 4 hours out of 7 hour journey here. If we really want to see who's the winner in that one, only a 2 hour drive home on Sunday evening though. So how do you like that? Now then, 27 out of 250 completed so far, and Moto 46. It's been a decent start for them. Now it seems to be a very very roller coaster like season for Moto 46. It seems like everything goes their way, or pretty much every single thing seems to go wrong. Sam Foster, meanwhile, back on board the 114. Of course, Sam Foster, he's been battling throughout the day for Old School 1K Trophy podium finishes in class, and now back on board the endurance stuff. So 16 laps down for Army Team 2, as you would expect with a 15-minute cool-off period that you have once a rider goes down and you're not able to return to pit lane. So Army Team 2, not what they'd be hoping for at all. Anthony Fleckney, you would say, he'd be feeling pretty bad about it, to say the very least. He's had a busy old weekend, jumping off sprint classes onto the endurance bikes and then throwing it down the road in the first handful of laps.
Yeah, and it wasn't a massive mistake either. He didn't throw the bike down. It just went on him, which is a real shame as well. Sometimes it's the simplest of crashes that can hurt the most, and especially at the start of a race as well. If there's any time to crash in an endurance race, it's not at the start or right at the end either, because then you feel rubbish because you've not made the end of the race and you were so close. But you can't win a race in the opening couple of laps, but you can certainly throw one away. Unfortunately, that's what happened to Anthony Fleckney. And given that the Army team had such a strong start as well, he got up to 10th place after the opening couple of laps. And then again, just such a simple little error, putting them 16 laps down. And again, that's part of part of the beauty of Knockhill, unless you're the Army team, part of the pain of Knockhill for them is that because it's so short, 15 minutes is 16 or so laps. So you lose a whole lot of time in terms of actually where you are in the order of things if you do go down and have to wait for that 15-minute period to pass before you can send somebody back out onto the circuit. Currently less than a second separating Surricate UK Moto 46 and the Flying Guffey squad. They are in different classes. Of course, Flying Guffey's leading the way currently in the Team Sport Trophy. That is the no limit side of things. And to the inside there, the 99 through the 617 RIF Dam Buster's bike. That's out there, Collier on that at the moment. But yes, Flying Guffey's leading the way in the Team Sport Trophy, and then Surricate UK Moto 46 second place currently, no, third place should I say, in the ACU National 600. Of course, 6 different classes for us to enjoy here at Knockhill and in our Bike Lawyers No Limits Endurance. They're basically the same. Well, there's basically 2 classes for the same regulations. It's just that one's an ACU class and one's a no limits class. So one's like the official British champs, one is just the no limits champs, but with exactly the same stuff in it. So it can get a little bit complicated sometimes, and sometimes you see people riding, the same machines to the same regulations and fighting each other out of the racetrack, even though they're technically in 2 different classes. And you sit there thinking, why? What's the point? Because they're all there together. We should just combine it and have one big class. But there's not my job to decide that. So. But it means that there's more champions as well at the end of the year, so I guess there, more trophies being given out and all that. So there's positives.
Yeah, there is. And, as you mentioned about the different classes, there's also different team formats as well. And with us coming north of the border for the first time for No Limits Race, and a quick little explainer on pit stops, and of course if it's your first time watching on NLR TV. Of course, we have 2 options for teams to enter the championship in. It's almost a really race style format or a pretty classic, pretty standard endurance one bike format as well. Whatever the case is, you have to stick under the same guidelines in pit lane, and that is a minimum pit stop time. At this round, a 30.5 second minimum pit stop time, so that is the time taken from the moment you enter pit lane to the moment you exit. It doesn't matter when you stop in that, as long as soon as you enter and you exit, it's 30.5 seconds or more. Any time a team spends under that time, it will be times by 5, and that penalty will be given. So if they're 1 second under the minimum pit stop time, they're given a 5-second penalty. In reality, it's pretty simple. In reality, we have to get our calculators out because usually it's a pretty random number that teams are under by. However, with a really style format, you can have multiple bikes. So you can have 4 bikes for 4 riders out there on circuit, or 3 bikes for 3 riders. You get the gist of it. And you come into pit lane, you simply change over bikes, change over rider, away you go. It's pretty simple, pretty relaxed. Certainly for the 30.5 seconds, you're not too much of a rush. You can just chill, have a little breather, and then your teammate goes out on circuit. You can spend the rest of their stint time prepping the tyres, checking tyre pressures, maybe swapping out the rubber, fueling up the bike yet again before you go back out, maybe even changing the pads by the end of the race. Certainly at Anglesey anyway. I know the team's changed pads quite a few times during that one. Or, of course, you can have your one bike format, one bike, one race, a bunch of riders taking the reins of it, as you would expect in the likes of EWC and endurance in general. A couple of teams do that. We see the likes of JJ Metzeler racing earlier on in the year and at 12-hour do that. But all the way, all season long, I think all eyes have been on Fireworks because they've been showing up at every single round, doing that format. Such a well-prepped R1. But it does mean when they do run into a few technical issues, I think they had a tip-over sensor fail on them or go off earlier on in the year. Then they run into quite a few issues with that. I think it was a battery issue as well at some point, and an engine issue over at the 12-hour 2, which meant they'd start at the back of the grid. So it has its ups and downs and advantages. But the likes of Fireworks, they can run bigger fuel tanks because they've only got one bike. They can run an endurance fuel tank, have more fuel in the bike, and in turn make their stints longer. But whenever they come into the pit lane, it is a busy old scenario. I mean, Ross, it's always exciting to see them change the wheels, see them change either just the rear or the front and the rear, or just leave them on for another stint, and of course fuel up, go back out, change riders, away they go. It's a spectacle to see.
I mean, it's proper endurance style. You know, you get your proper endurance pit stops, which I always appreciate. And you can argue, I mean, I like to say it's a more pure form of endurance racing. That's how it's done at a World Championship level, at a continental level. But again, there's advantages and disadvantages to it. And I do very much enjoy the fact that we do have tag team pit stops available, and that, the vast majority of our teams do turn up with multiple bikes. I also like that for different reasons. So I think you get a great combination as a leg coming up into the pits. There comes somebody, didn't quite identify who that was, but in fact we do have a couple of pit stops now actually, so riders are starting to make their way in. Looks like Pack Racing and Nitrous Plant Racing, that was actually from second place coming in, so both ACU National 1000s. Of course 1000s a little bit thirstier than 600s, just bigger motor, they use a bit more fuel. Pack Racing though finally coming in as well, and Alan Lane I'm sure will be letting somebody else take the reins as his R1 gets inspected and they try to repair that wonky exhaust pipe. They are one of the teams that has a tag team pit stop system with multiple bikes. If you are here at the circuit and have yourself a program as well, you can see what bikes people are on with the entry list, although we are aware that entry list changed this morning because a couple of riders dropped out. A couple of people in the paddock for the sprints had to be convinced politely, shall we say, / got told they'd bought some beers at the end of the weekend, that they should come and do the endurance and stand in for people who are a bit last minute decided that they weren't going to be able to do it. So that has changed since then, but Alan Lane's coming in. We'll wait to see who's going to emerge for the two squads. For Nitrous Plant, looks like it'll be just trying to work out who it is, if I can find them. There they are. It looks like it'll be Stephen Duncan, who is not on the entry list, so there you go, that's the point.
Chris Duncan, sorry, I should say Duncan, that. Yeah. Stephen Duncan, the Scotsman this weekend, who we had out earlier on. Chris Duncan, a much smaller rider, I think it's fair to say, but I don't think Chris is going to mind of that one. So yeah, Chris Duncan out there, and actually he was the rider holding the bike at race start.
Yes, he was. So that's the swap over there. Track Slag's also now in. Jordan Browse has had enough, and they'll be sending a new rider out. Pack Racing have sent out Paul Dewey on his Suzuki, and then Track Slags again. Well, if you look at the entry list, it just says TBC because they had no idea who was going to be out there for them this weekend. Again, such is the beauty of last minute changes and things like that. But they have got a team, and it is Waterhouse who's coming out back onto the circuit, and they will still maintain the lead, of course, so they can continue on their way. There is the 32 making its way out. Waterhouse, believe this is his first appearance for Track Slags this year. Again, I think they are one of the teams that has hit their 8-rider limit as well at this round. Again, they've had a couple of injuries and a couple of last-minute stand-ins that were there for one round, so it's been a bit of a mental, chaotic year. The fact they're still first in the table championship-wise is fairly impressive and goes to show the strength of the team in general, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure earlier on in the year as well, the likes of Harry Denson actually came up to Knockhill during one of the Scottish rounds to get some track time, all the way back in, I think it was around May, to get some track time. Did quite well there, and now that knowledge, at least for him, not going to be able to be used, and that was after a crash over at Croft all the way at the, what was that, the end of May, Croft?
Yeah, around then, a while ago.
Yeah, it was round 3 of the season. Yeah, end of May at Croft, or at least middle of May at the end of Croft. It was one or the other. But speaking about pit stop infringements, the 43, they've been given a pit stop infringement penalty, 17.65 seconds for nitrous plant racing. That's for being 3.5 seconds under the minimum pit stop intervention time. So a massive shame for them, actually. Quite a big mistake at that, for over 3 seconds. So pretty much they've been about 26 and a bit seconds in pit lane. So you would imagine that they would have somewhat of an idea that penalty was a possibility. Whatever the case, now Chrissy Duncan, he's got a little bit of work to do on his hands. Obviously, that will be added to their end of race time. Max Alexander, of course, started it. Paul Burbank, you would imagine, is going to be next out. So I'm sure they're going to be able to laugh about that at the end of the race, because at the end of the day, they're just here to get some laps underneath their belt. There is Chrissy Duncan. There's the 43 team, the team that now have that penalty at hand. And so over the start-finish line they come now. Clicking by yet another lap at 39 of 250, and the Waterhouse 12.9 seconds being their advantage this time around. So Chrissy Duncan, he's going to need a good old stint here to be able to get the times down. Last time around the 52.767, so ever so slightly slower, actually running scarily close times to the likes of Waterhouse. There's a few battles going on just ahead of Chrissy out on circuit, so heading on to start finish straight now, or heading on to the back straight now, as I should say, coming out of Clark Curve, then spinning up the rear all the way through the left, and heavy on the anchors. Randy Racing having a good scrap as well, having the inside line for the hairpin, just get ahead of the 31 that looks like out on circuit, so full on racing for them. The 32, they've also been given the pit stop infringement penalty, 7.425 being their pit stop infringement time. What a shame. Just as we thought things were starting to get interesting, starting to get tricky for nitrous plant racing, but the 32, they've gone and done something pretty much exactly the same. So with a little job for the trusty calculator, 1.4 seconds, nearly 1.5 the 32 squads were under in pit lane last time around. So certainly for the likes of nitrous plant racing, they're going to be very, very happy with that one. Of course, nearing towards 3 p.m. in the afternoon already here, with 14 laps or so completed, nearly 35 minutes of running done as well. But the front two runners out on circuit, penalties go their way. Proudfoot Racing as well, they sit P3 out on circuit. They're going to start wondering if these penalties continue to rack up. Who knows? They could be back into contention by the end of it. Joshua Proudfoot, another rider, that's had to call in some late runners. I think it's fair to say Simon Aldridge yet to actually have a go on board that bike. They'll be heading into the pit lane pretty soon. There is Proudfoot diving down the inside of the 277. Double Trouble doing a good bit of running. Of course, Double Trouble had double trouble over at Anglesey. They had a few crashes. A rider sadly sent to hospital as well, and they had to eventually pull out of the race. Hopefully none of those sorts of issues at Knockhill. They can see the checker flag and have things completed. I mean, it was in the closing stages really at Anglesey. It was 12 hours and a late heartbreak for them. Just over the start finish line though goes the R1. Great stuff though so far for the 32 team on track. Off track however, and in the pit lane, maybe a little bit of work to do. 41 laps down as well. It just hits 3 p.m. in the afternoon. It's been an interesting open stint so far. Just give you a little recap of how things look. The 32 team lead the way. James Waterhouse currently on board that R1 ahead of Chrissy Duncan in second. Nitrous Plant Racing also receiving a time penalty for a pit stop infringement. Proudfoot Racing leading class in the National 600 in P3, with PP Racing P4 and Fireworks leading in category and rounding out the top 5. Randy Racing P6, Moto 46 P7, Double Trouble, Snapdragon Racing and PB Racing rounding out the top 10 runners here so far at Knockhill as we head on to lap 42 of running. Red Culture Racing leading the way so far in P11 with Thomas Drew heading them. Flying Guffies sits P12, Fulham Racing P13, PP Racing 2.0 and Pack Racing round out the top 15. We'll have to head down pit lane pretty soon to hear what their issues were. RAF put my teeth back in. 617 Dan Busters, P16, the KGG Endurance and Army Team 2 following their early tip-off. Luckily though, Ross McIntyre has made his way down into pit lane, and I do believe we can hear from him and some of the riders after the end of the opening stints.
Well, it's about time to take a journey down pit lane here at Knockhill, isn't it? I think I might very shortly get run over by somebody, because there is a pit stop being prepared just next to me. But while we're down here, we may as well first of all jump in and speak with our race leaders and the man who has just come off the bike as well, and see if we can get a few words out of Jordan Browse. Now, when I got here, they literally just found out they got a pit stop infringement penalty and were not too pleased. So let's see what kind of mood Jordan is going to be in. Jordan, if you've got time for a couple of words, potentially. He's just looking at his phone. Any chance we can grab a couple of words out of you, mate? That okay? Hello. Well, mega first stint. Unfortunately, a tiny bit of a penalty there, but your opponents have got a bigger one, so it's not the end of the world, I suppose. But yeah, how's things feeling?
Difficult. It's a very difficult circuit to make overtakes in this one. If you get caught anywhere in the infield, you're stuck behind them for the rest of the lap, really. There's only 2 good, safe overtaking points here. So it's just trying to time the traffic properly, manage the arm pump, because it's so physical around here. There's just no respite at all. And try and save the tyres, because the left-hand side is absolutely shredding on that SC0, so we're struggling a little bit. But no, good stint. We started off in seconds, got the whole shot into turn 1, so pretty happy with that. And yeah, shame to find out we got a penalty, but at least Nitrous have got a bigger one, haven't they? Double R's.
Yeah, I mean, you got a penalty and technically gained time as a result, because given the disparity between them. But yeah, I mean, solid first stint, can't complain. I guess the plan for me is just go out there, manage the race, hopefully win at the end of it.
Yeah, for us, we didn't really have much of a game plan. We knew Nitrous put on a pretty quick rider, so we just thought we'll ride our own race, see how it comes. Again, happy that we got pole straight away, put kind of them on the back foot. We're all happy, so yeah, see how it comes.
All stuff. Well, mega first stint, Jordan. We'll speak to you in a bit.
Thanks, guys. Have a good day.
Good to speak to Jordan Browse there, coming back in a few moments ago. Now, I did just see out the corner of my eye the number 9 bike getting pushed up pit lane. Looked like it ran out of fuel. So we'll see if we can jump in and have a word with them wherever they are. I'm not entirely sure on what the order of things pit lane-wise is, so we may just have to awkwardly wander backwards and forwards until we see them. There they are, they're down there, I think. Tell you someone I do want to speak to first, though, is the number 50, and specifically Alan Lane, who is just having a look at that exhaust with the rest of the team that we saw earlier on. Let's see if we can discover what happened. Alan, hello everyone. What happened with the exhaust? Because we saw it was not looking correct.
No, so I wasn't 100% sure myself. I think I did tangle with someone there on the lower section. I just made a move. I think we had a coming together. If I did see someone down there, so I just wanted to send my apologies about that. Obviously, I've seen him was up and about, and I hope he's okay and the bike's easily fixed. But yeah, just came together there, and then I was just trying to find a pace really and just keep going. I didn't have a very good start just because of the bike wouldn't fire. So yeah, just settled into my groove then and just try and use the tank of fuel.
That's all right.
So the exhaust got bent outwards, and we're just going to put some heat wrap around it now, and then we're good to go again. So, easy fix, luckily for us. So yeah, we can't ask for more than that. But like I say, just extend my apologies to the guy that went down, and hopefully he's okay. I'll catch up with him at some point.
Yeah, of course. Well, still, as you said, it's an easy fix. You guys are still third in class anyway, so still have some really solid points as well as it stands.
Exactly. We just want to obviously complete the race as always, finish strong and do our best. Everybody's here to have fun and do the best, so we just want to make sure that we do ours as well. And that's it.
All stuff, Alan. We'll let you get on and sort things out. Cheers for talking to us, mate.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Right, let's jump in as well. Let Mark Berry go on through. He's going to have a word with Alan. That might be a slight telling potentially. Let's jump in with that number 9 squad and see what was going on. I'm not sure who was on it either, but let's find out and see if we can figure out. Oh, no, we going away? We might be going away. Well, okay then. Or looks like he's having a moment. It might be a little bit out of breath potentially. Hopefully everything is okay, but yes, did see that Randy racing bike of Tom Major coming in. Fancying a chat? No, we'll leave him be for the time being. Looks like he's busy. You can see PP Racing, the number 48 bike, is coming in there. Of course, do have two squads with us this weekend. Is that just a firing up? No, it's definitely getting ready to go. There is the Army bike there getting repaired. Let's see if we can just have a look at what's actually broken as the 48 bike does come in. So they'll be in for a pit stop. Of course, don't want to break the minimum time. We may as well see how the stint has gone for that 48 bike and Darren Stalker. So we'll just wait for him to get off bike. Bit of stretching, just get rid of some of that acid in your muscles and then get back out there. A few chats with the team and they'll get on their way. So we'll just let the bike get wheel back in and then we'll dive in with Dan. Get a few words out of him and get his thoughts and feelings on the stint. Hang on, I'll let the bike go in first. It's got to be respectful in situations like this. Now he's running back into the garage. We'll let him get a drink down himself as well, because it is quite physical here at Knockhill, and it's quite tough. Dan, quite loose, okay. So Dan, any chance of a few words after your stint? Sorry, I'll let you get some drink down you first. I know it's quite a physical track here, but how was that for you? All okay?
Yeah, that was okay. It's the longest I've been round here, so it was quite tough towards the end. I was feeling it in the legs, and then I went off the track at Clark's. So I was like, oh, saved it, but it's quite hard going, so I was counting the laps down, and I need this now, so, yeah.
No, you know, it's a tough business, this one, isn't it? But, you know, you've done a good job.
So this is a first for me, so, it's good to try it for a change, you know?
Well, really solid first stint from you as well. Let you have a drink and cool off, and come back to you later. Thanks a lot, Dan. Let's now see if we can jump in with somebody from the Army team. And I'll just have a little poke in my head and see what's going wrong. There's definitely things being replaced, I'll say that much. How bad is it?
Repairable long term. Yeah. But short term, I don't think it's going to happen at all this weekend.
Well, there's more bikes for the team at least, so it's not the end of the world, but, you know, it's disappointing because it was such a strong start for you guys as well. So do we know exactly what happened, or was it a mistake or contact?
Contact. It was a contact. That's all we know at the moment. So we're just going with it and see where we end up and what happens. But hopefully back out on one of the other bikes and then we'll... Sorry, I can't take this seriously. Back out on one of the other bikes and finish the day, and then we'll go from there for the rest of the weekend.
Awesome stuff. Well, hope you can get it looking somewhat respectable and not broken, I guess. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much. So, it's not looking good for that machine, unfortunately. Hopefully they can get it back out. Let's now see what's going on with Tom Major's bike. That looks like an electronics issue of some description. It's hard at work, so maybe we'll have to grab one of the mechanics rather than Tom. But we'll just poke my head in and see if we can establish what's going on. Any chance we can inquire on what's going on? Oh, he's tripping over his own fear and running away, but he said he'll be back, so we'll stand in for a moment. But they're pretty desperate to get that thing back out. Tyre warmer just going on the front as well. We might just need to dive out of the way quickly, Michael, and try not to trip over the camping chairs as well. So he's and we're now in the way of the jack as well. So causing more chaos here. So while you're doing that, we'll try and talk and let you multitask while you're working. But what went wrong? Because we saw you getting went up pit lane. No idea?
So I was going round and I lost all power to my dash, and then the bike just cut out coming out the last hairpin. So I just had to leg it up the hill, and I'm absolutely knackered. But that's just a big hill that. We're back in. Hopefully I can do something, find out why it's blowing the fuse. I hope it's just a fuse to my dash, but I don't know. We'll see.
Well, we'll let you get on, but fingers crossed for you, Tom, and hopefully you can get it back out there in a little bit. Go on, let's just awfully try and Let's go round. I think that's the best idea, Michael. We'll go this way. We managed to work ourselves into a little bit of a corner. I think we've got a little bit more time left, so let's just head back down and see if there's anybody else we can run into, although everyone's either kind of ready to go out or is sitting around. We can see that we have got some pit stops about to happen or in the process of happening. The 69 team looking like they're about to send someone out. And that is the 73 squad that has come in. So let's wait for the 69 pit stop, and then we can hopefully speak to Private Racing's very own Joshua Private. Simon Aldridge going out there. He's probably knackered once again. 7 races that man is doing this weekend. Once again, his sprints are back to back. He complained about that to us last time at Cadwell Park, and no change. So he's gone back to back once again today. He'll do the same again tomorrow, and then he's also doing the endurance. So he's going to be a very tired man. Simon Aldridge, possibly the hardest working rider in the paddock this weekend at Knockhill for No Limits Racing. But he's now on the bike, so it looks like that'll be Josh just coming in now, and indeed it is. So we'll speak to Josh, and then we'll jump back into the commentary box. Of course, we don't want to go just yet, but as we can see, so this is what a tag team pit stop looks like here at No Limits Racing. If you're new to the Bike Alloys Endurance Championships, a tag team pit stop, yeah, you just bring one bike in and send the other one back out straight away. It's a bit weird. The bike of Simon Aldridge will have been prepared completely in advance, so it's got tyres on it, tyre warmers will have been on, everything set up correctly as he heads out. Obviously it will have been fueled up as well. The only thing is that you'll have seen he's been sat there for a little while. That's because there is a minimum pit stop intervention time. There is a minimum time you have to be in pit lane for. That is just that is just because, again, to make it fair, because there are teams who are doing pit stops here. If you just come in and send someone out straight away, it's an advantage. That's unfair. So that's why that's there, and you get a penalty. But we have just been told as well that the Nitrous Plant Fortitude bike has just taken the lead. We've already spoken to everyone. Did you speak to Nitrous Plant? I can't remember. It escapes me. We might have done. I don't know where they are right now. Let's speak to Josh Bradford anyway and jump in and see if we can get some words out of him. After a pretty strong opening stint, it must be said. Just let him talk it down. Any chance we could jump in for a few quick words? How was your opening stint for you? All okay?
The start didn't go too great, and then I got stuck behind 1,000 for a few laps. Once I cleared him, I was able to bridge the gap down to first, overtake first, and give us a bit of a gap. So, yeah, started off rubbish, but ended well.
Yeah, can't complain. Just sent Simon out. He's, you're possibly making him the most tired man in the world this weekend, because all of his sprints are back-to-back, and now you've roped him into the endurance as well. How have you managed that one?
Yeah, he's gonna be tired. I think he felt sorry for me, obviously needing a rider a week before the race, but I'm thankful he stepped in. Yeah, thankfully stepped in.
More stuff, come on, we'll let you call off and calm down for your next thing. Thanks a lot, Josh. Speak to you in a bit. Pit stop there for the number 6 squad as well. I've got no idea where the 43 Nitrous Plant team is, so we're now our race leaders. I might try and work it out. For now, though, let's just take a break here in pit lane. Let's go back to Lewis Ray in the commentary box for a little while. Of course, me and Lewis will be all up and down pit lane all throughout our 250-lap, 500-kilometre Bike Lawyer endurance race here at Knockhill. But for the time being, let's just have a break here, back to the commentary box and back to some of the action out on the racetrack as well. Lewis Ray, back over to you.
Thanks for that, Ross. Always lovely to see down in pit lane, see the action there continue to unfold off the racetrack. And, well, on track, meanwhile, it has been a busy time for Chrissy Duncan, taking the race lead by 5.3 seconds now over James Watchhouse. So well and truly extending his advantage. It was a 55.750 last time around from Waterhouse. A big shame for them anyway, but it's still an early on in this race, to say the very least. Chris Duncan, there's some lap traffic to get ahead of now. Fireworks, they're going to be overtaking, going over the start-finish straight, so good job for them. Almost lap 60 that we've completed. PB Race and Bloomfield now on board that one. They're all the way up to P6. Moto 46, who we just seen come in the pit lane at the end of Ross's interviewing segments. It was a good job for them. So a fast pit stop, hopefully not too fast. Only losing 2 positions at that as well, as it's R1 versus R1 out on circuit. So building towards lap 60 here at race 8 of the day. Now, we did see a few technical gremlins for the number 9 squad. So Randy Racing running into a few technical gremlins, and now it does continue, it seems, for Benjamin Berry, because Benjamin Berry has no working transponder. So they have an issue with one bike in terms of it switching itself off. They think it's maybe a blown fuse, at least judging by the fact that we were changing a fuse that whenever we went down there. And well, a hand up in the air actually from Fireworks, so perhaps not terribly happy, or just trying to sense that a pit stop might be getting underway. You can see a lot of bugs actually surrounded the circuit. It's a bit of wildlife in the middle of the circuit, to be fair. But now we do continue on, and hopefully the transponder issue can indeed be fixed. Snapdragon Racing are beginning to make their pit stop too. Now it's going to be James Plummer bringing that bike into pit lane. Who's it going to be to bring it out? Is it going to be Chris McKenzie or James Jackson? James handing it away to James as Ross makes his way back into the comp spots. And Ross, I think this is about the point where I tell you, not only is Nitrous Plant in the lead, they're now 11 seconds ahead at the front. It seems that Waterhouse's times has dropped into the 55s. And also, well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but you might have walked straight by them down in pit lane, because about the third garage at the start of it. Then,
yeah, I probably did. Yeah, I lost track of time there in the pit lane. I actually spent quite a while down there, didn't I? I was just, it's been a month for us. I've missed talking to people and doing my job. I've missed doing my job, quite frankly. So it was nice to be down there in pit lane and speak to people and get some thoughts and feelings. Slightly awkward speaking to Alan Lane of Pack Racing and then the Army team immediately afterwards, given as it turns out that was the collision that took that bike out of the race. And the Army team not particularly happy with the Pack Racing rider, I think is safe to say.
Keeping their lips zipped for the time.
Yeah, and I did see Mark Berry going over and having a word with him just after I'd stopped speaking to Alan as well. So hopefully not in too much trouble. We'll wait and see. Just saw someone there with the leg out, so they'll be coming into pit lane. It was a blur, so I didn't see who it was, but someone's coming into pit lane the next time round anyway. But so while I was down in pit lane, we had a change for the lead, and quite a considerable one as well. But again, you also do see that quite often with that 32 track slag squad as well, because we have seen it before where Jordan Brass gets out there, goes off into the distance, does his thing, and then there is a pit stop. The team drops back, slows down, drops the position, and then in the next pit cycle he comes back out and does the same again. So I think we could be seeing the Nitrous Plant and the Trackstad squad going back and forwards quite a long way through this race, presuming of course they all stay on fairly similar timings and there's no incidents and the like.
Yeah, you would assume so. Fireworks actually, they've just entered pit lane for themselves, their first stop of the race, and of course they have just one bike for themselves, so it's going to be a full-blown stop for them. Splash and dash, you would imagine at this stage, maybe a new rear after 62 laps of Knockhill. They might be able to keep the front on anyway at this point, though. It's usually every second stop that we see them changing the front tyre. There, though, is Simon Aldridge. We did speak about him, how busy he is, and Joshua Profit saying that, well, he thinks it's because he feels bad for him, because it had to be a full plea out on Facebook. And I did hear, after speaking to Joshua Profit yesterday before we actually spoke to him on camera, that there was potentially going to be a very, very fast Scottish rider on his bike, one that's won a couple of championships up in Scotland, but they couldn't get some forks sorted in time. So, well, they had to rope in Simon Aldridge into it last minute, and luckily Simon said yes, and they could actually continue on out there, because I mean, Profit Racing, they're fighting for a title this year.
They are indeed, and of course, I'm sure they would have been on the phone to many Scottish riders. Again, can he get forks sorted for one? Another one said he had to be in the commentary box this weekend, and I retired a few years ago anyway. Sorry, Lewis, couldn't resist.
Myself or Graham in the middle of the circuit. It's a tricky one.
I couldn't resist, sorry mate. But yeah, absolutely right in that they are fighting for a title, of course, in the ACU National 600 class, and we are expecting them to be retaking the lead now that PP Racing has come into pit lane, so it shouldn't be too long until they're back out there once again. Hopefully everything is okay, but of course they are only 12 points away from the championship leader, 3 points away from P2 in the championship. They themselves are third. It's quite tight in the National 600 category. You've got Sarah UK Motor 46 on 102 points, Randy Racing on 93, and then Proudfoot Racing on 90. Of course, we've seen Randy Racing some electronical issues early doors, shall we say. So they've dropped back a little bit. So this is a very, very good opportunity for Proudfoot Racing to make up some big time, especially given they are currently a lap clear of the championship leaders in Surrogate UK Motor 46. So they can get that gap down moving into the last 2 races of the season at Anglesey and then Donington. So again, as with a lot of classes in the sprints as well, in the endurance, this is a massive, massive race. Not in terms of distance compared to our 12 hours we had last time out, but in terms of the championship implications that could be on display here.
Yeah, it's a massive implication for the championship. Of course, a 9-round series this year. Only 8 of them feature sprints, and only 8 of them feature endurance racing at that as well. A nice little move last time around over at McIntyre's, and that was from 32 team, and that was on this bike right here, the 49 PP Racing on the R6, who's sitting third in the race. So now first and second, they've lapped absolutely everyone up to second position. It's only the 32 that is not 1 lap down. As we say, that nitrous plant enter pit lane yet again. So Chrissy Duncan comes off that bike, and you would imagine Paul Bowerbank is going to be the rider to take over, basically the team leader this weekend, if you will. He's the only rider actually that's usually with us in terms of endurance racing. We don't usually have the luxury of having Chrissy Duncan and Max Alexander. There is Simon Aldridge though, going all the way on the outside, passing the 49 squad, and through they go. As also PB Racing into the pit lane too, leading in category of course in the Team Sport Trophy running. So lap 66 so far completed here, Ross, and we're ticking it towards 3:30 and almost 1 hour of track action completed.
Yeah, so if estimation's right, probably touch over 3 hours the race if we don't have any delays, safety cars and red flags and the like, so it's pretty good going.
I'm hoping you did well in maths in school as well.
No, I really didn't. That was just a rough estimation. I could do maths when I played arts, otherwise I genuinely have to count on my fingers. That's how terrible I am at maths. I somehow passed my GCSE, or you lot call it highs up here, don't you? Is that?
Yeah.
So,
National 5 since we're in Scotland, that's what we'll call it this weekend, and the levels we'll call hires for this weekend as well. And then there's the Van Tires, but we're not going to confuse you with that because there's still racing happening on circuit. Sam Foster, for he goes over at the hairpin. And nice little move done for him. Sam Foster, he's almost been the bridesmaids this year, and I somewhat do feel bad for him. Cadwell Park was the only real glimpse that he was entered the spotlight, entered the headlines, if you will, in the No Limits Old School 1K Trophy. Otherwise, he's been the rider finishing second, finishing third, still being super, super quick, but not quite on the level of the likes of Dean Turner. But Sam Foster, such a consistent rider, and who you need for an endurance race.
He certainly is, and actually I think he's a rider that probably is a bit more suited to endurance racing than sprint racing. I'd probably say Dean Turner could also be part of that category. Dean, I did see he's on the spanners for the RAF Dambusters squad this weekend, so he's pitching in and helping out with the RAF's endurance efforts. But yeah, Sam Foster, really, really solid rider, but yeah, always playing second fiddle a little bit throughout the season so far, even with that mighty weekend they had back at Cadwell Park around about a month ago now. How time flies when you're suddenly not at a racetrack after doing 3 rounds in 6 weeks. But yeah, I really, really like Sam. I think he's a really, really solid rider who I also just think he's just a bit unlucky as well. Again, you get people like that in motorsport where they've got all the ability, all the talent, they've got the experience, they seemingly have everything you need to be a very, very successful racer, but for whatever reason, Lady Luck just doesn't take a liking to you and just throws everything. There's someone who's just slightly better, or something always breaks, or just whatever reason, it just never quite works out. I think he's one of those riders, unfortunately, for the most part. But out there at the moment trying to rescue the Army team's day after that early incident for them. Now already up to 12 laps down, so they have made time back. There was 16 laps down when they initially came out of the pit lane following that 15-minute delay where they had to wait until they could send somebody out. So he is making progress, and it's only lap 69 at 250. Still plenty of time left in this race. So I still think the Army team can work their way forwards and potentially try to secure some more points. Again, that they are in a class where there's only 3 teams out there for them, but I still think they're in with a very, very solid chance.
Charlie Reynolds frustrated down here in pit lane, it looks like. Of course,
he wasn't out very long either, I don't think. Is there a problem potentially?
He's been out for a good while, to be fair. Since lap 36, so 30 laps done on that pre-injection 600. Craig McAllister just holding it there. It was Dan Cooper who started it. I think the frustrating part is the fact that the team wasn't ready at all. So maybe a little bit earlier than originally thought, because Dan Cooper was able to squeeze out 35 laps on his pre-injection, and now it looks like Paul Rogers' machine struggling to actually get underway. And still, Charlie Reynolds a little bit frustrated down there. Hopefully we can have a word with him in a few moments time when we next head down to pit lane and exactly see what the issue is, and maybe speak to him as well. But a very, very dramatic race earlier on in the pre-injection 600s. He had a lot to be frustrated about today in his own head in terms of back markers and now in terms of pit lane drama as well. But the lap times, most importantly, have been there.
They have indeed. And he's been running really, really solidly across Saturday, and he'll be looking to continue that through the remainder of the endurance race. 2 R1s and a Triumph 765 on hand for that team, and they'll get going once again. Of course, full of Scottish wildcard riders this weekend, but unsurprisingly, quite a quick team, given they know their way around the circuit. And we'll just wait to see where they have re-emerged. Have to wait for them to get to the line before we can determine where exactly that 99 bike has re-emerged. Well, I think it's safe to say one thing they're not at risk at is getting a penalty for failing the pit stop intervention time, given that the bike wasn't ready. I think that's pretty easy to go, yep, that's fair enough, and continue on your way. So it looks like they've come out in P11, so dropped a couple of places. So Rogers and his Triumph have a bit of time to make up, but it's not the end of the world. Already up the inside of McIntyre's there of the number 49 PP racing bike, getting on with it. Of course, it'll have some fresh rubber on it as well, compared to others that have been getting through the heat cycle of the tyres a little bit, even if the rubber is still fairly fresh in the grand scheme of things. So yeah, already getting a move on lap 72 of 250, and again, still a long way to go as well. Just having a slightly slower pit stop early doors, not the complete end of the world.
Fascinating battle in the timing sheets going on, and I say that because Nitrous Plant Racing with Paul Bowerbank now on board is ahead of Waterhouse following the pit stop. However, when you counter in the fact they've got a much bigger time penalty, they now sit 0.6 of a second behind in the timing sheets. So still about a second or so to game for Paul Bowerbank out on circuit before he's officially our race leader and can continue just to chip away. There at the moment is technically our race leader, but for how long, who actually knows? Following him out on circuit looks to be Simon Aldridge. So Simon getting a masterclass, I think it's fair to say, for the time being from Waterhouse. Still running within the mid-55 bracket for Waterhouse. Bowerbank meanwhile in the 53s, and now Bowerbank crossing the line already. The question is how long until Waterhouse A has to pit and B gets overtaken out on circuit with the time penalties applied for both teams. That is now 1.6 seconds. Nitrous Plant, your new race leaders.
Yeah, Paul Bowerbank's getting a shift on now, isn't he? He's not hanging about. And again, another rider we've seen time and time again this season, outside of when his bike is having electrical issues, shall we say, aka just not working. Such a fine rider, so quick, very, very consistent as well. And again, that was why you felt so heartbroken for the Nitrous Plant squad early doors in the season, because Paul would come out and get ready to go and you'd think, okay, let's get a shift on now. As there we do see Tom Major still trying to sort out that number 9 machine.
Yeah, that's not just a fuse.
No,
they tried the fuse first of all, but they're still going on here.
Yeah, so something majorly going wrong electrically, and hopefully they're able to discover what it is, whether it's shorted a wire somewhere or the like. Hopefully they can send Tom back out in a little while, but concerning scenes there. I mean, topical, we're on electrical issues, so I was talking about Paul Bowerbank, wasn't I? It was frustrating early in the season because you knew how good he was, and it was just he'd go out and he'd get like 3 laps in and the bike had shut down and stopped working because it wasn't happy, and you felt so frustrated. He's finally seemingly got over those gremlins. Finally the bike seemingly wants to work with him, not against him, and now you get scenes like this where even with a fairly hefty time penalty he can start pulling seconds ahead of that 32 bike, even though obviously it's not a massive gap on the timing sheets at the moment. It's a little bit bigger actually out on the circuit due to penalties and the likes being applied. So yeah, interesting to see how much of an advantage he can get on that 43 bike over this stint. Lap 75 of 250. Yeah, going to be an interesting one, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting end to this race, especially when Jordan Browse and the lights gets back on board the 32 team. You would imagine he'd be able to chip away yet again, because he was able to run inside the 50 bracket, as of course was Max Alexander earlier on too. So they still have their weapons in the locker to use a little bit later on as well. So a few more stints to come for them, you would hope. Simon Aldridge though sits P3, and then a change of position overall for P4 and P5 out on circuit, and actually for second and third in the national 600 category, and that's going to be Paul Holden getting ahead of Pollock on the PP racing machine. So the 6 and the 49, they change over places in 4th and 5th. So battles, continuing on after 75 laps, just ticking on to 76 of running. Bowerbank is looking strong here. We'd love a home round victory, especially after all the drama, all the issues, not only this season, but also this weekend for his teammate. Last minute Collins, David Williams, who will be helping out with tyre warmers, stands, I would say spanners, but he did tell us earlier on today doesn't quite have the ability to do that. So his words, not ours, up here in the commentary box. We would, whatever the case, he's helping them as much as physically possible. There's Chris Taylor though on the number 50. Obviously some drama earlier on for Pack Racing, and now for Paul Bowerbank, some traffic to deal with as well. With Knockhill being so short, it is almost the case that every couple of laps you're going to have to deal with back markers, you're going to deal with traffic, you're going to deal with speed differences as well. And with it being a circuit, you get no respite on, especially on these 1000cc's, with the rear wheel spinning up all the way through the back straight, and then you're heading on to the bumpy undulation points, heading into the braking zone at the hairpin, and then of course the main straight, trying to keep the front wheel down, trying to get your line perfect going into Duffus Dip and not running it wide and down the escape roads. It's so tricky. And adding a few speed differences, you cannot lose concentration for a split second here.
No, it's physical. Obviously, last time out at Cadwell, we didn't have an endurance, but there was a lot of comments about how physical the circuit is at Cadwell. This is physical for different reasons. It's not necessarily that, it's up and down and just aggressive corners. It's because you don't really get a rest. There's a couple of big corners. Yes, there is undulation and bumps, not to the level of Cadwell Park, but, that does take it out of you. It's just the fact that you don't get a rest at all around this place. You are constantly at work, either on the brakes or in a corner or transitioning into another corner straight away, or not having the bike try and throw you off and kill you, or you're not having the rear wheel spinning and all of that. So it's, it is difficult for the riders out there. And again, by the end of this one, although compared to the 12-hour, it's nowhere near as long. 250 laps, 500 kilometres. There's going to be a lot of tired faces out there, and especially for riders who are doing a lot of sprint racing this weekend as well, as most of them will be doing. Yes, it's going to take the energy out of them there. As you can see, conversing up on the pit wall.
Scott Kirkland, yes, it looks like.
Yes, it is. Just talking with the Track Slags team, making sure everything's okay. And, of course, team manager, you can see there as well on the pit board. And they've got a nice little phone setup system going there for their timing or what. I quite like that. Just, cable tie it to the pit fence.
Yeah, a DIY process, I think it's fair to say. Timing screens have a feed of the video as well. And soon they'll see that we're watching them trackside too. But, of course, battling for a race win here. Time's so important for them out on track. And, well, still continuing running. Now dipping into the 54s as Bowerbank. So dropping off from his consistent 53s, but 57s now from Waterhouse. Times are slowing up ever so slightly here out on circuit. And for Randy Racing as well, let's keep in mind, Benjamin Berry, he's been out there quite a while now, and that Honda could get his neck ringed over the next couple of stints if they're not able to get the R6 nice and fixed for next time out. Thomas Major's machine, they're going to hope they can get it fixed at the very least anyway, otherwise it's going to be a busy bike anyway for the rest of the race for a team that's not meant to have one bike. Therefore, the fuel tank's not made up for it, and the change of rear wheel takes slightly longer.
Yeah, it will, and of course, if there's setup differences or whatever between Tom Major and Berry and how they like a bike to be set up. Of course, both are sixes, let's not forget, so at least there's that. He'll be familiar with the bike, but yeah, it could be problematic for them as we're going through. But yes, we'll wait to see if it's going to be an issue for them. So we'll wait to see.
Yeah.
But
obviously at the start of the weekend it was meant to be Nicholas Round and Thomas Major both on the likes of the R6s. Now there's Benjamin Berry on board his Honda. A good old move done for him, and nice through made. So yeah, Honda and R6 for them. So hopefully not some well, actually in their case it would have been better if Nicholas Round was here, because they might have a few more spare parts for the R6.
Yeah, well, ignore what I previously just said then, because that actually makes things a little bit more tricky for Tom Edge, because they are having to hop on Ben Berry's Honda. That then means obviously it's a bike that he might not be familiar with how it rides. Of course, then there will naturally be differences in how the bike is set up, not just for how Berry wants it, but also how you set the Honda up compared to the Yamaha R6. So yeah, that could be problematic for him. If he's trying to push it, it could lead to mistakes and him going off the bike, or he might be off pace for quite a while just as he familiarises himself with it. We simply don't know. So you are hoping that they're able to sort that bike out. Again, some major electrical gremlins looking like going on there. From what he said, again, it was the dash shut off, and then half a lap later the bike cut out, and that was the end of that one. And the last we saw a few moments ago, still very much digging through the wiring, trying to figuring out what on earth is going on with that machinery. So hopefully they can get that Yamaha sorted and back out, or again it's going to be a very busy afternoon both for Benjamin Berry presumably and his Honda as well. So lap 82 of 250, and it's all fairly calm here at Knockhill at the moment. We've reached that kind of that awkward middle phase of the race now, I think, where everyone's settled into where they should be in their rhythm. Even with, yes, different stints and different paces coming through with different riders and all that. Right now it's about playing the waiting game. It's just hitting your marks and keeping it nice and solid, keeping consistent with your lap times, so that when you start getting down to the last, let's say 30 to 40 laps, if you're close to somebody else, you can start to turn the wick up and really start to push.
Looks like Scott Kirkland now getting ready to go out for track slags as well on the 32 team. So yeah, Scott, of course, he'll be looking to head out in the Scottish sunshine. Of course, plenty of laps done around Knockhill throughout his time too, and some time to make up as well, and to chase down his friend Paul Bowerbank out on circuit. So lap 83 all done, ticked off for the few moments time as we head towards Clark Curve. Now there is actually a bump. It does look relatively smooth and just uphill heading into Clark's, but there is a slight join, a slight bump in the braking zone there, and it can be quite tricky to get used to. Certainly the first time that you feel it, you do get a little bit tense on board the bike, to say the very least. Maybe need a new pair of underwear as well, but once you get used to it, you can properly begin to build up momentum, build up the speed through Clark's. But the pit board being prepared, and I think the 32 just checking how long they want to actually leave them out for. So the team manager will be doing the pit boards this time around, and now showing 5. So either counting down the laps till they pit in, or giving them an estimation anyway. So I'm sure they have plenty of systems in place, whether it simply be a fuel light or a fuel gauge on board the bike, or through previous experience throughout testing on Friday and of course qualifying earlier on, that they have a rough estimate on how many laps can be completed by each bike out on circuit before they need to start thinking about pitting in.
Of course, that could change though when you're actually out on circuit as well. That's the thing. Fuel mileage is one of those things that is very dependent on the conditions, because how much fuel you consume actually depends on things like temperature. Yes, we're talking fine margins there, but things like temperature, the density of the air, was there a little bit of contact between himself and the mechanic? Potentially. Either way, into the pits does come Waterhouse for track slags, and yes, they will be sending out there. So hopefully don't break the pit stop intervention time this time. As I was saying, yeah, fuel mileage can depend on things on like air pressure as well. It can depend on, and then of course the rider that's on the bike, and situationally, are they having to use the throttle a bit more? Is it a rider that prefers staying in gear a little bit longer, using higher revs, or downshifting a little bit earlier and bouncing off the limiter on the way down the gearbox? That uses more fuel as well. So you can have a plan and go, look, theoretically this bike should be able to go this distance, but all those things can come into it, and suddenly you're a lap or two short on the stint, and then your whole plan's out the window because somebody else has got to save. So, endurance racing, a lot of it is about adapting on the fly. Yes, you go in with a strategy, but because so many different things can go wrong, there can be safety cars, red flags, whatever. Of course, red flags, a little bit less of an issue in terms of strategy in a lapped race compared to a timed race, but it's so much about adapting that strategy on the go. if and when something goes wrong, so that you can move forward and keep your competitive advantage towards the back end of the race. So again, we're starting to weak towards half distance. We're closer to half distance than the start of the race at the very least. And at this point, again, it's just about chipping away, getting those laps down, the riders hitting the mark, and if there is anything that goes wrong, hopefully it's not major, and it's something that you can deal with fairly quickly, fairly calmly, and just carry on your merry way with.
Simon Alger's now placing Profit Racing to second place for the time being. Obviously, that's with pit stops put into the mix as well. But still, leading the way in National 600s regardless. Not going to be too fussed about that. But 600s, they can go really well here at Knockhill. Obviously, not got super long straights, so making up a little bit of time throughout the corners too. But there is Scott Kirkland winding on the power of that R1. And then going to be heading down towards the hairpin yet again. That looks to be the Suzuki getting ready and prepared. That's Max Alexander Suzuki waiting in the wings too. So the tyre warmers heading back on that bike actually, because I think Paul might have stayed out a little bit longer than expected. But yeah, great job so far for Nitrous Plant Racing. Of course, taking away their pit stop intervention penalties. It looks like certainly they're going to be the front runners for victory here. Maybe playing a little bit of a surprise for the 32 squad. Although I think as soon as Max Alexander was joining Nitrous Plant Racing in the wings, it's not too much of a shock. But there's 53 of KGG Endurance, our only twin runners here today, which is a little bit of a surprise. I mean, all season long they've been quite vocal and very much advocates of getting more twins onto the grid, getting a little bit more competition for themselves as well. But P17 currently for them, and the real question is who's going to take up the final spot, because the Army Team 2, they are coming well and truly following their earlier issues, which put them roughly 16 laps down.
Yeah, of course, that collision that we saw early doors in the race, and that bike which we saw getting destroyed, still very much destroyed and in pieces. And again, speaking to the Army team, they doubt they're going to get that thing back out today, and possibly not for the rest of the weekend. And I don't think we're quite in new bike territory, as we see there Tom Major still struggling. As we can see, he's got the front of the fairing now off.
It is running now.
Yeah, it is running, but again, he's had to take basically all of the bodywork off of the thing. They've gone through the electrics. Looks like the dash is now going, but there's still clearly some sort of problem, and again a shake of the head. So something's still not right with that machine.
They've got a voltage meter, it looks like, by the battery, just seeing whether the bike's being revved, if everything's working correctly. And the answer to that, I think, is going to be a big resounding no. So major issues for Thomas Major, but hopefully they can get that fixed before the end of this race, because, well, Benjamin Berry's stint is well and truly ticking down here. It's going to be a physical old shift for him, I think it's fair to say. Meanwhile, though, we will continue on, because number 9 squad, they do sit outside the top 10. Currently, Ride Culture Racing, they do sit in the final spot inside that overall top 10, just ahead of Pack Racing, 1.3 seconds separating them out on circuit. A change of position too, as Fireworks picks up yet another spot. So PP Racing drops all the way down to P6 now for the 49 team. You can just see how busy pit lane is here. It's not like the normal pit lane setup that you normally get in most circuits, where you have walls in between the garages. In reality, it is one massive garage for them to work into. So the team's nice and close together, as well, we do have a little look at a few more moves getting made further down the order. There's Snapdragon Racing almost going side by side over the start finish line. In fact, they will be side by side by the time they get to Duffus Dip, as we tick on to lap 90 of 250 here at Knockhill. 1 hour and 20 minutes complete, and right at the head of this group we do have the 31 of Full On Racing, who seems like no matter what they're doing out on circuit, they are stuck in a group, as Max Alexander is getting ready to head back out for Nitrous Plant Racing.
He is indeed, so he's had enough of a rest and decides it's time for me to re-enter the fray. Or the team's decided for him anyway. Maybe he doesn't want to go back out, but he's being given his marching orders or something like that. Just quickly back to Tom Major. I'm starting to think if maybe it's melted a wiring loom somewhere internally, and that's just killed it. I mean, I'm now struggling to think. I mean, they've ripped that thing apart. When I was there, they were obviously looking at the fuses and all of that, and to my eyes, very briefly, it looked okay. So I'm now starting to think if it's melted a loom somewhere and it's just shorted all of the cabling somewhere internally they haven't quite found yet. And if that is the problem, then that's obviously very, very serious. That means you basically need to have a whole rewiring of the bike, which isn't really that doable in the middle of a race, I think it's safe to say. So, yeah, really not looking good for Randy Racing at the moment. There is the 43. Are they going to be coming into the pit lane on this lap? No, happy to stay out for the time being is Paul Bowerbank and having a very good stint. There is the leg out, though, to the team, so he'll be making his way in on the next tour. We do have other riders coming in. There is the 617 RAF Dan Buster's bike. Collier coming in. Wait to see who emerges for them. But Bowerbank, really, really solid stint for him, and put a big chunk of time in ahead of their main competitors in this race early doors, the Trackslag squad, who they now have 2 laps on. Of course, that will change. They've gone slightly longer in this stint, so it'll drop back to a lap, maybe just under a lap separating them. But with the penalties applied as well, was that a bit of a go-ahead to himself, or is that maybe a little cough from the bike and he's just giving it a whack to get the fuel moving on the inside?
I want to say cough for the bike, because we seen 1 lap ago. I was just going to say Max Alexander looked quite frustrated the fact that Bowerbank hadn't came in. It was questions to David Williams on why Bowerbank hadn't came in on that last lap, but whatever the case, he's managed to just about get it back to pit lane. I mean, Bowerbank pushing that R1 there too.
It's just nearly died on the way in as well.
Be coasting it all the way in. But whatever the case, he has made it back to the pit lane, most importantly, and they've well and truly learned on where that R1's fuel limit actually is. And now the secret weapon of Nitro's Plant Racing is about to head back out on circuit for his second stint this afternoon.
Well, you've paid for the fuel, you may as well use all of it, right? I mean, have you seen the economy in fuel prices nowadays? You got to get your money's worth, I suppose. Although does come Alexander as a Bowerbank, very well, tries to run out of fuel on the way back into the pits on lap 93 of 250 here at our 500 kilometres of Knockhill in our Biker Lawyers No Limits Endurance. And of course this guy's it's the 7th round for everyone now. Of course we did have the split with the 12 hours of Anglesey and then Cadwell Parker sprint only round. This is round number 7 for everybody now, so makes it nice and easy, or technically round 6 for everyone because everyone's missed a round, but that's just making things complicated and confusing. But yes, out comes Alexander and he'll make his way through nice and easy through the traffic. But yes, hopefully everyone can continue on their merry way. And of course it'll be fresh tyres as well, which will have without a shadow of a doubt been sorted out by James and the team up at the No Limits Race Support. A big thank you to them for all of their support. No, it's not really a pun, but no pun intended. Again, those guys do a fantastic job. We spoke to them earlier in the day, just running through their process of actually how they fit tyres and what they provide as well. The fact you can get discounted top of the range Pirelli and Metzeler tyres, the same tyres that the guys in World Superbikes, the guys in BSB are using, and you can literally go and buy them right there. And really interesting always interesting to speak to James. His knowledge about racing and the mechanics and the technicalities of it is pretty much second to none. So he's a really, really top guy. His team, absolutely fantastic at what they do. And if you need tyres or anything in the paddock, go and speak to James or get in touch with them, pre-order from them on the website at No Limits Race Support. And they'll be sure to help you out going forward. So it's now a lap singular between Nitrous Plant and Trackslags. Trackslags are ahead of Proudfoot Racing on the road. It's just that with their pit lane infringement penalty being applied, it does drop them a second and a half behind Proudfoot Racing. That's why briefly they're in front of Proudfoot Racing when they cross the line. It's just a little quirk of penalties being added immediately, I suppose, as that is one of the PP Racing bikes. That's the 49 that's come into the pit lane. Looks to me like it's Gareth Pavlak on it, and indeed it is, but he's just come in. And it looks like it will be a change, so it's not a sudden pit stop. Sam West will be sent back out for the National 600 outfit, currently in second place in class, behind... No, are they leading? I think they might be leading, actually. No, they're not. They're fourth. What am I talking about? Going to get completely wrong. But yes, they have come in, and there'll be a change over there, and they'll head back out onto the circuit and get things sorted. Also in the 48, actually, so both PP Racing bikes are in, or is that one of them getting ready to go out? It may well be one of them getting ready. Looks like Darren Stalker still out on the circuit, so Mark White, in fact, yes, will be getting ready to move out onto the racetrack. We're only a handful of laps away, handful of moments away now from triple digits on the lap counter, and then it'll only be 25 laps from half distance in this contest. Lap 125 will be the marker that we're looking for. We hope you've enjoyed all of the action so far, not just from our Biker Lawyers No Limits Endurance Knockhill 500k, but of course all of our sprint races that we've had so far this weekend here at Knockhill. And of course, we'll be bringing you all of the remainder of the endurance racing and all of Sunday's action here live and free on NLR TV. Myself, Ross McIntyre, and Lewis Ray, along with you for the ride. And then, of course, the final 2 rounds of the season at Anglesey and then Donington Park will be here as well, bringing you the rest of the season. But yes, do let us know if you enjoyed the action so far today. Let us know where in the world you're watching from, if you're supporting anybody that's out there in this race. Be they family, friends, colleagues, just somebody you met down the pub one time. Anything is possible. Just let us know. Get in touch. We do occasionally have a little look at the live chat during the endurance races because we get a bit more time to breathe in the commentary box. Lewis has just headed down into pit lane, so we'll head over to him in a few moments' time, and he can speak to some of the riders. So he'll be about 10 or so minutes away until we go down to Lewis and we get to the top of the hour, and we'll just run through the order of things for you. Lap 98 of 250. We are now on as they push onwards and push on their merry way. But of course, live and free view here on NLR TV, round number 7 of the 2026 No Limits Racing season, and the 6th race of the Biker Lawyers No Limits Endurance Championships, the 250 lap race in store for you, the Knockhill 500 kilometres. And it's been a very interesting race so far. Only the one major incident. That was early doors. The 50 pack racing bike, the R1 of Alan Lane, who started the race for that team, coming together with Anthony Fleckney for the Army. And again, it's unlikely we're going to be seeing much of Anthony Fleckney in the remainder of this race, or in his bike anyway. And if the Army team reckoning that they might not even have his bike ready for tomorrow, given the extensive damage to it. It didn't look like a huge off for him, but it sounds like there was heavy contact. We saw the damage on Alan Lane's bike as well. The exhaust getting all sorts of messed up, and he had a change for that one. So hopefully everything's okay, and hopefully Anthony can at least hop on somebody else's machinery from the Army team. They must have some bike from the Army squad that he can get on, surely. I mean, there's a lot of guys that ride for the Army team, be that in the Inter-Services Championship or here for the endurance side of things, or just there's a lot of guys at the Army team. They have a lot of people on motorbikes here at No Limits Racing. It's a similar story with the RAF and the Navy Marine squad as well. Of course, the Navy and the Marines operating under the same banner here at No Limits. They are just the Navy for the most part. But surely somebody at No Limits within the Army camp is going to have a ZX-10 or a bike that Anthony Fleckney can borrow tomorrow if that new Kawasaki is no longer in working condition. You'd hope so anyway. His teammate Zach Smart currently out there on a Suzuki. Sam Foster, of course, on a Fireblade as well. And that's the 3 riders there for you. There is the 49 PP Racing team. They've dropped down to P12 overall. That's must have had a very slow pit stop. We did see them coming in earlier on. Sam West is now back out onto the circuit. And everything's seemingly going okay. Again, it was a bit of a bizarre pit stop for PP Racing. We also saw the second squad coming in. Randy Racing back in. So Benjamin Berry, who's been out for a long while now, has had enough. He has been out since lap 44. It was a 44 lap stint for Tom Major until the bike died. Benjamin Berry's gone from lap 44 to 102. He may have come for fuel at some point during that stint. In fact, I'm going to estimate he probably did. But that is a monster of a stint. And yes, that is because there have been issues. He's been out. How long has he been out for? What time is it now? He's been out for 50 minutes. He probably hasn't stopped for fuel, actually. He's probably just managed that. And that's for the regular fuel tank as well. That is a mighty, mighty impressive stint from Benjamin Berry. And now we wait to see if Tom Major heads out on Ben's Honda or if Berry has to double stint it. But 50 minutes is a long old time. Wow. Fair play to Benjamin Berry. Again, major electronical issues for Tom Major. No pun intended. Again, it's not really a pun, it's just the same words. But yes, big electrical problems. I suspect that there is a wiring loom that's melted somewhere internally, which would probably be a whole rewiring of the bike, not something that's fixable here, but we'll wait to see if Major does head back out or if Ben just needs a break, and then if he's going to try and finish the race alone, if they are going to share that Honda. We shall wait to see, but they are still in pit lane, so clearly some discussions ongoing. Randy Racing dropping down to 16th place as a result of this long old break that they're having in the pit lane. So let's wait and see. There you can see the Dam Busters bike. The RAF have sent out the Alan Sharp on the typical RAF liveried 617 machine. Hopefully everything running okay for them. They've had some new riders out this weekend for those guys in general. I've seen Joe Collier, who I don't think we typically see for the Dam Busters out there. Although sometimes the Dam Busters do run as a single bike squad, sometimes they run as a multi-bike squad. It really just depends on what mood they're in. This weekend, looking like it's going to be a multi-bike tag team effort for the RAF. And they're continuing on their merry way, currently running in P15, and of course are the leading services team in this one out of the two that we've got between themselves and Army Team 2, even though Army Team 2 is basically the primary Army team because we haven't really seen Army Team 1 this year. So, and well, there's a few laps down anyway after that incident with Anthony Fleckney and Alan Lane. So yeah, the Dam Busters looking good for them in terms of getting one up over the Army team. Of course, in motor racing, the inter-services relationship differs between what variant of motor racing you're in. In bike racing, it's a friendly rivalry. It's a friendly rivalry between the Army, the Navy, and the RAF guys. My knowledge of the relationships between the services and motor racing tells me that within go-karting they absolutely hate each other and literally have to stop each other from seeing each other, else it resorts to violence. So very glad that here at No Limits Racing and within bike racing, everyone's it's a friendly rivalry. You want to beat the other services, but you do it with a smile on your face. So the Dam Busters will have a smile. I know the Army team not particularly happy at the moment given the incident earlier on, but there's still time to try and make up some time as seeing somebody into the pits there. Who was that? Was that the number 99, the Flying Guffies bike of Paul Rogers? Indeed it was. So Paul Rogers makes his way into the pit lane, and that'll be a pit stop for those guys. Rogers has been out there for quite a while. He emerged on lap 67. That might be the longest stint that we've seen out of the Flying Guffies guys, and indeed it is. Their first entry into the Biker Lawyers No Limits Endurance Championships this weekend. Mainly because it's a team full of Scottish wildcards here at No Limits this weekend. But doing a very, very good job, it must be said. And it looks like they've emerged in P9. Dan Cooper now out there at the moment. So he'll push onwards and continue on their merry way. Proudfoot Racing also into the pit lane. Simon Aldridge has just come in. He'll make way for Joshua Proudfoot, who had a very, very solid opening stint, it must be said. Simon Aldridge, of course, having to step in very last minute, as in this morning last minute, for Proudfoot Racing. Josh just could not find another rider at all for this weekend. So Simon again, who last time out at Cadwell Park, if you missed the action at Cadwell Park, he was complaining that the last couple of rounds, I wouldn't say complaining, it was a jokey kind of complaint, but he was complaining that all of his races were back-to-back, and he was hoping that would be different this time, and it's not, and now he's doing the endurance as well, so hats off to Simon Aldridge. Still in pit lane, by the way, is that number 9 bike for Randy Racing, so you're thinking, is that race done, or are they just taking a brief moment? Well, it is the top of the hour here at Knockhill, so let's have a little run through the order of things for you as we continue onwards. It is Nitrous Plant Racing that have a laps advantage ahead of the Track Slags 32 squad in the overall standings, and of course the ACU National 1000 Championship as well. P3 currently Proudfoot Racing, they're leading the way as well in the National 600 category, just ahead of Sericate UK Moto 46. The Fireworks team leading, of course, in the Team Power Trophy, they're P5. Then it's Double Trouble P3 in the National 600. PB Racing in P7, they're leading the way in the Team Sport Trophy. Then it's Pack Racing, who after a slow start and an incident have worked their way back up to P8, P3 in the National 1000s. Flying Guffies just emerged from the pits now, they're in P9. And then it is PP Racing in P10 as it stands. And I think I may have just seen it change actually for position there as we're on the graphic. But we'll move on anyway. P11 Ride Culture Racing, then it is Snapdragon Racing, Full On Racing, PP Racing, the RAF Dam Busters, KGG Endurance, now in P16 because Randy Racing, after Benjamin Berry, could go no further in his stint. He's come back in, he needs a break, and Tom Major's bike is still not operational with some sort of electrical issue. And then there's the Army team, of course, some 25 laps down in P18, last on the road, following that incident earlier on. So that is just a quick update on the order of things. Looks like Ride Culture Racing have just had a pit stop infringement, but it's minuscule. They've got a 1.2 second penalty, so they have broken the pit stop timing by about 2.5 tenths of a second, I think. Let's head down to pit lane. Lewis Ray, what do you got for us?
Cheers, Ross. Here from Company Comic Spots with your lovely kilt. Now that we have made it way down to the pit lane where Nitrous Plant Racing is getting ready, we'll just dive in, have the conversation. And Paul Burbank trying to relay some information to the pit crew. Paul, how are things for yourself here today? I mean, this is going pretty well.
You won't believe this, right? But this is probably the easiest I've ever felt in endurance. I felt like I could have done another 10 laps.
Does that have something to do that you've done about more than 1,000 laps around here? Tens of thousands of laps, probably.
No, it's physical, but I think I just relaxed and let go and didn't, go too hard, and it's turned out all right, so it's going all right. 53s every single lap, so I'm 2 seconds off my sprint pace, so that's what we wanted. So
that's what you want, consistent fast pace for yourself, and so far no issues, barring a little pit stop infringement penalty, but we'll brush over that part.
We can't even understand it because we're going to blame the girls because they were doing the pit stop timing, so we'll blame them that time. It wasn't us. Yeah, so what's the nitrous?
Yeah, get the nitrous logo in there for the intro.
Dave's been he's been riding the plant fitter bike, which he's been struggling with because he's too used to the Ducati, and then I'm on the nitrous bike, so it's role reversal from last year.
Yeah, I was going to say though, bringing in Max Alexander, it's not been a bad move for yourself. He's been your secret weapon since the start.
We struggled. We had Dave had to drop out because he wasn't comfortable, and then we had a guy lined up last night, and then he couldn't get his bike ready. So this morning, we just made the briefing in time to drag Max out of the garage. Do you remember Max from back in the day?
It's been a while, no, I can't say so.
Yeah, well, I remember him when I first started racing 15 years ago. So I know of him, so I went in the garage and I said, right, that's you, get it. He looked fast enough, all right, get in, mate.
Yeah, exactly, a fast rider, knows Knockhill very, very well as well. But this season it's been up and down for yourself. Just finally, what's been the thing that's turned this R1 around? Because there was quite a few technical gremlins, I think it's fair to say.
Do you know what's done it? We got rid of the map that was in the bike. It was causing serious issues. I was missing apexes because it was spluttering low end, and then the throttle was faulty, and between them two things it was just destroyed my whole season. And now at Croft it started getting better when we fixed the problem, and then Dave took the bike back to the nitrous team with Paul Curran and put a map in it, and that's it. Turned round. So
well, and now today that's proven true anyway. It's lovely to see yourself doing so well, and Chrissy and Max, and well, I'm sure David's enjoyed watching from the sidelines as well. So best of luck.
He's loving it. Yeah, thanks very much.
Well done.
Cheers, man.
Right, now then, we'll head down pit lane for the time being because we're not stopping just yet, because I do want to see if we can grab more of Charlie Reynolds, if he's still lurking about. If not, we'll head in with Simon Aldridge. For the time being, have a little look at the back of my face. And yeah, Charlie Reynolds is sitting over by the bike, so we'll jump in with Charlie because I'm quite interested to see what he was getting so frustrated about. If we can, Charlie Reynolds, how are you? I mean, a great race earlier on in terms of sprint racing, dominated proceedings in the pre-injection 600s after, sadly for Dan, stalled at the start. How's it been for yourself, though, both the sprints here today and now coming into the endurance and clearly carrying on your strong pace?
Yeah, it's all right. I'm not meant for endurance racing. I'm too fat for this. But the boys are doing a great job. So we're catching these boys behind us here. So next one I go out, my legs just completely seized up. Just completely seized in that last one, and I came in on 30 laps. Christ, I've never done 30 laps around here in my off, you know. Yeah. So we'll try again in the next one. I'm going to try and get low 54s, maybe 53s, and have a little push. See if we can catch these boys. Because these boys are only two of them, that they're not coming in. I don't know, they're superhuman boys. I don't know, but yeah, we'll have a go. I think we're on a good push. We're going to catch them. So
yeah, proper bike fit, says like Dan. But yeah, just before that last stint, it looks like you're a little bit frustrated coming to pit lane. Is that just because you think the laps you were necessarily expecting, or is that because the bikes weren't ready necessarily to go?
Yeah, a bit of both. My rear tyre was letting go everywhere, especially out of Clark's, trying to get the power on, because there was, just because it's a differential of different bikes, So there was 1,000 in front of us. He was going really, really slow into Clark's, where I was carrying loads of speed, and then trying to get back on the power, and the rear was spinning up. So I just had enough. When my legs started seizing up, I went past. I was tapping my helmet like mad, but nobody listened to me. So but look, my fault. So I was supposed to stay out for 35 laps, and I didn't. I couldn't, more at the point. But Paul, the old man showed me what it's done.
Yeah, I was just going to say for yourself, this has got to be somewhat of practice for tomorrow, because we've seen in the sprints you were getting held up a couple of times with some of the back markers. Today is some good experience of getting through some lap traffic here and there.
Yeah, we're used to it because we race here anyway, but, this afternoon there was just, I don't know, there was no blue flags half the track, and I'm going around and I'm going, come on, boys, but to be honest, it's frustration for myself as well, just due to me always catching people at the chicane. So you can't pass through the chicane anyway. So it's a bit of frustration, probably a bit of red mist because you're out there. And the marshals do a great job anyway. I'm not slagging anybody by anything. So, but no.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, it's lovely to see you here at No Limits, of course, Scottish champion in pre-injection 600s, and now showing the NLR boys how it's done. Well done and best luck for tomorrow.
Cheers, thank you very much.
Yes, so Charlie Reynolds, always love to speak to him. As we will continue up pit lane, Michael. I don't think we'll peep ahead just yet in round racing, because Nicholas Round is there, but they're starting to somewhat piece that bike back together as Fireworks also heads out, as it seems. So Fireworks heads out of pit lane to continue their race. But I want to have a quick word, if I can, with the 49 up at the top of PP Racing, because there was some frustration from Sam West as he came back in. First of all, how's things going for PP Racing? Has it been the race you expected so far?
No, I struggled a little bit reaching the brake levers. Arm pump is crazy, so I've come in a little bit too early. I don't think Sam was too happy with that, but it is what it is.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was just about to ask you, actually, because Sam was shaking his head and pretty confused that you wanted to come in.
Yeah, I don't think he was very happy. I came in to see if we could adjust the brake levers to get a bit closer so I could reach it, but I think it was just in the wrong position. I've adjusted it from last time, so it's just in a poor position, that's all.
On the positive note, how is it this weekend? Having Sam West under your locker, I mean, it's got to be a nice advantage to have.
Oh yeah, it's great, yeah, he's offering all the advice and all that, yeah, so it's great having him on the team. He's a top lad.
And of course, being here at Knockhill, but we're not expecting this weather. The sun shines out, 250 laps, I mean, you've got to be enjoying it. It's slightly shorter than, for example, 12 hours of Anglesey.
Yeah, the 12 hour, I missed out on the 12 hour, unfortunately. The engine blew up, but I wasn't expecting to enjoy it all that much, if I'm completely honest with you, but I absolutely love the track, and obviously the weather, it makes a big difference, so it's good.
Hoping to come back next year?
I believe it or not, I said no, but on the run, I had a right nightmare on the run up. I left the belly pan at home, so 2 hours into I go 2 hours back. I really wasn't very happy, but yeah, I'll definitely come back next year for you, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that's what I see. Anyway, best luck for the rest of the race, and yeah, just go out and enjoy it.
Yeah, I'll certainly try, thank you.
Well, Ross, I suppose 3 teams there. Randy Racing, it's still continuing on, and might be a little bit cheeky here and see if we can poke our heads in. If we can. And, well, Nicholas is hard at work. Yeah, no, I was just coming over to you, Nicholas. First of all, you were on the entry list at the start of the weekend. You're still in the programme, actually, but you're struggling to walk about the bike, never mind ride one.
To go in that office and have a look at that high side yesterday. It was terrifying.
Whereabouts was it?
First corner, second right.
Yeah, over by McIntyre's.
Or you'll know better than me, won't you?
Yeah, turn 3 over by McIntyre's.
As soon as I cracked the throttle, it was round and then it gripped, and then I went over the front of the bike. So,
injury-wise, how does it look? Is it just a case of bruises, or?
So thankfully, I've not broken any ribs or anything yesterday. So I was in Dundee Hospital, but I'm going to go get my feet checked out tomorrow because I had my X-rayed and they're very painful today. So.
Yeah. A true team player at the moment, standing here in pit lane.
I'm not doing very much, to be honest. Matt, you should be here because this has all gone to pot because you're not here. So it's not charging.
Yeah, I was just about to ask what the deal is because we've seen, first of all, fuses getting played with. Then it looks like you guys got the bike running. You tested it with what looked to be a voltmeter. Is it a case of just trying to see if any voltage is coming into the bike?
So we think it's not been charging right and it's cooked the battery, and now we're going to run total loss on it, so hopefully he can get 20 minutes and then we'll bring him in, charge him up again and send Ben out, who's done a mega job. Feel really sorry for him, he's stood in for me and he's come into this mess.
Yeah, he's came in last minute as Benjamin Berry, but he's done a good job
he got a win
so
earlier,
far.
So
and actually I think he's coming over for a quick chat. Yeah, Benjamin Berry, how's things for you today? I mean, you've got sprint racing, and then you've got, the prize of helping out Randy Racing in endurance, and now, well, in the words of Nicholas Round, it's all went to pot.
Yeah, it was. It's a shame that this has happened, because we're really up for it, up for a podium, with the times we're getting in qualifying and that. But yeah, I've had an awesome day. I've really enjoyed winning earlier today. I'm probably going to go out and get some more laps in now, but I think we're in last in class, but just to get the points in for the team so they can do well in the championship. So, yeah.
Yeah, and how are you enjoying the Honda this year? It looks like you finally got a nice livery on board that bike. It's not just a normal black Honda with a number 9 put on the front of it. But yeah, how's things for you? I mean, you've impressed us this year, certainly at Brands Hatch being the standout performance. How's this year gone?
It's going better than I could have imagined. I'm really thankful for my new sponsor, Skull Island Ocean Tiger Prawns from Australia, big fishing company. They're supporting me now, and I'm really grateful for the opportunity. So hopefully I can just keep pushing now, keep building and going further.
Yeah, and well, I was just going to ask actually, obviously you're not out on track at the moment, when you technically could be. Is that just the case that you want to give yourself a little reset? Because, let's be fair, there's not going to be a terrible amount of points picked up here today.
Yeah, we're just having a little rest. I'm going to go out soon, but I'm not sure. It's my first time doing endurance, but I'm pretty sure I can just go out and do laps now. He needs to do about 10 more laps, and then we can get a finish in for the finish line, and we get the whatever points is left to grab, I think.
Yeah, as long as you both hit the minimum ride time, you should be okay in this one. What are you thinking? What are you finding about Knockhill after 2 days of running?
I love it here. It's awesome. It's like blind, but once you know it, you can just keep going fast. Hence why I said yes to do this endurance race, because it's more time in the saddle, more bike time for me. I'm not in the championship for the Cup 600, so I'm just here to enjoy myself this year and just keep building my pace.
Yeah, and the final 2 rounds still to come, Anglesey and Donington Park. How much are you looking forward to that coastal layout? And then, of course, National over at Donington too.
Yeah, I'm really up for that. Hopefully some more wins on the way.
Yeah, exactly. I think we would like to see it as well. Well, hopefully you can get back out in there and circuit, and this issue with the R6 can get fixed as well.
Yeah, hopefully. Thank you very much.
No problem. Best luck.
Cheers. Thank you.
Well, there we have it. Randy Racing still continue on out on circuit, and as you might have heard there, Nicholas Wren saying they're going to head to a total loss system, which essentially means, in quite simple terms, wherever the bike's running, the alternator is doing absolutely nothing. Quite often in race bikes, you would just remove the alternator and run a total loss system. But, well, they're choosing to opt for a total loss midway through the race, and so the bike's not going to be charging whenever it's running, so the battery will eventually go flat. But their hope is they can at least get some juice back into the battery, because right now it seems like the electronics are fighting against itself. Ross, back up to you in the commentary box, because things are still very, very busy down here in pit lane.
Thank you very much to Lewis Ray. Lap 124 at 250. We are a stone's throw away from half distance here at Knockhill. And it is still Nitrous Plant Racing that leads now by 32. No, 3 laps. I read the number, not the laps actually going around. So 3 laps clear of the, so 2 laps now clear as they've come to the line of the 32 bike. There we go. Got there in the end. Proudfoot Racing still in P3 as well, as we've seen Randy Racing still very much in the pit lane, unfortunately for them, and now classified as 18th position. Let's hope that they can at least get back out at some point with somebody on some bike. Yeah, not really sure what's going to be happening here, but we'll wait and see. There is the number 69 Proudfoot Racing bike. Josh Proudfoot out there at the moment and leading the way, of course, in the ACU National 600 category, and doing a very good job as well. Josh been riding really well so far this weekend, as we do hit half distance as well. So, good stuff. Over halfway through this race, 126 laps completed out of 250. Well, I would say 250 kilometres done, but again, we've already established that me being pedantic are actually well past 250 kilometres now, because the circuit is 2.0836 kilometres long. So, you know, you got to do the maths here, Lewis Ray, you know, but again, for convenience's sake, let's call it 250 kilometres down. And again, still at that calm point of the race, even if it's all action in the pit lane, and yes, we know there's electronic issues going on for nameless teams, shall we say. We all know what I'm talking about here. But actually, into the pits actually does come the 32 tracks, like Scott Kirkland's just come in at the end of his stint as well. But yeah, there's still a decent split out on the track. The action is more just about everyone hitting their marks and getting the laps ticked away, but again, it's motor racing, you never know. We're seeing some very, very impressive rides out there as well.
Yeah, some real impressive rides, real impressive times as well. And well, as you mentioned, Ross, just to be a little bit pedantic as well, you told me at the start of this race and told all the viewers and listeners around the circuit there would be about 3 hours in time. However, about half race distance, just over now, it's looking like it's going to be closer to 4, and that's regarding no safety cars that have been out just yet. Hopefully we can stay that way, because we've had a good amount of green running so far, and I think the riders will be appreciating that quite a bit. But an interesting stint at the top now, because we have Max Alexander out on circuit and Jordan Browse out on circuit as well. You would say both teams' best, top, fastest rider, whatever you want to put it, both out on circuit racking up the stints. And now immediately Max Alexander inside the 52 bracket, and Jordan Browse just beginning to get things underway on his outlap.
Yeah, let's wait to see what the pace is going to be like for the pair of them. Fastest lap for Nitrous Plant Racing is a 52.4, a 53 dead for Proudfoot Racing, but those laps were obviously set or a 52.5 should I say, but again, those laps are obviously set earlier on in the race. Last lap of 52.4 for Alexander. The last lap for Proudfoot, or for Jordan Browse, or track slags anyway, a 127.9, because we're still waiting for him to cross the line. So we'll wait to see. But again, we know how strong Browse is. Max Alexander even, of course, a very, very, very experienced Scottish rider, as we see more people coming into the pit lane. So let's just wait to see what the pace can do. 53 dead it was. No, that's right. Yeah, 53 dead for Jordan Browse. So Browse a little bit off the pace early doors, and again 1.8 seconds currently behind Proudfoot Racing, even though they are in front of them on the road because of those penalties, of course, that have already been applied. So that's why you may be seeing a little bit of up and down in the top left hand corner of your screen on the timing tower for those guys. But yeah, given the pace of Jordan Browse, I doubt they'll be behind them for much longer. So we'll just wait to see, and how the pace is going to evolve over this stint as well. Again, Jordan, really, really impressive opening couple of stints from him. Really quick, as we would have expected, to be fair, from him on that 32 machine. But yeah, just looking really, really strong once again. But that local knowledge of the circuit, the years spent pounding out the laps around here, you can't really trade that for a lot. Even if Jordan Browse was the best motorcycle racer in the world, just being here consistently and being pretty good around here consistently is going to be worth a lot more. So I think Alexander will probably have an advantage.
Yeah, there's a lot of quirks around this circuit. It's just learning those quirks, and that takes a little bit of time. And well, I think Jordan Browse is lack of experience compared to the likes of Max Alexander out on circuit, and the fact he's already able to do these times is a whole different type of impressive, and he's still got maybe a tiny bit to learn about this circuit to truly unleash it, but doing some real respectable lap times. At the moment though, it's the 25 of Fireworks, just getting past some traffic there. Was that the 617? Yes, that was 617 of the RAF squad, and there's Max Alexander just coming up to them now over the hairpin, and sat them up, but not really. I think that was more just the RAF squad being a little bit surprised of Suzuki. He's suddenly up there inside over at the hairpin more than anything else. Over the start finish line though, we do come heading on to lap 131, so 130 down, and not too much longer left, 120 laps until we see the checkered flag here at Knockhill. Of course, it's produced some great racing. Actually, tomorrow, if you are headed to the circuit yet again, you have got yourself a weekend ticket or Sunday only ticket, and you're watching on NLR TV, or you're with us throughout the entire weekend throughout the various social media channels. Well, make sure you tune in early tomorrow morning. I believe it's about just after 9 o'clock that we head on air. We go racing, and not too much after that. Around 20 past 9 is going to be the first race of the day. Races 9 to 23 on the cards, and you're not going to want to miss it. And of course, it's building up to be a big season. Points and prizes to be handed out, of course, Ross, before the end of year awards nights, which will be taking place at the start of 2027. But right now it looks like trophies are going to be going the way of Nitrous Plant Racing, because they've just entered the pit lane yet again. They have indeed. So opportunity for Tracks likes to make up, let's call it a lap. Nitrous Plant Racing sitting very comfortable at this moment in time, and of course things can change. Jordan Browse could suddenly find 2 seconds a lap over the remainder of the stint, but yes, I think that Nitrous Plant Racing doing pretty well for themselves at the moment, and of course they are a little bit back in the championship table. Track Slugs, of course, leading the way in the ACU National 1000 category, 90 points to their name. P2 is tied between Pack Racing on 61 and Dart Motorsport also on 61, but they're not here. Then Nitrous Plant on 49. So they will leapfrog certainly Dart Motorsport. They probably won't leapfrog Pack Racing, presuming they finish the race, which they are currently on course to do so. But they will close the gap a little bit to the Track Slugs team, but it's still, in terms of championship aspirations, you've got to think that it is advantage to that 32 team. But there's still 2 rounds left after this as well. Have to consider we're going back to Anglesey, this time not thankfully for a 12-hour again. I don't want to put anybody through that again this year. And then, of course, back to Donington again. So both tracks we've been to and had endurance races at, but slightly different layouts on both of them. It's not a 12-hour Anglesey, so it's going to be very different for the riders and how they approach it mentally and physically. So we will see some changes at these rounds, but again, it's also tracks that they're different layouts, but by and large they are the same circuit. All that's going to really change is the weather, the conditions, how the track's behaving. The actual layout's going to be the same. So we already do have a vague idea of who's going to be strong at these circuits, and again, you're thinking that the 32 team is going to be looking pretty good at these places. So I'm not saying one hand on the trophy for Track Slugs, but I'm saying they are, in my eyes at least, certainly the favourites to be ACU National 1000 champions come the end of 2026. And as you said, on our awards night on this 16th of January, as they get a bit tight there with the Nitrous Plant team, but do work their way through at the final hairpin, does Jordan Prowse. Of course, with that penalty, they will still possibly be 2 laps back, and indeed they are, but they are now only a lap down on the road. Just have to get a little bit further in front to get the penalty out of the way from their pit stop infringement. But yes, as I was saying, I still think that 32 squad are favourites to be picking up the trophy on the 16th of January 2027 at the Hilton Coventry, just off Junction 2 on the M6 for our No Limits Racing Awards night. Yeah, exactly. I love a bit of Hilton Coventry myself. As we do continue on, and as things stand, the gap between the 32 and Nitrous Plant Racing as well, and truly coming down. And that 10 seconds is more likely the actual on-track gap between himself with penalties applies, not necessarily the race leading gap, because that sits at around 2 laps. You would imagine it's going to be reduced to 1 lap in a few moments' time. So we wait to cross the line. Jordan Browse does now, and Chrissy Duncan Supertwin following on behind. And yeah, separating them 2 laps gap distance as we take over 2 hours of running. Now, of course, the minimum time that endurance racing can be here at No Limits Racing is about 3 hours of running. Here, obviously, still 2 hours ticked off. And now we're nearly ready to look towards the final stages of this race. In about 40 laps time or so, it's well and truly crunch time. Or even, 25 laps and then well and truly into the last 100 laps or so. But there's Snapdragon Racing heading towards Clark's for the time being. And Snapdragon, they've been thereabouts. I will never ever forget their viewing area that Snapdragon Racing had over at Brands Hatch, and that was a tricky endurance race for everyone involved. Not only did we have the European Classic Endurance Cup with us, but we had some of the most mixed conditions that we had all season. Maybe something you suggest at Anglesey and at Knockhill, not necessarily Brands Hatch. So a little bit difficult for the riders there. And Snapdragon Racing, I think it's fair to say they've got plenty of support in this paddock and always turn out some well-prepared CBR 600s too. Just having a little look as well, it does look like we might have another penalty coming inbound for us. I'm not sure if Race Control said yet. Yeah, Race Control penalty for the likes of 73 Ride Culture Racing. So for only 3 pit stop infringements so far in this race, credit where credit's due. Usually teams are a little bit more misbehaved at this.
Everyone's kept it clean in general. The teams in terms of pit stops, the riders in terms of out on track. I mean, we've only had a couple of local yellows, and that's it. Yes, we did have that big incident at the start involving the Army team and Pack Racing, but again, rider was straight up. It was a local yellow. It was dealt with efficiently by the marshals, and we all kind of got on with our day. And the fact that we're 137 laps into an endurance race at a track where a lot of the riders haven't been before, No Limits certainly hasn't been here before, we haven't even had a safety car, that's quite good going in my eyes, I think. So we're doing well. Obviously, touch wood now that I've said that nobody throws it down Duffer's Dip and we end up with a red flag or whatever. I'm sure we'll be fine. But yeah, no, everyone's been very, very well behaved for the most part and kept it nice and calm. And again, we were seeing in the sprint races earlier a few people with the elbows out, a bit of a frustration boiling over, but again, for the most part, I'm pretty impressed with how it is all being going. As we do have a pit stop happening once again. Looks like it is the 31 full-on race. No, it's not. That's a complete lie. The 31 full-on racing squad is in the pit lane, but in fact it will be the 53 team of KGG Endurance bringing it in. So they're just preparing for a pit stop. Our Soul Twins machinery out there. They are part of the ACU National Twin Endurance Championship, and they are for the time being the only team in it. Again, they are the only twins we've got here as well. There's no Ray Skins Endurance with us this weekend, which is a real shame, but them's the breaks. That's how it happens. And our Team Twin Trophy, actually, for No Limits, not the ACU National Twin Endurance. So there's no one here from the ACU National Twin Endurance, which is a real shame. KGG Racing as well, already actually champions of that as well, given A, they're the only team that have entered the Team Twin Endurance, but B, they're on 100 points, and including this round, there's only 75 points left available if you were to win all 3 races in your opponent did score. So they are already champions.
We do have a rider down.
We do have a rider down. There we go.
That's Ride Culture Racing, it looks like. That looks to be the KTM that's down on the deck. So the 73 squad are running into some big issues there at the hairpin. We'll have a closer look once they actually pick up the bike, see if we can see a number on that. But to me, that looks like Ride Culture.
Yeah, it looks like they've dropped the front on the way in, and the bike's just kind of screeched to a halt almost on its side. So riders up and will be able to make their way back to the pit lane. And yes, it is indeed the Ride Culture Racing number 73. It was Brailsford out there on the machinery, and looks like he's going to be okay to get it going again, certainly back to the pit lane, which again tells me wasn't a very quick crash, and we did see the rider up on their feet as well, which is good to see, of course. But Evan will make his way back to the pit lane, presuming they'll send somebody else back out there in his place. I don't know how long Evan had been out. Well, he'd been out for a decent while, since lap 99, so he was coming towards the end of his stint anyway, so not a complete disaster. I wonder actually if maybe the bike coughed on the way into the corner and it upset him as he was trying to get back on the power, maybe, and it just spat him out potentially.
Look, I mean, it's one of those things you're not going to know until you speak to the rider, but it is such a tricky corner in terms of trying to keep loads on the front, not overload the front tyre as well. It's undulating halfway through it. Even at the point you're picking on the throttle, you're still going up the hill ever so slightly. So yeah, a little chat. Paul Pridmore having the conversation as well, and that's going to be the Moto 46 squad. So having a good ride so far. So they sit P4 out on circuit, and they're having good fun. But on lap 140 out of 250, 110 laps remain in this one. The last 100 laps, I think they're going to come flying in. There is that KTM. Doesn't look too damaged. A little bit of damage maybe, obviously, on the left-hand side, but on the seat unit, it looks like. Overall, though, I don't think you can be complaining too much with that. Obviously, it's one of, it's one of the few KTM 990s that are being raced in the UK. So always a shame to see it on the deck, but hey, we like to see bikes being pushed to their limits here at No Limits Racing, ironically. But not too much longer. They'll, of course, get that bike hopefully sorted, and then they can head back out. It already looks like, actually, Roger Lovelace has headed on board that machine. So, Roger, he's got a big task at hand, and that's to try and make up some ground, because within all of that, it was Ride Culture Racing that dropped a couple of places. I believe they were running P9, now in P11.
Yeah, and again, that would have been coming towards the end of Brailsford's stint anyway, just estimating how much time he'd been out on track. So it's not like quick, get the leathers on, get the tyre warmers on, get the bike ready, we're going. They would have been expecting him in very, very shortly anyway. So for the team, not a huge problem. Obviously, it's dropped them down the order a little bit. It's frustrating. There may be a little bit of repairs to do, and maybe a little bit of a sore elbow or something like that for Evan. Hopefully he's all okay. Of course, we did see him straight up on his feet and he was able to ride back to the pit lane. But from a team perspective, it's cost him a bit of time, but no real issue whatsoever, given that it was likely he was into the pits, if not that lap, in a couple of laps' time. So they will get going once again, and Roger Lovelace, so down to P11, falls the 73 squad. But we are still 108 odd laps from the end of this race. There's still plenty of time to make time, back up, continue on your merry way, as we shall do so here. So it is still Nitrous Plant that leads up the front from Trackstags in P2, 2 laps down. And it's Bradford Racing in P3 leading the way for the 600s. They're followed by Sericate UK Moto 46, and then 2 laps down, double trouble. So 3, 4 and 5 is 1, 2 and 3 in the ACU National 600 category. Then you see Fireworks leading the way in the Team Power Trophy, unsurprising there. Then it is Flying Guffies, the Scottish Wildcard squad, who are leading the way in the Team Sport Trophy. That's the No Limits rendition of the ACU National 600 category. Pack Racing P8, P3 in the National 1000 class, of course. Disappointing start and then an incident for them early on. Then it's PB Racing and then PP Racing, the first of their 2 teams, the 49 team, rounding out your top 10. That's just how things stand at the moment, and they'll continue on their way. Again, no one properly close to anybody at the moment. It's starting to get to that point, I think, where for us the laps will fly by. The last 100 laps will just zoom on by, but for the riders, this is the point where the laps start to get a bit long. You're starting to really feel the effects, the physical nature of Knockhill. Your arm's going to be getting a bit sore at this point after a couple of stints as well, and it'll be from about lap 100 to about lap 20 to 15, I think, will just take an absolute lifetime, not just for the riders but for everybody in the team, because you just sat there knowing that you're now starting to get towards the end, but you start thinking about it, and for whatever reason it just makes time go slower.
Yeah, exactly. We're at this almost midway point. There's almost 3 parts to an endurance race. The start, which absolutely flies by. The middle part, which as teams, as riders, can drag on a tiny little bit. And then you have the getting close to the end, where you're starting to count by the final couple of laps. And that's almost a split choice of what we decide to approach it mentally. I mean, if it's a case that you're trying to defend, as a rider, it can feel like it's lasting absolutely forever. But whenever you realise, that you've done 200 laps and just 50 of them remain, that can begin to come a little bit quicker than what you expect. But Benjamin Berry, this has been a long old day for Randy Race, and Benjamin Berry, he's just out there to get some laps on the board, try get more experience around Knockhill, try maybe pick up a few pointers too, and who knows, complete enough laps to score some points as well. Obviously Thomas Major's machine still not back out on circuit. I'm sure Randy Race also would love to have Nicholas Round out there, but Nicholas having a big high side out on yesterday's running and completely injuring himself. It sounds like he should go and get his feet checked out if he's barely able to walk about the pit lane, but motorcycle racers, Now though, continuing on, Benjamin Berry, he's got a big task at hand today. First of all, to hopefully complete enough laps. First of all, that they can score points, and then second of all, hope that they can get the bike fixed for Thomas Major so he can have his minimum ride time completing, most importantly, and then they're actually going to be able to score those points. So some important laps and some important minutes ahead, and an important hour ahead actually for Randy Racing. So Benjamin Berry's been put into the spanners, I think it's fair to say. His only race this year with Randy Racing. Who knows, it might be a sort of a partnership, but at the moment his only endurance race this year in the bag currently, and it's definitely not went their way.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of plaudits need to go the way of Benjamin Berry, because obviously it's his first endurance race with us here in our Bike Alloys No Limits Endurance Championship, but also he's got a massive monumental effort ahead of him. He finished his stint, he left it up for 50 minutes, he fuel saved, and he left it out as long as he physically could in the first stint to see if they could get Tom Major back out there. Came back, it wasn't the case, and he's actually come out relatively quickly as well. So he's clearly gone, look, okay, I'm ready now, let's just go out there, brim the tank, let's see what I can do. But again, we've also got to consider that ride time. So Tom Major will still be very, very hard at work trying to figure out what's going on again. I still think there's some sort of wiring loom that's melted somewhere inside the bike, but that's just me looking onwards. And again, if it is that, again, that's a whole electronical issue that you have to deal with. So, again, no point speculating. What we do know is there is some sort of electronical fault with the bike.
Yeah, the bike's not charging is the bottom line of it. And them wanting to change to a total loss system, you would suggest maybe someone to be connected with the alternator. Yeah. If the alternator's not doing much to the bike, if anything at all. So it sounds like they're disconnecting that, hoping to charge it up either for a trickle charger or a quick charger, and then get enough juice in the bike to hopefully complete minimum ride time, and around 20 laps or so is what they're aiming for. But before, no matter what, he needs to come back into pit lane, because since they're running total loss, the bike's not charging when it's running, and the battery will just go flat, and that can happen when you're halfway down the straight. So they're not going to want that at all. They'll play it safe and get him back into the pit lane if they can even get that bike out there in the first place.
And that's annoying as well, because of motorcycles in 2026, the electrics powers everything as well. It's not like it used to be back when they were proper things where everything was connected by a cable and you could fix it. Now you need a bloody degree to fix one of these things if it goes wrong. But yeah, no, everything's all done by wire now, isn't it? So if your battery does run out, you're done. It's not going to go anywhere, unfortunately. Such is the way of technology and the evolution of the things that we love, I suppose. But yeah, hopefully Tom is able to get it sorted and they can go back out there, even if it is only for a handful of laps, just to get that minimum ride time in. But again, either way, they're trying to do something, and that's the main thing. It's obviously frustrating, the fact that A, it's gone wrong, and B, the fact that they've spent so long already trying to get a solution together or identify the problem in the first place, and there hasn't been a solution yet. That's going to be painful. Obviously, they had to send Benjamin back out there, and he's going to be exhausted, and he's going to be frustrated because he knows that this may all be for nothing if they can't get Tom back out there. So, fair play to the Randy Racing squad for at least giving it all they've got. That if I know obviously it's the cliche of, it's not the winning, it's the taking part and all that you say to yourself when you come home last in the school sports day 100 metres. This is obviously a bit of a different situation than that, but the fact that they are still trying and still going for it, I have to give them utmost respect for that one. As we see Flying Guffies in for a change and back out onto the circuit. Nice work, and a new rear tyre as well.
Yeah, new rear tyre. The sticker's still prevalent on that, but it's not going to take too much longer for that to be ripped off. But Charlie Reynolds heading back out for them, and actually the way they've done that 99 is simply just stick numbers on the screen itself, because he's got to use that fairing for tomorrow's two races in the sprints anyway. So yeah, Charlie Reynolds admitting that he was a little bit frustrated when he came in, because he wasn't able to complete the amount of laps physically that he wanted. He had to pull in after 30 laps. He was cramping up, and also the fact that his team wasn't ready to take him. But I think that's a little bit hand-in-hand issues out there on circuit. If the team maybe were expecting him to go a little bit longer, if they weren't going to be ready for him out there. But adrenaline flowing high down in pit lane, obviously, and there's Thomas Major back out on the circuit. So looks like their solution for the moment has worked. The real question is, how much charge has that battery got? And if it is a total loss system, how long will it last before he has to come into the pit lane before it actually runs out on him and cuts out the bike? Whatever the case, Thomas Major has an opportunity here to hit his minimum ride time.
Does indeed, and just a touch under 100 laps left to go. So even if it's a case of a run 5 laps, bring it back in, go out again kind of a little bit later, run 5 laps, even if it's a case of that, well done to Tom for finally getting that thing sorted. And of course, everybody at Randy Racing, the guys on the spanners, Tom as well, for getting that thing fixed and for at least trying to be able to get the minimum lap count done and dusted. That is massive from those guys, so well done, congratulations, and fingers crossed that you can get the minimum lap time done. And you never know, you could climb a couple of positions if you've got a ludicrous pace and some bad luck falls upon somebody else as well. We'll wait to see. They are 7 laps down on the next nearest bike, of course the Army bike, which is themselves 11 laps down following that incident with Anthony Fleckney and Alan Lane early doors in the race. So 152 completed of 250 here at Knockhill. We are starting to look towards the business end of the race, where up the front there's a lap or two between most of the riders. There are some teams that are close out on the circuit together with one another. As there goes Tom. He thought about wasting no time and getting on with it, but decided, no, let's take it nice and easy. But already trying to unlap himself from the Army team, which is his next nearest competitor. Will get it done at the exit of the chicane and on the run into Clark. Surely, no, not quite. Looks like the Army bike also stuck behind somebody. But as I was trying to say, a couple of laps or a lap or so between basically everybody out there at the moment. But again, as the pit stops continue to evolve, as the pace continues to evolve, as fatigue and cramp starts to set in for different riders, now's when you want to start thinking about really getting a shift on and putting in some big stints. Yes, of course, the first stint, very, very important. Then it's about kind of hitting your marks. Now you're thinking, okay, how can we up the pace from here? How can we gain position from here, especially if we're a lap or two down on our nearest rival?
Yeah, exactly. It's just about picking up and taking little wins when you actually can and when you're in this situation. I think the key thing for Randy Racing this final lap, final 100 laps or so, just under 100 laps now, is going to be having Thomas Major out there in circuit long enough that it gives Benjamin Berry enough of a rest that they just can continue doing rider swaps. It just has to be a little bit one-sided, where Benjamin Berry is going to have to do longer than likes of Thomas Major. But if they can give Benjamin enough rest for the rest of this race in between stints, I think they could be on to the likes of a checker flag. But also within all that, you've got to hope you don't run into any more issues or have a fall for any of the riders either. Otherwise, that's going to completely screw up their plans. But Pack Racing, it looks like we were going to have a changeover of riders. Alan Lane currently out, but it looks like that's not going to happen just yet, as Paul Dewey does put that Suzuki back on the paddock stand.
Yeah, not entirely sure what's going on there, because if you were expecting a pit stop, then you'd, even if someone went past one more time, you'd just stay there. So whether there's an issue suddenly with the bike, and it didn't look very urgent either, so not entirely sure what's going on, apart from maybe him getting confused as Lane lets the 32 of Jordan Browse through. He tracks Lag's bike in P2 as it currently stands. And yeah, Lane not coming into the pit, so I don't know if there's maybe just been a little bit of team miscommunication there, and he's been told get ready to go out, because Alan's only been out for 20 laps or so as well.
He's been out since lap 119, currently on lap 147. So he's got, judging by his previous stints, I would say he's probably got about 2 or 3 laps until he's going to be going out there in circuits. So maybe it's just a precaution or a misunderstanding of signals while the previous lap when Alan Lane was going down the main straight. Some of the riders do like to kick out a leg and telling the team members down in pit lane that they are planning on making a pit stop. Maybe it's a hand up in the air, or maybe it's a sequence of gestures to then build up to the lap that you're actually going to enter the pit lane. It could be like 1 lap to show, 2 laps till I enter, hand for the next, whatnot. Fireworks though, meanwhile, a little bit of traffic for them to deal with as MotoSports, they're the next team now into the pit lane. So number 6 squad, Walsh currently on board that one, continuing to run P4. There's fireworks though, and actually said traffic was Randy Racing. So up the inside they go, down at the hairpin, crank on the power of that R1, jumped on for themselves. And we're ticking by to close to 90 laps to go. We're not too much further away from that, and I'm sure the riders, they'll be much happier now that we don't have a triple digit remaining in terms of laps to go.
Well, it depends. You know, some people might just really love Knockhill, just want to keep going around. It's possible. I mean, I think it's a great track, so I wouldn't be against the longer race. That's all I'm saying. But no, we are starting to, as I mentioned a couple of laps ago, get towards the business end of things here in our Biker Lawyers Knockhill 500 kilometre event. Because, again, I thought it was going to be about 3 hours. I was completely wrong. Looking at about 4. So it's longer than perhaps your average No Limits endurance race, but of course pales in complete comparison to our Bike Alloys 12 hours of Anglesey last time out 6 weeks ago. That was now. So that's how long it's been actually since our last endurance event. Of course, we did have essentially 3 rounds back to back for the last 3 rounds, but of course one of them was endurance only at our 12 hours, the other one at Cadwell last time out sprint riders only. So it was a bit weird, but it was a very busy time of year, I think, for everyone at No Limits. There were lots of tired faces at the end of both Anglesey and Cadwell Park, I think it's safe to say. And the rest was very much appreciated by many. I found it a bit boring, to be honest. I got bored. I started missing everyone as well. It's been when you do, 6 weeks, 3 races, and then you have a month off, it gets a bit boring.
Yeah, it's nice to hear that you missed me, Ross. Don't worry, I'm back, and it's so kind that I even invited you up to Scotland for this round. But yeah, exactly. I mean, it was a busy point in the season. Everyone in paddock, I think, was needing a little bit of a rest by the end of it. But yeah, I think the rest, everyone realised after 2 weeks that we were completely bored of it and wanted to go racing once again. Luckily, that has now ended our rest, and then we can look forward to the next, or the final point of the season. Obviously September, October, 1 round in both those months yet again, with the fact that Anglesey and then Donington Park ending off the season. We've already spoke about that. Slightly different layouts in both. Coastal layout for Anglesey, national layout for Donington Park. It's going to be an interesting one, to say the very least, but we've done all our major, if you will, endurance races this year, and it is going to be much of the 3 hours or so at the rest of the rounds. Obviously as well, it could be even longer. So far, we've done nearly 160 laps of running without, as you mentioned, any major yellow flags, without any safety cars at the very least, which is really impressive, to be honest, from the riders, from the teams, to be able to do this amount of laps of such a tricky venue. And I think a lot of that, though, has to do with these consistent conditions that have been offered since pretty much early afternoon.
Yeah, conditions still very much sunny, a bit of cloud cover here and there, but it's yeah, I mean, obviously compared to what we've had in the last couple of months in the UK, it's absolutely freezing, but it's a pleasant temperature out there. It's not far away from pretty much perfect conditions for a motorcycle race, to be brutally honest with you. So yeah, weather gods being very, very kind to us here today at Knockhill, and especially given the fact it is Knockhill, the weather kind of does what it wants to do whenever it wants it half the time. So yeah, no complaints about that one. Did you see the Nitrous Plant Racing guys coming into the pit lane? They sent Duncan out following that one, and now a lap, only a lap clear, of course, but Jordan Browse will be pitting in the next couple of laps. They've offset their strategy slightly. There is Simon Aldridge for the 69 squad getting ready. Brandfixx Racing in P3 at the moment, so Josh will bring it on in, and Simon, again, a very, very last minute stand-in for the team after Josh couldn't find anybody else to ride for him this weekend. He'll be going back out, so Simon, back-to-back races once again for his sprints and an endurance that we're looking about 4 hours of riding, so let's call it 2 hours out there on the track for him. So yeah, he's going to be a bit sore at the end of this weekend, I can imagine, Simon, who's again, he's a really, really nice lad, and a very, very solid rider as well. So kudos to him and fair play, as it looks like Pack Racing are now preparing for a changeover after previous confusion. Is Joshua Proudfoot coming in on his number 69, so that'll be the first change, and then I'm expecting to see Alan Lane pulling into the pits very, very shortly. Of course, there is Alan Lane actually just coming across in front, so of course just got to wait a few seconds so that you don't get a penalty for the pit stop intervention time, as the Army team have encountered more problems. Now that is on the exit of McIntyre's, I want to say, and frustration there, because it's Anthony Fleckney again, who's gone out on a different bike and looks like he's dropped the front and gone into the grass. So more frustration from Fleckney. That's the second incident for him today on a different bike as well. And the Army team's day goes from pretty poor to entirely rotten.
Yeah, that looks like it's just before McIntyre's. He's probably lost it over at Leslie's or at the top of Duffus and gone down. Usually when you crash at the top of Duffus, it tends to be a hefty flip in the gravel trap. which is halfway down the corner. That turns into grass before back to gravel on the exit of McIntyre's. Luckily for him, though, there is a nice cut-in into the viewing area where you can walk up a not too steep hill to make it back to the paddock. But what a shame it is for Army Team 2. Not the day they would have wanted at all. And helmet off. And you can just see how disappointed Anthony Fleckney actually is with that mistake. Meanwhile, though, we continue on, and that's Chrissy Duncan back in, and a little bit of motivation there to Paul Bowerbank. And Paul's still getting his gloves on, actually, and clearly not too ready to actually go.
That wasn't a long stint. Was it a long stint? Am I just being wrong? It was an unexpected.
Yeah, he's been out for 30 laps, so a good amount of time for Chrissy Duncan.
I think they maybe were expecting a little bit more, so I wonder if Chris has just started to struggle a little bit with a cramp or some fatigue towards the end. Either way, it was clear that Paul wasn't ready to go out.
Yeah, exactly. And as long as they're not losing too much time in pit lane, then I don't think it's going to be too much of a stress. I mean, one lap down for the time being, but for how long? As Army Team 2 needs to watch from trackside yet again. For Anthony Fleckney, it's the second crash of the day. Not his machine this time around that he's through down the road, to say the least. I think that's going to make him feel even worse about that. I would suggest that was Sam Foster's bike that he's just thrown down the road. So hopefully no lasting issues for tomorrow's Old School 1K trophy. And of course, the Inter-Service Championship for Sam Foster, who went so well at Cadwell Park in the Inter-Service class. As Paul Bowerbank straight up to speed. He's clearly happy with where his pace is at today, not too far off his best times around Knockhill in sprint pace. And of course, it's been an endurance race in the mid 43s pretty consistently. He's buzzing with that one and looks like he's ready to carry on this pace. And who would have thought, after all the issues they had at the start of the year, changing fuel pumps, checking out wiring, changing batteries, it's as simple as the mapping, not like the bike one bit.
It happens. ECUs and engine maps and all that, they're a funny old business, especially if you're not too familiar with them and how they work. It's quite a fine art. And to anyone who's new to engine maps and that, like, it can look like very, very scary things. It's not actually too complicated once you get to know how to deal with it, but yeah, and especially if it's a map that just, whatever reason, doesn't agree with the engine, or the engine doesn't agree with it, could create a whole host of problems. Just back to Sam Foster quickly. Again, he is second in the UK Inter-Services Championship, only 12 points off of Dean Turner, the championship leader, as well. And after incidents for the leading Army riders earlier in the season, Jordan Warren-Good, of course, missing a couple of rounds earlier on in the year, and of course Jack Morgan as well. He had a monster crash at Brands Hatch on the Friday that's put him out for the rest of the year. So he's kind of the leading hope for the Army as well. So fingers crossed that bike's okay for him, and he can come out tomorrow with everything working okay. He can continue to attack and see if he can get that gap down between himself and Dean Turner. So we'll see what that's got in store for us tomorrow. That is only a 12-lap race tomorrow as well. Everything else up to 14 laps in terms of our sprint events. It was 12 laps for everything today, apart from the one race that had a red flag that got shortened to 9 just because they did a couple of laps already. Was that somebody going very, very slowly down the back straight I just saw? And that was like too slowly to be letting Jordan browse through levels of slow. We'll see if somebody pulls into the pit lane in a moment, but not seeing anyone for the time being. Yeah, look at that, as you saw on the outside.
I want to guess that's double trouble, but we'll have a little wait and see if what flashes up on our timing screens. And it is double trouble entering pit lane. So 277, the R6 in the pits they go.
Yeah, so whether that was out of fuel or running extremely low on fuel, not sure, but they have managed to make it to the pit lane at the very least, and there will be a changeover and they can go once again. So hopefully everything okay. Lap 166 of 250 here at Knockhill. It's been a great race so far. I know we keep mentioning it, but no safety cars just yet. As you can see, the marshal, what's that he's got in his hand there?
It's a speed gun for just checking that no one's speeding in pit lane, and hopefully no penalties will be coming double trouble's way. However, the marshal with the speed gun, and Dave, one of the NLR officials, was having a quick word with him in pit lane once he actually came to a stop. So hopefully they've managed to get down to the appropriate speed by the time they actually cross the beam to enter pit lane, because the officials are down there and just checking that nobody's trying to gain a sneaky advantage in an unsafe way.
Well, it's the easiest way of doing it. Of course, up at top-level World Championship motorsport, typically the way they do that is they have two different sensors done on distance. So it's actually the distance that you cover between the two sensors and not the actual speed you cover, which is why actually you can go into the pit lane a little bit over the speed limit and you gain time even if you drop it off just under the speed limit for the second sensor. Anyway, enough of me being a nerd about sensors and all that. Here we just got a speed gunner. If you're speeding, you're speeding. Not seeing anything jump up on our timing screens yet. Of course, if you do want to follow along with the live timing, do head over to TSL Timing, click on the bit that says No Limits Racing, click on the bit that says live timing, and you can see exactly what we're seeing in the commentary box for the biker lawyers. No Limits Endurance, 500 kilometres of Knockhill. But again, if there is a penalty for anybody for speeding in the pit lane, you'll see it flash up on the bottom of your screen. But again, not seeing that just yet. In the meanwhile, Jordan Browse has just come in and is making way after a pretty lengthy stint, I've got to say, for the Track Slag squad. It feels like he's been out for a longer while. It's James Waterhouse who's going back out. Yeah, Jordan Browse out there since lap 124. So he's been out for 42 laps, that is. That's some good goings. I mean, maybe it's just me in my head because I'm used to around about 30 lap stints for the rest of the calendar. It's just that Knockhill's so short you can fit more laps in, even though it's physical. But yeah, it feels like Jordan Browse was out there for quite a stretch of time. But Waterhouse now takes the reins, and a lap down as it currently stands, could potentially be two. We'll wait to see when he crosses the line to see where they actually are. Paul Bowerbank leading the way as it currently stands, and doing a fantastic job of things. So, Leah, let's see where Waterhouse is going to wind up in relation to Paul Bowerbank. But I'm going to go on and say I think they are still around about a lap down or there or thereabouts.
Yeah, still a lap down for the time being. Of course, you would imagine as well, Paul Bowerbank's pace is going to be slightly higher than the likes of Waterhouse. Waterhouse seems to be consistent in the about 55 bracket or so, as Bowerbank dips into the 52s now. He'll be happy with that one. He was running consistently inside the 53s, and now running 52s. Bowerbank sits in P1. It's about what seems to be a minute 20 or so that they are behind for the time being. About a minute or so actually behind, as they now make their way out of the chicane, power up towards Clark's to heavy on the brakes and then tip it into the right for the crank on the power and get the rear tyre absolutely spinning onto the back straight. A little bit of traffic as well. RAF Dambusters fighting away with what looks to be KGG Endurance. They set, of course, P16. Blake Didwell, the reigning stock champion in terms of the twins, out on circuit for them. Of course, P1 in class out of, well, one runner. The only team behind them for the time being is the likes of Army Team 2 and Thomas Major. Now, there has been yet another swap in terms of the 114, and that is because Sam Foster has taken over for them. Obviously, that was after the crash that we seen earlier on with Anthony Fletney going down for the second time today. Hopefully for Anthony, it's not going to be everlasting damage. He did look okay. It looked more frustration than anything else. There's Simon Aldridge talking about a tired rider. He will be continuing on his run, and his lap times have been so consistent as well throughout this race. To credit where credit's due, running P3 for Proudfoot Racing, a 55.6, and well, continuing to clock up the laps, continuing to run his pace out on circuit and overall podium positions.
Question is though, what bike is Sam Foster on? Because we've established that Anthony Fleckney's Kawasaki is pretty destroyed. Is that his? Yeah, I think that is.
That is Sam Foster's bike. Okay, so it seems like they had two Army Team Hondas in that squad plus the Kawasaki. So the Kawasaki was originally crashed, then the first of the Hondas were crashed, and now Sam Foster, which looks like that actually is his Honda, is still in one piece. So two Hondas for them it seems like this weekend. There's Randy Racing though into the pit lane, and let's hope it's somewhat of a scheduled stop. Not that that's necessarily been the theme of things so far, and judging by that, 114 laps, 20 laps completed for them. So lap 114 they headed out. Now that's their 134. So 20 laps done for Randy Racing, exactly what they were planning on doing at this stage. And now Benjamin Berry can indeed head out.
Yeah, we'll head down to the pit lane in a little while and go and speak to Tom. But yes, 20 laps completed. Back out heads Berry. There is Paul Reddy, Sheepy, our social media supremo, getting a lovely little capture of competent Michael, our camera operator down there, as again just doing his job, fair enough, but good to see Paul in good spirits, as he typically is. Always a big smile on the face of that man. But yes, right, 173, 20 laps done and dusted there for Tom Major, so we'll go and check in with him in a few moments' time and see what's going on. Yeah, that is definitely Sam Foster's Honda, so yeah, it's either the damage on that bike actually wasn't that big and they've just cleaned it off and sent it back out, or there was just another Honda that they happened to have lying around that they ended up using instead of that Honda, for whatever reason that may be. So fingers crossed everything's okay if it is the same bike that went down earlier. Sam Foster seems to be he's not messing around, he's getting on with it clearly, and getting himself not just hopefully a couple of laps back for the Army team, but getting himself prepared as well for the Inter-Services Championship race tomorrow. Again, he is P2 in the championship, 12 points back from Dean Turner going forward into their 6th round of the season it will be. And looking forward to that one. He is the leading Army man in that one at the moment, and has been mightily impressive so far across the course of the season. So we'll wait to see how Sam's going to do tomorrow.
Yeah, Sam has got a busy day on the cards, to say the very least, whenever it comes into sprint race. And obviously still only one race for the likes of the Inter-Service Championship, but it still doesn't mean it's not a busy day for him in terms of the other classes. Double trouble at the moment, back into the pit lane. And how long ago was that? They headed into pits 1 minute ago, but that was just a 7-lap stint from Jordan Poole. So clearly some issues there. Maybe it could be Matt heading back out on circuit in a few moments' time. There, meanwhile, Paul Burbank still continuing his running out on track. A 53.2, a low 53 yet again. Ride Culture Racing running it very, very deep in the hairpin. Is this going to be a pit stop from them? Not quite. It's just a completely messed up braking marker, turning into a messy line, and then a very bad exit out of all of that. But yeah, well, keep an eye on Double Trouble, because it does seem like they've just exited the pit lane once again with Jordan Poole on board it. So whether that be an issue that they can't fix just yet, and it's the case that Matt is also not ready, we will continue on. But Paul Burbank still continues to lead the way for the 43 squad of Nitrous Plant Racing, and it's about 1 lap or so being their gap. So 175 laps are ticked off here at Knockhill. The sunshine continues to show its face just above Knockhill's hill. And well, what better way to recap as we tick over into 5 p.m. in the evening than run you through how things stand as 2 hours 37 minutes of racing has been complete. So far, it's Nitrous Plant Racing that leads the way by 1 lap. The 32 squad track slags in P2. Proudfoot Racing sits in first place overall in class in the National 600s as Moto 46 sits P4. Fireworks P5, first in class as well for them, as is Flying Guffies, P6 overall, first in category 2. PB Racing and Pack Racing round out the top 8, with Ride Culture Racing, Brailsford down on board that machine, now just making their way up to P9. So since that graphic came up, there's going to be a change of order, because Double Trouble have dropped all the way down to P10 with Jordan Poole after their most recent pit stop. So that rounds out our top 10 runners. P11 sits Snapdragon Racing. So number 4 squad, they're having a solid race so far as Full On Racing takes out P12. PP Racing P13, PP Racing 2.0, Information P14 for themselves as RAF Dam Busters 617 round out our top 15. KGG Endurance, as we mentioned, are sole twin runners. They sit P16, having just entered the pit lane. Army Team 2, I think it's fair to say a disaster of a day, and that is putting it lightly. Same with Randy Racing. However, Benjamin Berry is back there on circuit, and it seems like their plans are back on track, albeit 38 laps down and P18. So on lap 177, that's how things look here at Knockhill. And well, who knows? With Waterhouse currently on board, you would imagine a changeover pretty soon to the likes of Scott Kirkland and Jordan Browse probably finishing it off for the team. We're going to have a dramatic finale here in Scotland. Of course, the first time No Limits Racing has headed up north, this far north, for a motorcycle racing weekend, and the feedback so far has been hugely positive from all the teams, from all the riders as well. No wonder. Incredible views, incredible sights, and some incredible racing that we've witnessed throughout the sprints and the start of this endurance race. It was dramatic to see, the very least, but already Ross McIntyre has made his way down in pit lane, and let's hope it's not too windy down there, because he has got his kilt on. So Ross McIntyre, without further ado, away to you.
Well, I was hoping to speak to Tom Major immediately and get an assessment on the situation things. He's just vanished. Actually, he has just returned, so I'm going to just do the awkward stare at him until he hopefully gives me a go. There we go, he's getting the hat on. Go on, it's perfect timing. So Tom, run out there, did your 20 laps, come back in. Is that now done for the day for you, or are you going to try and get back out later?
No, so my bike's now running total loss. The charging system's broken on it, so I'm coming in, charging it while it does as many laps as he can. Go out until the battery's about dead, come in, charge it again. But yeah, we need to hit the minimum stint length, so gotta keep going. But hopefully, I just hope, fingers crossed, we make it to the end. That's all I can hope for now.
Well, I mean, at least you've got your minimum lap count getting there now anyway, but you've got to say as well, Ben's doing an unbelievable job. Obviously, it's his first endurance race. He's kind of been thrown in the deep end a little bit with it, but he's getting out there and getting on with it.
Yeah, he's going to have sore shoulders from carrying us at the end of this, but yeah, hopefully we'll get there. At least we'll finish the race and hopefully get some points instead of a DNF, so it should keep the championship alive for us maybe. I know we're definitely not going to be second by the end of this anymore, but hopefully we'll be alright at the end, see what happens.
Right, so go on, we'll let you relax, recover and get back out in a little bit. Thanks, Tom.
Yeah, no, thank you. Cheers.
Right, let's head down this way a little bit. I want to see if we can speak to the 43 and the race leaders, given I walked straight past them last time. So let's just have a little head down. There's we can see there is Pack Racing, Alan Lane, just putting a little bit of fuel in that R1. There is the 43 team. I did just walk straight past them last time, so yes, well done me. Let's see, I haven't got any riders about, not currently it's looking like, unless none of them are here. Excellent. So, well, it's going very well for me today, isn't it, clearly? Well, we could jump in and speak to someone from the 32 squad. I know we did speak to Jordan Brass earlier, but seeing how there's no one there, maybe we could jump in next door as well. Go on, Jordan, I've come to annoy you again. Is this a bad time, or...?
How you doing? Sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
I said I've come to annoy you again. Is this a bad time?
Nah, it's alright, crack on, mate.
It's alright. Truth be told, I came looking for someone else, but they're not here and you were here. So, yeah, another really solid stint for you, though. Again, just chipping away the laps, I guess.
Chipping away, it's actually quite nice out there. I went back out on a new SE1 rear, which is better than a zero, actually, a lot more consistent. And basically just trying to hang on to it. I had a bit of a second wind about 20 laps in. I was quite tired. Looked down again, and I was like 30, and I thought, alright, dig deep, push on a little bit. Next time, I was like 44, and I looked down and I had no fuel. I thought, better come in. Nah, cracking. Traffic's alright, circuit's nice and smooth. There's a couple of guys that went down. Fortunately, it didn't go red. Hope they're alright, so, but the marshals did a good job clearing it up. So they'll be on track, so we're alright.
I mean, we're getting to the business end of it now. In the grand scheme of things, not that long left to go. So is it just getting the laps down, getting to the end now, is it?
Yeah, so I've got a new tyre ready to go, just in case. We're hoping, don't say it too loud, but we're hoping for 2 more stops. One for Scott, one for James, and it should be it. But just in case, I've got a tyre ready to go. And I'll fill it up and do it again. But that should be us on our last stints, I hope.
Awesome stuff. Well, I'll let you enjoy your refreshments and all that. Yeah, you're going. But yeah, thanks for talking to us, Jordan, and enjoy the rest of the race. Is anybody back for Nitrous Plant Racing? No, the team's out, but no riders in sight as it currently stands. So we'll let them be for the time being. Of course, currently race leaders as it stands. Let's have a look. Our very professional paddock clan on the phone very quickly. Other devices are available. And we've got the Circuit UK Motor 46 squad. They are currently second in the National 600 category. We'll see if we can get some words out of one of these guys at the very least. They're just working a little bit on some tyres. So just doing some pressures. Are you busy? Can I come over? Oh, go on. No, I thought it was coming up to speak to me. Go on. We'll walk over. We made eye contact. That's basically closing up. Are you busy, or can we get a few words out?
We're always busy.
But
The name of the game.
I'm here now anyway, so you're going to multitask. Are you getting ready to go out, or is this just a checking on things?
I'm getting ready to go out. I think we're running marked at about 102 laps, I think, and then I'm going back out again.
Cool, awesome stuff. But how's things going for you guys so far? I mean, running really well as it stands, second in class. Can't be too unhappy with that.
No, we're pretty happy with that. That's good effort. It's hard work out there. It's tiring. Hard on your hands.
I mean, everyone's saying the same. Again, a lot of cramp, a lot of arm pump coming in for people, but getting towards the end now, is it just about getting the marks, getting those laps ticked down, getting to the checker flag?
Yeah, just got to get to the end now. I think we've got 2 more pit stops, so Mark will come in. I've got to do about 35 laps. I think Glenn will finish up with about another 35, hopefully.
Awesome stuff. Well, we'll let you guys get on with it, and best of luck for your next trip.
No worries, thank you.
Did speak to those guys. Never often speak to the Moto 46 one, actually. I did see Mark Berry loiter down the end of the pit lane, and I'm wondering if I try and pester him, I might just be very quick, because you'll see me coming and doing a runner. We may as well speak to one of the main people here. He's locked eyes with it, and he's doing it. No, come here. I'll keep it quick, Mark. Just first time here for No Limits and Knockhill, and it's going quite well, wouldn't you say?
I'm not answering that question. You do not ask me that question mid-race, I'll tell you that now. But I'll agree with what you're saying.
That's fine. Are you okay, at least, Mark?
Yeah, all good. Everything's going quite well. Touch wood, and all that. You've got your legs out. We'll not keep mentioning that, shall we?
Actually, it's been quite a while since it was brought up, so, everyone's got used to it now, I think.
Yeah, just remember getting that WhatsApp saying this was coming for you, and you knew nothing about it.
No, I did not until it turned up. We'll leave it at that one. Go on, Mark. I'll let you get back to race control. Thank you, mate. All right, now let's get back to the actual rider down the track. Who else have we got out here? Let's have a little peruse down pit lane. Just make sure no one's coming down. So there has been a change of position. The 99 Flying Four squad has just got past the 25 fireworks squad. Of course, our Scottish wildcard team. Let's see where they are. Actually, I think they're a little bit further down, but they've been riding well at the moment. Charlie Reynolds. In fact, they're right here. Charlie's actually going to come in by the looks of things in a short moment. So as we're right for looking at my phone and nearly walking into people. So let's just hang here for a second to speak to Charlie. Of course, I've seen Charlie out early today already in the pre-injection 600 category, and there he is on the bike that he won that race in. And you can tell it's the bike because he's got his number 26 on it. He's just stuck 99 onto the top of or the bottom of the screen, should I say. Charlie looking absolutely knackered. After that one, we've got a Lucasade and a bottle of water ready for him, so may need to take a minute or two, but just a small delay before we get back out there for these guys. Really solid going from Charlie, it must be said. These guys leading the way in the No Limits Team Sport Trophy. It looks like he might be struggling a little bit with cramp potentially, so he may not be too keen to speak to us, but get one of the other riders in anyway. So let's see if Dan Cooper wants to. Dan, any chance we can grab a couple of words out of you, mate? So I was going to try and speak to Charlie, but he looks absolutely destroyed, so I thought you're here. How's things going for you guys? Leading in class at the moment, so running pretty well.
Yeah, not bad. We're feeling pretty good. I think Charlie's done. Yeah. But yeah, we can see that. Paul's out the now, and I think I'm going to finish it and just prepare.
Yeah, I mean, again, you guys run really, really smoothly so far. Whole race been just consistent, hitting the marks. Is that now the game plan? Just keep going, keep pushing till the end?
I think so, yeah. I started to get a bit iffy, and then I was like, nah, let's just have it. So, yeah, I think that's just the game plan.
Yeah, perfect. Still, it's been awesome having you guys here with us at No Limits Racing. Is this tempted you south of the border for the final couple of rounds, maybe, or is that a bit much of an ask?
Definitely the endurance. This has opened my eyes a wee bit. After that first stint, I was like, yeah, wow. It's just so much fun. I don't even know how to describe it. Great fun.
Well, stuff, go on. We'll let you get on and console your teammate after what looks like a very tiring stint. Thanks a lot, Dan.
Perfect, thank you.
Great to speak to the Force team again. Hopefully we might see them for the last couple of rounds of the season when we go, of course, to Wales for our next round at Anglesey, and then we'll be going to Donington Park for the final race of the season for everyone here at No Limits. But again, this is the first time here at Knockhill for us at No Limits Racing, so we are getting a lot of Scottish wildcard riders that we potentially not see at No Limits, both in the sprint side of things and the endurance side of things as well. We've spoken to Tom Major down from Randy Racing. He's now having a sip, having a drink. He'll be back out once the bike's charged. Would love to speak to Benjamin Berry, but I've got no idea when he's coming back in. So we'll wait and see. So the arm's still there as well. Looks like we could be sending somebody out for PP Racing. That's the 48, their number 2 bike. I think they're getting ready potentially. So we'll just go ahead and potentially. Is there any chance of this one? No, he's not looking at me. He's looking at the pit wall. But you can see PP Racing, of course, a 2-bike operation. After a couple of rounds, just as one bike. It is the 48 they're sending out, so we may as well hang around and see if we can speak to Mark White, who we're currently in. Darren, we spoke to him earlier, he's heading out in a moment's time. But yes, started off as a 1-bike operation in terms of teams. It's always been a tag team system for these guys. Moved up to 2 bikes a couple of rounds ago. Been going steady ever since. So they run the 49, weirdly enough, as bike number 1 and 48 is bike number 2, weirdly enough. It's just because 48 was available and 50 wasn't, because 50's taken, so have to make do with it, don't you? So it's obviously a bit more of a challenge operating 2 squads. They are one of, if not the only teams that's consistently operating 2 different teams or 2 different bikes in the grand scheme of things anyway. Obviously we've seen the Army turn up with a couple of teams. The RAF in the past have turned up with a couple of teams, but they've only been really running the one with the Dam Busters 617 machine this year, unfortunately. As it does now come. Mark White on that 48. Yeah, pretty solid stint for those guys. Again, PP Racing running pretty well. Darren will head back out in a moment's notice. Currently P14 overall. We'll see if we can grab Mark. Once Darren has headed out. Mark, similarly to Charlie, looking very, very tired as well. So I don't know how coherent we're going to be. He's seen me, so I don't know if that's good times, but we'll let him go in and at least get the gloves and the lid off before we grab some words out of him. But very solid stint from Mark White, it must be said. Again, going for a seat, yes. I'm not entirely sure we're going to get much out of him, because he seems destined for a seat. I think it's safe to say, again, the fatigue is starting to set in for a lot of people. It is tough around here at Knockhill. The arm pump's going to really start to kill very, very soon. But let's go in and see if we can grab a couple of words out of Mark, at the very least, after a stint. Mark, is there any chance of he's not quite heard me, hang on. Mark, any chance of a few words? I know you're probably absolutely destroyed. I'll let you have a drink and a wipe of your face first if you want. But, yeah, go on, get some liquid in you as well.
How are you? Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you. How you doing? You okay?
Very well, yes. That's my second stint. Yeah, and now I'm a sprightly 60-year-old. It was my birthday last week.
Oh, belated happy birthday.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, say no more. I can imagine you're absolutely destroyed. You're not the only one, don't worry. So
it's a gnarly track. Great fun, I will say that. Testing your ability. It's no real hanging off bends, but it's fast, flowing, test everything. Watch out when people coming past you. It is great fun. I enjoyed it. And by the same me, I'm pretty bright red and puffing.
You're not actually too bad, to be fair to you, so I'll give you that. I've seen people looking a lot worse today, so don't worry. But yeah, again, sounds like you're having a lot of fun and enjoying yourself.
Sure, yeah, we cobbled a team together. We had Darren Stalker, who's a local rider from Scotland, friend of a friend of a friend, introduced us. He's doing fantastic, really enjoying doing the Kinnard 500. And, yeah, fantastic.
Still, not too long. So what lap are we on now? Let me just check my live time. We're on lap 193, so touch over 55 laps left to go.
Yep.
Getting into the business end of it. Is it now just, what, one more stint for you maybe? Just get it to the checkered flag and enjoy it?
We know we need to do 100 laps minimum, so we'll look at what we've done, then we'll work out, split the last 25, 50, and just make it more manageable for each rider.
And then just collapse into a heap with a beer, I'm presuming.
It takes me about 10 minutes to recover, lost the juice, sit down, contemplate where I went wrong and carry on.
Awesome stuff. Go on, Mark. We'll let you have your sit down, but thanks for talking to us, mate. Go on.
Wonderful meeting you again.
No worries, you too. Go on. I've had eye contact from the opposite side of the garage, so I'm coming over. You can't look at me and then expect me not to come over and annoy you. That's not how this works.
I was hoping you weren't going to come over and annoy me. Means I've got to stand up.
Sorry, mate. How you doing? You okay?
I'm knackered. But yeah, we're going all right. We're going all right, I think.
Yeah. hang on. I'll do the trusty old look at the live time again very, very quickly. You are P10, is that? Yeah, P10 at the moment, so it's going all right.
Is that where we are? I think we're P4 overall so far.
No, same. Unless I'm mixing the things up.
Sorry, in class.
Yeah. I was going to say, P10 overall, P4 in class, so it's going okay.
Some more water.
Still though, enjoying life here at Knockhill?
Yeah, it's good to be fair. Yeah, like I said in the last one, I enjoyed it a lot more than I was expecting to. It's a real nice circuit. It's a shame it's so far away, to be fair. I come here a lot more often.
God, we'll let you sit back down now. Thank you very much, mate.
Very much. Cheers, mate.
Have a good one. Well, we are at the end of the pit lane and can see, that is Benjamin Berry back in. Perfect, because I was just about to come back to Lewis Ray, but that is someone I was desperate to speak to. Tom Major is struggling to start that R6, but has got it going eventually. Turned over quite a fair few times. Let's go in and speak to Benjamin Berry for Randy Racing, who's had a shift of things. I think it's safe to say. Ben, you must be absolutely destroyed, mate.
Yeah, I'm absolutely knackered. This is a bit more intense than I thought it'd be, but I'm enjoying it.
To be fair, you've been given quite a short straw, given that Tom's had issues, and you've just had to go out there and just get the laps down so that you can get something out of the race. But you've also done a very good job. Sorry, we're just being shoved out of the way so they can get the bike back in the box. Sorry about that. But again, you've been given the short straw because of Tom's issues, but you've made a really good job of it, to be fair.
Yeah, I'm taking it as learning, I'm just being consistent with my lap times, and I'm just enjoying it, my body's feeling it, but I'll be good to go for tomorrow, you know what I mean?
Really? Yeah. So straight back to the front for the sprints tomorrow?
That's it, yeah. I smash myself on fitness all the time, twice a day, so I should be alright.
Awesome stuff. Go on, Ben, we'll let you sit down and get a breather, but thanks a lot, mate. Best luck for the rest of it.
Cheers, mate. Thank you very much.
There you go. I was desperate to speak to Ben. I didn't want to get him for too long because I knew he'd be absolutely knackered. But again, first endurance race for the man. He's doing a fantastic job. He's got the short end of the straw as well, given that his teammate Tom Mayer just having a lot of technical gremlins with the bike, but doing a fantastic job with it. That is what lap are we on now? If I'm getting very professionally, check my live time. Lap 197. So almost 50 to go. I think that's a very good time to hand back over to Lewis Ray. We'll probably come back down to the pit lane one more time during this race before the end, before of course we come down and celebrate with our winners and speak to the victors at the end. But from myself, that'll be it for the time being. Lewis will head back over and see you in a minute. But we hope you're enjoying the action here live and free on NLR TV. Round number 7 of the 2026 season here at Knockhill. We are getting it towards the dying phases of our Biker Lawyers Knockhill 500-kilometre race. Lewis Ray, strap yourself in because we are nearly getting ready for the end. Lewis, back over to you.
Thanks for that, Ross. And it's always lovely to catch up with Mark Berry as well earlier on in the pit lane. And it's clear your kilt has been a talking point of the weekend anyway. I'm sure everyone in pit lane there got a nice 10-15 minutes to look at it. But nearly on 200 laps, as you mentioned. So nearly 250 laps, obviously, here at Knockhill this afternoon, but only 52 laps remaining in this one. Also great to see the likes of Ride Culture Racing back out on circuit opposite that KTM having a crash earlier on. Just behind them, that of course being Thomas Major, and Thomas Major diving down the inside. They managed to get that R6 started. Now we did see as very, very wide, and that's going to be Ride Culture Racing entering the pit lane. So end of their stint. Obviously 18 bikes started this race, still completing laps out the circuit. We still have all 18 as Nitrous Plant Racing also heads into pit lane, and that does look like it's going to be Paul Bitterbank in, and then Max Alexander is going to be taking the reins once more. So Max Alexander, good race so far for himself. Paul Bitterbank meanwhile too entering the pit lane. It's been a long old stint for him, obviously running 56s even in the lap that came into the pit lane. So very, very impressive times now. The long winding road down to the first corner that Max Alexander's got to navigate, and you would say for himself that he's going to be upping the pace. And meanwhile, while we have been away down in pit lane with Ross, obviously action was continuing out on circuit, and Waterhouse has been continuing to run laps too. He's been continuing within the 55 bracket around Knockhill, which against Paul Bowerbank was not exactly an ideal situation, because Bowerbank continued pretty much all the way throughout stint, either within the low 53s or sometimes a bad lap was a low 54 at that. A foot off the peg though from Alexander coming out of Clark Curve there, and actually that's some issues there, or perhaps just trying to get stretched out on the bike. But he's just obviously out on his first lap. I think he's coming into the pits here, another leg out. Either that or he's got big cramp on board that Suzuki. And judged by the fact he's going by pit lane, I think he's trying to deal with some cramp on board that bike. It's more than just a stretch. It's trying to actually be able to ride the bike, because whenever you have cramp, it's a really difficult situation, because it's a case that either you just ignore the cramp and try to fight through the pain of cramp and force your body into turning in, or you end up going into a gravel trap and crashing. So you've just got to grit your teeth, go through the pain, as the 114 Army Team 2, they enter the pit lane as well. So Sam Foster, his long old slog is well and truly done now, and I think Max Alexander still trying to stretch on board that Suzuki. Yeah, look, a massive moment coming out of Clark. Some rear spinning up just as the trap begins to flatten out, but luckily staying on two wheels. I don't think you'll be thinking about your cramp for much longer. That was a big moment there for Alexander, but did well to collect it up on the exit of the corner. So he can continue on his merry way. Whoa, that was hot in your mouth for a second, wasn't it? And again, that's not exactly what you want from the race leader either. I mean, cramp is okay, not ideal, but you can deal with it. Again, we saw him trying to stretch out. Throwing yourself on the floor and high-siding is not quite the best way to win a race, unfortunately. So hopefully Max just calms it down a little bit, shall we say. Bit of traffic for him to contend with at the chicane. That's the 53 kgg bike, our sole twin bike in this race. Carolee Johnson out there on it. They are running in P16. Last of the runners who've not had major issues, realistically. But again, they are the only twin bike. They are, of course, your 2026 Team Twin Trophy champions as well, given they are the only people in that championship. So, well done, I guess. Does that entitle you to a number one plate? I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, why not? Yeah, go on then. Give it them at the end of this season. Come on. Why not? But yes, still doing a really solid job, and as always, that team, we don't really talk about them a lot because they're the only team in that championship, unfortunately, or in that class anyway. There's normally a couple of people in the ACU National Twins. There isn't this weekend, but normally is. But they always turn up and do a really solid job and keep it nice and consistent, and typically stay out of trouble as well. So fair play to the KGG squad for continuing to do what they've been doing all season, which is just getting their heads down, getting on with it, and getting a pretty decent result out of it at the end of the day on a twin bike, which is considerably down on power compared to everything else, both the 600s and the 1000s that we've got out on circuit alongside them. Lap 202, 48 left to run then. So we are really starting to get to the business end. You'd be looking at one more pit stop realistically from this point, unless anyone's right at the end of a stint now, in which case they will probably have two more unless they really desperately want to squeeze out the final stint, which would be a bit of an ask given how tired everyone probably is now. So one more stop. Everyone's feeling the effects. Everyone's tired. It's a physical track. The arms are starting to go. We're seeing people struggling with cramp a little bit, it's clear. But at this point now, you're just desperate to get to the end, and it's more like desperation to get to the end that's powering you through over anything else.
Yeah, exactly. It's at that point now, less than 50 laps remaining. You've got a lot of confidence. You know the end's definitely in sight by this point. And you've just got to keep the laps ticking by, the momentum building, putting together corners, hitting your braking markers as well, most importantly. But yeah, it's great to see so many riders really pushing themselves here at Knockhill. There is Paul Rogers out on the bike for the time being. Obviously Flying Guffey, spoke to them a couple of times. Managed to speak to Charlie Reynolds earlier on. Ross used to chat with Daniel Cooper, and now Paul Rogers out there on board the Triumph. Obviously not usually the bike you would normally see him on. We would normally see him on his pre-injection 600, but for the endurance here today, he's switching it up, taking to the triple cylinder machine, which I have to say, when you are listening trackside, it's one of these things that the camera, the microphones never do it justice. It is the nicest sounding bike that you can have on the grid. I'm a real sucker for triple cylinder machines myself, as down the back straight is Simon Aldridge and Proudfoot Racing. They've been a team that really have had a quiet race, and for all good reasons, no bad reasons at that. There's been no real dramas for them. Simon and Josh have had an incredible pace all the way throughout, placed themselves in the podium places pretty early on, actually, and then since then, just ticking over the laps, not making any silly mistakes, any big mistakes, not making major errors during the pit stops too, and now that's put them in this position and put them in podium contention overall, and of course, class lead.
Yeah, I mean, you took the words out of my mouth. They've been having a really, really solid race and not really putting a foot wrong. Because there we see the fireworks, but they are running a tag team system this week.
Yeah, I was surprised about that a little bit earlier. You know, almost all season long we've seen them with just one R1 to deal with. However, this round, going back to the tag team, so perhaps not everyone available to make it up north this weekend.
Yeah, potentially not, so just couldn't quite get the pit crew together. Or maybe it's a case of just preference this weekend with who's available and who they've got on the bike and the stuff. Kieran Hatton, of course, on a Fireblade. So maybe it was a case of he just didn't feel confident hopping on an R1 and being competitive and wanted to stick with his own machinery, which is also completely understandable. But yeah, it was a bit of a surprise seeing that one. Again, a team that we're so used to seeing them executing a full pit stop, fuel in, change the tyres if you need to, change the brakes as well if you really need to, as that gets a bit close there. Hello everybody, calm down. Paul Holden that is, nearly wiping out the number 9 of Tom Major as he got a little bit deep on the brakes into the hairpin, but it's all okay. No major issues. Of course, Tom Major at this point just getting the laps in to enjoy time out on track, but also to make sure that he's not beneath the minimum lap count for riders, given the electronic issues that he's experiencing with that bike. So it's not a fight that Paul Holden, I think, really needs to be too aggressive with. I think he just quite frankly missed the braking zone a little bit, got a bit distracted potentially, and shot it a bit deep. But it's all okay, we're all fine, we'll continue on. So let's just see if we're going to have similar this time. Tom Major maybe enjoying the battle a bit more than he should, given he's actually out there and riding the thing after trying to fix it for about an hour. So maybe he's enjoying it and just getting the elbows out a bit because he can towards the back end of the race. Also very possible. But again, I've got to give kudos to Randy Racing, to both Tom Major and to Benjamin Berry as well. Ben's been, as I said earlier, he's been dropped in the deep end a bit. He's been given the short straw, all the superlatives and then some, given the issues that Tom's having, the fact he's having to go out there when he's absolutely knackered and just do laps and laps just to keep the team in the race. Tom, of course, persevering with that machine that's clearly not happy and not working to the utmost of its abilities mechanically wise, and dealing with it and getting out there. And just for the team as well, they've been given an unfortunate situation with the electronical issues to Major's bike, but they're persevering. And even though, let's be quite frank, they probably are going to finish dead last unless they can get through the Army team, which actually they're only a lap away, so it's possible. So they're going to finish last or second to last. It's not where you want to finish, but they're still going to make the end of a race despite these huge problems that they've had. Yeah, and it's not necessarily the biggest class in the world that they'll be racing in, so it's going to be P6 in class for them. So if they can complete if they can complete enough laps to be able to be eligible for points, then it's going to be still some solid points at the end of the day, and definitely worth their time, their money, and all the pain that they've gone through as well. But credit to Nicholas Shrimp for even helping out, considering he is in worlds of pain out there in pit lane for the time being. But yeah, as we mentioned about Brandfixx Racing, Motor46, another team that maybe we don't speak to the most. He spoke to Paul Pridmore down in pit lane not too long ago. They're enjoying it out there, just enjoying the physicalities, I guess you could say, in Knockhill. It's one of those things, either you're gonna sulk about it, struggle with it, or you just try and embrace it as much as possible. And like Paul Burbank was saying earlier on over at Nitrous Plant Racing, ride it nice and relaxed, be fluid on board the bike and not be too stressed about anything. Here is James Waterhouse for the meanwhile, just right at the back of this 4-rider group. Snapdragon also in that, as is full on racing, and as well as the race leader. That's the 43 going very, very wide. Is that going to be a pit stop for Max Alexander? Is that one of the first mistakes? And that is a hand in the air. Yes, I want to say, coming into pit lane, and hopefully they have someone ready to go. This is going to be interesting in pit lane, see how long they actually spend in there. So into pits now goes Nitrous Plant Racing. Obviously there is a 30.5 pit stop intervention, so it's not stressed too much. They do have a few seconds, but Paul Burbank
needs to be ready to get out on that machine, as does Chrissy Duncan. I would say it's going to be Chrissy Duncan that's going to head back out, because he's not been on the bike since around 10 to 5, so 14 minutes ago. So Chrissy Duncan, it looks like his turn on the bike is coming back out as Max Alexander's stint ends after roughly 10 laps.
Yeah, and we saw it was...
So I don't think it'll be fuel. I think it's going to be some sort of technical gremlin at that.
We saw obviously he was struggling a little bit earlier with cramp as he was trying to stretch out on the bike, but that was fists of frustration, I think. So our race leaders, there is definitely something going wrong here, and is Chris ready to go out? I'm not sure he is. They might be just trying to fix whatever's wrong with Max Alexander's bike. Suddenly, with 40 laps left to run here at Knockhill, our long-time race leaders could be about to drop out of the lead. Track Slags, a little bit of luck has fallen their way, and suddenly the 43 team, it could be an absolute disaster. There we go.
And Scott Kirkland's getting a talking to as well from the 32 squad, knowing exactly what's going on here. This could be a chance.
Yeah, it very much could be. And then 40 laps as well. Is that going to make it on fuel, or do you need to make one last stop as well and send somebody out?
Yeah, I think it's going to need another stop on top of that.
So that is the worst possible timing for Nitrous Plant. And wow, what a change, what a twist. The 32 Track Slag squad is going to be leading this race after, qualifying. Oh no, they didn't even qualify pole. It was Nitrous Plant on pole position, and Nitrous Plant has dominated basically all the proceedings outside of the early couple of pit stops. So Waterhouse heads back out onto the circuit. No, not what Duncan even. It's Waterhouse who's out there for Track Slags, although they themselves have just come into pit lane.
And Kirkland's going to head out.
Yeah. So this is going to be really, really tight. There is Waterhouse in. And this is, and they are going to be leading. It is going to be the Track Slags squad that is leading. A little bit of traffic for them to contend with in pit lane. Fresh rear tyre as well. We did know that they had that just in case. Whether by pure chance they've put that on or they've quickly just bolted it in if they had a quick release system on the bike, potentially. But it will be that Kirkland, with fresh rear rubber, is going to come out in front of Nitrous Plant, and they are going to be leading here at Knockhill with now 39 laps left to go. And that is the cruel reality of endurance racing. It's not just about the team and how well you run. It's about the machinery and if it survives. And unfortunately, sometimes it gives up on you, and there's no way of stopping it.
Yeah, there's no way in stopping it. It can be. This is motorsport. It's so cruel sometimes. 3 wide though, with KGG and Pack Racing, and of course RAF Dambusters in there as well. But there's Scott Kirkland, your new race leaders. 52.4 seconds being the gap as they head over the start-finish line now. So the 32, a big moment in the race. It's also a pit stop for Proudfoot Racing in third. So your third place runners in the pit lane too. So the top 3 in the last 5 minutes have all entered the pit lane for what you would suggest would be the final kind of push, if you will. But the 32 to 43, who can last longer on fuel? Can anyone make it to the end? It's a very, very tough task at hand. You would suggest it's going to be one little splash and dash, and then away they go. Just ahead of them in picture, Double Trouble 277. Poole currently on board that. So Jordan Poole continuing his running on board the R6. They set, of course, P10 overall. But right now, Kirkland's not going to be bothered 1 minute about that. You can see they're going to be entering the pit lane as they exit the hairpin in a few moments' time. Already at the hairpins, Randy Racing and Paul Holden. So things get a little bit tight between the two of them. The two Yamahas, the 1000 and the 600. But it's going to be an interesting end to this race for sure, Rosslyn. Well, still, suddenly, everything is to play for.
It certainly is. Just saw a little stretch of the right leg for Jordan Poole as well as he made his way out of Clark. So a few people now really starting to feel the effects of a 500 kilometre race at Knockhill. But he'll continue onwards again. If riders are really starting to struggle with their legs again, you'll be seeing the right leg going out as you come out onto that back straight. Is the left leg puts you through the gears, and then left leg, I guess, maybe as you start to get towards the end of the front stretch, maybe just a quick stretch before you have to bang down the gears into a Duffer's Dip, I suppose. I mean, I don't really know. It's not really something the economics of where to get rid of your cramp at Knockhill Circuit is not really something I think I've ever considered in my life before.
Yeah, so, I think the case is you've just got to get rid of it wherever it's possible, preferably just going down the back straight, although you're on the left-hand side of the tyre, you can get away with a little bit of movement. It's not too crazy on board the bike, although the rear is starting to pump, it's starting to spin, especially in the later laps. And also, an underrated spot, if you will, is just on the exit of the chicane. I mean, it's not the fastest place in the world. It is still very quick, somewhere that you do not want to go down one bit, but it is nice and straight. It's probably the least physical straight that we have at Knockhill in terms of speed, in terms of undulations, because then you're on the brakes at Clark's. At this section right here, it's not terrible for you as a rider. You can get one or two breathers in here before then suddenly slamming on the anchors yet again to head through. And then obviously here, maybe try to get rid of a cramp or two before you're back on the anchors. You need everything to be planted, your weight perfectly positioned to try and combat the bumps in the braking zone before you tip it in once more, and then back onto the power. Get it on the fat part of the tyre as well, not trying to get rid of too much of your edge grip. And already you see Chrissy Duncan's bike there, just wanting to lift. But that's before they even head the major crest by the start-finish line. And by that point, you're warp speed, if you will, and ready to find your braking marker for turn one. But this is a busy section of the circuit, and one that, you do not want to get wrong at all. And, lap 215 out of 250. Chrissy Duncan currently looking to reclaim this race lead, 15.7 seconds, and it wasn't what Nitrous Plant Racing would have hoped for. And actually, perfect timing in the commentary box, because we do have a member of the Nitrous Plant Racing team in the commentary box. It's Callum Grieger, I guess you can say for the time being, a British Superstock rider and ex-Scottish champion, and of course plenty of everyone knows you here in No Limits. You've got plenty of endurance experience under your belt as well. But just for yourself, first of all, before we get into things, what's just went on out in circuit with Max Alexander?
Poor Max, I feel so sorry for him, if I'm honest. He's been out there really riding hard. Both Nitrous Plant and the Trackday team are obviously going at it, and his gear selector snapped going into the hairpin, so obviously that was not a planned stop at all. So we're going to see how Chris gets on. It looks like the Trackday team are also going to have to stop again, I think, fingers crossed. So we'll see how it gets on. But as we have just seen, anything can happen in endurance racing, and often does. Yeah,
it's a lot of work to do now for Chrissy out on circuit. P2 currently 14.6 seconds. What's the mood in the camp like? Is it a case that, it could be a 50p bolt that then just causes the rod to fly off or just dangle and suddenly it's useless? I mean, we did think maybe there was an issue first of all, because he completely missed the apex, ran it completely deep, and a lot of frustration, immediate concern for looking down the left-hand side of the bike. So what's the mood down in the camp?
Actually motivated, being honest. Obviously we're a competitive bunch, and Chris is absolutely doing fantastic. When I left to come up and join you guys, it was much more than 13 seconds. I think it was 22 or 23 when I left. So yeah, it's I think Scott Cooklin's out on track just now. Chris has probably got the legs on Scott for now. As the race progresses, we'll see how it goes. But it's going to be a really exciting last 30 laps or so. Yeah,
he's gaining around nearly 1.5 seconds per lap at the moment, Chrissy Duncan, on the likes of the Trackday team. Scott Kirkland, of course, he'll be doing his all as well. But if they do have to stop, you would imagine Jordan Browse is going to be hopping on board it for the final stint. And judging by what we see in the opening couple of laps, Jordan, like we've seen many times this year, has something so special at the start of a stint.
Absolutely. Jordan's been a talent really since he's emerged at No Limits. Since he was in the newcomer class, he was doing roughly the same times as us in the Pirelli Super Series. So yeah, he's definitely got some stuff in the tank for sure, especially if he needs to go out and do the last 20 laps or so to try and get it over the line. But he'll be up against Paul Burbank if that does happen. If we have to stop again, then it'll be Paul that goes back out. So yeah, we'll see how it all pans out.
Yeah, see how it pans out. We don't have a terribly long left in this race, to be fair. 32 laps remaining in this one. What sort of fuel are we actually able to get from these superbikes around Knockhill?
It really depends, if I'm honest. Paul, I think Max done 37 laps in one of the stints. So he was actually really managing his fuel really well. Chris and Paul both came in at a time rather than the full tank. So I think, like you say, this last 30 laps is going to be probably nip and tuck.
Yeah, it's going to be the decider, and yeah, there you see some work continuing on down pit lane for you.
Yeah, it's probably just looking at it, feeling sorry for ourselves. When I came past a second ago as well, everyone, Max looked absolutely gutted more than anything. I think he was really enjoying his first experience in endurance racing and doing outstandingly well as well. So yeah, a little bit, not deflated at all, but Chris is catching Scott on this lap.
Yeah, he's catching them for the time being. You would imagine after this lap it's going to be under the 13-second bracket and 12 seconds at the very least. Obviously, still some traffic to deal with, but you yourself, you have plenty of race experience, not only in British Championship, but with us in low limits racing. What sort of mindset does it actually take, of course, to actually switch from sprint racing, like, for example, Max Alexander had to do earlier on today, and then this morning he found out that he's doing a 250-lap race with Paul Bowerbank out on circuit. So what sort of switch-up do you need to have mentally?
Loads of people told me when I started endurance racing that you would be riding at something like 80%. It couldn't really be further from the truth, especially if you're running at the front like these guys are. You're probably riding at, I would say, 95 in the first stint. When you've got that first real push, you're probably riding it probably closer to 98. Like, you're still giving it quite a lot and then trying to do your best whilst conserving your energy as the race goes on. But now that we're in the last, the closing stages, I don't know how long we've been going for, but it's been a good few hours.
Yeah, so 3 hours 20 minutes of running nearly now. We're just about a minute and a half away from actually ticking that over. But yeah, plenty of running done so far today. But yeah, if anyone doesn't know you, obviously you're a familiar face in the paddock. Sadly for yourself, you had an incident back at Donington Park when you're racing our British Superstock. It put you out of action for a while. And well, how does it feel, first of all, to be well and truly back in the paddock now that we've made the trip up north?
Well, that's this is what we would call home. Myself, Mum, my dad, and Hannah, my fiance, are all here. To celebrate Knockhill being on the calendar for No Limits. We've been trying to convince everyone, Knockhill is a great circuit, please come up. And
less travelling for you lot.
That's it. Well, actually, now that I'm in Manchester, it's actually quite a journey for me as well. But to be fair, I'm still in the north, aren't I? So I can't really complain. I know some people have came from very, very far south to come up here. I think the longest journey I've had so far is 11 hours, so I can't complain about my 4.5 hour journey.
Yeah, exactly. But it's got to feel good to be back in the racing paddock, at least in some capacity for the moment. Obviously, anyone who doesn't know necessarily about your crash, about your injury, obviously it was at Goddard's at Donington Park, and since then it's been a long road to recovery.
Yeah, it has been a long road. I mean, we're almost a year in now. The 6th of September is when my accident happened, 2025. I was just really getting to grips with the Honda, getting to grips with BSB, and it's literally like following the circus is what I always used to describe it as. And it was all kind of coming together until it definitely wasn't. I got clips going into the Melbourne Loop, which pulled my brake line loose. Then got to the next corner and had absolutely no brakes, so I had to jump on the back brake. Had a big high side on the way into the corner. I've seen the footage of the crash. It's a pretty nasty one, and I don't think I could have done anything different. I made every choice that was the right choice. Even in hindsight, every choice was the right choice. So I'm really quite pleased with that. Because I know obviously Nathan Harrison was caught up in the accident as well, which obviously is never nice as a rider to be caught up in someone else's accident, but actually we were both caught up in someone else's accident essentially. So yeah, it's a really, really frustrating thing, especially for us, like I say, where we were doing so well, but I'm sure we'll be back on a racetrack at some point, but just not quite yet.
Yeah, not quite yet. I'm sure we'll be very, very happy anyway to see that post come out. But yeah, Nathan as well, he's joined us this year at No Limits quite a few times, both in endurance and sprint capacity. I think last at Brands Hatch, and he's done some great running as well. It's always lovely to see him back on track. But yeah, as you mentioned, nothing you could have done, and it was, as you said, beginning to be a point, certainly in the season, where you were beginning to get to grips with that Honda Fireblaze, especially here at No Limits. I remember back to Alton Park where you took a very, very tricky win in tricky conditions back there, but developing from what was a well-known Scottish rider on board the Kawasaki to the jump to the Fireblaze. Why do you think the Fireblaze became quite a popular bike in terms of club racing and superstock racing in recent years?
It's really good. First of all, it's a really good bike. It's just quite significantly different from the Honda, which is why, for myself, it's quite significantly different from the Kawasaki, which is why I was taking quite a long time to get used to it. Particularly on the front, you were really, really pushing the front on the Kawasaki. You could feel everything, get a lot of feedback, whereas the Honda, for me anyway, felt quite numb. I was just starting to know what that feeling was like as the year was progressing, and and then obviously what happened. But it's I've still got the Honda. Funnily enough, it's up for sale. A little drop in there. It's like a brand spanking new bike. It's got everything that's on that bike is brand new apart from the engine. So obviously Chris can just see he's taken over the lead of the race on track, but not quite on the times just yet with the penalties.
Yeah, the two penalties applied. Obviously, you guys receiving a penalty slightly before a bigger penalty at that, so a little bit more time for you guys to make up. Have you got to the root of that cause yet? Because it seems like earlier on Paul was trying to blame it on the girls that are keeping the stopwatch on pit wall.
I'm going to plead the fifth on that one. I'm going to say no comment because it's a really, really stressful time down there, and I think everyone was really, really frustrated by the penalty. We thought we'd done the maths quite right. I don't think we had quite, but as you say, hopefully Chris can pull out a little bit of a gap here. Like you say, it's going to be Jordan in that last stint, isn't it? Definitely. So it's going to be a challenging last bit of the race, but it'll be good, I'm sure.
Yeah, it could set up for a grandstand finish here at Knockhill, which wouldn't be a bad thing after, certainly from a spectator point of view, and I'm sure from the organisers' point of view as well, to put on such a good show for everyone turning up, for all the riders turning up as well, and making the effort come to this circuit. I mean, you obviously raced in Scotland for many, many years, know this circuit very well. What is the sort of keys around this circuit? Because there's plenty of bumps that you can't see on camera.
Yeah, you can't see the bumps on the camera. There's a lot of the tar that's quite porous as well. It's quite... porous is the only real word that I can use to describe it. It's a rough bit of bits of tarmac, which tend to kind of chew the tyres up, make the front bobble a little bit. There's a big one in here at the hairpin, which again doesn't show up on the camera. There's bits and pieces everywhere, but actually, this is one of the... and I'm not just saying this because I'm Scottish, because I've done a million laps round here, or no reason like that. I've done all the racing I have. This is still probably one of my favourite racetracks in the UK, because it is so unique. It's up, it's down, it's on camber, off camber. We do it in both directions, which is unique for the UK, in reverse direction and clockwise and anti-clockwise. So yeah.
Yeah, continuing on as it seems down the pit lane, and is that Max's bike that'll still work on? Yes, it is. So maybe just getting the Suzuki ready for one final push, let him finish off his stint, because his helmets and levers are now still back on, and a final stretch before maybe a final push.
I think it will be. That'll be exactly what it is. It will be a case of, as you can see there, Hannah Lee and my dad are giving him the last little bit of information. Last 20 laps is going to be, looks like it's going to be Max's, and hopefully they can pull that back together and get that sorted. So it looks like they're just trying to change the selector arm. So hopefully they get that sorted, and it can be a real grandstand finish between Max and Jordan.
Yeah, exactly. I think this would be the best response possible at this point in the race. Obviously, we spoke to Paul earlier on. He was super happy with his lap times, running consistently in the 43 bracket, dipping into the 42s as well occasionally. Seems to be happy with his progress here today, and well, you can't really blame him. But with the pace that Jordan's put on, being so relentless from start to finish, Max has got to be the right option right now.
Absolutely. I think there's a little bit different. There's a little bit extra on top of that as well. Is that I think Max is busy this afternoon for a wedding, so he was hoping to have the last 30 laps over to someone else and get himself sorted and ready for his wedding. So it looks like that's gone out the window.
Yeah, it's gone to pot.
So, but as you can see, that is just all competitive. Everyone's fired up, ready to go, and ready to attack this last 20 laps of the day.
Yeah, and at the last 20 laps, I mean, it's a difficult position to be in, even right now for Chrissy Duncan and Scott Kirkland, because you speak about how hard you have to push out on circuit, 98% in reality. You have 21 laps remaining. You're locked in a battle for victory. It's a real fine line from hero to zero right now.
It is, and it's always a risk at the end of the day. I think that when Chris went back out, I was doing the pit board up until 10 minutes ago, and when Chris went out for his first couple laps, there was someone tucked the front going into the hairpin, and there's nothing more gutting than tucking the front, 220 laps into an endurance race, especially, I think that the team that was round about, the person who crashed, I think was actually doing quite well as well, which is even more frustrating, similar to Max. When you've got a technical at this point in the race, it's the most frustrating thing. So, like I say, hopefully he can make amends and see what he does. But for everyone out there, I'm sure there's some two rider teams out there as well, isn't there?
Yeah, there's plenty. I think As Ross and I have been speaking about pretty much throughout the entire day, Randy Racing, Benjamin Berry out on circuit with Thomas Major having issues, a lot of mechanical issues actually today for their R6, having to switch the bike to a total loss system. And I mean, look at this traffic actually right now on circuit, an 8-rider group for the time being. If you like to Scott Kirkland and Christy Duncan already threw on this, but Scott Kirkland, not what he's wanted at all right now.
And Scott's done a fantastic job there. I mean, obviously wiping the nose of the person on the army bike just now, but actually, done a fantastic job there, getting round everyone as efficiently as he can. And as you can see here, Max is getting ready to go out. Paul's getting ready just in case, and then obviously Dave is there to try and give his wisdom.
Words of wisdom. Obviously, he was originally meant to be racing today, but it was decided this morning after some technical gremlins with the other R1 that he wouldn't be taking part. It would be Max instead. Max has really been thrown in the ring of fire, especially with how many laps he's had to put on boards. I mean, he seems to be enjoying it, but having Paul there as backup.
Absolutely, and the whole team's enjoying it down there. Even the people doing the pit boards, I was one of them. We're all just as involved. Endurance racing is a team sport after all. It's not just the people who are, out there on the track. It's people who are changing wheels, fueling up the bike, doing the pit board. Everyone's involved, and we're just as motivated, and we want to push to try and win this race. As it looks like Chris has just taken the lead as well.
Yeah, now 6.3 seconds being out with all the penalties applied. Continuing on. But not too far away, you have to say, for the time being. Christy Duncan, he's definitely in the right place out on circuit with still plenty of laps to go. 18 laps at that, but once it starts getting 10 laps to go, that's when it's win or lose situation. It's going to be a tricky time, but it's been a good race as well for the likes of Proudfoot Racing, Moto 46. Obviously national 600 runners for them. And Knockhill, it's a quirky circuit. It's a track that you can still compete for wins, compete for podiums against 1000s on a 600.
Arguably, this track actually suits the 600 a little bit better, more than anything. Obviously, the lap times on a big bike are always going to be that little bit better. As we can see through, British Superbike, Scottish Championship, and even the classes at No Limits, that the bigger bikes do go a little bit faster. But actually, for an endurance race, it wouldn't be too. You wouldn't be. I wouldn't. If I was doing this endurance race and someone said, "Oh, you've got a ZX6 or an R9 or something like that to ride," then I wouldn't be disappointed. I think that would actually be a really, really positive thing to have. As you can see, it does make great racing, really close racing consistently through the whole pack as well.
Yeah, maybe slightly less physical too. I mean, we've been speaking all afternoon, certainly in recent laps, about seeing some signs of cramp on board riders, right? It's just trying to dangle a leg wherever they possibly can out on circuit, and it's a tricky track for that because you're coming onto the back straight, you're spinning up the rear, then you're onto the bumps and the entry to the hairpin. Very little time to relax there. The front straight, trying to keep the front wheel down, not much time to relax there. And then even the run from top of the chicane to Clark's, albeit short, it's pretty smooth, but then you're not too much time for you on the brakes. It's so tricky when you're dealing with cramp.
It's so difficult. I mean, here in Oulton Park are probably the two circuits where you don't really get any rest, not really at all. In the whole of the UK. Anglesey, you don't really get too much of a rest either on the coastal circuit, but here is a really, really physical place. I think for myself, coming back from my injuries, with this, I would have struggled with this. I think give me somewhere a little bit, with a little bit of breathing space like Snetterton with that big, nice long back straight. I think that'd be a nice introduction. But yeah, Knockhill's it's going to be tough on everyone's bodies for sure, and the fact that we're still doing actually decent lap times is actually really impressive. Chris, for instance, that last lap just done a 51.9, which is probably one of the not probably the fastest lap he's done all weekend, but he's I think a 51 is the fastest lap he's done all weekend. So yeah, it's really, 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 really cool.
And now Max, it looks like he's going to be taking the reins of Paul Burbank's bike. So out there on circuit, his Suzuki's still not fixed, but it seems like Paul wants him to do that final stint because he knows what sort of times he can do, but now on a completely different machine.
Absolutely. I was quite fortunate last year to join No Limits and the Anglesey Endurance last year as well and ride Paul's R1. I had never ridden the bike before until qualifying for the endurance race, and actually the R1's a really, really nice bike to ride, really easy to get on with and learn a little bit quickly. We'll see how Max gets on, but Max has got heaps of experience, although it's not been in recent years. He's got heaps of experience on different bikes, has ridden at a really top level most of his career. So this is his kind of introduction back into racing. He's not really done much racing at all this last probably 2-3 years. So yeah, this is in at the deep end for Max for sure.
Yeah, in at the deep end for the time being. Meanwhile at the front, although pit stops looks like are just about to happen just as the overtake is getting there. 1.8 seconds now the gap. I mean, it's a great stint into the 52s, high 52s for Chris Duncan, only taking out 3 tenths that last lap, but still a lot of factors in that. You've got a lot of traffic in there, tiredness too. I mean, Chrissy, super experienced, plenty of laps around Knockhill on 400s, on Supertwins, on 600s, the 1000s, and of course plenty of road racing experience too. So he's not a silly rider. He's not a rider that's going to throw it down the road, and if he needs to lose a couple of tenths going into the chicane, he's the type of rider that will do it, not to wipe someone else out in some lap traffic.
Absolutely. And you know, in endurance racing, you're very much racing your pit board. You're not racing the people who are on track, unless, you know, if there was no penalties and you could see, for instance, if Chris could see Scott, then, you know, he would know how far away roughly he is. Because of the time differences and stuff, it's quite difficult. And as we can see, I think nitrous plants just came into the pits, so last 12-13 laps for Max.
Yeah, into the pit lane now, and that is going to be a changeover. Now it is going to be Max out on Paul's R1, so it's going to be an interesting stint. It's going to be an interesting first couple of laps as well, to see how quickly he can actually get into the swing of things. Obviously Suzuki to an R1, slightly different machines as well. The R1 much more suited to a little bit more flow mid-corner compared to Suzuki. Actually the Suzuki, a much older machine in general, not really raced in the likes of British Superstock anymore, not really the bike of choice, but still making it work this weekend.
Absolutely. You know, the R1, I've raced against that very R1 against Dave in the last couple of years as well, and it's a really, you know, good strong bike. Paul's been really enjoying riding it this last year since he's bought it. So, you know, it very much is going to be a case now of a proper last lap stint, and hopefully Max can kind of get himself up to speed. But, you know, similarly, Max will not do anything silly. He'll just get himself up to speed gently, and you know, even if it does take a couple of laps, which I'm sure it will.
I feel that's only natural at this point.
Absolutely, yeah. The adrenaline will be absolutely rushing, and you know, like you say, it is very, very different for anyone who's ridden bikes. If you jump and, you know, swap and change bikes, even on the roads, going at a relatively slow pace, everything feels a little bit different. The throttle pickup's a little bit different. The way the front feels when you're on the brakes is completely different. And to go fast around Knockhill is going to be very, very difficult on a brand spanking new bike. But I've got every faith.
Yeah, I'm sure. That is also the advantage, let's keep in mind, of running a tag team system, which you ran for many years yourself with likes of FS3 back in the day, and then obviously racing with likes of James McLaren as well in your own endurance, always running a tag team system. For example, what Fireworks usually do, they haven't done it this weekend, but do many times, and likes of JJ Metzeler running a one bike setup. Is that not something that would appeal to you?
It's a difficult thing. You know, I think that the one bike setups definitely is you know, it's what people would call as proper endurance racing in inverted commas, because it is. You know, that's exactly what they do in the World Championship, and you know, that is the best challenge of man and machine. But that being said, this is a really, really interesting format as well, and I think that the fact that we've got the minimum pit stops allows it to be a little bit obviously more consistent, more safe. But you know, the one bike teams tend to have big tanks, so they tend to be able to do longer stints. So there's lots to consider. I think that I was always wanting to give a go of a longer race when we did the 12 hours of Open Park a couple of years ago. You know, I was all over that, and I think you've got the 12 hours of Anglesey coming up soon as well. So
back in July.
I was back in July.
Yeah. It's just back to normal proceedings, if you will, Anglesey. I think everyone's a little bit tired finishing racing at 9 p.m. at night. But actually, just looking back at the lap times quickly, a 52.1 on your first flying lap and on the R1 is something sensational, to be honest, from Alexander.
It absolutely is. You know, Max is an insanely fast rider. He has been forever. He's just done a 51.9 just there. I can actually see him just getting faster and faster in this session as he gets used to the bike. So fingers crossed he can do that. And I don't know, I think Scott's still on track, so we've probably got at least 30 seconds to gain in a pit stop. So we'll see how close it gets.
Yeah, right now 37 seconds being the gap. It's going to be a close end to the race. And with just 10 laps remaining, I think we're going to have to make a little changeover back to Mr. Ross McIntyre, I'm afraid. But before you go, Callum, just lovely, first of all, to speak to you. Are we going to be expecting to see you in any more rounds this year? Can you make a trip to maybe Donington Park for the end of season finale?
I'm not sure what rounds we're going to be at. Obviously, my sponsor, Paul Burbank, on the nitrous plant bike on the plantfitter.com R1, he's going to be with you guys for most of the year. I think apart from Anglesey, I don't think he's getting himself to Anglesey, but I'm going to try and support him as much as he supported me over the years as well. So I'll definitely hope to see you guys again.
Yeah, hopefully so. I mean, you guys have a great relationship. I remember, I think it was last year at Anglesey, you pitboarding for Paul when he managed to take victory in very, very tricky conditions. A long-lasting relationship anyway, and may it continue.
Absolutely.
And hopefully we can see you back on a bike in some capacity at the very least the next year.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely in the plans. Going to have a little bit of a go. You have to have a go, don't you?
Yeah, you have to have a go. Thanks so much, Cal. Hopefully you've enjoyed being in the commentary box anyway for the time being.
Absolutely. Keep up the good work, guys, as well. So thank you very much.
Callum Greer, always lovely to hear from him. And here at Knockhill, one of the stars, Scottish champion of the past, and No Limits champion actually as well, before he made the step up to British Superstock Cross. You had the pleasure of just sitting back and watching the action out on circuit. What have you made of Max Alexander's first opening stint on Paul Bowerbank's R1? I mean, this is something astonishing right now, what we're seeing. He's running faster lap times than his rival out on circuit on a bike that he's just touched for the first time.
It's a shame it's coming so late in the day, because we've got 8 laps left, and suddenly after those issues that have cost Nitrous Plant the race, of course, you never know what could happen over these last 8 laps, but he's not going to be able to catch the 32 bike on pace alone. There's not enough time left. But you're thinking, had these issues happened, maybe a stint or two earlier, with the pace that he's showing out there, it could be a whole different ballgame, and it's a real shame. But it's also mighty impressive. I was going to say, sometimes you just throw your leg on something and you just get it. That does happen, whether he's ridden another one of these bikes before, or if it's just maybe a bike that he's just gone on and it just immediately clicks and it makes sense, and he's thinking, maybe I should get one of these things in the future. Who knows? Either way, what is very, very clear that he is absolutely loving this thing. It's just a shame that it's been a realisation that's so late in the day, with 32.5 seconds separating them from the Track Slags team.
Yeah, 32 seconds, but the real question is, if and when, you would imagine it's a win, Track Slags are going to have to enter the pit lane, because they pitted just after Nitrous Plant out on circuit. And Scott Kirkland, he's been out there for a good while now. He's been out there since lap 211. It's now 243. They're going to be very, very tight on fuel at the end of this race if they can manage to see the checkered flag.
Well, right now, the pit board probably just says saving it. This is a moment where, if you pit now with the pace that Alexander has, you are going to lose out in that position. Even if you go out with 5 laps left to go and you've got a fresh rear tyre, it's putting you at a disadvantage. You've got 30 seconds between you and the bike behind, in fact 31.3 if we're being specific. Just roll off the throttle, let it coast into corners a bit more, just save fuel, because at this point I would much rather stay out and just have that track position, knowing I've got loads of time behind me, than risk coming in with a couple of laps left to go, and yes, maybe going out on a fresh rear tyre and just gunning it and going for a maximum attack, but then you run the risk of making a mistake, or you run the risk of not being able to get through, encountering a bit of traffic and falling further back. So right now, I think the 32 squad, for me, it's in their hands. Of course, you feel free to disagree with me, but for me, it's in their hands, and it's just all about fuel saving from now on, getting it to the end.
Yeah, it's all about fuel saving. I will definitely agree with that part. It just depends on whether it's a safe fuel save, or right now, this is a gamble to try and hope that this bike can complete an extraordinary amount of laps around Knockhill, because if it is a case that they do have a fuel light come on in the final couple of laps, do you enter the pit lane, or do you risk it for a biscuit? Is it worth put the DNF on the card for running out of fuel halfway around the circuit, or and potentially winning the race if it all goes well? It's a real hero or zero situation here, because now well and truly over 30 laps, and if it is a case that they do have to enter the pit lane for some fuel, then the real question comes is, why wouldn't you do it sooner and put Jordan Browse on board the bike to try and respond to the likes of Max Alexander out on track? Because the pace that he's continuing to run, 51.7 last time around, I think he's just about across the line in any moment's time. It's a 53.8 from Scott Kirkland, and now it's a 52.3 from Alexander, so that's under the 30.5 second bracket. So surely, just surely at this point, they must know that bike can make it to the end on fuel, or there's a good chance of it.
Yeah, you'd expect that to be the case, wouldn't you? And you can tell the way that Kirkland's riding the bike as well. he's riding it. It looks like he's riding it very, very stiff. That's partly probably because he is, and everything hurts at this point. But also because he's not. Whoa, hello there. Steady on as Alexander nearly throws himself into the gravel there as he gets aggressive on the throttle on the curb. It's partly also because he's just taking it nice and easy in the corners. There's no point pushing the bike for them anymore. Part of that's fuel saving. Part of that's because they know they've got what is now a 28-second gap at the line last time. Might have fallen down a bit further this time. We'll wait to see. 26 seconds now. So yeah, they're losing 2 seconds a lap, but there's 3 laps left. At this point, they've got to be confident they can make the end.
Yeah, you would definitely hope so. There's got to be enough fuel in the tank. Just going through over there at Clark's, and job done for himself, extended it all the way on to blue and white curb. But yeah, as we mentioned, started the stint on lap 211. We're now on lap 247. That's 36 laps on one tank, and let's keep in mind they're a tag team system. This is pretty much a standard fuel tank. It's not like a blown up extended tank like you would see in proper endurance bikes.
No, absolutely not. This is what you get from the factory. This is what you get on your road bike if you have a road going variant at one of these things. So it's, there is no difference. They are running to the maximum of what they have available to them. No endurance fuel tanks here. So I think, we have seen people doing plus 40 lap stints, but it's typically been on the higher end of the 30s. But again, clearly a little bit of fuel saving, probably a little bit earlier on in the stint, and they're nice and happy. And again, yes, they're losing 2 seconds now. Maybe the fuel light has come on, but it's just an early. And also, different bikes, fuel lights come on at different times. Sometimes the fuel light comes on and you go, and especially after you've run the racing here at Knockhill, you probably can guess how much further you can get when the fuel light comes on. For some people, it'll be, okay, the fuel lights come on, I can get 3 or 4 laps out of this thing. For some people, it's fuel light come on, you're in now or you're running out halfway round next time. So it depends bike to bike. Either way, there's now 2 to go. They've got a very, very healthy advantage. It's clear to me that Track Slags know they're making the end.
Yeah, we're going to have to speak to them after the race. If this was a confident plan or a little bit of a gamble, that has paid off. Whatever the case, a lap and a half remains. A lap and a half separates Scott Kirkland and victory. What a great ride it's been, first of all, from our top 2 teams here. And what a shame it was for Max Alexander to have something as little as a gear selector fail on them. And well, suddenly with that, you're not exactly going very far, very fast if you're not able to change gears at all. So a massive shame there for them. And with going on to the final lap of action, they'll see the yellow flag with the black cross signifying final lap time. You would imagine Scott Kirkland, this is going to be ultra fuel consuming just to make sure going on to this last lap.
Well, it's just ticked past 6 here, local time, British summertime at Knockhill. And there is one more tour for Scott Kirkland and the number 32 team. Track Slags spent most of the race in second place, a little bit of lady luck going their way. But now they've got, well, realistically, given how short a lap it is here at Knockhill, half a lap separating themselves from yet another victory in 2026. It's been a very solid race for them, don't get me wrong, Lewis, but as they come through Clark's for the final time, a little traffic ahead in the fireworks squad, but they could be very happy with this one. And for them as well, it is one step closer to the title this year.
Yeah, one step closer. It was returning in fashion, to say the very least. Returning in dramatic style. Scott Kirkland takes the reins of the 32 to victory. Track Slags wins here at Knockhill and wins the 500 kilometre, the Canadians 500 kilometres, as I should say. What a brilliant debut for the Biker Lawyers in National and No Limits Endurance Championships here at Knockhill Racing Circuit. 15.6 seconds was Kirkland's winning margin, a 54.5 in that last lap. Alexander into the 50 bracket on a bike he had just touched for the first time 10 minutes ago. There's Joshua Proudfoot bringing Proudfoot Racing to P3 overall, and the winners in the National 600 category, Moto 46 P4, Flying Guffey's class victory, and top 5 result, Fireworks class victory 2 for them in P6. I mean, Ross, so many storylines, so many headlines after that one. How do you like that? How do you even summarise a race like that? Penalties, mechanical issues, small little minute issues with a gear selector, you would say, costing the 43 victory here today. 15 seconds back, they lost 30 seconds in pit lane, if not more.
I don't think you can really ask for much else from an endurance race, but that basically had absolutely everything that you need from it. As the riders and teams celebrate KGG Endurance. Well done to them. Of course, they were going to win if they made the end anyway. They are the only twin bike out there here today. But again, getting to the end, first of all, of what has been just a touch under 4 hours, this race. A mighty, mighty achievement. But again, it had everything. It had incidents, no safety cars, all red flags, fair play to us. And you might get in trouble for the burnout. I'm assuming that's Scott Kirkland giving it one of those. But track slags, they do what they want to do. But wow, what a race that was. Again, had everything. It had crashes, mechanical failures, pit stop and penalty drama. And great action out on the racing track as well. And you'll have to feel, yes, for Nitrous Plant Racing and the 43 squad, they will feel like they've been robbed a little bit. But as harsh as it is to say it, unfortunately, mechanical issues are part and parcel of endurance racing, and you see mechanical issues decide endurance races so often. And whether it's the gear selector or the 50p piece, it's those little things that really matter, unfortunately. It's the test of man and machine, and in this test of man and machine for 500 kilometres here at Knockhill, it was ultimately Track Slags who took victory by only 15.5 seconds. And of course, let's not forget that Nitrous Plant Racing a 17.65 second penalty, Track Slags a 7.4 second penalty as a result of pit stop infringements. So realistically, it was 5.5 seconds of separating them. Without those penalties, you're looking at a Track Slags victory, or a Nitrous Plant victory, should I say, by 2 seconds out there. Track Slags do, of course, extend their advantage in the National Endurance 1000 category as well. P3 Bradford Racing taking the victory in the ACU National 600. They're followed by Serco UK Moto 46, P2 in class for them. Then it's the Team Sport, the Wildcard Scottish Riders taking victory for Flying Guffies on the 99. They're followed by the Team Power Trophy winners in Fireworks, a tag team combination for them, a bit weirdly this weekend. Pack Racing work their way up to 7th place after a disappointing start and an incident early on. Congratulations to them, and they will take 2nd place in the National 1000 category as well. Then it is 2nd place in the Team Sport Trophy in PB Racing. They're followed by PP Racing. Of course, don't count out the number 49. They are 2nd place or 3rd place, should I say, rounding out the podium places in the National 600. They're followed by Double Trouble P4 in National 600. Then it's Team Sport, and they were P10, actually Double Trouble as well, I should say, running out of top 10. Then Ride Culture Racing, P11, Snapdragon Racing, P12, Full On Racing, P13, REF 617, Dambusters, the RAF do take a small victory there against the Army in their little battle. They probably don't really have, but I like to say they have anyway. They finished 14th place, a really solid result for the RAF boys as well. Then is PP Racing, 2.0 P15, KGG Endurance in P16. Then the 114 Army team after a crazy day at 17. Randy Racing after big problems for Tom Major. Our final finishes in P18. Let's go down to Lewis Ray.
Down here in Knockhill pit lane for the final time today, and well, that was a dramatic 500 kilometres, wasn't it not? As you see all the bikes lined up in the glorious sunshine, the glorious setting that we have here at Knockhill. I don't know how well we're going to be able to get our race winners, because they're the most inconvenient part of pit lane, where we're actually struggling to get signal, even though it's been fine all race. So we're going to have to somewhat make our way over and hope that we don't cut out at all while we do this. So if we can, we'll head in and hopefully grab the likes of our race winners this time around. Jordan Browse, Scott Kirkland, doing a great job as always, and of course Watchhouse as well. How is it this time around for you guys? Start off with you, Jordan. Race victory here at Knockhill. How do you like that?
I like Scotland. Mega, I'm so happy. I actually didn't think we were going to get that. But unfortunately for Nitrous, they had a bit of a technical. But that's endurance.
Yeah, it's an endurance race, and it was a silly little gear selector that failed on them on board the Suzuki, and then suddenly lost all their margin. You guys could take advantage of that. For the championship, though, in dominant fashion, this Track Slags, this is an important one.
Yeah, so I think we should be now, 34 points in the clear with 2 rounds to go, so we're feeling confident. And obviously, anything can happen. But, yeah, we're excited for the end of the year, I think.
Yeah, Anglesey still to look forward to, Donington Park still to look forward to as well. You've got to be looking for more victories yet again at those circuits.
Yeah, I'm quite strong at Anglesey, so we're hoping for another victory, I think. But mega well done to the boys. Absolutely stunning effort.
Yeah, and stunning from yourself as well. The opening stint, just before we move on to Scott next, the opening stint from yourself, the opening couple of laps of every single stint is phenomenal pace. How do you do it?
Just don't think about it. Just ride your rides, you know what I mean? Just go put out for hell. Try and be sensible, but I think everyone takes a little while to come up to speed, whereas I can just go straight out the gate, pick the speed up, and if you get stuck in the traffic, you just get held, whereas I just want to be gone, see you later. But unfortunately, lap 5 got stuck into the back markers and started lapping people on lap 5, so that was kind of the plan though, just try and get clear and hope that they get caught in more awkward places, which I think they did, so that worked.
Yeah, exactly. Cork and Knockhill, short and snappy. Well done, Jordan, from yourself.
Mega, thank you very much.
And, well, Scott, I would ask you if you like Scotland, but that answer is already pretty clear, judging by your very, very strong accent. But, Scott, how was that final stint, especially? And I've got to ask a question. You started that stint on lap 211. Did you know you were going to make it to the end, or was that a little bit of a gamble?
No, that was always a plan. We kept James out as long as we could on that session he had, and then I was to finish. That was always the plan.
How much fuel's left in that R1?
Must be just short of a litre, I think. The light never come on, but it can't be far away. Definitely, it's due to come on.
Yeah, sipping away at fuel, I think it's fair to say. But you've got to be happy with that teamwork, dreamwork today here at Knockhill.
To be honest, we didn't expect, we knew local lads were going to turn up here, and then Paul invited a few really quick ones at that as well, so we knew we had a challenge before we started this morning. So fair enough, the guys had a technical, which is a shame, and you don't like seeing it with anybody, but at the end of the day, to finish and win, everybody's bike needs to be there at the end and working, doesn't it? So fair play to them. They put the challenge on when we were chasing the full race there, so fair play to Nitros. So very good seconds that they got as well. I'd like to also say that it's been a great event. The weather made it. Like, I'm from Scotland, I don't really use Knockhill, but I really was hoping for sunny weather here for all the English guys to enjoy it. It is a great circuit if you get the weather.
Yeah, it gets a bad rap for bad weather. Look at this here today, glorious sunshine. Well done yet again, Scott.
Thanks, buddy. Thank you.
And, well, Mr. Waterhouse, I think it's fair to say Harry Dennis's #1 replacement. I mean, are you guys even missing Harry? Still taking pictures about him?
Yeah, of course. Of course we are. Yeah, it'd be nice to see Harry back here, but hopefully he can make the last round at least. I don't know what his plans are, but yeah.
And how's the race from your side? Obviously, some good stints on board the R1, clock up the laps, no real big mistakes as well, costing your team time.
I was just here to get the laps down. I nearly came in that first stint due to severe arm pump. I couldn't even feel my throttle. It was tough. I decided to stay out there. They weren't pulling me and watch my lap times dropping, so I thought they've got a plan. I'll just stay out there, ride through the pain. And the second stint didn't feel as bad, to be honest. I thought I might have another 10 laps left, but it was over before I knew it.
Yeah, well done, and some lovely sunglasses on you here today as well. And you've got to be happy, looking forward to Anglesey, so see you guys soon.
Absolutely, see you there.
Well, there you go then, all three runners I should say. Now then, we'll head over actually to, I'm sure you'll be smiling of some sort, maybe not the result you would have wanted, but you've got to be quite happy at the end of the day. If you look at things in perspective, a stupid little part failing at the end of the day, but the pace was there, only losing out by 15 seconds. You lost about 30 or so in the pit stop. I don't want to rub it in your face too much, but that win was on the cards. It's just how racing goes sometimes, sadly.
There's nothing to be happy about. Like, it's a 3-lap lead, and then there was decisions made by everybody. It was everybody. It's just a disaster, mate, isn't it?
Oh, absolute disaster. I mean, no positives from today, was it?
None.
Nothing to do with the 42. You even dipped into the 42s on your final stint as well.
Max was on my bike. Max has proved my bike's capable of 50.9. There you go. That's one good thing, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to say. A 52 bracket for you guys. And, well, Max's final stint on board your bike, you've got to be a little bit jealous of that. We've had the first couple of laps straight on the money. I mean, so impressive.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. It went well, but it was just to throw it away like that was a bit. But Chris is annoyed and all. Yeah. Come on, Chris. Come on.
Yeah, exactly. We've not had a chance to speak to Chrissy Duncan all race. And, Yeah, anyway, Chrissy, it's great to see you here up at Knockhill. Obviously, you do plenty of the Scottish rounds. You've raced at the circuit on 400s, 600s, 650s, you name it. How's it been doing 250 laps with two teammates on the Superbike?
No, it was actually good fun. It's knocking in 30 odd laps is a bit tiring, but we got there and just made a wee bit of error at the end there with pit stops and stuff because we caught them for 15 seconds back to 5 seconds, but it's what it is. Here, that's just racing. It's unfortunate Max's bike broke, so it is what it is. First losers, so we'll take that.
Exactly, yeah, and still plenty of positives. I mean, is this something you would enjoy to come back to, even a different circuit, endurance racing?
Paul's been at me all year to go and do ones down in England, but I just couldn't make it happen kind of thing, so this was only decided on Monday to come here. Monday this week, it was last minute, so got a team together, so...
Yeah, exactly, a team that's thrown together last minute, and Paul Bowerbank leading it, somehow springing together nearly a win, second place overall. You were only asked on Monday, Max was only really asked this morning. I mean, you've got to be happy with that, and still positives to take forward to, and hopefully some extra data for next year for you guys as well, for some of your roads campaign.
Well, that's it, we'll maybe get one at the end of the year. We'll see the crack, like.
Well, nice to see you. Anyway, best of luck, Chrissy, and well done.
Thank you. Cheers, Paul.
Now then, we'll head straight through. I can see Ross McIntyre heading with us.
We've got a special event we've been told to cover. There's a wedding going on right now on the track.
All right, cool. Can't say I've ever come to the wedding. Shall we have a little view out on the circuit? And yeah, that is a full-blown wedding actually. Ross, for once you're not lying here, but we will head over because I did wonder just a few moments ago exactly where the likes of Max Outlander was. But Michael, if we can get a little view out of pit wall on something that you're probably not going to see any of around, to say the very least. But competent Michael, just poking the camera through, and there you see, well, it looks to be Giles actually at the front of it. I mean, you're not going to see this at any other circuit, any other round, and what a way to end the Saturday. We thought Anglesey was good, a proposal at the end of the race, and now, a full-blown wedding on the start for the straight here at Knockhill.
Yeah, and it explains why Carl Vickers wasn't riding this weekend. Congratulations to him and now wife, I think, maybe. I don't know if they've done it yet or not, Lisa, but that looks like they may have already done it. This may just be blessings or a photo or something, but yeah, congratulations to those guys. And yeah, I mean, we had a proposal at Anglesey. Carl's and Lisa decided they needed to one-up that by at least doing the full blessing photos here at Knockhill. So it's one of the weirder things I've seen at a racetrack, I think. But fair play, you know what? You live and breathe this sport, I guess.
Yeah, live and breathe the sport, get married and start for this straight. I mean, what more can you really ask for in 2026? Springing up surprises. Carl Vickers, I mean, he's been here in the past many, many moons ago, and, well, for him, it's been a much more special day. I don't think he's ever going to forget this visit to Knockhill, to say the very least, but, yeah, a real special moment. And, special moment as well for Giles, getting to take part in this. I don't think he would be expecting this at the start of the season either.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I'm interested to find out how this was suggested and then approved. I guess somebody said something to someone in the office, but no, again, congratulations to the happy couple. I don't know if they are married yet or not. Again, this just looks like photos, so it may already be done. But yeah, congratulations to Carl and Lisa, or a preemptive congratulations, I guess. Yeah, I mean, where else would you find this other than No Limits Racing here at Knockhill? I mean, we just do it differently, and we do it better than everyone else.
Yeah, exactly. A wedding and start for this straight. How do you like that? That's a nice way to end out the day for sure. And, well, we managed to speak, first of all, Ross, while we just look at these pictures, we managed to speak to our race winners, the second place overall. Great battle from start to finish as well for them. But you have to feel for an extra plant. I mean, Paul's putting on a brave face. He's the type of guy that's happy-go-lucky, but even he is struggling not to convey his disappointment this time around.
No, that one is going to sting, and it's understandably so. It's such a cheap, silly little part to go wrong, but that is sometimes what does break. You know, you hear the stories of the 50p pieces, the 50-cent washers and whatnot, and it costs you a race. And in endurance racing, more often than not, those are the things that do break. But that's also part and parcel of the racing, unfortunately, in endurance racing. She's a cruel, cruel mistress, is this sport, when she wants to be. And it's a very tough pill to swallow when something like that happens, but they can still, I think, be proud in still a fantastic result in second place. That's nothing to be upset about, even if it stings not getting the win. And they can be proud of the performance that the squad has put in today as well. I think they all did a fantastic job, both the guys on the bikes and everyone behind the scenes making sure it all works, be that on the pit wall, on the spanners, whatever. They've done an amazing job, and yes, it stings to lose out and it's so late in the day. But yeah, I still think they've done a fantastic job and they can be proud of themselves, as can, again, I'm not sure if this is an actual wedding or if this is the blessing. If this is the actual wedding-y bit, is Giles officiating? I guess.
I'm going to have to ask him later over a drink or two because, yeah, I'm a little bit shocked at this as well. But, yeah, what a great race it was from start to finish. A nice way to end it off as well, because at the midway point, it did seem like all things were just starting to go the way. Obviously, it was a good opening stint from the likes of Jordan Browse. And then it all kind of unfolded in the way with penalties handed out for both teams, and then Nitrous Plants well and truly beginning to put up the pace, shall we say, and missing up by 15 seconds when it's a 30-second pit stop intervention time. I mean, really, it should have been the other way around if, as you said, 10p washer, 10p bolt never broke on them.
Absolutely, and thinking about it as well, you know, if there was no penalties for either team, it would have been 5 seconds they missed out by at the end of it. So, again, tough to swallow, but again, they can still be proud of the performance they've put in. And they'll come back stronger, I'm assuming, for Angle C, whoever's riding with them for that weekend. And they can be proud, they can be happy, and they can go forward, I think. So, again, they can move on, go again in a month's time.
Yeah, exactly. We can go again in around a month's time or so, and well, it's the perfect way to end off a brilliant day of racing, as Ross gives us a round of applause after an incredible day of racing. Now, Ross, before we finally wrap things up, I do tend to ask you, put you on the spot with at least one question at the end of an No Limits racing day. Today, I'm going to ask you the biggest surprise that's not Max Alexander out on circuit taking Paul Bowerbank's bike in the final few moments. What's been the biggest surprise for you today?
Ooh, that's a very good question. You do this every time. It's always a really good question, and I'm stood here looking like an idiot for a few seconds. I try my best. I know you do. Biggest surprise of the day. I got to say, Tom Major getting the bike somewhat fixed, I think. I mean, we saw very early on when it was evident there was some sort of an electrical issue that, you know, obviously you bring in the bike part, they were hoping it was a fuse, and it became clear it wasn't a fuse, and it was this really isn't good. The fact that they were able to come up with some sort of solution and get him out there for periods of a time so that Randy Racing could meet the minimum riding time and that they could score points. Yes, they finished, I think, second to last on the road in the end, but the fact that they finished the race and will be classified as a result of that was a massive surprise and a huge congratulations. It now sounds like Carl and Lisa are married, so that's a surprise as well, to be fair. I was not expecting that, so congratulations to Carl Vickers and now Lisa Vickers, I'm assuming as well. Again, don't know if she's going to change last name or not, you never know. But yeah, for me, in terms of the racing action, it was definitely Tom Major getting the bike somewhat fixed and back out there, even if it was a bit of a bodge fix. Getting out there onto the road again at the end, even for 20 laps at a time, and then just charging it back up and going back out. And that was a huge surprise to me because of, you know, that was quite intelligent of them to do that. But also the fact that they were able to do it and get it rolling, even if it was only for 20 laps at a time.
Yeah, exactly. So the words out of my mouth, I was going to say pretty much the same line of the fact they even made it to the end of the race. They had the determination to do it. Anyway, that's all we have time for here on Saturday, sadly. But the weekend's not over yet. We still have races 9 to 23. It's been a great day of racing, a dramatic day, the late heartbreak for Nitrous Plant Racing. But the victors once again are Track Slags. I've been Lewis Ray, Ross McIntyre alongside. We've been No Limits Racing. And well, the 500 kilometres of Knockhill is done and dusted on Saturday. Join us on Sunday morning as we take you through the rest of the sprint action. Until then, it is goodbye.
No Limits Racing. No Limits Racing. No